I am the king of slaughter. I am the bloodthirsty butcher. I am the embodiment of brutality.
In the 10 years of apocalyptic darkness, I was betrayed by friends and family, stabbed in the back by brothers, my face pressed into the mud, my dignity shattered, leaving only a burning fury for revenge.
Finally, I ascended to the highest throne amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. I am back. Stadium.
Excited heart, trembling hands.
Young Fong queued for 2 hours, holding a cup of trendy milk tea, searching around near the basketball court.
At that moment, a perfect silhouette caught his eye. Her smooth, long hair cascaded like a waterfall as she sat there peacefully, graceful and pure.
It was none other than Yang Feng's goddess, Shun Mengyao. Autumn has arrived.
Although it's a bit cheesy, this can be considered the first cup of milk tea of autumn. Yang Feng scratched his head awkwardly, his demeanor reserved, and spoke some corny pickup lines he had learned from who knows where, making people almost want to cover their ears.
Thank you, Yang Feng.
Shun Mengyao revealed a gentle yet polite smile, her gaze slightly evasive as her slender fingers lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. This small gesture made Yang Feng freeze in place.
I'll message you a bit later, okay?
Shun Mengyao gently waved her hand, softly signaling Yang Feng to leave for now, while her beautiful eyes inadvertently glanced at a certain man sweating on the basketball court.
Alright, we'll talk tonight.
Yang Feng was filled with excitement. Getting the chance to chat with the goddess felt like a victory.
Forget waiting in line for 2 hours, even 20 hours would be worth it.
He exchanged a few more pleasantries and then turned to leave. He seemed a bit reluctant, wanting to turn back and say a few more caring words, but then a shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. Shun Mengyao gently picked up the milk tea and, while no one was paying attention, tossed it into the trash can.
Heartbroken, Yang Feng's heart suddenly tightened, an indescribable pang twisting it painfully. A whistle blew.
During halftime on the basketball court, a well-built man exuding masculine pheromones walked toward Shun Mengyao. That is, the rich second generation in the basketball team, Cheng Zijie. Shun Mengyao immediately picked up the towel she had prepared in advance, gently handing it to the man in front of her and carefully wiping his sweat. Cheng Zijie unceremoniously pulled Shun Mengyao into his arms, his sweat-soaked body dampening her clothes, yet she only blushed shyly and continued to wipe his sweat. Why are they so close?
When did they meet? Could it be that the goddess Shun Mengyao has feelings for more than just me?
I saw it just now.
That guy, did he bring you milk tea? Ha! Cheng Zijie seemed to sense a gaze and looked in Yang Feng's direction.
As he let go of Shun Mengyao, he picked up a basketball and threw it over here.
Bang!
With a loud thud, the basketball hit squarely on the face. Yang Feng's nose gushed blood as his entire body leaned backward, his head heavily striking the concrete floor.
The world spun around.
The world instantly turned black, accompanied by intense dizziness and an indescribable illusion, radiating a colorful, glass-like glow. Countless dark and bloody scenes flashed through my mind like a revolving lantern, as a flood of memories from the future surged into my brain. The tearing pain accompanied the influx of memories, making the images gradually clearer.
I'm back.
Yang Feng opened his eyes, a restrained and fierce glint flashing within them, no longer showing any trace of naivety.
This is a stadium? The point in time before the apocalypse disaster has erupted?
Yang Feng muttered to himself, the scent of blood filling his nostrils. Wiping his nose, he realized he was already injured. The former self was somewhat timid and had been bullied. After countless betrayals, countless humiliations, and countless frenzied battles, he finally cut through the thorns and carved out a bloody path.
Your name is Yang Feng, right?
Cheng Zijie slowly approached, and several basketball-playing companions also gathered around, showing no remorse for having just broken Yang Feng's nose.
Shun Mengyao has quite a few admirers.
But you, this pathetic simp, really make me feel a bit disgusted.
Consider what just happened as a lesson. Don't approach Shun Mengyao again, got it?
Cheng Zijie slowly squatted down, grabbed Yang Feng's collar, and stared at him with a contemptuous gaze. Goddess Shun Mengyao stood to one side, her slightly flushed face revealing a trace of worry. But in the end, she bit her lip lightly and turned her face away. Yang Feng let out a cold laugh, his gaze growing sharper. His memories had long since blurred, yet he hadn't expected to have a goddess he once pursued, and she seemed
not to be on his side? What are you laughing at?
Cheng Zijie, seeing his cold laugh, felt a surge of anger rise in his heart.
He raised his fist, intending to teach Yang Feng a lesson.
At that moment, Yang Feng's peripheral vision caught sight of a discarded skewer stick. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and swiftly counterattacked. Ruthless, venomous, decisive. With a soft sound, the bamboo skewer pierced through Cheng Zijie's throat, entering from one side and exiting the other.
Don't move. Oh, I didn't pierce your artery. But if you move recklessly, it could cost you your life. Yang Feng's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a devilish smile.
His eyes glimmered with a sharp and icy light, like a venomous snake locking onto its prey.
Cheng Zijie clutched his throat, the fear momentarily making him forget
the pain, even forgetting to scream.
Unbelievable, inconceivable.
Cheng Zijie's terrified eyes stared directly at Yang Feng, as if that cold gaze was as sharp as a blade, making it impossible to look straight at him.
What a pity. The disaster has not yet erupted, so it's inconvenient to kill someone now.
Otherwise, I would definitely make your blood splatter on the spot. Yang Feng's face moved closer to Chung Zijie, his twisted and ferocious smile stretching devilishly to his ears.
Aha, yeah.
The surrounding crowd finally reacted, and someone screamed loudly. Shin Mengyao also covered her mouth in disbelief, never expecting that Yang Feng, who had always been willing to act like a sycophant, would do something so terrifying. A burly man beside Chung Zijie, who seemed to have decent skills, was the first to react. He raised his fist, preparing to attack. At that moment, Yang Feng keenly captured the instant. Despite his poor physical condition, countless killings and deadly battles had honed his exceptional combat skills. With sharp reflexes, Yang Feng shifted his steps in an uncanny manner, dodging the punch, and his hands swiftly reached forward to grab the burly man's other arm.
Two hands gripped two fingers. Crack! Yang Feng's eyes turned ruthless as his hands exerted force, bending outward with a fierce twist. A faint sound of shattering porcelain could be heard as the thick fingers became twisted. Aha!
The burly man let out a pig-slaughtering scream, the intense pain instantly rendering him powerless. His face pale and drenched in cold sweat as he knelt on the ground in agony. So fragile, just two broken fingers, and he was already wailing like this.
Yang Feng's cold
eyes flickered with disdain and contempt as his sharp gaze swept across the surroundings. I advise you not to make a move.
Next time, it won't just be two fingers.
This sentence made everyone instinctively avert their gaze, retreating backward and unwilling to get involved in the conflict.
Yang Feng.
Shen Mengyao crossed her arms, her expression complex, filled with disbelief and shock, as she stepped forward to say something to Yang Feng.
Slap.
Yang Feng backhanded her across the face, leaving 5 bright red finger marks clearly visible on the goddess Shen Mengyao face.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Yang Feng looked down at her from above, continuing to gaze at her with contempt. To the current him, there was no such thing as a goddess anymore.
A love game? How childish. Shen Mengyao fell to her knees, 5 crimson fingerprints clearly visible.
Her gentle and graceful image had now become utterly disheveled,
covering
her face. Her pupils trembled in disbelief. How could the man who had pursued her for so long be so ruthless as to slap her?
Nice expression.
I really like that shocked and helpless look of yours, like a rabbit cornered with no way out. Yang Feng grabbed Shen Mengyao's chin with one hand, his smile growing more sinister, but the emotions in his eyes no longer held the admiration and servility they once did. In his grasp, she was no longer the goddess of his dreams but a prey cornered against the wall, flustered and powerless, at his mercy. At this moment, the dynamic between them completely shifted, their roles reversed.
Entirely. The once subservient admirer had transformed into a terrifying demon, making the goddess tremble in fear.
Take your useless boyfriend to the hospital.
The events to come will be exceptionally entertaining. I truly hope I get to see you all alive again, it'll give me more amusement.
Yang Feng released Shen Mengyao's face, and as he thought about the impending global panic and disaster, with countless twisted and mutated monsters tearing apart civilization and order, a cold smile surfaced in his heart.
The expressions of fear on these people's faces would undoubtedly be fascinating and entertaining.
After finishing his words, he turned and walked away, gradually disappearing from sight.
It wasn't until he was completely gone that the stunned crowd finally reacted, hurriedly dialing 120 for emergency services and the police.
However, sending people to the hospital, questioning them, and filing a case would all take time.
In just a few hours, they would have no time to worry about Yang Feng. The entire city would descend into chaos, police hotlines would be overwhelmed, and scenes of looting would be everywhere. The signs of the apocalypse were no joke. Less than a day left?
Yang Feng walked along a secluded path, took out his phone, and checked the time.
The apocalypse was about to erupt, disasters running rampant, civilization collapsing, humanity degenerating. There was only one day left until the dawn of the Dark Age. Time was too tight.
If he had more time, he could have raised funds, bought weapons, stockpiled supplies, and built an impenetrable shelter.
Stockpiling supplies, buying weapons, all of it requires money. Yang Feng's eyes flickered as he opened the WeChat and Alipay apps to check his account balance. It was unbearable to look at.
He was just an ordinary person, and his account balance had barely broken into 4 digits, which might only last him until the
end of the month.
Opening the loan apps, his pupils instantly contracted. He was already drowning in debt, with a credit score so low that he couldn't borrow even a single cent before the apocalypse. I was actually forced into such a dire situation? Yang Feng's heart was as firm as a rock, hard as steel, ruthless and bloodthirsty, yet he never imagined that he could be so foolish before the apocalypse.
To please a
so-called goddess, he had taken out all kinds of loans, even borrowing money to fulfill her occasional little wishes. I really should have strangled her just now. He nearly crushed his phone, lamenting how foolish he had been before the apocalypse. Yang Feng exhaled a deep breath, his cold eyes flickering.
I don't own property. I don't have a car. Without collateral, even those unscrupulous second-hand brokers wouldn't lend me money. Too realistic. This was the harsh truth.
Yang Feng was not a rich second-generation heir. He was just an ordinary person, completely incapable of spending lavishly to stockpile
massive amounts of supplies. Helpless, beep beep beep, the
phone rang, and the voice of his second uncle came through on the other end.
Young Feng, how come you have time to call your second uncle? How have you been lately? Young Feng listened to the insincere pleasantries and said bluntly, second uncle, I need some money.
As soon as the word money was mentioned, the other party fell silent.
Second uncle hesitated for a few seconds and then said in a very
troubled tone, Young Feng, your cousin recently bought a new house and hasn't renovated it yet.
We're really tight on money right now.
Yang Feng's gaze grew colder, even revealing a hint of murderous intent. When my parents had their car accident, the inheritance was taken by you relatives.
I need this money now. It's my money.
Yang Feng's voice became sharper, disregarding the other party's dignity, emphasizing that the money belonged to him.
It turned out,
Yang Feng's parents had passed away in a car accident years ago, and, due to his young age, the inheritance was handled by several relatives, who ultimately divided it among themselves. The once timid Young Feng had never brought up the matter, and those relatives naturally pretended to forget, feigning ignorance.
Young Feng,
second uncle's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly turned stern. How can you talk like that?
Back in the day, the money for your schooling, your meals, your clothes, and even your college tuition all came from us? Your cousin buying a house and getting married is a top priority. What could be more important than that?
The money will be given to you eventually, but not now. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he silently listened to these words, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer.
What a pity. Your family has just lost its last chance to survive.
He hung up the phone and immediately dialed another number. Third uncle, part of my parents' inheritance is with you.
I want to retrieve it now.
Third uncle paused for a few seconds, his tone turning serious. You're a grown man now, you should know better.
How can you talk to your elders like this? Are you really that ungrateful?
At the end of the call, both parties always parted on bad terms. The warmth of human relationships had turned cold, consumed by insatiable greed.
Young Feng coldly hung up the phone.
In truth, he wasn't surprised by the reactions of his relatives. They were merely engrossed in petty schemes driven by their obsession with money.
When the
apocalypse arrives, darkness, cruelty, mercilessness, and hateful events will unfold every moment, far more brutal than now.
By then, he hoped they wouldn't come begging him. What a pity.
I originally wanted to give them a warning about the apocalypse, but now it seems, letting them die miserably might be more entertaining. Yang Feng searched, carefully observing the writhing organic matter. Organs, those sticky, filthy organic cysts actually contained immense energy, capable of even nurturing grotesque and twisted mutant creatures. Yang Feng knew, within some of these tumors lay the abilities countless evolutionists dreamed of, special organs that could greatly enhance human strength. Suddenly, a pool of viscous green liquid appeared in view, lying near a trash can. The corners of Young Feng's mouth lifted slightly, curling almost cruelly to his ears. Since I can't stockpile supplies myself, I'll just let others do it for me. He opened the property group, and there were actually over 1,000 people in the apartment property group. Young Feng joined using a small account and started spamming messages.
Tonight at 12 o'clock, abnormal creatures will invade, and disaster is about to break out. All property owners, please stock up on supplies. Tonight at 12 o'clock, abnormal creatures will invade, and disaster is about to break out. All property owners, please stock up on supplies. Tonight at 12 o'clock, abnormal creatures will invade, and disaster is about to break out. All property owners, please stock up on supplies. The neighbors are hoarding food, so I'm hoarding neighbors.
The homeowners group chat immediately exploded, and the alternate account was quickly removed.
Crazy. What abnormal creature invasion? What disaster outbreak? How could a lunatic just pop up like this? However, 3 hours later, everyone's opinions would change.
Terrifying and absurd events seemed to unfold exactly as the message had described, becoming reality.
At midnight, as the clock struck 12, something eerie descended, and the world underwent a peculiar transformation. Willow trees cracked and shed their branches, replaced by thick, jet-black hair swaying in the wind.
Writhing tentacles, as white and tender as a baby's arms, emerged from the soil, stretching toward the sky. Tumors, twisted growths, began to swell and spread on the walls of buildings, among bushes and grass, beside asphalt roads, and on the trunks of trees.
Disaster was about to erupt. Disaster strikes, countdown, 24 hours.
The city descends into chaos, with numerous fleshy tumors appearing everywhere.
What is that? A mass of filthy organic matter crawls along the side of a building,
resembling a slug, leaving behind a trail of disgusting slime. On an ancient tree, countless spherical organic objects cover its surface, resembling the eyes of some creature, coldly staring at people.
Ugh! The crowd screams uneasily, while more people feel physically sick, vomiting out their late-night snacks.
A chilling sensation runs down their spines,
as if Pandora's box has been opened and some terrifying force is gradually affecting the real world. The disaster is here, stock up on supplies now. Yang Feng takes out his phone and sends a message in the group chat.
The chaotic scenes outside, the fleeing crowds, and the eerie monsters are undeniable
facts.
Putting down his phone, the corners of Young Feng's mouth curl slightly upward, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
The aberration of the spirit. My chance has come.
After enduring a decade decade of a dark apocalypse, countless sacrifices were made, and he gradually uncovered the ultimate cause of the mutations.
All things possess a spirit.
Every trace of consciousness, every fleeting thought, every strand of mental energy leaves an imprint on the world.
Every death,
Every withering tree, every hunted pig or cow also leaves behind residual filth.
bit by bit, these traces accumulate, forming a towering mass. Whether positive
or negative, excessive energy has been amassed, and Earth can no longer bear the burden. The river of life has been clogged by sand and impurities.
It erupted. Distorted and grotesque spirits surged like a volcanic explosion.
This was the apocalyptic flood.
This was the extinction-level asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs.
This was Earth feeling filthy and taking a refreshing cold shower. I need to find the most suitable superpower. Energy brewing inside it was even purer, and a deformed palm seemed to be faintly growing within the tumor.
Green jade quality, far from meeting my requirements.
Yang Feng withdrew his gaze and continued searching for higher-grade tumors, moving against the fleeing crowd, aiming to find the most evil and powerful ones. Above a traffic light, a deep blue tumor hung down, its energy so pure that it had transformed into a texture and color resembling ocean jasper.
Inside, there
seemed to be a thick, beast-like leg, its outline gradually becoming clear, with densely bulging muscle fibers exuding a strong sense of power.
Blue ocean jasper. Decent quality, but I don't need it for now.
Yang Feng found this higher-quality big thigh, but still felt disdain. Since he was fortunate enough to return to the time before the apocalypse, he should aim to seek out the strongest type.
Look, what is that? An eye? It seems to be an eye.
A large crowd gathered near a certain bar, where a massive lump of deep purple tumor-like substance hung from the rooftop, forming a circular object within. It resembled the pupil of some kind of creature, with a strange,
deep purple vertical iris.
When gazed upon, one's body involuntarily felt a piercing chill.
Deep, sinister.
Yang Feng saw this eerie vertical iris and felt a slight tremor in his heart.
Purple phantom crystal. This quality is 1 in 1,000.
If an aberration can rely on it to grow, it could easily overturn an entire legion. In the memories of slaughter, he vividly recalled the terrifying nature of those aberrations. Their horrifying abilities allowed them to slaughter
humans at will, and even an entire legion would be effortlessly wiped out. Green jade blue sea vein purple phantom crystal blood Bodhi.
Corpse tumors of varying purity and quality will nurture organs of differing strength, and the abilities they bring will determine one's future status.
The strong rule: either become prey or become the hunter. Purple phantom grade is 1 in 1,000. Blood Bodhi, that is 1 in 10,000.
Yang Feng harbored secret ambitions in his heart.
With 24 hours left until the apocalypse erupted, if he could obtain a blood Bodhi grade organ, he would tear through the entire apocalypse.
Of course, there is also an old saying: the heart of man is never satisfied, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Corpse tumors are dangerous entities.
They remain within the host's
body, carrying a tainted consciousness, vying for territory, gnawing and devouring flesh, waiting for the chance to seize the brain, ultimately transforming into grotesque and twisted monsters. The first evolution, he still had to be cautious, trying to acquire only one ability. The higher the quality, the better. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly left the scene. Yang Feng took out his phone and browsed through his social media feed, where everyone was frantically posting various pictures.
Strange fleshy tumors, writhing organic matter.
Yang Feng searched through the images, hoping to find the blood Bodhi he had been dreaming of. Suddenly, a photo made Yang Feng's body freeze. It was a tree, quite famous locally, over 2,000 years old, with bark patterns forming a faint dragon motif.
Many people referred to it as the dragon pattern ancient tree.
At the very center of the dragon pattern ancient tree, there was a blurry black fleshy tumor, emitting an
eerie glow.
It seemed to be shrouded in a layer of hazy mist, with a twisted face forming within the tumor, sending chills down one's spine.
Could this be dark gold?
It is said that above the 1 in a million blood Bodhi, there exists an even more extraordinary organ, condensed with incomparably pure malice, flickering
with golden hues amidst chaos and darkness. Dark gold.
It is unique, possessing unimaginable power, a creation that exists only in legends.
It's this. This is exactly what I'm looking for.
Yang Feng's pupils contracted sharply as he immediately scanned a nearby electric scooter and rushed toward the direction of the dragon pattern ancient tree.
Half an
hour later, under the dragon pattern ancient tree, people were constantly taking pictures with their phones, posting scenes of the spectacle to their social media.
Upon
closer inspection, a mass of pitch-black, ink-like organic matter squirmed, with some extremely peculiar patterns outlined within, gradually forming a distorted human face. It alternated between wailing, laughing hysterically, glaring at the crowd with contempt, and lowering its gaze as if it had seen through the world.
Dark gold.
The most mysterious, seemingly existing only in legends, and the object countless apocalypse survivors dream of obtaining. Without hesitation, Yang Feng climbed over the railing, grabbed the nearby ladder bridge, and in just a few steps,
reached the middle of the tree trunk, approaching the organic mass. Squelch! Yang Feng's palm directly pierced into the fleshy mass.
The constantly shifting black mask was suddenly yanked out by purify him from within the organic matter.
What are you doing? What the heck is that? Show us, don't run away.
The onlookers around wanted to stop Yang Feng, eager to catch a glimpse of the item he had snatched.
Yang Feng couldn't be bothered to explain and delivered a fierce kick to the leader's abdomen, his heel sinking several centimeters deep.
The intense pain made the man clutch his stomach and writhe on the ground in agony.
Get lost!
With a sharp, murderous glare and a thunderous roar, Yang Feng instantly intimidated all the surrounding spectators.
He immediately hopped onto the approaching electric scooter and sped back to his apartment as fast as he could. Dark gold. Good.
The apocalypse has yet to arrive, and he has already found an artifact of this level. Yang Feng held a mask in his hand, its etched expressions constantly shifting, exuding an eerie aura.
Ghost face. Yang Feng glanced at the clock. There were still over 10 hours until the outbreak of the apocalypse. Then let's begin.
He sat on the edge of the bed, holding the ghost face mask, and slowly placed it over his face.
In an instant, the ghostly mask touched the skin, and strands of black, eerie substance pierced deeply into the pores, transforming into countless slender tendrils burrowing inward. Parasitism, possession, domination.
These mutated, bizarre substances can transform humans into terrifying monsters, tearing apart the host's consciousness and replacing it.
Piercing into the brain. Countless absurd images flashed one after another, soothing emotions while completely anesthetizing the host's consciousness, ultimately erasing it. Ha 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 ha. Do you want to erase my consciousness? With just you think you can erase my consciousness and take over my body?
Although Yang Feng's face was covered by the ghost mask, the twisted and ferocious expression was still clearly visible, and his maniacal laughter was so exaggerated it almost tore through the air.
Forsaken by all, I was once betrayed. I faced monsters and aberrations head-on, only to be stabbed in the back. My face was pressed into the mud, losing all dignity amidst everyone's mocking laughter.
I am in the filthy sewer, licking my wounds like a wild dog. Yang Feng spread his arms, memories constantly surfacing in his mind, yet his resolve grew ever firmer, as if forged from steel.
Do you know how many people I've slaughtered? Do you know how many of your kind I've torn apart?
Endless slaughter, endless carnage, cutting through thorns and mountains of corpses and seas of blood.
You think you can erode my consciousness with that?
Covering his face with one hand, Yang Feng's gaze grew increasingly frenzied, mad to the point of seeming inhuman.
Seize my body? You're mistaken. It should be me taking over your power.
He roared furiously, his killing intent surging like a flood breaking through a dam, overwhelming the remnants of Ghostface's consciousness and forcibly shattering the dark gold level artifact.
Give it all to me.
This was a clash of pure consciousness, and Yang Feng held an absolute advantage, completely tearing apart every trace of filth lingering within Ghostface.
Power. Dark gold. Ghostface larval form. The most mysterious level of artifact is finally in hand.
The entire face is enveloped in a pure black color, with the upper and lower jaws opening at almost a 90-degree angle, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth.
No eyes, no nostrils, no ears.
Yet through this face, he could clearly see everything around him. It seemed to form a holographic image encompassing all things, like a radar, making all hidden matters unable to escape, vividly presenting themselves in his mind.
Colors, sounds, tastes, these are all information.
The multidimensional interpretation of information allows him to perceive the target's scent and shape, color and size, from the vibrations of sound. In other words, Yang Feng can hear colors and tastes, see sounds and scents, and taste the fear and consciousness of others.
Ah, it feels really good, as if being a god in the clouds, overlooking the world from a third-person perspective. Is this the power of Ghostface?
When the apocalypse descends, every corner of the world becomes a battlefield, governed by the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest.
Mastering information and intelligence is almost equivalent to securing half the victory. Truly worthy of being a dark gold level ability. Truly worthy of being a dark gold level artifact. Even in its juvenile form, it is already this formidable. Juvenile form.
Yang Feng's memory, having endured 10 years of a dark apocalypse, knows that parasitic organs not only differ in purity and grade but can also continuously evolve in their own forms.
Larva growth stage, mature stage, complete form. As long as sufficient energy is obtained and the conditions for evolution are met, it can grow further.
Some extremely dangerous creatures can even surpass the limits of the complete form. With a thought, the black ghostly mask gradually faded from his face. A special ghost face mark appeared on Yang Feng's forehead, and his entire face returned to its normal state, making him indistinguishable from a human in appearance.
In reality, he had already become an evolver and possessed the strongest artifact among evolvers. Is the time almost up? Yang Feng took out his phone. There was only 1 hour left until midnight, the outbreak of the apocalypse.
Although it seemed like he had subdued the ghost face in a short time, his confrontation with
the remnants had lasted over 10 hours.
Fortunately, the city's entire police force was maintaining order. Otherwise, the severely injured Cheng Zijie from yesterday might have caused even more trouble.
The Moments feed is flooded.
Yang Feng scrolled through his Moments feed a few times. As time passed, people's panic gradually subsided, and instead, they began studying those organic substances. Many Many gathered around the wriggling organic matter, taking photos, and even posing for group pictures. Some elderly folks took out broomsticks to fling them away, and someone even used a kitchen knife to cut off a large piece to take home for research.
This is a meat lingji mushroom. Eating it can prolong life.
Guys, take a look at this crystal clear piece of meat. There's actually a pig's trotter inside. If we hit 30,000 likes, I'll show it off live for you. It's not just on social media. Various apps are also flooded with related information. Some daring individuals have already started taking action, even preparing to live stream cooking or, even more outrageously,
making sashimi. Truly reckless.
In this age of entertainment to the point of absurdity, chasing traffic and attention, seeking shortcuts to quick gains, all of this seems to matter more to them than their own lives.
The video you are trying to play has been deleted.
Dear citizens, for the sake of your health, please avoid contact with unknown organic substances.
Experts have pointed out, most of the excessive videos have been removed by the platform.
Broadcasts and text messages of warnings were released one after another, but in the face of this sudden global anomaly, the order of civilization has shown signs of fatigue. The response in the property management group was also very intense. Everyone got the news in advance and stocked up on a lot of supplies.
Yang Feng opened the property management group chat for the apartment.
Since he had leaked the news in the group beforehand, everyone was informed.
Immediately.
Before people could react, the neighbors of the entire building rushed out of their homes and emptied the nearby 24-hour supermarket. I bought 5 bags of rice, 10 packs of ham sausages, and 3 boxes of instant noodles. Look at the photos I posted. Luckily, someone reminded me, so I bought 200 pounds of flour, along with this box of countryside eggs. Unfortunately, I was late. When you went, the supermarket was still quiet, but when I arrived, it was already packed with people. I only managed to grab 5 boxes of self-heating hot pots. Yang Feng looked at the lively scene in the group and nodded with satisfaction. While the neighbors hoarded food, I hoarded neighbors. He logged into his alternate account, secretly joined the group again, and began spreading other information.
Monsters will appear tonight. Quickly lock the main door downstairs, and set up some obstacles in the hallway. Monsters will appear tonight. Quickly lock the main door downstairs, and set up some obstacles in the hallway.
The message caused another uproar.
Monsters appearing? Locking the main door? Who's spouting nonsense again? Who's gone crazy again? Stop spamming. Kick them out.
Oh, isn't this the big shot who sent the message and gave us a heads up earlier?
Thank you. Hands clasped in gratitude. Thanks to your message, I managed to grab 10 boxes of instant noodles. So, does that mean there really will be monsters tonight? Better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Hurry up and lock the door. Everyone come help. Yang Feng looked at the messages in the group.
Normally, no one would believe such crazy information.
However, things were different now. After
experiencing the invasion of abnormal creatures and the previous early warning, some people had no choice but to believe and immediately took action.
Set up defensive fortifications in advance. In the early stages of the apocalypse, we should be able to get through it. Hopefully, they will be of some use.
Yang Feng casually tossed aside his phone, revealing a cruel smile, then turned to look out the window.
The apocalypse is really coming. It's here. The apocalypse is here. Midnight. It was as if a muffled chime echoed across the entire city. An aurora streaked across the
sky, scattering brilliant, glass-like colors, as if reflecting an infinitely extending galaxy, breathtakingly beautiful, mesmerizing.
Mom, look quickly. Aurora, the aurora from the TV.
A pure-hearted little girl pointed excitedly at the glazed aurora on the horizon, jumping up and down and drawing her family over to
see it.
Yang Feng squinted his eyes, gazing at the breathtaking scenery, his emotions incredibly complex.
The sea of life. This was the embodiment of the sea of life. Every blade of grass, every flower, every tree, possessed a spirit. Whether human, plant, bird, or beast, all would return to their original place, the sea of life after death. It was omnipresent, belonging to another world.
The residual memories of all living beings would be cleansed in the sea of life, akin to the mythical act of drinking Mengpo's soup, shedding all impurities. Pure souls, after being washed by the sea of
life, would descend once more.
They would transform into flowers, into grass and trees, into birds and beasts, into tiny insects in the soil, or even into infants in hospital incubators. The grains of sand
were countless, and those awaiting cleansing were innumerable.
Entertainment, desire, money, power, pain, struggle, helplessness, collapse, extinction, all of it generated vast amounts of thoughts and emotions, residual filth that tainted the entire sea of life, pushing its ecosystem to the brink of collapse. The tilted ecology and the corrupted grains of sand could only be poured back into the real world.
Crash, 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 crash.
The endless streams of light in the sky resembled shattered silver bottles, scattering countless shimmering grains of sand, falling to the earth like a rain of light. Beautiful, so beautiful. Golden grains of sand adorned the Milky Way day, the rain of light so sacred, accompanied by a gentle breeze, slowly falling upon everyone.
So comfortable, is this a miracle? Quick, let's drink more of it. Maybe it can cure all diseases and prolong life.
People bathed in the rain of light, receiving the grains of sand scattered by the sea of life, feeling waves of comfort, warm and soothing, bringing peace to their hearts. They were not actual raindrops. The points of light seeped into the skin, burrowing into the body, gradually dissolving. Spiritual grains of sand they were.
Corruption, resentment, desire, the impurities the sea of life could not process. Veins bulged and burst, countless bodies underwent severe mutations, their pure souls polluted, leading to frenzied physical transformations.
Blood-red threads filled their eyes, greed and desire caused mouths to grow sharp teeth.
Black, razor-sharp nails enveloped entire fingers, extending like blades. Ugh, 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 ugh. Guttural growls emerged from many throats, no longer human.
As the rain of light fell in torrents, the invasion of corruption blurred the consciousness of the infected, ultimately
turning them completely into monsters. Roar, 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 roar. Terrifying roars echoed as the monsters frantically lunged at nearby people, attempting to seize fresh energy.
Even more horrifying were the massive tumors that grew, along with translucent organic matter bearing grotesque deformities, which, nourished by the rain of light, grew wildly.
Monsters, one after another, mutated monsters, emerged from the tumors, emitting even more fearsome roars.
A hellish scene unfolded, as everything below transformed into a hellish tableau, indescribable in its tragedy, with monsters chasing the innocent and piercing screams filling the air. Under the cleansing of the rain of light, the entire world seemed to be undergoing a fiery purge. Not only humans but plants and animals also experienced peculiar mutations. Flames scorched the earth. This was an apocalyptic cleansing, a final reckoning of residual filth. This was a frenzy of mutation for billions of lives. The light rain drizzled softly. Young Feng stood by the window, his cold eyes flickering, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curving upward, revealing an excited expression.
With a thought, the mark on his forehead gradually unfolded. The pitch-black, ink-like hue completely enveloped his face, replacing his eyes, nose, and ears with a mirror-like darkness. Only an exaggeratedly large mouth occupied a small portion of his ghostly face, stretching from the base of his left ear all the way to his right. Opening the window, Yang Feng parted his blood-red mouth, extending a sticky tongue to taste the light rain dripping from the eaves. Delicious, absolutely delicious.
This spiritual grit contained remnants of filthy consciousness, obsession with money, thirst for power, or twisted, maddened love, all of which were the most delectable
seasonings.
These negative emotions can make me even stronger, he thought smugly.
The rare dark gold level ghost face can devour these remnants of filth.
The spiritual grit, which others fear and avoid, has instead
become my nutritional supplement. Young Feng felt immensely satisfied. The ghost face had once again given him a tremendous surprise. The aberration of the spirit, some people, with firm willpower, could resist.
The initial mutation, thereby gaining immense strength and becoming the evolutionaries that countless others dreamed of. However, evolutionaries varied in strength.
To gain greater power, one had to deepen the degree of aberration.
In other words, the stronger the evolutionary, the more they had to abandon their humanity and embrace unique mutations, ultimately risking becoming a monster.
This was an unsolvable dilemma.
The dark apocalypse had lasted 10 years. Initially, people craved power, but in the end, they grew fearful of it, worried that one day they would collapse and turn into grotesque, twisted
aberrations. The ghost face, however, was indifferent. It could feed on spiritual grit, which might be the true strength of a dark gold level artifact. Hunt, kill. Not a single day can be wasted. I must hunt, plunder more spiritual grit, and become the strongest before anyone else realizes it. Yang Feng licked his ink-black, mirror-like cheek and turned to leave the room, preparing to go downstairs. Madness.
The area outside the apartment was teeming with monsters, along with even more terrifying aberrations.
Yet on the very first day of the apocalypse, Yang Feng was already planning to embark on a brutal hunting spree. Not a moment could be delayed, not a second wasted. Stronger, 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 stronger.
I will make all those who betrayed me in my past life, all those who bullied me, all those who humiliated me,
be torn apart in the most tragic and cruel ways. Yang Feng arrived on the second floor of the apartment and opened the window. He looked down at a few rotting corpses chasing after a
pitiful human trying to escape, their faces grotesquely distorted.
He stepped onto the outdoor air conditioning unit and leaped down.
In the alley, the rotting corpse whimpered, its jagged teeth uneven, and brownish-yellow mucus oozed from the gaps.
The monster's face was twisted, its eyes bloodshot, greedily searching for prey to devour. Bang!
Young Feng landed on the ground, his knees slightly bent, his body trembling faintly. The cells that still belonged to a human instinctively felt fear, shivering uncontrollably.
Oh, is my body afraid?
Young Feng slightly raised his hand, but his face revealed an even more excited expression.
A natural enemy. A fledgling hides in its nest, feeling fear when it sees a soaring eagle.
A spider hatches from its its egg, and though it lacks guidance from its kind, it instinctively knows how to weave webs and hunt.
This is the instinct of living beings. The moment you see your natural enemy, the instinct hidden within your body immediately makes you feel fear, driving you to flee. Flee? This is what makes it interesting.
Walking on sharp steel wires, dancing on the tip of a blade.
I want to feel the exhilarating thrill of killing between life and death. Yes. Yang Feng's entire body trembled with extreme fear, quickly transforming into excitement, as if scorched by flames, with power surging continuously. Ghost Mask Multidimensional Information Analysis. Ha 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 ha.
Yang Feng laughed wildly as he spread his arms wide, his fingertips sensing the subtle tremors in the air. Through touch, he felt the transmission of sound, as if information unfolded in a holographic image. The sound vibrated, light and shadow flickered.
Every molecule of scent was so vivid. 1, 2, 3, 4.
7 rotting corpses.
Near the alley. Every detail emerged clearly in his mind. They were coming. They were here.
The closest corpse to him approached from a diagonal angle behind him.
The wrinkles on its twisted face.
The crimson fluid on its long, sharp nails.
The secretion oozing from between its teeth, along with the remnants of flesh. Even without turning his head, Yang Feng could perceive every detail of it through the multidimensional information transmitted by the ghost mask.
The wrist, elbow joint, major tendon under the armpit, ankle, knee joint, major tendon at the base of the leg, neck, spine, occipital.
Weak point, temple.
Yang Feng's body suddenly lowered, perfectly dodging the swipe of the black claws with flawless precision.
Crack. The sound of shattering porcelain came from the corpse's body. The attacking arm drooped powerlessly, its entire shoulder joint dislocated. Killing techniques.
10 years of apocalypse, endless battles on the brink of death forged unparalleled combat skills.
Even with a
body not highly enhanced, it remains a perfect killing machine.
Crack.
In the next instant, the neck of the rotting corpse was
twisted, and the entire body seemed to lose its support, collapsing limply to the ground, easily taken down. I'm starting to feel it. My body is heating up.
There can be no mistakes, no injury should be sustained, every detail must be handled perfectly. Yang Feng's seemingly pitch-black, mirror-smooth cheeks unexpectedly revealed a trace of frenzied madness and agitation.
Excitement.
Every cell was roaring.
The feeling of killing while walking on the edge of a blade was so exquisite. More. Let me feel more.
Yang Feng faced several rotting corpses simultaneously, and the sounds of battle attracted more monsters, all rushing toward him. Waltz. Yang Feng seemed to be dancing, his steps appearing unusually eerie. Every dodge avoided fatal attacks. Every counterattack was swift and decisive, sinister and ruthless, striking the enemy's most vulnerable spots, often delivering
a fatal blow.
Thud, thud, thud. The rotting corpses fell one after another. Some had their necks twisted, some had their temples crushed by a thumb, others had their arms dislocated, and their spines stomped on with a fierce step.
Yang Feng inhaled and exhaled deeply, his lungs feeling as if they were on fire, his heart pounding furiously from the intense exertion. It felt like a shut-in suddenly being forced to run a marathon. Is this all it takes for the body to give out?
The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he exaggeratedly grinned, his sticky tongue licking the sweat off his face.
The human body is truly fascinating. Keep pushing, keep digging deeper, and you'll always find potential. Yang Feng didn't stop fighting. Instead, he continued battling the surrounding corpses, desperately, squeezing out the last remnants of his body's strength.
Before long, the alley was filled with the remains of the corpses.
Yang Feng's ghostly mask revealed
a wide-open mouth as he gasped for air, his entire body radiating the soreness of overexertion, his skin covered in a fine sheen of sweat.
Exhilarating. This battle was utterly thrilling.
Before his stamina was completely drained, he had already taken down over 40 corpses, their twisted forms nearly filling the alley. The moment of harvest had arrived. Taking advantage of the temporary absence of other monsters, Yang Feng pulled out the bone-scraping knife he had prepared in advance. Squelch, a light cut, and the fatal spot at the back of the neck was excavated, revealing a moist lump of flesh that resembled a beating heart. It still carried a trace of warmth as he held it in his hand. Corpse tumor. After a monster dies, there is a chance it will produce a substance known as a corpse tumor.
This is an aggregate of spiritual essence granules, which gathers in the host's most vital area after death, typically at the back of the neck.
Ordinary corpses have about a 1 in 10 chance of producing a corpse tumor.
Following the outbreak of the
apocalyptic disaster and a series of evolutions, corpse tumors, which can enhance the strength of evolvers, have almost become a hard currency. Soon, Yang Feng had collected 8 more corpse tumors in his hand, his luck exceptionally good, perhaps due to the apocalypse just beginning, yielding far above the average.
My stamina is completely drained. I should head back too.
Yang Feng carefully stored the corpse tumor, took one last look at the rotting corpses gradually flooding into the alleyway, then withdrew his gaze. He climbed onto the second-floor air conditioning unit and returned to the apartment hallway through the window, dispelling his ghostly mask state. The first hunt was quite successful, bringing a satisfied expression to his face. Yang Feng vaguely remembered that in his previous life, when faced with the apocalypse, his cowardly
cowardly self hadn't even dared to step out of the door. Killing his first rotting corpse had only happened a week after the disaster broke out. He had shed tears of humiliation and fear, smashing the first monster to death with an iron rod while teetering on the brink of collapse and despair. But this life was completely different. Yang Feng had returned as the king of slaughter, starting off with a royal flush. "Help! Come quick! Help us! We can't hold them off here. We need 2 more people." At that moment, cries for help came from the second-floor emergency exit. The apartment's main door was locked, but monsters had still broken through the barricades and were pouring in from the side door's emergency passage. Some were shouting in desperation, while others were being dragged down the stairs by rotting corpses. A man wielding a kitchen knife charged forward to hack at them, while others hauled out heavier household appliances and cabinets, trying to completely block off the emergency passage. Yet, more people simply held their heads and wept, trembling in fear, scattering to hide in their small apartment rooms. Yang Feng withdrew his gaze and shrugged. "I'm covered in sweat, let me go take a shower first." Panic spread, and screams echoed endlessly. In the second-floor emergency exit, the shouts of men battling monsters rose and fell. Heavy hardwood tables, expensive leather, sofas, and bookshelves filled with various books were all pushed into the hallway. "Help me, I'm still downstairs, don't block the way. Let me up, let me up, ah." The emergency exit on the second floor of the apartment was eventually completely blocked, but the men at the very front turned their heads, their eyes filled with extreme anger. Betrayal, a stab in the back. While you were at the front holding off the monsters, others sealed off the escape route. Amid curses and screams, crimson fluid seeped through the cracks in the furniture and began to flow. The men's voices gradually disappeared, replaced by the horrifying sound of chewing. Such a familiar scene. Yang Feng sighed lightly. The apocalypse had just begun, and already a dramatic scene was unfolding. And this was after he had given them advance notice. He had already sent messages, instructing everyone to lock the apartment doors, barricade the emergency exits with heavy objects, and set up defensive measures. Thankfully, the doors were indeed locked. Otherwise, with so many rotting monsters flooding in, those reckless people wouldn't have stood a chance, and the entire building would likely have been slaughtered. Yang Feng's apartment was in room 405 on the 4th floor. At this moment, however, some strangers were sitting in the hallway, their faces filled with terror, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. Survivors? Were these people refugees fleeing from the streets and breaking into the safe passage? Click! The door of room 407 opened, and a beautiful girl walked out. Her bright eyes were clear, and she had long, jet-black hair. She looked somewhat quiet, but her slender figure exuded vitality. It was Su Man. Yang Feng remembered this neighbor, kind-hearted, but seemingly not very well suited to the apocalypse. "Here." Su Man took out a few clean towels and handed them to the pitiful refugees around her. "Wait a moment, I'll go get you some food." She ran back into her room, brought out some instant noodles, and even prepared hot water for the refugees. The survivors in the hallway repeatedly expressed their gratitude, trembling as they accepted the noodles, as if they were ready to kneel and bow to Su Man. What a good person. Yang Feng, however, shook his head silently. As the saying goes, in the apocalypse, the saintly ones die first. Kindness itself is not wrong, but some people, in their relentless pursuit of kindness, end up doing extremely foolish things. Lacking decisiveness, unable to make choices or sacrifices, and trying to save everyone to satisfy their obsession with kindness, they often end up causing more harm in the end. Yang Feng, you're back. Did you just go downstairs to help out? Su Man saw Yang Feng, and her face immediately lit up with joy. She quickly ran to his side. "There are too many refugees here, and I don't have much stockpiled supplies. Could I ask you to help them too?" Her eyes sparkled with hope and kindness, radiating a pure and expectant glow. Yang Feng opened the door to the room. "Look, penniless. I haven't stocked up on anything, not a single supply." He shrugged, while Su Man's expression appeared slightly surprised. Didn't you see it in the property management group? Someone already reminded us to stock up on supplies." Su Man took out her phone and showed Yang Feng a few chat records. Of course, Yang Feng knew that those seemingly crazy messages were actually sent by him using a secondary account. "Yes, I didn't see it." Yang Feng leaned against the doorframe, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Su Man, you're really kind, helping so many people. How about you help me too?" Su Man was stunned after hearing this, a trace of bitterness appearing on her face. However, she gritted her teeth, turned around, and ran back to her room, carrying several boxes of self-heating hot pot in her arms. "I don't know if you have any dietary restrictions, nor do I know what flavors you like," Su Man said, lowering her head as she handed over the boxes of self-heating hot pot. Yang Feng didn't wait for her to finish speaking, grabbed the food, and turned back to his room. Bang! The heavy sound echoed, and the only response Su Man received was the cold indifference of the closed door. What kind of person is this? So unkind and inconsiderate. Exactly, a total scumbag. The surrounding refugees couldn't stand it anymore and began whispering among themselves, speaking up for Su Man. It's fine, Su Man just gave a bitter smile. We're all neighbors, helping each other out. Do you need anything else? Foolish, truly foolish. Yang Feng returned to the bed, his whole body aching. The earlier battle had nearly drained every ounce of his potential, and his muscles had reached their limit. When the apocalypse first broke out, people could still maintain their rationality and uphold the fragile remnants of civilization. But, as time went on, supplies became increasingly scarce, and resources dwindled further. The twisted and dark nature of human hearts would gradually emerge. By then, the refugee survivors outside would no longer feel gratitude toward you but would turn into beasts like starving wolves, cruelly tearing apart defenseless lambs. Doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't provoke me, otherwise. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Whoever dared to provoke him would be shown what a truly ferocious beast was. Yang Feng took out the 8 corpse tumors from his pocket. These corpse tumors contained abundant spiritual essence, the condensed form of the light rain that had descended from the sky. Such corpse tumors could make people stronger and grant them certain special abilities. At the same time, they could also serve as energy food, nourishing existing organs. When accumulated to a certain extent, they could promote their evolution into ghostface larvae. Organs of the dark gold level require a significantly higher number of corpse tumors to be consumed. Only by devouring enough corpse tumors can one break through and be reborn, becoming a growth form. Once the limitations of the larva stage are surpassed, a complete transformation of abilities will occur. The mark on Yang Feng's brow slowly unfolded. A smooth, ink-black mirror-like surface appeared on his cheek, splitting into a mouth that extended to his ear, from which a slimy tongue emerged. He swallowed all 8 corpse tumors. The spiritual energy of the corpse tumors quickly melted away, and Ghostface completely devoured it. A surge of heat flowed through, stimulating his exhausted body and enhancing its basic functions. Oh, Yang Feng's heart trembled. Ghostface devoured these corpse tumors, not only accumulating energy, he discovered with delight, but it can also slightly strengthen the body. The feeling of muscle soreness gradually disappeared, and the fatigue throughout his body slowly dissipated. Fat energy was absorbed in large quantities, enhancing the body's fundamental functions. In just a few hours, his physical strength had improved by a level. Although it still couldn't surpass human limits, Yang Feng's body could now compare to that of a provincial athlete who trains regularly, at least no longer gasping for breath after minor physical activity. Warm shower water cascaded down, washing away the sweat and impurities expelled from Yang Feng's body, forming a small whirlpool of dirty water at his feet before flowing into the drain. Most of the spiritual energy was absorbed by Ghostface, he pondered, while a tiny amount of it strengthened my physical body. He marveled, in just a few hours, it has replaced the results of over a decade of hard training. One more time, and I might be able to rival national-level athletes, perhaps even ultimately surpass human limits. Yang Feng silently calculated the degree of physical enhancement. The hunting action couldn't stop. He had to maintain his lead. The mark burned hot as Ghostface devoured 8 corpse tumors, seemingly digesting the energy. He needed to give it some time. I need to plan my time, he pondered. Monsters are most active at night, making it the best time to leave the apartment and hunt, while the daytime should be used for adequate rest, giving Ghostface time to digest the spiritual essence. His target should be focused on stronger mutants. Yang Feng's eyes flickered. Killing a large number of rotting corpses was nothing. The real hunting targets were those mutants with formidable abilities and severely deformed bodies. Excitement surged in his heart. Just the thought of battling more powerful mutant monsters made his body tremble uncontrollably. With a soft click, Yang Feng turned off the shower valve. The apocalypse had just begun, and water resources were still abundant. Although the internet had collapsed, the power and water systems were still automatically supplying resources. Total power failure should occur about 1 to 2 weeks into the apocalypse, he recalled. The water system, however, can last longer, until it's heavily contaminated by rotting corpses and clogged by abnormal creatures. In the early stages of the disaster, humanity still had some breathing room. Mutants also needed time to grow. Larval stage, growth stage, mature stage, complete stage. Mutants went through the same process, and the stronger the monster, the more energy it consumed, which meant it needed to hunt more humans. When humans became scarce, powerful mutants would begin hunting their own kind, lurking in the darkest corners, waiting for humans to walk into their traps. That would be the darkest and most dangerous phase of the apocalypse. Alright, Yang Feng silently made up his mind. Do whatever it takes to become stronger. With his plan in place, he immediately felt refreshed and stretched comfortably. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Although Yang Feng had not activated his ghostly abilities, he could still sense that the person outside was Su Man. He frowned slightly, opened the door, and asked coldly, "What do you want?" "I have something. I want to ask you for a favor." Su Man seemed a bit hesitant, then stepped aside, revealing a mother and child in poor condition standing behind her. The child is terrified. They have nowhere to stay. Can they temporarily stay here with you? Before Su Man could finish her sentence, Yang Feng raised a hand and interrupted her in
an even colder tone, no. A trace of grievance flashed in Su Manman's eyes, while the mother and child behind her looked at Young Feng with pleading eyes. The surrounding refugees gradually turned their attention to the scene, their gazes filled with disgust, disdain, and contempt. Yang Feng's cold demeanor made him appear like a heartless villain, watching others suffer without the slightest reaction.
What? Trying to morally blackmail me?
Yang Feng sneered, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. Despite the sharp, knife-like gazes around him, he remained cold and indifferent.
I didn't mean that, sorry. Su Manman's eyes were full of disappointment. After a simple apology, she prepared to leave. At that moment, the refugees in the corridor couldn't bear it any longer. What the hell? She just gave you a self-heating hot pot, gave you food to eat, and now you forget? I'd been annoyed with you for a long time. A burly man stood up, walked up to Yang Feng, and grabbed him by the collar. Either you return the self-heating hot pot and apologize to Su Manman, or you give up the room for that mother and child to live in.
Yang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of killing intent emanating.
The man, like a personification of justice, raised the hammer of fairness.
Let go, Yang Feng said calmly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation.
What can you do if I don't let go?
The burly man hadn't finished his sentence when Yang Feng grabbed his thumb with one hand and forcefully twisted it outward.
Crack!
The sound of shattering porcelain echoed, and the man's body bent over in agony.
Yang Feng
lowered his gaze, and the occasional glint in his eyes was razor-sharp. He had no intention of letting the man off. His heel suddenly kicked forward, striking the man's bent knee directly. The crisp sound of breaking porcelain reverberated through the hallway.
Ah!
The man let out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered, his entire lower leg completely twisted.
Yang Feng didn't stop there.
His clenched fist landed heavily on the man's face, knocking out several blood-streaked teeth that scattered onto the ground.
Bang!
Yang Feng grabbed the man's head and slammed it forcefully against the wall, leaving a bloodstain behind.
The man's nose instantly collapsed, and his face became utterly unrecognizable. Brutal, ruthless, swift, and efficient, without a single unnecessary move.
Each strike made the onlookers wince in pain, and some were so terrified that they covered their eyes.
Su Manman was utterly shocked, completely at a loss for words.
Yang Feng, however, simply raised his head, his cold and sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings like a knife piercing into people's hearts. Not a single person dared to meet his eyes for even half a second. This was killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Such an act was even more ruthless and vicious than directly killing that man.
Don't mess with me.
Yang Feng coldly uttered 4 words. The hallway fell silent, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. What followed was the
heavy sound of a door slamming shut.
A child began to cry in fear, and the mother softly comforted them, carrying the child away, terrified of provoking this demon. The men were stunned, instinctively distancing themselves from room 405, afraid of any entanglement with this ferocious figure.
As for the righteous man lying on the ground, no one stepped forward to help him. He remained curled up, sobbing softly. Why was this man so cold-blooded? Was he truly a demon? How could he act so lawlessly?
Questions filled everyone's hearts, but one thing was certain: under no circumstances should anyone provoke the man in room 405, or it would surely lead to disaster. Yang Feng returned to his room, lay back on his small bed, and took a brief nap, closing his eyes to rest.
When midnight came, the time for the hunt would arrive. Midnight, hunting time.
The ghostly mask unfolded on Yang Feng's face, pitch black like ink, smooth as a mirror, with only a savage, bloodthirsty
mouth waiting to devour its prey. A holographic three-dimensional image appeared in Yang Feng's mind. He opened the window and jumped from the 4th-floor balcony's air conditioning unit to the 3rd floor. Thud! Yang Feng's knees bent slightly, landing perfectly. What seemed like
a dangerous move was effortless for Yang Feng, who had complete control over his body and the holographic image.
He moved like an agile cat.
The air conditioning unit bounced a few times on the ground before falling from the 4th floor to the 1st.
In a dark corner, rustling sounds could be heard.
Several decayed corpses lay on the ground, devouring something, likely another unfortunate soul. This time, my physical abilities have improved significantly.
I should be able to hunt more.
Yang Feng muttered to himself, leisurely walking toward the few crouching corpses on the ground.
Ugh, 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 ugh.
The corpses slightly raised their heads, whimpering softly, noticing the human in front of them.
Unfortunately, it was already too late.
Yang Feng moved swiftly, his thumb slightly protruding as he struck horizontally at the temple, instantly shattering.
Its bright red fluid sprayed out. A few minutes later, all the corpses in the alley were eliminated.
The remains of the corpses hunted yesterday, combined with today's new targets, nearly filled the alley with bodies.
Start cleaning from the inside. This alley connects to the apartment courtyard. Let's eliminate them first.
Yang Feng crouched in the shadows, carefully observing his surroundings.
Recklessly stepping onto the wide street was clearly a foolish move.
First, he needed to clear the rotting corpses in the small apartment courtyard to make his living environment safer. A gentle breeze blew by, a few shared bicycles toppled in a row, electric scooters parked haphazardly near the charging station, creating a scene of chaos. Nearby, a large number of wandering corpses could be seen, moaning softly and letting out growls. Yang Feng's steps were as light as a cat's, leaving almost no sound behind.
He was like a hunter in the dark, silently approaching his prey and stealthily taking down the corpses near the electric scooters one by one. 1, 2, 3, 27.
Yang Feng had killed nearly 30 corpses in succession, and not a single monster noticed his presence.
The entire assassination operation was carried out so flawlessly.
No discomfort felt in the lungs.
The heart rate is still normal.
Yang Feng, counting the dozens of zombies he had killed in the alley, found the number already comparable to yesterday's, yet his body remained in an excited state, and a lingering sense of wanting more arose within him. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged like a tide. It seemed that some kind of monster was lurking in the darkness, quietly waiting for him to walk into its trap.
A mutant.
It was a special monster that had undergone abnormal changes beyond ordinary zombies.
Ghostface. Everything was laid bare under the ability of multidimensional information analysis. Yang Feng could clearly sense its
location, and the image gradually became clearer. Sharp fangs and razor-like claws were fully revealed in the holographic projection.
Swift Walker. Stage, Larva. Rarity grade, Emerald.
The Swift Walker is a mutant evolved from a corpse. Its entire body has undergone varying degrees of muscle enhancement, granting it speed comparable to a national-level track athlete. Its bone fingers have developed into sharp blade-like weapons,
with immense lethality. Yang Feng vividly remembers the information about the Swift Walker. This is a relatively low-level mutant in its larval form, but it remains extremely dangerous for evolutionaries who have just stepped into this field. Must not be careless.
Yang Feng took a deep breath, pressed his foot down forcefully, and his figure suddenly accelerated, rushing toward the shadow in the darkness.
Swish!
A cold gleam streaked through the shadow as the Swift One's hand rapidly gathered, growing into a 1-meter-long bone blade.
It transformed
into a sharp weapon, grazing Yang Feng's cheek, even slicing off a few strands of hair.
The peril was breathtaking, leaving one in shock. Crack!
Yang Feng firmly grabbed the arm of the Swift Walker, his feet planted steadily on the ground, like an ancient tree rooted in the earth. A powerful force erupted from his thighs, transmitted through his spine, and his hands suddenly exerted strength with a sharp twist.
One strike. The joint of the Swift Walker's arm was dislocated. Roar, 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 roar.
The sprinter roared in pain and anger, opening its bloody maw and lunging fiercely at Yang Feng's face.
Roar, 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 roar.
Yang Feng also let out an angry roar, the ghostly face splitting into an even larger gap, opening his mouth to bite back at the sprinter.
Bite? Who couldn't?
Yang Feng's ghostly face was of dark gold grade, and those sharp, razor-like teeth were definitely sturdier than the sprinter's.
Squelch!
A crisp tearing sound rang out, and filthy crimson liquid sprayed forth. Half a chunk of flesh was torn apart and casually thrown into the nearby grass, while the sprinter lost half of its face. It was afraid. The sprinter fully displayed an emotion of fear, turning to flee, but Yang Feng would never give it the chance. He kicked the back of the sprinter's knee, forcing it to kneel halfway, its entire body losing balance.
Cross lock.
Yang Feng suddenly lunged forward, tightly clutching the remaining arm with one hand, his legs firmly gripping the neck of the strider, unleashing a continuous surge of power.
The sound of shattering porcelain echoed.
The strider ceased its resistance, lying quietly on the ground, lifeless. The hunt was successful.
Spiritual essence grains flowed. Even in its juvenile form,
the green jade grade variant contained spiritual essence dozens of times greater than that of a decayed corpse. A large amount of spiritual essence gathered, eventually forming a vividly colored, emerald green corpse tumor near the tip of the blade in his hand. Yang Feng tucked it into his pocket. 7 ordinary corpse tumors and 1 green jade grade corpse tumor. Tonight's harvest was quite
bountiful. After tidying up the aftermath, Yang Feng began retracing his steps along the alleyway.
He climbed up using the air conditioning unit and the nearby pipes, quickly returning to his room. This time, he did not immediately consume the corpse tumors but instead pondered. With 10 years of experience in the apocalypse, Yang Feng knew that the more powerful the organ, the more spiritual essence it required to evolve. A green jade grade organ might only need a few corpse tumors to complete its first transformation, while a blue sea pattern grade organ would require more, devouring dozens to achieve its first evolution. As for phantom purple grade and blood bodhi grade, they were bottomless pits.
It seems I can't afford to nurture the dark gold grade Ghostface. Yang Feng realized the problem he was facing. Ghostface devoured corpse tumors as if they were candy, showing no signs of transformation. It was truly a bottomless pit. Continuing to feed this abyss yielded far too little return.
I need to focus on cultivating other abilities first. Enhance combat strength, improve hunting efficiency, and then slowly nurture Ghostface. Yang Feng made up his mind, then took out the corpse tumor obtained from
hunting the strider.
With a slight exertion of his palm, he crushed it. Spiritual essence, emerald green in color, seeped into his skin and penetrated his bones.
Ethereal substance, the emerald green essence once again permeated the skin, burrowing into the bones. Boneblade juvenile form, Yang Feng's hand began
to transform, with bone fingers rapidly growing visible to the naked eye, sprouting sharp black nails.
Is this all it can do?
The sharp nails resembled steel blades, much harder than the claws of the decayed corpses, but still failed to meet Yang Feng's expectations.
Consider yourself lucky.
Yang Feng crushed the remaining 7 corpse tumors, scattering them onto his palm, which were absorbed in large quantities by the bone blade, triggering
a new transformation. Evolution.
The bone blade, having absorbed sufficient energy, began a new evolution.
It was no longer just nails but grew
directly from the center of the finger bones, forming blades of exceptional sharpness, resembling polished steel and reflecting a metallic sheen.
5 fingers, 5 bone blades.
Bone blade mature form, a new organ, a new weapon, directly evolved from the juvenile form to a more powerful mature stage. Although a green jade-grade organ might seem weak in the later stages of the apocalypse, it was still useful for temporary use in the early stages. The bone blade had already formed. Yet this new organ seemed somewhat unruly, continuing to erode the bones, attempting to drill deeper into the forearm to expand its space.
Organ, these aberrant organs formed
by the ethereal substance brought immense power but also came with difficult-to-handle negative effects.
Unruly, they might continuously erode your body, eventually turning you into a monster. Are you trying to rebel?
Yang Feng's ghostly mask covered his face, and a slimy tongue extended, licking the bone blade, revealing an extremely terrifying
expression. Little buddy, do you know whose territory this is? The bone blade immediately ceased its invasive behavior, as if a rookie
soldier had encountered a 5-star general, instantly standing at attention and behaving obediently.
A terrifying dominance, an extreme sense of oppression. The dark gold-grade ghostly mask was enough to make any organ submit. If it disobeyed, it would be devoured. It settled down.
The bone blade immediately condensed at the fingertips, forming 5 slender, sharp daggers that could be thrust out at any moment or retracted back into the finger bones.
Yang Feng was in a good mood. On the
second day of the apocalypse, he had gained another new ability, and it had immediately reached the mature stage. This bone blade weapon would make future hunts much more convenient, at least until he found a replacement for it. After taking a short break, Yang Feng first massaged his sore muscles and then did some stretching exercises.
Continuous high-intensity combat required learning how to adjust oneself, otherwise, the body would eventually collapse. At this moment, bursts of commotion came from the corridor outside. Why should I? I'm not giving it to you.
Vaguely, 2 groups of people could be heard confronting each other, with more and more people gathering, and the noise growing increasingly louder.
He opened the door.
Yang Feng leaned against the doorframe, his gaze directed toward the corridor. A woman stood in the middle of the hallway, followed by several burly men. She held an iron rod stained with dirty blood in her hand, exuding an aggressive aura.
The woman
appeared to be around 30 years old, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, with a hint of arrogance in her expression. She was dressed in an elegant professional outfit, and the tight-fitting short skirt accentuated her alluring figure. She was Bai Ting. In Yang Feng's memory, she was the general manager of the property management for the entire apartment complex.
Among the residents, there were often rumors circulating about her.
It was said that Bai Ting had secured her position as general manager through her connections with the developer's boss.
A mistress? A kept woman?
Or perhaps a trait of power and favors? These scandalous stories sparked heated discussions, with everyone speculating and fantasizing. Looking at her flirtatious demeanor, one couldn't help but imagine some steamy scenarios, wondering how Bai Ting might have groveled before the boss.
Everyone should work together,
Bai Ting declared righteously. Before the rescue arrives, we should face this hardship together. I am the property manager, and it is my responsibility to collect supplies and distribute them fairly to all survivors.
She spoke with
righteousness, but her true intention was clear: to gather the supplies hoarded by the residents and label her actions as fair distribution. These are what I managed to grab from the supermarket with great difficulty.
Why should I give them to you?
Exactly. The supplies I hoarded are enough for me to live on for weeks. Many homeowners, having already heard the news, had stockpiled a large amount of supplies and were naturally unwilling to share with others.
Don't be so selfish, everyone. You may have hoarded a lot of food, but there are still many people who can't eat, many children who are starving. Bai Ting played the emotional card, standing on the moral high ground. Can you really bear to let the heroes downstairs, who are fighting off the monsters, go hungry? The opposing voices immediately weakened significantly. Could people really bear to watch those refugees starve to death? Could they bear to let the heroes downstairs, who are fighting off the monsters, also suffer from hunger? Most people appeared hypocritical. Few were willing to step forward and play the villain, all needing to cloak themselves in a veneer of civilization. Although the opposing voices diminished, the majority remained selfish, and no one was willing to voluntarily contribute their supplies. I am willing to donate food.
A familiar voice came from room 407. Suman Man raised her hand, then carried out some rice and flour from the room, along with 2 boxes of stockpiled instant noodles.
Manager Bai Ting is right. Anyway, we can't let those kids go hungry. Everyone should work together.
Suman Man wiped the sweat sweat from her forehead. The sunlight filtered through her slightly damp hair, seemingly making her appear even more pure and kind-hearted.
Is this the type to be moved by herself?
Yang Feng glanced at Su Man, and a trace of disgust involuntarily arose in his heart.
Was she inexperienced in the ways of the world? Or genuinely pure and kind? Had she not faced the harsh realities of society? Or perhaps she liked to wear the cloak of kindness, and after wearing it for so long, found it hard to take off? This homeowner is indeed reasonable.
Everyone, please rest assured that all the collected supplies will be repurchased at 3 times the market price. Our group's chairman, Mr. Mo Jianfang, will never treat any of you unfairly. Once the rescue arrives, each person will also receive a compensation payment. Bai Ting inadvertently revealed a hint of a proud smile as she continued speaking eloquently.
Mo Jianfeng. He was truly an extraordinary figure.
A renowned local tycoon, he was the mastermind behind the apartment complex, as well as the nearby mall and the entire commercial street shops, all of which belonged to this legendary individual.
The mention of compensation finally eased the tense expressions on people's faces slightly.
Bai Ting gave a few meaningful glances to her subordinates. A burly man pushed a cart, while the others followed behind, starting to go door to door collecting supplies.
You don't want to hand them over?
Then you're selfish. Then you're not cooperating with the work.
Then you deserve to be taught a lesson.
Several fierce and intimidating burly men neatly placed the hoarded supplies onto the cart. Even if some were unwilling, a glance at the muscular builds of these men and the blood-stained iron rods in their hands made it clear how to cooperate.
Room 405.
Where are your supplies? The leading burly man stood in front of Yang Feng, blocking his view like a wall.
Yang Feng shrugged and casually tossed out 2 remaining boxes of self-heating hot pot. It's all here. You can search if you want.
As poor as a church mouse. Looking into the house of the big man, the room was unnaturally clean, but it indeed didn't seem like a place to hide anything.
Kid, you'd better not play any tricks, or if we find out.
The burly man leading the group clenched his fist, producing a crackling sound like beans being roasted, clearly threatening Yang Feng.
It was almost done. The cart
was quickly loaded, piled high like a small mountain with various food and supplies. Bai Ting revealed a satisfied smile, ready to leave with her subordinates.
Thank you.
At this moment, a slightly mocking voice came from room 405. Yang Feng smiled and pointed to his own room. You've already collected everything, now it's time to distribute.
As for me, I'm very poor. Give me a bit more, no objections, right?
The corners of Yang Feng's mouth lifted slightly, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm.
I'm very poor. Maybe I take a little food, no problem, right?
Yang Feng said matter-of-factly, his face full of indifference. Coupled with his provocative tone, it immediately left everyone at the scene stunned. Bai Ting turned around, gently adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes, even suspecting she had misheard. Without Bai Ting needing to give an order, the burly man leading the group stepped forward, glaring at Yang Feng with an even fiercer look.
Kid, I already thought something was off about you earlier.
Let me give you a piece of advice. Understand the situation clearly, and you'd better not cause me any trouble. The burly leader raised an iron rod, pointing it at Yang Feng's head, threatening him in the most menacing tone.
Splat! The sound of tearing followed.
Yang Feng's hand seemed to lift slightly, and a faint glint of cold light flashed.
What happened next was even more terrifying.
An arm holding a steel pipe spun a few times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud.
Clang!
The iron rod in his hand fell to the ground, rolling toward the wall. Bright red blood gushed out like a spring, and only then did the burly man react, immediately clutching his shoulder.
Aha!
He let out a pig-slaughtering scream, his body collapsing uncontrollably to the ground, his eyes filled with intense fear.
Severed an entire arm? What just happened in that instant? All the onlookers saw was Yang Feng lightly raise his hand, and the ferocious burly man had his arm chopped off? Don't point things at me.
Yang Feng's gaze was cold and ruthless, and every word he uttered seemed to make the surrounding temperature plummet, sending chills down everyone's spine.
Stunned, terrified, overwhelmed with fear,
Bai Ting met Yang Feng's gaze and instinctively took a few steps back, stopping only when her back pressed against the wall.
The remaining burly men around also
unconsciously retreated a few steps, cold sweat dripping from their temples.
Touching their backs, they found their clothes completely soaked with sweat.
Drenched in sweat, drenched in sweat,
drenched in sweat. Yesterday, it was him who did the beating.
So cruel, that person's front teeth were knocked out, and their entire face was twisted horribly. Someone nearby whispered, saying that the man from room 405 had taught an outsider refugee a lesson yesterday, beating him up so badly it was unbearable to watch.
Today, that man was showing his might again.
Yang Feng walked over to the cart, took a ripe red apple from a box of fresh fruit packaging, and pulled out a butterfly knife. He skillfully twirled it in his hand, creating a dazzling display of knife shadows, then evenly
sliced the apple into several pieces that fell onto a plate.
Yang Feng stabbed the slice with the tip of the knife, brought it to his mouth, and chewed it slowly, revealing his signature devilish smile.
I'll say it one more time. All these supplies stay here. You don't have any objections, do you?
Yang Feng's icy words pierced Bai Ting's heart like a knife, causing her to feel immense pressure pressure. She involuntarily swallowed hard. I can't explain. Before Bai Ting could finish her sentence, a butterfly knife flew over, precisely embedding itself into the wall beside her cheek, severing a few strands of her smooth hair. A deviation of just a few centimeters, and it would have pierced her head. Poof! Yang Feng snorted coldly, grabbed the handle of the cart, and directly pulled the supply-laden truck into his room. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving behind a group of people staring at each other in silence, as well as the burly man writhing in pain on the ground. Neighbors hoard food, I hoard neighbors. As the apocalypse descends, everything becomes meaningless, only power is real. No matter how much food you store, how many supplies you prepare, or how strong your weapons are, absolute power will ultimately crush them all. Go, let's hurry. Bai Ting watched as the cold door slowly closed. Her taut nerves finally relaxed, and she suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion, almost collapsing to the ground. The few burly men quickly helped their fallen companion up, retrieved the severed arm, and swiftly left the fourth floor. The corridor quickly returned to silence. No one dared to approach room 405 again. The experiences of the past few days had made everyone understand that a demon lived in room 405A. Cold-blooded man who absolutely could not be provoked. People's conversation shifted to room 407. Su Man. Various rumors about her began spreading throughout the entire floor. White Lotus, stop pretending to be a good person. When others came to collect supplies, she voluntarily handed hers over, and in the end, we all suffered because of it. Exactly. If everyone had just stuck together and refused to hand anything over, Bai Ting definitely wouldn't have said anything. Would she really dare to force everyone? Troublemaker. Su Man's kindness and good intentions made her the troublemaker in everyone's eyes. People always need an excuse, especially to justify their own cowardly actions. If it weren't for Su Man, I would never have handed over the supplies. If it weren't for Su Man, I would have fought White Ting and the others to the end. If it weren't for her, united together, we wouldn't be afraid of those few strong men. If it weren't for her, the ones who should be afraid would be White Ting and the others. Those steel rods wouldn't scare me at all. Justifying one's own cowardice and finding someone to take the blame is undoubtedly the simplest and most self-assured way. Everyone's gaze toward Su Man turned cold, as if she were the root of all problems and the culprit behind the loss of supplies. However, the truth was even more terrifying. Their food and supplies were clearly in room 405, yet no one dared to accuse Yang Feng of wrongdoing, nor did anyone dare to provoke this demon. I just wanted to help. Su Man endured the crowd's accusations, her eyes filled with confusion. Had she really done something wrong? Was it wrong to take the initiative to help others? She donated her own supplies, hoping to help more people, hoping that everyone could have a meal. Was that truly a mistake? She sat powerlessly at her doorstep. The refugee mother and child from earlier were sitting across from Su Man when a sudden growl of hunger echoed. Mom, I'm hungry. The child, who was less than 10 years old, was hungry again. The refugee mother looked troubled and could only comfort him, saying, once the food is distributed, there will be something to eat. Su Man looked at the mother and child, and her kindness made her heart ache. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she hurried to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator compartment, and found some leftover food. As if seeking redemption, Su Man heated the remaining food and brought it to the mother and child. The child is still young, let him eat first. Her gaze was gentle, but she hadn't expected the mother and son to simply take the food indifferently and start eating. Troublemaker. It's all because of you that there's no food left. Su Man heard these complaints, and tears of grievance shimmered in her eyes. Yesterday, she had saved these refugees and distributed food and warm water to them. Yet today, she was being called a troublemaker. Troublemaker. You're still hiding food? I knew you were up to no good. What's surrendering food? You clearly still have your own stash. A hypocritical saint is just a hypocritical saint, tricking others into surrendering their food while keeping some for yourself to eat. The surrounding refugees, seeing the mother and son with food, all turned red-eyed and stormed into Su Man's home, rummaging through cabinets, smashing, and looting. Everyone vented their emotions, taking away everything they could. Su Man sat helplessly in the corner, unable to hold back her tears as they streamed down her face. She didn't know what she had done wrong. All of this feels like a scene from a movie. The gunshot rings out. Can you clearly see who fired the shot? I can't. He stands on the moral high ground, bathed in sunlight. The night fog is hazy. Through the window, many rotting corpses can be seen wandering aimlessly, intruding into the apartment complex. Ugh. Low moans escape from their throats, and beneath their torn end, decayed flesh, faint glimmers of fluorescence flicker. Spirit matter. Mutated spirit matter, not yet fully digested, makes the horde of monsters look like glowing sticks, as if a swarm of fireflies had gathered together. Rotting corpses, the lowest grade monsters. In a few days, the decayed corpses will completely absorb the spiritual sand particles, their physical strength will increase by a level, and dealing with them will become even more troublesome. Yang Feng quietly observed from upstairs. After the apocalyptic disaster erupted, countless creatures began a grotesque race of evolution. Whether it was decayed corpse variants or
or mutant beasts. And insects, they were constantly growing stronger and mutating. It's like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. I need to speed up the hunting efficiency. Yang Feng prepared himself, opened the window, and leapt down in one fluid motion, landing skillfully on the outdoor air conditioning unit before using the pipes to land steadily. The silver moonlight spilled down, and the ghostly black darkness of the faceless mask absorbed every strand of silver light completely, as if a black hole devouring all sources of illumination. Swish! Bone blades, mature form. The tips of Yang Feng's finger bones extended, ejecting 5 sharp bone blades, as if forged from refined steel, glinting faintly under the moonlight. They're here. Several decayed corpses that had wandered into the alley stumbled over the bodies, following the sound toward Yang Feng's direction. Multidimensional information analysis. Holographic image capture brought the information within a 100-meter radius clearly into Yang Feng's mind. Without hesitation, his pace suddenly quickened as he charged toward the moving corpses. A sharp glint of cold light flashed, followed by several round objects dropping to the ground. Filthy crimson liquid spurted out, and the spherical objects rolled around like watermelons. The cuts were smooth and polished, resembling a mirror's surface, showcasing the sharpness of the bone blade. After all, it was a specially evolved organ. Effortless. With the bone blade, Yang Feng found it exceptionally easy to slay monsters, achieving higher efficiency. A single strike was enough, far quicker than using killing techniques to target joints and weak points. 2 corpse tumors were collected into his pouch. In the early stages of the apocalypse, many spirit-quality granules remained unabsorbed and instead gathered within the corpse tumors, with a much higher drop rate compared to later stages. First, let's clean up the monsters in the apartment complex. Yang Feng's gaze turned toward the courtyard of the complex. The stray corpses that had wandered in were scattered across the open space, constantly searching and using their keen sense of smell to capture scent molecules in the air. Some of the corpses even detected a faint trace of human presence and began to stagger toward the stairs of the safe passage. Bang, 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 bang. Some of the corpses slammed their bodies against obstacles, scratching at the heavy bookshelves and wooden beds with their claws, leaving dense scratch marks. The stairs of the passage were too cluttered with obstacles. This path was impassable. After half a day of battering, a dozen corpses managed to break only the outermost bookshelf, eventually returning to their wandering state and staggering away from the stairs of the safe passage. At most half a month, the apartment might fall. Corpses that fully absorb the spiritual sand will mutate into a large number of aberrant creatures. Yang Feng observed in secret, talking to himself. At this stage, the apartment seemed as solid as a fortress, with the main door wrapped in heavy chains and the emergency exits blocked by various obstacles. No monster could breach the defenses. However, in a few days, the situation would change. Many monsters would reach the conditions for evolution, mutating into special creatures that could easily break the locks and tear apart the obstacles and the emergency exits. When they stormed into the apartment, it would be like wolves among sheep. Splat, 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 splat. The cold moonlight spilled over the sharp bone blade. The corpses in the inner courtyard were hunted one after another, and a ghostly figure always appeared from the darkness, swinging its claws to deliver a fatal blow. With 3 corpse tumors in hand, the apartment complex was now cleaned up, simple and effortless. This is merely a warm-up. Yang Feng weighed the 5 corpse tumors in his hand. The series of hunts just now was nothing more than an appetizer for him. Expand outward. Yang Feng's icy gaze turned toward the area beyond the complex. It was time to expand the hunting range. He crouched low, moving silently through the shadows. Beyond the street, a dense mass of corpses stretched endlessly, like a tide formed by countless fireflies, wandering aimlessly. Zombie horde. Tens of thousands of rotting corpses surged forward aimlessly, as if holding a grand Halloween parade, drifting with the tide. Do not provoke the zombie horde. Hiding in the shadows, Yang Feng avoided drawing the horde's attention and slipped into a shop along the shadowy corner of the street. Xiaopong Spicy Hot Pot. A dark, lightless environment is not friendly to human eyes, but for Ghostface, everything is as dazzling as daylight, with every color hidden in the darkness appearing vividly vibrant. The air is filled with a stench of decay. The floor is littered with overturned plates and fragments. The leftover spicy hot pot has turned viscous, emitting a pungent sour odor. Bloodstains are everywhere, and a long bloody handprint is smeared across the wall. At the far end of the shop lies a human corpse. Its nearly hollowed out remains chilling to behold. Clearly, the corpse creatures attacked it, and the shattered body, lacking sufficient energy, did not transform into a new monster after death. Looking around again, many corpse creatures are sprawled on the ground, the fluorescent substance within their bodies almost completely drained, seemingly sinking into a deep slumber. Have they consumed enough energy and are preparing for hibernation and evolution? Yang Feng's ghost face furrowed slightly. The surrounding corpse creatures had evidently killed many people, and after obtaining sufficient energy, they were about to advance further into hibernation and evolution, becoming aberrant corpses. The first complete evolution of corpse creatures, with wounds fully healed and widespread decay disappearing, transforming into aberrant corpses. Although these aberrant corpses have not reached the formidable level of mutants, their strength and speed far surpass those of ordinary humans. One step further, and they can evolve into mutants. This counts as them going easy on me. Young Feng moved lightly, giving them no chance. Taking advantage of their still slumbering state, he used his bone blade to kill them all with one strike each. Over 10 dormant corpses were slain, and he harvested 3 corpse tumors. Ugh, 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 ugh. From the direction of the kitchen, the sound of groaning corpses echoed. Young Feng focused his thoughts, and Ghostface captured multidimensional information. Through the thick door panels, he sensed that there were survivors in the kitchen. A corpse and a woman, sharing the same room? The bone blade slid gently, cutting the lock through the gap in the door. Yang Feng's figure flashed as he rushed into the kitchen. With a swift motion, he decapitated the corpse, while his other hand covered the woman's mouth to prevent her from screaming. It was all done in one fluid motion. The groaning corpse was instantly killed by Yang Feng's blade. The nearby woman was immediately silenced as he covered her mouth, stopping her from screaming and attracting more monsters. She struggled, instinctively wanting to scream, but no sound came out. Horror. Eyes contracted sharply, first in shock, then in fear, and finally in anger and sorrow. Xiao Pang. Xiao Pang. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she looked at the decapitated corpse, sobbing his name. Xiao Pang Ma La Tang. The corpse Yang Feng had just killed was the chef and owner, a kind and chubby young man. Yang Feng no longer restrained the woman. She broke free and ran to the corpse, hugging it and crying. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Pang's neck, wrists, and thighs were tied with ropes, clearly to prevent him from harming his girlfriend. The truth gradually became clear. Yang Feng immediately understood what had happened. The aberration of the spirit was highly contaminating to ordinary people. When corpse monsters bit or scratched humans, the victims were highly likely to be infected. Once infected, unless they possessed extraordinary willpower, they would gradually transform into completely irrational monsters over time. Your boyfriend has been infected. Yang Feng squatted down, inspecting the remains of Chubby, and casually made a small incision at the fatal spot on the back of the neck, luckily extracting a corpse tumor. The woman glared angrily, turning her head to stare fiercely at Young Feng. You deserve to die. You killed Chubby. You killed Chubby. She watched her boyfriend die before her eyes, and even though Chubby had already turned into a rotting corpse, she still found it hard to accept, her gaze filled with furious confusion. The woman pulled out a kitchen knife, trembling as she pointed it at Young Feng, but she couldn't bring herself to stab him. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, sensing her hesitation. The outbreak of the apocalypse, the feelings of oppression and fear, indeed drove people mad. Yang Feng's voice carried a cold tone, but you know full well that he has mutated. Do you not want to live anymore? The woman gradually became hysterical, the anger in her eyes burning into madness. Finally, she glanced at Chubby's remains on the ground one last time, summoned her courage, and gripped the knife as she charged forward. Clang! Metal clashed against metal as the bone blade struck the kitchen knife, producing a metallic sound. Immediately afterward, half of the kitchen knife shattered, spinning, and flying into the wall, embedding itself in a crack. The woman slowly collapsed, dying in the embrace of Chubby's remains. Yang Feng gave her a swift end, sparing her from prolonged pain, and she instantly lost consciousness and life. The ill-fated couple, once thriving, full of happiness, and enjoying both love and career success, perished in this twisted and cruel apocalypse. To outsiders, their actions might seem utterly insane. Yang Feng understood in his heart, the truly insane thing was this twisted apocalypse. Usable resources are few and far between. A gas cylinder could be modified into a weapon. He sighed slightly, then began searching the kitchen to see if there were any tools worth collecting. Cooking utensils, sharp kitchen knives, and 2 spare gas canisters. Although he had bone blades and wasn't lacking weapons, gas canisters were valuable materials for making homemade bombs. There's still some frozen meat and Odin in the freezer. Finally, Yang Feng opened the freezer and found a pile of spicy hot pot meat ingredients. However, he wasn't short on supplies. There was still a truckload of food he had looted at home. Take note of it. He took out a small notebook and sketched a simple map. Outside the apartment building, the location of Xiao Pang's spicy hot pot was marked, along with notes about the 2 gas canisters and some frozen meat for future collection. Let's continue the hunt. That night, Yang Feng hunted nearly 10 corpse tumors, but he was still unsatisfied. He had enough stamina left to keep hunting. The kitchen had 2 doors, one leading to the shop and the main street, and the other leading to the back alley. The back alley connected to some old residential areas, with a rundown environment, vegetable stalls, butcher shops, and a few small, ordinary supermarkets. There was no large-scale zombie horde, making it relatively safe and suitable as a new hunting ground. Something feels off here. Yang Feng opened the back door and immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere. The ground of the dilapidated alley was in disrepair, riddled with potholes. The meat shop and vegetable stall were connected, their signs covered in grime. Even so, the number of rotting corpse monsters in the
the back alley of the street shouldn't be this low, only a scattered dozen or so creatures.
Bang, 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 bang.
From the nearby butcher shop came the sound of heavy chopping.
Yang Feng's heart tightened as he hid in the shadows, slowly approaching the shop.
The air trembled, as if turning into ripples that revealed a massive figure. The butcher. It was a mutated monster, standing
over 2 meters tall, its entire body bulging with muscles. The veins beneath its skin were grotesque, like writhing worms, and its
back was as broad as a small mountain.
Its body was covered with faint blue markings, resembling the scars left on steel after forging.
It gripped a massive cleaver, forcefully hacking at a blurry chunk of meat in front of it, splitting even the tough bones along with
it. The chopping board bore deep cracks from the strikes. What was it chopping?
That wasn't a slaughtered pig or sheep, but rather
blue sea markings.
Yang Feng immediately recognized the azure color on the butcher's body as proof of the blue sea pattern level. When the purity of aberrant spiritual essence reaches a certain degree, it exhibits this color, indicating its leveled blue sea pattern.
Deep steel giant corpse, stage, larva, rarity grade, blue sea pattern.
A powerful aberrant species evolved after being parasitized by a special organ, with muscles as hard as steel, capable of easily resisting small caliber firearm bullets.
An aberrant species. It's actually a sea pattern level aberrant species. The
rarity of the deep steel giant corpse is very high, and every appearance brings immense trouble to humanity. Such a monster has a physical body comparable to a tank, and if it continues to evolve to the level of indigo steel corpse, it would truly become impervious to blades and bullets.
My body is heating up. Finally encountered a monster that can give me a slight sense of pressure.
Yang Feng slowly stood up from the shadows, a twisted and excited smile on his face. The desire for battle and slaughter made his blood boil.
Combat, carnage, so exhilarating.
Yang Feng revealed a crazed smile, choosing not to launch a sneak attack from the shadows but instead stepping into the butcher shop step by step, intending to confront it head-on.
Bang!
The giant cleaver fell, and the butcher chopped the leg of meat in front of him into 2 pieces, splitting the entire cutting board in half. Sensing the enemy's approach, it gripped the handle tightly.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
The 2-meter-tall butcher let out an inhuman beastly roar, stepping toward Yang Feng one step at a time.
His massive feet
thudded against the ground, and his original shoes were completely destroyed due to the deformity, leaving only a few scraps of fabric. He raised the knife and struck down.
The giant cleaver swept through the air with a fierce gust, seemingly aiming to split Yang Feng in two.
It came down hard from above,
so fast. The steel-like muscles covering his body certainly didn't mean clumsy movements.
With the terrifying power behind it, the cleaver descended at an incredible speed, leaving an ordinary person no time to react.
Good.
The air trembled with resonance.
The blade flashed, and the edge of the giant cleaver was riddled with countless nicks, all left from hacking through bones.
The oppressive feeling during the battle sharpened his focus, and his body's sensitivity to time seemed to have greatly
heightened.
Time felt compressed, and everything around him seemed to slow down. Yang Feng's ghostly mask, pitch black like ink and smooth as a mirror, revealed an expression of extreme excitement as he sensed the danger of the blade about to strike.
Yes, yes, yes. He was overjoyed. This feeling, it's so exhilarating. Finally, the next second I'll be split in half.
The next moment the butcher's knife will sever me. Death is right in front of me. Although the ghostly face had no eyes, he could feel the excitement flickering in its gaze, fully indulging in the thrill of being on the brink of death.
Wait.
Just wait 0.01 seconds more. Wait 0.01 seconds more. Closer, closer, closer. At the very moment the butcher's knife was about to strike, the sensation of time seemed to almost explode under pressure, and the feeling of impending death reached its peak. Yang Feng suddenly twisted, his steps narrowly dodging the blade at
the last moment.
A strand of hair fell with the descending knife. Had he been just a fraction of a second slower, his head would likely have been cleaved apart.
Deliberate.
He could have dodged that blade long ago, yet he waited until the very last moment to escape.
Perverse, twisted, madman. None of these words are enough to describe Yang Feng's insane display just now.
Almost died, he thought to himself.
How interesting.
Yang Feng hid to the side, gasping for breath, feeling the thrill of death's approach, his mouth unknowingly stretching to his ears. The butcher gave him no time to savor the moment. The massive cleaver swung horizontally, cutting a huge angle, aiming to slice Yang Feng in half.
Ding!
Yang Feng's bone blade struck the cleaver, metal clashing against metal, sparks flying everywhere. The immense force of the impact nearly fractured Yang Feng's wrist on the spot. The difference in strength was simply too great. His feet rapidly stomped the ground, retreating swiftly to channel the recoil into the earth. But even so, he still felt his arm go
numb.
A drop of blood trickled down, the bone blade was damaged, his finger bones slightly twisted, and crimson blood dripped from the torn gaps between his fingers. His entire forearm remained in a paralyzed state.
Truly enjoyable. This strike was quite impressive too. Yang Feng's face became even more twisted, savoring the oppressive feeling of the opponent's relentless advance.
His body trembled involuntarily, as if he feared the butcher before him.
Instinct.
His body instinctively felt fear. However, this fear could ignite a a powerful fighting spirit, forcing his body to tap into more potential.
Only by doing so could he survive. Tremble. Fear. Adrenaline is surging. The potential of my body is triggered by the fear of death. This feeling of being on the brink of death, walking on the edge of a blade, it's truly exhilarating. 10 years into the apocalypse, no one can remain normal. Yang Feng, once a useless man left behind by countless evolvers, how did he carve a bloody path and surpass those unparalleled geniuses? Madness. What he relied on was the endless frenzy of slaughter. My turn. Yang Feng felt his blood boiling, every cell in his body consumed by a state of fervor. His eerie, agile steps flickered, the bone blade gleaming with a sharp, icy light as he dodged the butcher's attack and slashed under his raised armpit. Toughness, resilient muscles. The sensation transmitted from the strike was like cutting into steel, the tough muscle fibers intertwined like steel bars. This strike only left the butcher with a shallow cut. Roar, 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 roar. The butcher let out an angry roar, swinging his cleaver even faster. His other hand clenched into a fist, smashing fiercely toward Yang Feng. Dodge. The holographic image displayed every tremor of the butcher's muscles, every shift in his steps, and every angle of his attacks, all vividly in Yang Feng's mind. Again. Yang Feng laughed wildly, like a butterfly gracefully dancing, dodging continuously between the cleaver and the massive fist, miraculously evading every ferocious strike. Boom, 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 boom. The cleaver shattered the floor, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. The deep blue iron fist smashed through the wall, exposing the concrete and steel structure beneath. The sheer power of the iron giant was overwhelming, evident from the marks of chopping and impact all over the butcher shop. Each of the butcher's attacks was lethal. If anyone were watching, they would never believe Yang Feng could defeat such a monster. However, Yang Feng was not just evading. Each time he dodged and avoided an attack, every sinister grin and maniacal laugh, he would swing his sharp bone blade, slashing again and again at the butcher's body. A tough physique? Muscles like steel? One slash left only a shallow mark, but what about 10 slashes, 100 slashes? Squelch! The sound of tearing rang out, and one of the butcher's arms hung limp, unable to lift again. The muscle fibers and tendons were completely severed by Yang Feng, leaving the butcher without an arm. Thud! A similar tearing sound echoed once more, and the butcher's leg dropped to a kneeling position. The tendon at the heel was cut, the ligaments at the knee were severed, and the major tendon at the root of the leg was completely sliced through. Roar, 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 roar! The butcher let out furious howls. Even with one arm and one leg lost, he still crawled on the ground, attempting to crush the tiny human before him into pieces. Done playing. No threat, no fun. Yang Feng exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The exhilarating battle had left him immensely satisfied, but now the fight had turned into a one-sided slaughter. The outcome was decided, and the deep iron giant corpse, devoid of any threat, could no longer bring him any joy. What came next seemed much simpler. Yang Feng quietly moved behind the butcher, slashed with his bone claw, and severed the fatal point at the back of its head. Foul blood splattered, spiritual essence shimmered, and the deep blue markings gradually faded. The powerful energy traced back in a certain direction, eventually condensing into a deep blue corpse tumor. A rare-grade corpse tumor with blue sea markings. Perfect for enhancing my body. Apartment. Yang Feng returned to his room. After the frenzy of slaughter, his taut nerves relaxed slightly, and a wave of soreness swept over his entire body, as if his bones were about to fall apart. The corpse tumor, the deep iron giant corpse, the rare-grade corpse tumor with blue sea markings. Yang Feng held it in his palm. Under the light, it gleamed like a dazzling sapphire, with its internal mutated spiritual essence radiating a brilliant glow. Organ. Muscle enhancement. This corpse tumor is the ultimate in muscle enhancement. Even in its larval form, the muscle fibers are sufficient to withstand small-caliber firearms, and as it continues to evolve, it can nearly achieve perfect immunity to blades and bullets. Splat. Yang Feng crushed the corpse tumor, and a brilliant deep blue spiritual essence spread over his skin, seeping into his muscles and bringing waves of warmth. Soon, the warmth turned into excruciating pain. His entire body felt an intense tearing sensation, as if countless worms were writhing beneath his skin, or as if tens of thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh and blood. Yang Feng's face turned pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans covered his ashen face. Rampage. The rare-grade blue sea pattern corpse tumor caused the power within his body to go berserk. It not only burrowed into his muscles, but also coiled around his bones, tightening more and more, even attempting to invade his internal organs and completely take over his body. Ha, you brat, are you trying to rebel too? Yang Feng's ghostly face unfolded, revealing a cruel crack, his expression twisted in manic, dark gold, like a descending demon king, overlooking everything. It seemed to carry the innate suppression of bloodlines, and absolutely terrifying dominance. Yang Feng grinned, extending a sticky tongue to lick his own skin, conveying a signal of threat. Eat you, tear you apart. I will crush all spiritual essence and completely devour you. The spiritual essence radiating a brilliant blue hue immediately abandoned its invasion, obediently yielding to the ghostly face's reprimand
ran like a well-behaved child, only daring to merge into the muscles throughout the body, fortifying its rightful domain. Powerful, robust, resilient, like muscle fibers forged from steel.
Deep iron fibers.
Yang Feng acquired a third special organ. The muscles throughout his body underwent special reinforcement, with the muscle fibers exhibiting a brilliant blue sheen hidden beneath his skin.
Gulp, gulp, gulp. He grabbed more than a dozen ordinary corpse tumors and had Ghostface swallow them all.
Ghostface's pitch-black visage shimmered with the energy of spiritual matter conversion, most of which was absorbed, while a small portion was fed back into his body.
Comprehensive enhancement.
Although the degree of this enhancement wasn't significant, it was extremely stable, incidentally repairing old injuries in his body and making the other organs more obedient.
National-level top athlete.
After the last time he devoured corpse tumors, Yang Feng's overall physical fitness had reached the level of a provincial athlete. This time, the spiritual matter feedback caused another qualitative leap in his body. Excluding the special organs, his overall physical fitness had reached the level of a top national athlete, very close to the limits of human capability. Cardiopulmonary function, bone strength, reflex speed, metabolic rate, all kinds of functions were greatly improved.
Yang Feng lay on the bed, sinking into a deep sleep, his body exhausting the last trace of energy during the intense evolution. Afternoon.
After sleeping soundly for more than 10 hours, Yang Feng finally woke up. At this moment, his entire body was covered with a layer of black residue, a mixture of sweat and impurities expelled from his body, forming large patches of black scabs.
The warm
water flowed down from the showerhead, making him feel incredibly comfortable. As the water washed over him, the sweat stains and
residue peeled away.
Through the bathroom window, he caught sight of his current physique, which had become significantly more robust. Yang Feng's previously somewhat slender frame had now undergone muscle fiber evolution, with his muscles slightly bulging, giving him a particularly
healthy appearance. Not bad, he nodded slightly, feeling somewhat satisfied. Thanks to the deep iron fibers being restrained under his elder brother's threat, they hadn't overgrown excessively. Otherwise, if his entire body turned into blocks of muscle like iron, it would have been troublesome. It wasn't just a matter of aesthetics. Overly bulky muscles could compress bones, tear skin, and even affect the body's flexibility and coordination. This improvement is significant, Yang Feng thought to himself. Strength has increased noticeably, and the muscle fibers now have a certain level of defensive capability, enough to handle most unexpected situations. He speculated about his current combat power, standing at the forefront of evolution, and couldn't help but feel a slight sense of invincibility. Sizzle, sizzle. Hot oil bubbled in the pan as several steaks were being cooked simultaneously. A self-heating hot pot was boiling, a dozen sausages had been sliced, and a pot of rich pork rib soup was simmering. What an appetite! The amount of food in this meal could last others for several days. Physical strength needed to be replenished with food, and after a bout of exhaustion and weakness, Yang Feng had a hearty meal, instantly regaining much of his energy, his whole body brimming with a sense of power. Refreshing. He let out a satisfied burp. The thrill of battle, the exhilaration of killing, the joy of evolution, and the pleasure of eating, it was all equally satisfying. Knock, knock.
Just then, there was a knock at the door. Yang Feng wiped his mouth and opened the door to find a stranger standing outside, his face filled with confusion and fear, as if he was terrified of him. "I live on the 7th floor, the man stammered. "I knocked on your door this morning, but no one answered, so I waited until now." He seemed uneasy and nervous. After all, there were rumors that the man in 405 was extremely frightening, quick to draw blood at the slightest disagreement. "Cut the nonsense," Yang Feng interrupted him impatiently, waving his hand.
"Get to the point. What do you want from me?" "All right, here's the thing," the man stammered. "Mr. Mo Jianfeng asked me to deliver a message. He wants to invite you to the rooftop. No one answered the door this morning, so I thought you might be sleeping and didn't dare disturb you." He appeared extremely nervous, repeatedly mentioning that he dared not disturb Yang Feng, fearing that the latter might harm him. Mo Jianfeng. Yang Feng silently mouthed the name. The last time the property manager Bai Ting came to collect supplies, she had mentioned him. He was the developer of the nearby residential area, the chairman of a major corporation, running a large business, building numerous buildings, and buying up many streets. Could such a prominent figure really be in the apartment? Was he inspecting the premises? Or, as rumors suggested, secretly meeting with Miss Bai Ting? Thinking of this, Yang Feng couldn't help but mock. The apocalypse breaks out, and the big boss of a corporation ends up trapped in an apartment. Now that's amusing. His eyes glimmered with mischief. "Do you think Mo Jianfeng set up a love nest here, and manager Bai Ting is living here too?" The man froze for a moment, not expecting the cold Yang Feng to make such a crude joke. I don't know." He hurriedly shook his head, knowing full well that even if he did know, he wouldn't say anything. After all, he was a master at playing dumb. Click. Yang Feng twisted his neck, his eyes flashing with cold light and a hint of disdain as he continued. "All right then, pass this message to him. If he wants to ask me for a favor, he should come down and say it himself. The apocalypse has erupted, and you still think you're big boss? If you want me to do something for you, get down here and say it yourself. Yang Feng's words were full of dominance. No matter if you're a big boss or a chairman, you must lower your stance. Alright, I'll go right now. The man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly left as if fleeing, not daring to stay near this ominous figure for even a second. After driving away this little pest, Yang Feng's gaze fell elsewhere. An unforgettable beauty appeared in an unexpected place. Su Man, she was actually curled up near the corner of the wall like the other refugees, her eyes dull and lifeless. What are you doing here? Yang Feng appeared somewhat curious, took a few steps forward, and lowered his head to ask Su Man, what's wrong? I was kicked out. Su Man seemed a bit frightened, shrinking back slightly as she stammered, her eyes filled with grievance and anger. Room 407. That seemingly pitiful mother and child, along with several other refugees, had actually taken over her house. It was evident that Su Man was the easiest one to bully. In the end, not only was she despised, but she was also driven out of her own home, becoming a homeless woman huddled in a corner with other refugees. She was a great philanthropist. Su Man provided clean towels, cooked food, offered hot water, donated supplies, and even let those pitiful refugees stay in her house. However, the result was that her kindness was not repaid. Instead, she lost everything, becoming a wandering refugee, despised by everyone and regarded as a troublemaker. It was only the third day of the apocalypse, yet fragile. Human nature had already twisted into the shape of fangs. As time went on, the fangs of humanity's dark side would only grow sharper. Keep up the good work. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth lifted slightly, seemingly with a hint of mockery, as he lightly patted Su Man's shoulder. These days, being a saint is really no easy task. Su Man naturally understood the sarcasm in his words. She bit her lip lightly, and bright red liquid seeped out. Her eyes sparkled with stubbornness and defiance, but in the end, she could only hold back her tears, turning her head away, not daring to retort. Before long, a commotion arose from the safety corridor of the hallway. A man descended the stairs like a star surrounded by the moon, appearing before the crowd. He was dressed in a sharp, branded suit, his slightly graying hair meticulously groomed. Though nearing 50, his years of fitness made him appear exceptionally youthful, with a tall and upright posture. He is Mo Jianfeng, the chairman of the group and a wealthy businessman responsible for the development of several nearby real estate projects. Following closely behind Mo Jianfeng was Bai Ting, the property general manager, along with a few burly men, including the one whose arm had been severed by Yang Feng. Quite the grand entrance. Yang Feng lowered his gaze, sneering coldly as he mocked. Mo Jianfeng approached slowly, exuding the confidence of someone who had weathered the ups and downs of the business world and held a high position for years. This confidence was often seen as the demeanor of someone in power. The surrounding refugee survivors. I am Mo Jianfeng. Mo Jianfeng's expression was composed, his words carried the weight of a leader, and he extended his hand in goodwill. Yang Feng glanced at his hand but showed no intention of shaking it. With a cold laugh, he turned and walked back into the house. Come in. Beside Mo Jianfeng, Bai Ting glared angrily with her beautiful eyes, furious at such rude behavior. Moreover, the person Yang Feng had insulted was none other than her boss, Missouri Jianfeng, whom she could only look up to. Yang Feng turned back, his icy gaze as sharp as a blade, sweeping over Bai Ting and the one-armed man behind her. Wait, disaster comes from the mouth. Bai Ting suddenly recalled the terror she had felt yesterday when facing Yang Feng, the vivid scene of the security captain's arm being severed flashing in her mind. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Mo Jianfeng placed his hand on Bai Ting's shoulder, his steady words bringing reassurance. That's right, the big boss is here. Moreover, this time they were well prepared, not only selecting a few strong men but even bringing along. Bai Ting secretly let out a sigh of relief, most of her fear dissipating. She even secretly looked forward to seeing how the big boss would deal with this reckless young man. Yang Feng's room was a complete mess, with many food wrappers carelessly thrown on the floor. The table was cluttered with unwashed bowls and chopsticks, all covered in grease. Sit anywhere. Yang Feng lounged lazily in the chair, gesturing for everyone to make themselves comfortable, but there wasn't a second chair in the room. Mo Jianfeng could only stand there awkwardly. Bootlickers trying to please their bosses really are everywhere. The man responsible for passing messages quickly brought in a chair from outside and respectfully placed it behind Mo Jianfeng. Feeling slightly displeased, Mo Jianfeng sat down, pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, the custom-made iron case adorned with a string of English letters, each cigarette a top-tier private custom. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and Bai Ting immediately stepped forward, using a high-end lighter encrusted with diamonds to intimately light a cigarette for Mo Jianfeng. Ha! Yang Feng merely let out a cold laugh, casually picked up an apple, rubbed it, and took a big bite. Spit it out if you have something to say. Are you here to show off, or what? This sentence almost choked Mo Jianfeng. Just as Bai Ting was about to lose her temper, her boss, Missouri Jianfeng, slightly raised his hand, signaling her to hold back. Mo Jianfeng turned around, took out a small notebook from his pocket, and then pulled out a custom-made pure gold fountain pen, writing something
something on it. I want to discuss a business deal with you, he said. After speaking, Mo Jianfeng tore off the top page of the notebook and handed it to Yang Feng. It was a check for 10 million. For an ordinary person, 10 million was undoubtedly
an astronomical figure, a fortune that might not be earned even after a lifetime of hard work. This is the advance payment. Before the rescue arrives, if you can ensure my safety, I'll give you another check and you can fill in the amount yourself. Mo Jianfeng wasn't seeking revenge for his subordinates but rather hoped to buy Yang Feng's loyalty with money.
Yang Feng took the check and examined it carefully. 10 million, that's quite a sum, he remarked. This is the first time I've seen a check, and the first time I've seen so much money. Like a country bumpkin, he held the check up to the sunlight for a closer look.
Watching this, Mo Jianfeng couldn't help but laugh. No matter how strong someone is, they're just a brute. In the face of capital's power, what does brute strength amount to?
What a pity, Yang Feng said flatly.
Money is useless now.
He shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of mockery.
This thing isn't even soft enough to use as toilet paper. With that, he
turned around, held the check by its two ends, and gently tore it in half.
Along with the check, Mo Jianfeng's dignity was also shredded. A slap in the face, undoubtedly a public humiliation. Money?
Before the apocalypse, it was indeed a valuable thing. But when disaster struck and civilization's order completely collapsed, money became nothing more than waste paper, losing
all purchasing power. Now,
it had only been 3 days since the apocalypse began. Many people still clung to unrealistic fantasies about the future, believing that money could still be used as usual, that civilization would surely recover, and that order would inevitably be restored. They thought the money in their hands would still be able to buy anything they wanted in the future. This wishful thinking was something everyone harbored to some extent, and Mo Jianfeng exploited this mindset, weaving beautiful visions of the future for others. I'll give you 10 million, and in the future, I'll give you a house. He continued to tempt. I'll give you all the shops on that commercial street, and you can be your own boss.
He even promised that most popular bar will be yours in the future. When the rescue arrives, we'll sign the paperwork.
Mo Jianfeng kept making promises, which was why those burly and ruthless men were willing to serve him and risk their lives. However, Yang Feng knew very well that in the collapse of civilized order, the currency of the past had already become worthless.
Perhaps, after
some time, a new monetary system would emerge, but it would no longer be the little paper notes in the hands of bosses.
Instead, it would be corpse tumors that could make people stronger. Save it.
Yang Feng sneered coldly. Open your eyes and look around. He pointed to the streets and alleys, supermarkets, shops, and bank buildings, all
filled with monsters. Do you really think these little pieces of paper, harder than toilet paper, can buy anything from the rotting monsters? He tore up the
check in front of everyone, delivering a harsh slap to Mo Jianfeng's face and shattering the beautiful fantasy he had painted.
The crowd was filled with unease.
If everyone believed that the money in Mo Jianfeng's hands had turned into worthless paper, who would still be willing to risk their lives for him?
Smack! Mo Jianfeng's core interests were touched, and he was instantly furious.
He slammed the table heavily, his expression no longer gentle and
refined, revealing his fangs as he threatened. In this entire building, there are more than 30 men willing to risk their lives for me, he said coldly. All the supplies are in my hands. He spoke with full confidence. I know you're a good fighter, but how many can you take on alone? Carrot and stick. Mo Jianfeng, failing to entice, began to resort to threats of force.
With a grim face, he said, it's not too late to join us now. As expected of a boss, a natural leader. Bai Ting and the surrounding burly security guards all showed looks of admiration. For most people, it would be incredibly difficult to resist such coercion and temptation,
ultimately having no choice but to submit to him. However, Yang Feng responded coldly. Threatening me? His reaction was beyond everyone's expectations.
The playful smirk vanished, replaced by a cold expression, and a hint of killing intent flickered in his eyes, like a blade poised to slit a throat. The confidence that had filled Mo Jianfeng's heart suddenly gave way to a trace of fear of death and the unknown.
No
matter how wealthy, powerful, or confident a person might be, in the desolate wilderness, faced with a ravenous wolf with bloodshot eyes, they would feel a deep sense of terror.
Yang Feng was that ravenous wolf. Mo Jianfeng felt a trace of panic and hurriedly pulled out a square-shaped phone from his bag, revealing his trump card. This is a satellite phone.
Before the apocalypse broke out, I had already contacted a professional team. They are fearless when it comes to money, and I've already paid a deposit.
Even if reinforcements don't arrive, those people will show up.
His trump card was indeed unexpected. In a situation where communication was almost completely paralyzed, the satellite phone could
still maintain a signal. Not only that,
Mo Jianfeng had hired a group of professionals, likely special mercenaries operating in the gray areas of the law. In China, such individuals are extremely rare. As the chairman of a corporation, Mo Jianfeng surprisingly had such means to protect himself. His underlying message was simple: if you dare to touch me, mercenaries will come to end you.
Confirmed.
You indeed pose a threat to me. Yang Feng listened, his gaze growing growing colder, and a murderous intent had already arisen in his heart. This man absolutely could not be allowed to live. Mo Jianfeng had strong leadership skills, quickly gathering a large number of subordinates and connecting with some ragtag mercenaries. From this perspective, he had the potential to become a formidable figure. Yang Feng slowly stood up. The longer the night, the more dreams arise. He had already decided to end Mo Jianfeng directly. Although this was their first meeting, it should also be their last. What are you going to do? Mo Jianfeng instinctively sensed a hint of danger, as if he were being watched by a hungry wolf, sending chills down his spine. Killing intent. Mo Jianfeng clearly felt the intense killing intent. He involuntarily rose from his seat and retreated backward. Are you crazy? We've only just met. Mo Jianfeng was utterly confused. The business discussion was going well, so why had the other party suddenly decided to make a move? Of course, Mo Jianfeng's methods, for those living in a world governed by civilized order, were undoubtedly very effective. Everyone was pursuing a better future, with concerns in their hearts. But Yang Feng was different. He had survived 10 years in the dark apocalypse, where the future was nothing but darkness, and the only thing worth fighting for was today. When faced with a real threat, it was best to eliminate it immediately, not tomorrow, not in the future, but now. The enemy must be killed at this very moment, without delay. I told you not to move, did you hear me? The bulliest man closest to Mo Jianfeng, holding an iron rod in his hand, stood protectively in front of the big boss and raised it high, swinging it down toward Yang Feng. Bang! A heavy sound echoed as the iron rod came crashing down, but it did not land on Yang Feng. He reached out and grabbed the iron rod. Yang Feng simply raised his hand and firmly caught the rod. The terrifying strength made his palm resemble a steel clamp, leaving deep finger indentations on the rod. Deep iron fiber. This was the evolved organ. With a slight exertion of force, Yang Feng snatched the rod away. Holding the ends of the rod with both hands, his muscles subtly bulged as he twisted it into a U-shape. The rod continued to deform, seeming less like solid metal and more like a twisted dough, eventually being shaped into a coiled iron roll and finally casually pressed into an iron disc. Clang! The iron disc fell to the ground, shocking everyone to their core. Was this still a human? This strength, could it really be achieved by a human? A monster. Yang Feng was like a monster wearing human skin. Protect me, protect me. Mo Jianfeng's face turned pale, clearly frightened by the horrifying scene before him. He had dominated the business world for years, weathering countless storms, but encountering a monster like Yang Feng was a first. Clang! Clang! The surrounding bodyguards dropped their weapons one after another, scrambling to get away. Are you kidding? Money is important, but life only comes once. Steel rods were crushed into iron pancakes. Charging forward would only mean getting their heads smashed. The first to flee was the burly man who had already lost an arm. He had experienced Yang Feng's terror firsthand and had no desire for a second round. Even Bai Ting, the most loyal mistress and general manager, was covering her mouth and hiding in the corner, panic-stricken. Don't push me! Mo Jianfeng roared furiously, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint as he revealed his second trump card. A gun. He suddenly pulled out a handgun and aimed it at Yang Feng. A gun? Guns are banned in China. As expected of Mo Jianfeng, the chairman of the group, to be able to get his hands on something like this, truly someone with immense power and influence. Don't come any closer. Mo Jianfeng held the gun, trembling, but having the gun in his hand gave him a bit more confidence. Hardening his heart, his expression also turned a bit fiercer. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me to shoot. Mo Jianfeng's face twisted, and his once calm gaze now trembled with fear, unable to summon the courage to pull the trigger. So that's how it is. You don't dare to pull the trigger. Yang Feng stopped in his tracks, facing the gun barrel without a trace of fear. Instead, he revealed an even more excited smile, his eyes full of mockery, as if toying with his prey. You went through all the trouble to get a handgun, yet you don't even have the courage to kill. How pathetic. So it turns out you're just a coward, lucky enough to succeed occasionally, but deep down, you're nothing but a failure. Yang Feng appeared reckless, but in truth, he had already seen through everything, capable of discerning a person's essence. Boldness is a necessary trait for success. Mo Jianfeng seemed to be thriving, running a massive business, with everyone cautiously trying to curry favor with him. Yet in reality, he was merely lucky, never having faced any significant failures or setbacks, a coward who kept succeeding. When confronted with a real crisis, he would hesitate, falter, and sink into despair, becoming a failure who happened to succeed. Pull the trigger. Yang Feng curled his finger, grinning viciously, the excitement on his face becoming increasingly evident. His furious shout almost made Mo Jianfeng drop his gun. What? Yang Feng was actually demanding the other party to shoot. A madman, an absolute madman. Mo Jianfeng was so startled that he almost threw the gun in his hand. Shoot. Let me see your courage. Let's make things a bit more interesting. Will I be shot dead by you, or will you be smashed into pulp by me? At this moment, Yang Feng was truly enjoying the thrill, like a crazed gambler. The ridiculous part was that he found it so entertaining to bet with his own life. Mo Jianfeng was
completely dumbfounded. He had never seen someone so insane, and in a daze, he felt a strange illusion, insignificance. I am so insignificant. Power, money, loyal subordinates, none of it could save him at this moment. In this life and death game of madness, he was like an ant, completely controlled by the man before him. Don't push me, don't push me, don't push me. Mo Jianfeng trembled, clearly holding the advantage with the gun, yet he kept retreating until his back hit the wall. Nowhere to retreat. Coward, coward, loser. Still don't dare to pull the trigger? Young Feng was being held at gunpoint, yet he carried himself like a true superior, approaching Mo Jianfeng step by step with a sinister smile. Then I'll come over and crush your head like a watermelon. Desperation, Mo Jianfeng had reached the point where he had to pull the trigger. Terrified, he closed his eyes, aimed the gun at Young Feng, and randomly squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out, sparks flew, and gleaming yellow bullet casings fell to the ground, emitting waves of gunpowder smell until the magazine was emptied. Only then did Mo Jianfeng dare to open his eyes, but the scene before him plunged him into utter despair. Not down. Yang Feng was hit by more than a dozen bullets, yet he remained completely unharmed. He stretched out his arms to shield his face, and the bullets pierced his skin, leaving small holes from which blood slowly oozed. However, beneath the skin was deep iron blue muscle emitting a radiant glow, with robust fibers that managed to block the bullets. Deep iron fibers. This is a special muscular organ, powerful enough to withstand small caliber bullets. How could this happen? Mo Jianfeng was utterly shocked, his pupils constricted into a bundle, completely unable to believe the scene before him. Ding ding ding. Bullets that couldn't penetrate the muscles fell to the ground one after another, producing crisp sounds. The sound of the falling bullets completely shattered Mo Jianfeng's psychological defenses. His confidence was crushed at this moment. His dignity was destroyed at this moment. Fear, like a suffocating giant hand, tightly gripped his heart, forcing this defeated achiever to abandon his lofty position and immediately kneel down in submission. Spare me. I'm begging you, spare me. I'm willing to give you all the money, all the resources, everything. He cried. Mo Jianfeng actually cried. Tears of fear and despair, mixed with snot, covered his twisted face, completely devoid of the initial arrogance of a tyrant. He knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, trying to grasp at any lifeline. Turning to glance at his mistress, he immediately added, "The woman. I'll give you Bai Ting too." Bai Ting's face turned deathly pale upon hearing those words. Could this still be the lofty chairman she had in her heart? Was this still the confident and proud leader who strategized with ease in the business world? Ah, it truly gives me immense satisfaction. Every time I see you so-called elites kneeling and begging for mercy, tears streaming down your faces, my heart is always filled with a sense of fulfillment. The mocking glint in Yang Feng's eyes grew even stronger. The thrill of completely breaking down the psychological defenses of a high-ranking figure sent his mind into an almost euphoric state. But, well, I still prefer the defiant and unyielding look you had earlier. Yang Feng walked up to Mo Jianfeng, grabbed his neck with one hand, and slowly lifted him off the ground. He was bored now, uninterested. With a slight exertion of force, a sound like shattering porcelain echoed, and the once dominant tycoon tilted his head and died just like that. He was tossed to the ground like garbage, his face still frozen in a tear-streaked, pleading expression. It was madness. Everyone present looked at Young Feng with deep fear in their eyes. The most terrifying thing was not his unbelievable strength but his utter, hysterical insanity. No one could predict what he truly intended to do, nor could they fathom how far his next actions would go. Yet this madness was not mindless impulsiveness. Everything was under his control. Those cold, sharp eyes pierced into the most vulnerable parts of the human heart, seeing through you completely. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Ting trembled all over, dropped to her knees without hesitation, and desperately kowtowed. Don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me. I'll do anything. Sob sob. She was truly terrified, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, dripping onto the floor and forming tiny puddles. The bodyguards nearby, who had dropped their weapons and failed to escape in time, also knelt down one after another, trembling all over, fearing that they might be the next to die. Yang Feng, however, merely smiled faintly. Don't be afraid. I'm not some psychopath who takes pleasure in killing. I beg you to spare me. I have always followed Mo Jianfeng's orders. Collecting supplies was his idea. If you're unhappy, I'll immediately return the food to everyone. Bai Ting knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, tearfully shifting all the blame onto the already deceased Mo Jianfeng. Towering above her, Young Feng stood up and looked down at Bai Ting, who was incessantly kowtowing at his feet. This woman, around 30 years old, exuded the charm of a mature woman, especially with a hidden seductive allure in her demeanor that always made men feel a certain itch in their hearts. At the same time, she was a venomous woman with a heart as cruel as a snake's. She was extremely obsequious to those above her but treated those below her like trash and insects, exploiting them in every possible way. Such a person truly deserved to die. Yet, a woman like this could also be useful. Did I tell you to return the supplies? Yang Feng's voice made Bai Ting freeze. She hesitated and raised her head, calculating her next move. You mean mean?
A glimmer of understanding flashed in Bai Ting's eyes, and she immediately grasped Yang Feng's intention. I understand now, these supplies are yours. Almost all the residents of the apartment building had received advance notice and stockpiled a large amount of food and supplies. After Bai Ting collected these supplies, they nearly filled several rooms. If distributed properly, they would be enough to sustain the apartment for a long time. Everyone could endure some hardship and make it through a few months without issue.
Boss Yang Feng, from now on, I'll listen to you. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do.
Bai Ting seized the opportunity, crawling forward on her knees and prostrating herself at Yang Feng's foot, almost as if she wanted to kiss his shoe.
Yang
Feng's gaze was sharp. His original plan was, if the neighbors hoard food, then I will hoard the neighbors' supplies. This tedious process was completed by Bai Ting and Mo Jianfeng, saving him more time to go hunting himself.
Management is a troublesome matter.
I don't have the energy to deal with the trivialities in the apartment. You handle them instead.
Yang Feng's tone was icy, but upon hearing this, Bai Ting's heart was filled with joy.
She repeatedly kowtowed to Yang Feng, her prostrate body rubbing against his pant leg like a dog.
Thank you, Boss Yang Feng. You guys, why aren't you all thanking the boss together?
Bai Ting, having regained her authority, immediately began to flaunt her power, calling on all the bodyguards to pledge their loyalty to Yang Feng in unison.
Thank you, Boss Yang Feng. Thank you, Boss Yang Feng.
The surrounding bodyguards also displayed flattering smiles.
They swiftly transitioned from being Mo Jianfeng's bodyguards to serving as Yang Feng's lackeys, at least to ensure their survival. It was both lamentable and thought-provoking. Such is the
nature of the apocalypse. Strength reigns supreme, and the victor becomes king.
As long as you possess absolute power, an enemy one moment can willingly become your servant the next. Yang Feng nodded, saving himself a lot of trouble in the process. What is the current situation with food distribution?
Yang Feng sat back in his chair, secretly planning his next move. The residents' supplies have just been handed over. In order not to provoke public outrage, everyone can receive 2 to 3 packs of instant noodles plus a sausage or a marinated egg. Bai Ting quickly responded. This amount of supplies could barely fill someone with a small appetite, but in the resource-scarce apocalypse, it was considered a half-charitable act.
Do we need to increase the supply?
Bai Ting trembled as she raised her head, sneaking a glance at Yang Feng, who was deep in thought, trying to guess his intentions.
That's too much.
Yang Feng's gaze was icy, but the smile at the corner of his mouth carried a hint of cruelty.
Demon!
Bai Ting clenched her fists.
Could Yang Feng be planning to cut supplies again? We can reduce 1 more sausage.
Residents can receive 2 packs of instant noodles per day, or 1 pack paired with other equivalent food. Bai Ting spoke somewhat guiltily, sneaking another glance at Yang Feng, as if he still wasn't satisfied.
It's still too much. Yang Feng's smile appeared increasingly ruthless in the eyes of the crowd. Bai Ting shuddered.
Yang Feng's approach was even harsher than the most exploitative capitalist, completely disregarding consequences in his pursuit of short-term gains.
Only 1 pack of instant noodles per day for residents?
They can't survive on just this little food, can they? Bai Ting raised her head. She was almost certain that the residents of the apartment would definitely rise up in resistance. Just moments ago, they handed over their hoarded supplies, and now they were being given only 1 pack of instant noodles a day, barely enough to feed a dog.
1 pack of instant noodles, and you think that's not enough?
Yang Feng let out a cold laugh, recalling some painful memories. In the most harrowing human refugee camps, food supplies had completely run out, and
corpses littered the ground. Forget a pack of instant noodles, even grassroots covered in dirt were considered a treasure. And in the end, they had
no choice but to set up large pots to recycle the poor souls who had already starved to death. Yang Feng bent down and picked up a handgun from the
ground. It was none other than Mo Jianfeng's. He turned around, grabbed Bai Ting by the hair, and forced her to look him in the eyes. This is a gun. Now it's yours. You know how to use it, right?
Yang Feng placed the gun in Bai Ting's hand with his other hand, the smile on his face growing increasingly sinister, more terrifying than a demon from hell.
A devil. He was a true devil. I will do as you say.
Bai Ting held the gun, her eyes filled with despair. After announcing this news, she would stand against all the residents.
Of course, those subordinates who obey you will receive more food. Just follow Mo Jianfeng's instructions, gather more manpower, and firmly control the entire apartment building. The carrot and stick approach. Yang Feng understood this well.
After the stick, there must be a sweet reward. Upon hearing this, Bai Ting's beautiful eyes lit up instantly.
With these words, she and her bodyguard subordinates could finally eat their fill. Very good.
Finally, Yang Feng grabbed Bai Ting's cheek, turning her face toward Mo Jianfeng's direction. The cold corpse served as a warning.
Remember one thing, my words must be absolutely obeyed.
Yang Feng did not say the words or else, because the consequence of or else was right before their eyes. Disobedience meant only one path, death.
I understand. I am just your dog, the most obedient dog.
Bai Ting nodded like a pecking chicken, truly resembling a dog, wagging her tail and begging for Yang Feng's mercy.
Soon, Bai Ting and a few bodyguards dragged Mo Jianfeng's corpse out of the room. Not long after they left, a piece of infuriating news spread throughout the building. From today onward, the food distribution would be reduced to just one pack of instant noodles. Outrage! The residents were furious, wishing they could immediately grab kitchen knives and demand an explanation from Bai Ting. Half an hour later, the entire apartment was in an uproar, with homeowners from every unit gathering together and heading toward the floor where Bai Ting was located. Anger surged like a tide, righteous indignation filled the air. Every household received the news. Residents and homeowners, only one packet of instant noodles distributed per day? Why? I donated 2 bags of rice, 3 bags of flour, and 5 boxes of instant noodles, and now I only get 1 packet a day? This is infuriating. Do they think I'm easy to bully? In the apartment building, those who were usually silent and went with the flow finally reached their breaking point and erupted. Someone, clutching a kitchen knife with bloodshot eyes, stormed out of their room. Others brought their wives and children, wielding pots and pans as weapons, joining the ranks of the resistance. The more people there were, the bolder they became. The larger the crowd, the more opportunities there were for chaos. The 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor, soon the entire hallway was in an uproar. The emergency passage was crowded with all kinds of people, everyone wanting to go upstairs to confront Bai Ting for an explanation. The more people there are, the more imposing it feels. Although they usually hide at home like turtles retreating into their shells, once pushed to the limit, they will choose to resist. Yang Feng leaned against the doorframe, his gaze directed toward the commotion in the hallway outside, a hint of an expectant smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I wonder if Bai Ting and the others can hold out. The 19th floor, the place where supplies are stored. Food and resources filled several rooms, piled up like small mountains. Over 30 strong. Men guarded the area near the safety stairs, gripping sticks and blades, nervously confronting the residents. Everyone, please stay calm. Let me explain slowly. We have special reasons for reducing the distribution of supplies. Bai Ting held a small loudspeaker, shouting at the crowd in the corridor, barely maintaining order, but the tense atmosphere had already caused sweat to bead on her forehead. To hell with your reasons. I just want my supplies and food back now. I don't want to donate anymore. Give me back my supplies. Many people rushed out of the corridor, each holding a weapon, jostling and shoving as they occupied nearly half of the passage. There were simply too many people. Although Bai Ting had 30 men under her command, the total number of residents reached several hundred. No matter how strong a fist is, it can't fight against a sea of people. Bai Ting's bodyguards were burly, but it was unrealistic for one to take on 10. Sister Ting, we really can't hold on much longer. There are just too many people. What should we do? The burly bodyguards whispered from the back, their hearts filled with fear, dreading that the other side might surge forward all at once, leaving them to face the knives. There's still no news of rescue. We must conserve every grain of food and distribute it as needed. Bai Ting shouted loudly through the small megaphone, but her words lacked any persuasiveness. This is so infuriating. This woman just wants to hog all our supplies. Brothers, let's all go together. We have the numbers. The safety passage echoed with inspiring shouts, and the crowd responded in unison, pushing forward even more. Bai Ting had no choice. She was already struggling to hold her ground. She pulled out the gun from her bag and aimed at the crowd. A gun! She has a gun! The crowd immediately erupted into chaos, especially the refugees standing at the front, who all scrambled backward, terrified of being the first target. Don't back away. She only has one gun, and there are so many of us. Are we really no match for her? Then you stand at the front. Stop talking and start doing. At this moment, a comical scene unfolded among the agitated crowd. The people at the front wanted to retreat, trying to avoid the gun's aim. Meanwhile, those at the back were desperately pushing forward, thinking the gun wouldn't reach them and it wouldn't matter if those at the front died first. As the crowd surged back and forth, many people fell, their weapons dropping to the ground with crisp clattering sounds. The initial momentum instantly weakened by half. Bai Ting and her subordinates felt the pressure ease significantly. They exchanged glances, a trace of determination flashing in their eyes, preparing to intimidate the crowd once more. The gun was already loaded, and the safety was off. Although Bai Ting had never used a gun before, she had seen a few action movies and knew how to simply pull the trigger. Bang! She raised her hand and fired a shot at the ceiling. The gunshot echoed deafeningly through the hallway, causing a few pieces of debris to fall from the ceiling. Everyone was startled and instinctively stepped back. A real gun with real bullets, this was no joke. I'll say it one more time. Food will be distributed as needed, so please don't cause trouble. Otherwise, bullets don't have eyes. Bai Ting turned the gun towards the refugees. Those who were targeted wisely dropped their weapons and scrambled to retreat. However, just as the two sides were locked in a heated dispute, a greater crisis quietly emerged. Outside the apartment, the commotion inside the building had attracted a large number of monsters. While the rotting corpses were temporarily unable to enter, certain other species lurking and hunting in the darkness had already taken notice of the apartment. The sound of the horn and the noise grew increasingly conspicuous. And then, the final gunshot. Everything pointed to the fact
fact that the food reserves in the apartment were quite abundant. In the dim corners, several massive creatures began to stir, their deformed bodies slowly crawling toward the apartment walls. Crawler beast. Stage, growth form, rare grade, green jade. They are mutated from a large canine species, with extremely powerful muscles that even tear through their own skin. Most notably, the crawlers excel at climbing, capable of swiftly moving along the exterior walls of buildings to hunt for hidden prey. A canine beast nearly 2 meters tall, accompanied by loud noises, drove its sharp claws into the apartment's outer wall, climbing upward relentlessly. The first one, the second one, the third one. A total of 5 monsters surrounded the sides of the apartment building, occasionally passing by windows and casting large black shadows. Yang Feng was waiting for the show to unfold but suddenly felt an unusual sense of threat. He keenly caught the rustling sounds, coming from outside the wall, rapidly spreading upward. Mutants capable of climbing walls, and there was more than one. At the same time, Bai Ting's standoff with the refugees had already escalated to a fever pitch. Neither side was willing to back down, and no one dared to make the first move, fearing they would become the scapegoat who would inevitably be attacked. Bang! Crash! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed as the glass window outside the emergency exit shattered. A massive shadow loomed, and a thick, clawed arm with barbs pierced straight through someone's body. He let out a terrified scream, followed by being violently dragged away. What came next was the sound of savage chewing, and crimson liquid rained down like a storm. What is that? What's happening? The people in the emergency exit were all in a panic, but this was only the beginning. The creatures, having tasted blood, launched their attack. Windows on different floors shattered one after another, and blood-curdling screams echoed incessantly. Monsters! The monster is here! Monster! Mutant! The crawling beast was over 2 meters long, its massive body shattering the glass window as exaggerated cracks spread across the wall. Crack, crack, crack. Large chunks of plaster and ash peeled off, revealing the structure of reinforced concrete, and the giant beast finally managed to squeeze inside. A tiger among sheep. This was truly a tiger among sheep. Its sharp front claws were over 50 centimeters long, resembling 3 embedded steel blades, mercilessly slashing toward the crowd. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Crimson liquid sprayed everywhere. Large strips, chunks, and round spheres were severed in the passageway, a grotesque mix of colors. The nauseating stench of blood filled the air. Slimy, moist organic matter, accompanied by colorful long ropes, flowed down the stairs, and many people stepped on it, slipping and falling flat. Ah, monster, it's a monster. Help, help, help. A hellish scene unfolded as the crawling beasts continued chasing other humans, opening their gaping jaws to devour them. The horrifying sound of chewing echoed incessantly. Chaos. The refugees scrambled like ants on a hot pan, fleeing in panic and confusion, shoving each other in the crowded corridors, helplessly watching, one after another of their kind being torn to shreds. Some were so terrified by the hellish sight that they froze in place, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. A few clever individuals quickly fled to the outer hallways, running into various floors, attempting to use doors to block the monster's attacks. Roar, 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 roar. The crawling beasts let out ecstatic howls, and within just a few minutes, the entire corridor was drenched in blood. At that moment, a figure appeared. While everyone else was fleeing for their lives, he moved against the tide, seemingly unafraid of the monsters in the corridor, walking toward them step by step. Yang Feng. The smile on his face was sinister and twisted, tinged with excitement, as he instinctively licked his lips. Ghost mask. A pitch-black, mirror-smooth ghost mask covered Yang Feng's cheeks, and a holographic three-dimensional image unfolded in his mind, transforming all information into a multidimensional state. Excellent. 5 aberrations. Saves me the trouble of going out hunting tonight. In Yang Feng's eyes, those crawling beasts had instead become hunting targets, arriving at just the right time. A massive crawling beast sensed his approach, slowly turned its head, crouched on the ground, and assumed an attacking posture. Aha! He could clearly sense that the enemy before him was completely different from the defenseless, two-legged sheep he had encountered before. Roar! 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 With a deafening roar, the crawling beast suddenly lunged forward, its 3 razor-sharp claws slicing through the air with a whistling sound, as if intending to cleave Yang Feng in two. Clang! A flash of cold light, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew as a massive claw was severed, spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Foul ichor splattered in all directions. To everyone's shock, one of the crawling beast's forelimbs had been completely severed. Bone blade evolved form. From the tips of Yang Feng's fingers, several slender and sharp bone blades had grown. It was with this deadly weapon that he had severed the beast's forelimb. You have claws, I have bone blades. Roar! 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 The crawling beast's anguished howls were entirely different from before. Yang Feng, familiar with the nuances of the apocalypse, understood that it was signaling for help. Help, indeed. Mutants were not like ordinary monsters, devoid of consciousness or the ability to think. These specially mutated creatures had developed a rudimentary rudimentary intelligence, capable of coordinating and hunting like wild animals.
A wolf pack. Yang Feng recalled the information he had on crawling beasts. Is the canine gene at work? Crawling beasts were pack-dwelling mutants, carrying canine genetic traits.
Naturally, they had tapped into ancient memories, mastering the hunting techniques of wolf packs, instincts deeply imprinted in their DNA sequences.
Crack, crack, crack.
The sound of walls fracturing echoed as another crawling beast, moving like a giant gecko, rapidly climbed down from the ceiling to aid its companion. Not only that, but from the higher levels of the safe passage, the faint sound of another crawling beast's rapid approach could be heard. The third beast was racing toward the scene at full speed.
A coordinated hunt? A faint, excited smile appeared on Yang Feng's lips.
The more challenging the battle, the more it pushed him to his limits.
Let's finish you off first.
Yang Feng charged forward, aiming to kill the injured crawling beast before the others could intervene.
However,
the crawling beast hanging from the ceiling leaped toward Yang Feng, attempting to shield its wounded companion.
Such perfect coordination. Then I'll kill you first. Yang Feng watched as the massive shadow descended.
Suddenly, he shifted his footing, retracting the bone blades from his hands, and decided to meet the attack head-on with his bare hands.
Deep iron fibers.
His muscles tensed, the fibers in his body erupting with an unparalleled, terrifying strength, producing a series of creaking sounds.
Over the shoulder throw.
Yang Feng adjusted his stance, channeling all his strength into a twisting motion.
His hands, like iron clamps, locked tightly onto the crawling beast's forelimbs.
Twisting his waist, pivoting his hips, and tilting his shoulders, he hurled the beast forward with immense force.
Boom, boom, boom.
The massive crawling beast, over 2 meters long, was slammed into the ground with a devastating over-the-shoulder throw. The edges of the staircase shattered instantly, the steps riddled with countless cracks, even exposing the concrete structure beneath.
This single move was a testament to Yang Feng's overwhelming strength. This single move showcased Yang Feng's masterful combat skills.
Strength, courage, patience, technique, and a touch of madness all combined to leave the crawling beast utterly disoriented.
Amid the chaos, the faint sound of shattering porcelain could be heard.
As the staircase's edges broke, it was clear the crawling beast had also suffered multiple fractures.
Finishing off an opponent was always a good habit.
Yang Feng laughed wildly as his fist smashed into the fallen crawling beast's temple. The bone blades extended, 5 slender and sharp blades piercing through one side of the beast's temple and exiting the other side of its massive skull, ending its life instantly.
Here comes another one. Multidimensional information analysis locked onto the next crawling beast.
This crawling beast, with one of its forelimbs broken, seized the opportunity of its companion's death to launch a brutal attack. As it swung its sharp claws, it opened its massive blood-red
maw to bite Yang Feng, its densely packed sharp teeth closing in within moments. An opening.
This was Yang Feng's opening.
If he
were to draw his bone blade to counterattack now, it was clearly too late.
I have more than just a bone blade.
Yang Feng did not reach for his weapon but instead suddenly lifted both feet off the ground and delivered a fierce backward kick.
Rabbit kicks eagle. The strength of a human's thighs is about 3 times greater than that of their arms. With effective training and utilization, the legs can be a more threatening weapon than fists. Bang! With a heavy thud, Yang Feng's heel struck the crawling beast's lower jaw with precision.
The immense force caused its gaping maw to snap shut instantly, shattering a large number of its teeth in the process.
Crunch! Rabbit kicks eagle. A fierce kick, the power of the heel like 2 massive hammers, slammed into the crawling beast's lower jaw.
Its sharp, shattered teeth scattered in all directions, followed by the sound of porcelain breaking.
The entire lower jaw twisted and exploded in an instant. The terrifying force sent the crawling beast flying, crashing hard into the wall behind it.
The entire passage trembled, and a cloud of dust fell in large patches.
You must die too. Finish it off immediately. Yang Feng's footwork was swift.
Taking advantage of the moment before the crawling beast could react, he delivered a powerful uppercut to its shattered jaw, followed by the sudden emergence of a bone blade.
Squelch! The bone blade pierced through its lower jaw and into its skull.
The second crawling beast was also swiftly dealt with by Yang Feng, clean and efficient, without any hesitation.
The reinforcements sure arrived quickly.
Yang Feng raised his head, his gaze falling at the end of the steps. The third crawling beast had already arrived, followed by the fourth, the fifth. A total of 5 crawling beasts, especially the last one. Its size appeared even more massive. Its muscles seemed about to burst through its skin, intertwined and emitting a faint green glow. Even its claws had turned emerald green.
Interesting.
Although still in its growth phase, it is already nearing the edge of transformation.
Yang Feng's heart skipped a beat.
The sense of oppression brought by that crawling beast was completely different from the other variants.
It was just a step away from transforming into a mature form. Once the alien species transforms into a mature form, its strength will greatly increase, breaking through limitations, emerging from its cocoon as a butterfly, and becoming a higher-level existence. Are you their leader? Yang Feng straightened his body. Although he knew the crawling beast couldn't understand his language, he still spoke to the special crawling beast. Words were unnecessary. The strong could often infer the other's intentions through
through aura and tone.
Roar, roar, roar. The special crawling beast took Yang Feng's words as provocation, interpreting them as a declaration of war.
Though the words themselves did not convey this, it could sense the human before it wanted to fight.
Command.
The third crawling beast seemed to hear the leader's command and roared furiously as it charged at Yang Feng.
I'll gut you.
Yang Feng let out a fierce shout, his footwork elusive and shadow-like as the bone blade flicked from his fingertips slashed at the side of the crawling beast from an incredibly tricky angle.
Clang. The clash of metal.
Yang Feng's bone blade collided repeatedly with the crawling beast, and after a few strikes, the sound of tearing began to echo.
Splurt.
Squelch, squelch, squelch. Yang Feng's movements were agile, shifting in small increments, almost dodging every attack from the enemy while extending his bone blade
to slice.
After a few maneuvers, Yang Feng circled around the crawling beast, and when he finally stopped, the monster froze in place.
Crash.
The shredded flesh burst apart, and a large amount of colorful, slimy, and soft organic matter of various hues spilled out through the cuts. Just as Yang Feng had declared earlier,
I'll gut you.
He had disemboweled the crawling beast.
Cruel. Yang Feng's actions were extremely brutal, yet as smooth as flowing water.
He was like the legendary butcher from ancient tales, separating meat from bone with a single stroke. This was the art of killing. Even if one were to train under a kung fu master, enduring harsh winters and scorching summers for 10 years, practicing daily on wooden dummies, they would never achieve such results. However, Yang Feng was self-taught. Every day, he struggled on the tightrope of life and death, honing his combat skills through
countless battles and massacres, ultimately becoming a cold-blooded killing machine. There was no secret, just sheer familiarity.
The more he struck, the more he naturally learned where to cut for maximum efficiency, where the blade would glide most effortlessly, and where it would inflict the most damage.
Now, it's your turn.
Yang Feng turned around to face the special crawling beast that had yet to intervene. It was observing carefully. This unique creature seemed to possess higher intelligence, suppressing its predatory instincts to meticulously study the battle.
Awah, awah, awah.
A special crawling beast, howling like a wild wolf with its head held high, then did something completely unexpected.
Escape. It actually turned around and fled.
This crawling beast leader, based on the deaths of 3 of its kind, determined that the humans before it were extremely dangerous and not to be provoked lightly.
Bang, boom, rumble, rumble.
The special crawling beast smashed through the glass window frame in the passage. Its massive body crushed the wall into pieces, then climbed swiftly along the wall like a giant gecko to escape. On the other side, the other crawling beasts followed their leader, escaping through the windows and gradually disappearing into the boundless night.
This was true wisdom. If you can't win, run.
Sacrificing one of its kind to assess the enemy's strength, it was indeed a leader on the verge of maturing, just like a wolf.
Coward.
Yang Feng removed the ghost mask, his face full of disappointment. The battle had just reached its climax, only to be forcibly ended, leaving him feeling unsatisfied.
Crawlers.
This kind of social creature has some wolf-like traits. If only I could find their nest, I could take care of them all at once. Yang Feng thought to himself, this mutant, which was about to evolve into a mature form, would surely yield a higher quality corpse tumor after being hunted. Shortly after, Yang Feng cleaned up the battlefield and extracted 3 pale green corpse tumors, all dug out from the back of the crawling beast's heads.
Judging
by Jade standards, their luster wasn't particularly rich, only parts displayed a vibrant imperial green, while the rest lacked quality and transparency.
Regardless, 3 green jade-grade corpse tumors count as a substantial harvest. Yang Feng put them back into his pocket and then headed toward the 19th floor.
Having dealt with the trouble caused by the crawling beasts, he still had some matters to arrange.
19th floor. Refugees scattered in all directions, filling the entire corridor.
Each of them held a weapon, yet their bodies trembled, their faces contorted with fear, and their eyes filled with panic. Bai Ting and her group of bodyguards, on the other hand,
stood at the front. Those strong and burly men, gripping blades and iron rods, nervously blocked the area near the emergency exit.
Bai Ting held a pistol, aiming at the doorway, as if ready to empty the entire magazine the moment the monster approached. The corridor was silent, no one dared to make a sound, only the muffled sobs of those covering their mouths echoed.
Footsteps drew closer. Clear footsteps could be heard just outside the emergency exit doorframe, approaching step by step. Who was it? A monster?
Bai Ting's hand holding the gun trembled even more, to the point where the clinking of the gun's components could be heard.
Don't waste bullets.
A familiar voice sounded from outside the door. The door to the safety passage slowly opened, but it wasn't a monster that entered, it was the figure of a man. Yang Feng pushed open the door and slowly appeared before everyone.
Yang Feng.
Bai Ting's hands, gripping the gun, still trembled uncontrollably. The man before her left her so shocked that she was at a loss for words.
Yang Feng walked into the corridor nonchalantly, as if taking a leisurely stroll.
He turned and scraped his shoe against the bottom of the doorframe, wiping off some sticky mud, as though he had just walked through a muddy, rainy path. This simple action, however, caused some people to vomit on
the spot. Ugh.
That wasn't mud at all, it was clearly a mixture of sticky, crimson liquid and crushed organic matter clinging to a shoe, looking just like sludge. Close the door. Boss Young Feng, there are monsters outside. Close the door quickly. Bai Ting's stomach churned violently, but her survival instincts left her no time to dwell on it. It seemed as though only by shutting the corridor door and sealing off the path to the safety passage could they slightly alleviate the despair gripping everyone. No need. Young Feng shrugged, a hint of mockery in his eyes, and said, those monsters have already run off. The few that were left have been dealt with. Ran away? Killed? Yang Feng's words were simple and casual, as if it were just a trivial matter. What? Bai Ting's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Monsters, ran away, killed. How is that possible? Bai Ting had seen those monsters with her own eyes. Their massive bodies could completely block the entire window, and once inside, they were over 2 meters long. From a distance, the crawling beasts were only slightly smaller than a car, and even if they crushed people with their bodies, the surviving refugees wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, with a casual swing of their sharp claws, they could tear people to shreds. Opening their massive blood-red mouths, they could bite a person in half at the waist and with a few chews, swallow them whole. Human sticks and blades were nothing more than tickles to monsters of this caliber. Monsters like these, would they run away? Monsters like these, would they die? Why not take a look for yourself and find out? Bai Ting, and the rest of you, come downstairs with me. Yang Feng beckoned to Bai Ting and a few bodyguards, signaling them to follow him downstairs. What? Bai Ting shook her head like a rattledrum. She absolutely didn't dare to go down now. No, no, no. I won't go down. I won't go down. Thinking of the scene where the crawler beast had just unleashed its slaughter, the suffocating despair and fear surged in her heart. Even if she were given more courage, she still wouldn't dare to go downstairs. Yang Feng's gaze sharpened, his cold and piercing eyes sweeping over the group like a blade. At this moment, they finally realized that the man before them was also a demon, a butcher who killed without hesitation. If they defied his orders, they might meet an even worse fate. All right then. After a brief hesitation, Bai Ting finally made up her mind, trembling as she gripped the gun and followed behind Young Feng. Several bodyguards exchanged glances and then quickly followed in his footsteps. Ugh, 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 ugh. In the emergency exit, a foul stench assaulted their senses. Multicolored, sticky organic matter in shades of green, pink, and red was scattered around the stairs, and broken bodies filled the entire space. The overwhelming stench immediately caused the people behind Young Feng to vomit. The emergency exit needs to be cleaned up. You guys are in charge. The material rewards can be slightly higher. Young Feng said indifferently, instantly causing the faces of those bodyguards to turn pale. This kind of work was simply mental torment. No amount of food could compensate for the trauma to their spirits. Young Feng continued walking downward, and the carcass of a crawling beast immediately came into view for everyone. It's me, monster! Bai Ting couldn't help but scream in shock. Seeing that enormous mutant creature, almost no one could remain calm. Snap! Young Feng grabbed the gun in Bai Ting's hand to prevent her from doing anything unexpected in her emotional state. Look closely, they're already dead. Young Feng spoke the harshest words in the calmest tone. The 3 mutants, each the size of a small car, lay lifeless on the ground. It was simply unbelievable. Dead, dead. Bai Ting widened her eyes, confirming that the 3 monsters were motionless. It took her quite a while to recover her composure. Suddenly, she thought of something, abruptly turned her head, and looked at Young Feng with an even more terrified expression. Could it be that you killed all the monsters? The result was obvious. Just looking at Young Feng's attitude made it clear Young Feng showed no signs of tension, treating the monsters as if they were nothing. The real reason was, he had already killed all the monsters. Yet, Young Feng shook his head. Didn't kill them all, 2 escaped. What a pity, what a pity. This sentence left everyone speechless, utterly shocked. Regret? What is he regretting? Could it be that he regrets not killing all those monsters? That's just too absurd, isn't it? This means that even aberrations like the crawling beasts have to flee when facing Yang Feng. Who is the real monster here? A humanoid monster. Yang Feng is the real monster. Bai Ting and the surrounding bodyguards looked at Young Feng with a changed expression. At first, Young Feng was just a ruthless man. Later, after he took down Mo Jianfeng, he became an absolute maniac not to be provoked. Now, Young Feng has killed 3 crawling beasts, completely beyond human comprehension, practically a humanoid monster. Thud. One of the bodyguards knelt before Young Feng. He was the security captain whose arm Young Feng had severed 2 days ago. He was scared, truly terrified. Boss Young Feng, I failed to recognize greatness and offended you a few days ago due to my blindness. I bow and apologize to you. Bang, bang, bang. He knelt on the ground and fiercely kowtowed several times, sincerely and earnestly, and within moments, his head was already bleeding. What's your name? Yang Feng raised an eyebrow and asked with great interest. My name is Miao Zhuang. Miao Zhuang, who had lost an arm, slowly lifted his blood-covered face, with fear and unease deeply ingrained in his bones. Don't mind it. I don't have any feelings for you. Yang Feng waved his hand casually. I just see you as a passing ant. The understated words were not meant to insult anyone but were simply the truth. Miao Zhuang's life or death had nothing to do with him. He was just a passerby, like an ant. If in a bad mood, he could crush him with a single step. If in a good mood, he could lift his foot and let him go. Thank you. I am an ant. I am an ant. Thank you for sparing me. I will definitely do my best to work for you in the future. Miao Zhuang listened and instead showed a look of joy, knocking his head fiercely on the ground a few more times. Being humiliated as an ant actually made him happy, as it meant he could at least survive for now. These remains must be cleaned up and completely burned. The rest is up to you. Yang Feng pointed at the corpse of the crawling beast, then looked at Bai Ting. Also, Bai Ting, there are a few things I need to entrust to you. A few things? Hundreds, even thousands of things, all had to be done. No matter what it was, Bai Ting had to agree, because the consequences were unimaginable. A lot of people died this time. You should make the exploitation of those refugees easier. Yang Feng showed no burden, his eyes revealing indifference. To him, human lives seemed to be nothing more than numbers. 1 pack of instant noodles a day, they should accept that. Bai Ting trembled all over, hesitated for 2 seconds, and her eyes gleamed with an even more sinister light. And with so many people dead, naturally, there will be more food saved. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Saving food was not his main goal, just part of the plan. Human lives are worthless. Those who hide in their rooms, trembling with fear, only daring to be cowards, muddling through life waiting for death, are utterly worthless. Yang Feng glanced at the passage outside. The apartment corridor was long, with a dozen rooms lined up in a row, many worthless cowards hiding. Within, Bai Ting smiled apologetically beside him, just about to say something, but Yang Feng interrupted her. Human lives also have their value. Those who dare to fight back, bravely face the monsters, and struggle to survive in the apocalypse, their value is immense. Yang Feng remarked with emotion, his eyes gleaming sharply, as if brewing an even greater plan. I want to make a deal. Yang Feng's lips curved slightly as he took out a tumor-like object that looked like a small heart, still warm in his palm. This is? Bai Ting's eyes widened. The small tumor looked somewhat disgusting, but faintly glowed with fluorescent material, appearing mysterious and profound. A corpse tumor. This is the lowest grade corpse tumor. It was extracted from the death point at the back of a decayed corpse's brain. Yang Feng's smile grew a bit more devilish as he continued. I need these small tumors, so I'm willing to exchange supplies and food for them. Corpse tumors. Bai Ting swallowed hard, roughly understanding Yang Feng's meaning. Her eyes were filled with fear. If she hadn't misunderstood, the refugees would need to hunt monsters to exchange for more supplies. Yang Feng's eyes sparkled, and his grin became even more sinister as he continued to explain. People are very hungry now. 1 corpse tumor can be exchanged for 10 packs of instant noodles. Quite a bargain, right? Bai Ting's beautiful eyes widened, her whole body trembling uncontrollably as she finally understood the truth. You want the refugees to hunt those monsters? Bai Ting finally realized that hoarding all the supplies was not Yang Feng's goal. His true plan was to use this to obtain a large number of corpse tumors. This devilish man deliberately reduced the distribution of food with the aim of plunging everyone into a state of hunger, thereby stimulating their motivation to fight against the monsters. Yang Feng neither confirmed nor denied this, maintaining his cruel and sinister smile as he continued. There's plenty of food, steak, pork, chicken legs, red wine, whatever you want. Consumables, all of them are just consumables. The speed at which one person can collect corpse tumors is ultimately limited. Therefore, he intended to leverage his advantage to collect as many corpse tumors as possible, turning all the refugees in the building into expendable tools for harvesting them. Of course, Yang Feng had no desire to establish a faction or become a local overlord. That would be too troublesome. Being a lone wolf was far more comfortable. However, raising a few slaves to fight and compete for corpse tumors on his behalf was still acceptable. In his vision, perhaps not a single survivor in the entire apartment building would make it out alive. The neighbor hoards food, I hoard neighbors. Yang Feng wants not only the neighbor's food but also their blood, flesh, bones, and lives. Devour completely, drain the last drop of blood, all to nourish the dark gold artifact level ghost face. 4th floor. People are panicked. All the doors to the rooms are tightly locked, fearing an attack by monsters. Knock, knock, knock. Su Man Man and the other refugees were pounding on the door, praying that some kind-hearted person would let them in. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let me in, please, I beg you, let me in. This is my house. It was originally my house. What right do you have to kick me out? I kindly took you in, and now you won't even let me hide for a little while? Su Man Man knocked on the door of room 407, crying helplessly as tears the size of beans rolled down like pearls, finally collapsing weakly against the wall. Her state at this moment was even more pitiful. A day and night without food had left Su Man Man pale and her body frail. Her face bore several bruises, and her delicate arms and fair thighs were severely swollen, clearly the result of someone's beating. Could someone have tried to force her? Her clothes showed signs of tearing, but judging by her expression, she was unyielding, preferring to suffer rather than let the other party succeed. Click. Yang Feng walked to his room and turned the key in the lock. Seeing him return, Su Man Man's eyes showed a glimmer of hope as she struggled to stand and walk toward him. Yang Feng, she called softly.
softly. Can you help me?
Su Man bit her lip lightly, her eyes brimming with tears, her face full of grievance and unwillingness as she lowered her head in supplication. No, Yang Feng refused her without hesitation. I've helped you before, Su Man said, even more aggrieved, recalling the events of the first day of the apocalypse. When she heard Yang Feng needed food, she immediately gave him a self-heating hot pot. Of course, Yang Feng didn't actually need food, he was merely mocking her. So what? He asked coldly.
I think you're quite kind, so you shouldn't expect anything in return. This statement rendered Su Man speechless, as if being a qualified saint meant selfless dedication without expecting anything in return. Kindness, is that what makes you hate me so much?
Su Man's eyes turned red, unable to understand what she had done wrong to make Yang Feng despise her so deeply.
Could kindness really be a mistake?
Yang Feng briefly recalled the past, his heart assaulted
by countless painful memories. Why had he become so cold, so bloodthirsty, so brutal?
Once upon a time, he had been a cheerful and sunny young man, eager to help others without expecting anything in return.
And what was the result?
Betrayal, suspicion, misunderstanding, slander, bullying, humiliation. Unimaginable pain tore apart his self-esteem and shattered his dreams. Mud-covered shoes stomped on his head, half his face pressed into the filth, the stench of brown-yellow sludge soaking his entire
body. He was publicly humiliated by the strong, mocked and ridiculed.
For a piece of food, for half a bottle of clean water, he had to fight with vicious dogs, amusing the strong who laughed heartily. Yang Feng knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, repeatedly bowing his head in apology, defending his brothers and lover with whom he had shared days and nights, trying to take all the blame upon himself, only to discover they had already betrayed him, throwing all the blame onto him.
Humiliation.
The darkness of the apocalypse twisted all his kindness. He learned to endure, learned to stay silent, learned to grow stronger at any cost, learned to enjoy battle, reveling in the blood rain, endlessly slaughtering.
He learned to
use the cruelest methods to instill fear and despair in his enemies, then tear them apart.
Pain became a gift. Everything that doesn't kill you will only make you stronger.
Yang Feng recovered from his daze, a hint of amusement appearing in his eyes as he looked at Su Man.
Thank you for helping me, he said. So, I'll return the favor with a big gift.
He patted her shoulder, causing the aggrieved girl to show a moment of joy, but his next words sent her heart plummeting again.
A lesson. I'm going to give you a lesson. Your kindness doesn't bring any benefits.
Yang Feng coldly withdrew his hand and closed the door, leaving Su Man standing there in a daze, her face full of confusion as the wind blew past. Back in his room, Yang Feng took out 3 emerald green corpse tumors. The moment of harvest had finally arrived, it was time to evolve. 3 days. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, Yang Feng had hardly wasted a single moment.
He took out 3 jade green-grade corpse tumors. There contained spiritual essence faintly glowing, occasionally revealing a vibrant, imperial green hue. Were these 3 corpse tumors enough to feed Ghostface?
No, they weren't sufficient for Ghostface to evolve or achieve a qualitative transformation.
That special crawling beast might return at any time. If it evolves to the mature stage, that would be trouble.
I must immediately enhance my strength. Yang Feng thought of the crawling beast that had escaped, its muscles glowing a vivid green and emitting a faint fluorescence.
It had clearly
consumed enough flesh and blood, and was just one step away from evolving into its mature form.
Next time, this monster wouldn't be so easy to deal with.
The crawling beast's corpse tumors are also the type that strengthen muscles. Then let's strengthen the deep iron muscle fibers once more to take the power to the next level. As for the ghost face, that will require the entire apartment to work together and support it. Yang Feng steeled his resolve, crushed 3 corpse tumors, and the vibrant spiritual essence seeped through his skin, merging into the muscle fibers, providing an endless stream of energy.
His muscles began to stir.
The muscle fibers throughout his body seemed like countless writhing little snakes, greedily absorbing the emerald spiritual essence until they gradually became saturated.
Evolution. Mutation.
The pale blue fibers deepened, transforming into a profound azure, becoming increasingly solid.
However, a sudden mutation occurred.
The deep iron fibers suddenly went out of control, becoming excessively powerful, and began to grow wildly.
Without consciousness,
strands of fibers wrapped around the bones, tightening continuously, as if trying to tear the entire skeleton apart.
Not only that, the deep iron fibers expanded immensely, attempting to make the muscles even more robust. Countless steel-like fibers frantically intertwined, almost twisting into a massive tangled ball.
The body was overwhelmed, as if it was about to be completely overtaken at any moment.
Ghostface unleashed. You're rebelling again, aren't you? Do you really think I don't dare to deal with you?
Yang Feng lowered his head, seemingly threatening the muscles on his own body. This time, the deep iron fibers had truly grown strong wings.
Even with Ghostface's direct threats, they remained indifferent and continued encroaching on other territories. You're in your growth phase, and I can't suppress you anymore, huh?
Although Yang Feng's ghost mask is a dark gold-grade artifact, it is merely in its initial embryonic form, faintly sensing insufficient suppression power against the deep iron fibers.
Ignoring the warning, very well. Yang Feng's warning had no effect.
The ghost mask opened opened its blood-red maw, its fangs piercing into the muscle, tearing and sucking out large amounts of spiritual essence. A large chunk of deep azure muscle was devoured, its spiritual essence drained, and the deep azure muscle quickly withered, becoming as fragile as dried firewood. Deep iron fibers finally knew fear. Its swollen, expanded muscles rapidly contracted, returning to the smooth lines of its original golden ratio. No longer daring to encroach on other territories, its entire skeleton instantly felt relaxed, finally subdued once again by the ghostly face. Now do you know fear? Focus on developing properly in your own territory, Yang Feng warned, though he felt a bit apprehensive in his heart. Fortunately, with the dark gold-grade artifact, he could recklessly undergo crazy evolutions. Otherwise, to avoid turning into a monster, he would have to take one step at a time, fully mastering a certain trait before daring to acquire a new ability. That would waste a lot of time. Deep iron fiber growth form. It became even tougher, like refined steel forged through countless hammer strikes, capable of withstanding even large-caliber rifles, while its strength was greatly enhanced. Several hours later, the evolution was fully complete. Phew! Yang Feng exhaled a long breath of turbid air. This deep iron fiber can't be upgraded any further. Ghostface can still suppress it this time, but if it continues to grow, it might truly stop acknowledging me. Yang Feng sighed. Ghostface's ability to suppress across levels is enough to showcase its power. This capability is not only reflected in its strength but also in its unique mechanism. As an artifact, Ghostface can suppress other organs across levels, and after upgrading, it might even acquire new abilities, triggering an even more powerful unique mechanism. After completing this evolution, no one should be able to match Yang Feng's strength in the short term. Ghostface larval form dark gold artifact. Bone blade growth form emerald grade. Deep iron fiber growth form blue sea pattern rare grade. Yang Feng gained such powerful abilities in just 3 days. To put it another way, even if other revolvers were given more time, it would be hard for them to catch up to this level, not even seeing his taillights or catching a whiff of his exhaust. The apocalypse. Day 4. The apartment officially distributed food. This is today's food. Bai Ting, as the property manager, fulfilled her promise by distributing to each resident an entire pack of instant noodles. Hungry stomachs growled. Most of the residents were already so famished that their vision blurred. They opened their doors, craning their necks in anticipation, greedily eyeing the food-laden cart behind Bai Ting. No one dared to snatch it. Beside the cart stood several burly men, armed with blades and iron rods, maintaining order. Times had changed. Yesterday, the people who rose up in resistance were numerous, emboldened by the collective courage if others charged, so would they. But today was a completely different story. Everyone seemed isolated and helpless. No one dared to oppose Bai Ting anymore, especially with the gun in her hand. This is too little. Nevertheless, there were still complaints. Want to eat your fill? Want more supplies? No problem, as long as you can bring this. Bai Ting took a corpse tumor out of her pocket, the very sample Yang Feng had given her. The living little tumor emitted a faint glow, mysterious and peculiar, and it felt slightly warm in her hand. This is a corpse tumor. From now on, one corpse tumor can be exchanged for 10 packs of instant noodles or equivalent food. This bombshell news was like a deep water explosion, instantly igniting the entire floor. Everyone started discussing it. This thing could actually be exchanged for 10 packs of instant noodles? Kill the zombies. Their weak spot is the back of their heads, and occasionally, these corpse tumors appear. Poof. Bai Ting's words left everyone stunned. The corpse tumors were actually obtained by killing the monsters. Isn't this just sending us to our deaths? Exactly. Ghost face. I can barely hide in time. How could I possibly take the initiative to kill those monsters? That's just asking for death. F ***********, you slimy *********. I knew you were up to no good. When the topic of monsters came up, everyone involuntarily showed expressions of fear. In the distance down the corridor, someone pointed at Bai Ting and cursed angrily before taking the opportunity to slip away. However, great rewards will always attract brave individuals. Some seasoned martial artists clenched their fists and began to stir restlessly. University students in the archery club took out their longbows and arrows from the cabinet, pondering the feasibility. The breadwinner of a family of 3 glanced at his hungry wife and child, seemingly making up his mind. The news spread quickly. People in the apartment had mixed thoughts. Yang Feng completed his evolution, tidied up his body, and then cooked a bowl of deluxe seafood noodles, adding a few sausages and large chunks of beef. Slurp, slurp. He ate the noodles in big bites, opened the door, leaned against the doorframe, and listened to the various gossip outside. Have you heard? However, someone has started taking action. The safety passage on the 2nd floor is surrounded by many people, all clearing the barricades. The refugees hid idly in the apartment building, and any slight disturbance quickly reached everyone's ears. I heard about it. Why is no one stopping them? If the roadblocks are really cleared, what happens if the monsters attack? Wouldn't everyone be doomed? More people are concerned about their own safety and don't care who goes to their death. But once the passage is opened and the rotting corpse monsters flood into the apartment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Recruiting
teammates. Recruiting teammates. Anyone ready to go hunt monsters together? The most absurd thing was that someone was actually shouting loudly to find teammates, as if they were leveling up and fighting monsters, with no sense of danger at all. A bit interesting. Yang Feng chewed on a large piece of beef, slurped a mouthful of noodles, and took a sip of soup, feeling utterly satisfied. Turning his head, Su Man from room 407 was leaning against the corner of the wall, staring longingly at the delicious food in his hands. Looking at you like this, why haven't you eaten yet? Wasn't today's food already distributed? Yang Feng was a little curious, but Su Man lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she answered in a weak voice, I got robbed again. The pack of instant noodles she had just received was snatched away by other refugees before she even had a chance to warm it up. As expected, kind people are always bullied. Everyone knows you're soft-hearted, and in such an extreme environment, they act even more recklessly. Despair spread in her eyes, as if she no longer held any hope for this world. Su Man wiped away her tears, slowly stood up from the ground, and, as if making some kind of resolution, began walking toward the direction of the safety passage. Yang Feng was a little surprised. If one does not erupt in silence, they perish in it. Could Su Man have lost her mind? She was actually preparing to leave the apartment. Did she intend to hunt those monsters on her own? He withdrew his gaze, returned to his room, and looked down through the window. It worked. The obstacles in the emergency exit had been cleared. Several men holding knives, dressed in heavy clothing and wrapped tightly, quietly emerged from the entrance of the emergency exit. Miao Zhuang? Yang Feng saw the burly man missing one hand. It was none other than the security captain, Miao Zhuang. He had also taken the risk for food. Fortunately, Yang Feng had already cleared most of the corpses in the inner courtyard. Otherwise, if they encountered monsters, they would be surrounded immediately. During the day, their mobility becomes relatively slower. Their deformed bodies can perform a kind of photosynthesis by absorbing sunlight, drawing some energy. Yang Feng glanced again at the side of the courtyard. The wandering corpses had evidently detected the group's presence through sound and smell. It was daytime, and the strength of the corpses was noticeably weakened. At night, however, they would enter their most active and frenzied state, with the vitality of their inner essence fully mobilized. The chances of obtaining corpse tumors after a successful hunt would also greatly increase. This was why Yang Feng always chose to strike at night. Roar, 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 roar. The battle was about to begin. Several men, wrapped tightly in protective clothing, swung their machetes at the corpses. The monsters let out furious roars, attracting more of their kind. They opened their gaping, blood-stained mouths and brandished their black claws as the fight commenced. These men were facing monsters for the first time, and it was also their first attempt at fighting with all their might. Their lack of experience only made this situation worse. Their grips on the blades were unsteady, and the weapons could easily slip from their hands. Sharp blades struck the hard skulls but lacked the strength to cleave through, instead getting stuck in the bone seams. This was the harsh reality. Those men who were usually arrogant and overbearing proved powerless in actual combat, hacking wildly but failing to hit any vital points. The rotting corpse lunged forward, its black claws tearing through the heavy clothing. Immediately, bright red liquid sprayed out wildly, followed by steaming chunks of organic matter being ripped out and devoured ravenously. Novices, rookies, and even those clinging to a fluke of luck. I am the protagonist. On the battlefield, I am the luckiest. I can survive until the end. On this battlefield, I am the protagonist, and everyone else is just an NPC. However, when I fell to the ground gravely injured, my body torn into pieces, watching the rotting corpse monster pull my still beating, crimson heart from my chest, feeling the rapid loss of life, that sense of luck instantly vanished. I will die. Screams echoed one after another as more and more monsters surged forward. Many greedy humans were pinned to the ground, followed by the piercing sounds of tearing and chewing. The apocalypse is no playground. Yang Feng watched everything happening below, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upward, revealing an even more ruthless expression. Damn it. Shit, shit, shit. Hey, no matter how many I kill, they just keep coming. Someone, driven mad by the killing, wielded a machete with all their might, hacking away until the blade was completely dulled and filled with notches. Some people broke down on the spot, tears streaming down their faces as they cried uncontrollably. More chose to flee the battlefield, dropping their knives and sprinting toward the safety passage. However, a figure caught Yang Feng's attention. Su Man. She picked up a kitchen knife and charged at the fallen monsters, decisively cutting open the fatal spot at the back of their heads to search for corpse tumors. She rummaged through 1, 2, 3 bodies. Determined, she gritted her teeth, overcame her inner fear, and frantically searched through the remains. Finally, she successfully obtained a corpse tumor, desperately securing her spoils of war. That corpse was mine. You thief, give it back. A burly man rushed forward, grabbed Su Man's hair, and snatched the corpse tumor from her hands. Taking advantage of others? Not so easy. Su Man's expression turned unpredictable. She had once been a kind and gentle girl, but after enduring daily torment and abuse, the hope in her eyes had gradually been replaced by despair. Heartless. I need to be even more ruthless. I don't want to be bullied anymore. I don't want to be humiliated again.
Su Manman's gaze gradually turned vicious, and the kitchen knife in her hand stabbed toward the man from earlier.
One strike, piercing his back. Mine. That corpse tumor is mine. Mine. Su Manman's pupils contracted, and the kitchen knife instantly pierced through the person's back. The man's body went limp and collapsed.
He never expected that Su Manman, who was usually bullied, would dare to kill at such a critical moment.
Die. Just die. Su Manman roared as if venting her anger, repeatedly plunging the kitchen knife downward.
Scalding blood sprayed onto her face, and her entire body was covered in filthy blood. Her ferocious expression made
her look even more terrifying.
She reclaimed the corpse tumor and, with bloodshot eyes, quickly turned her gaze to the remains of the rotting corpse nearby, immediately pouncing to continue harvesting.
How could this happen?
Everyone was completely dumbfounded.
Oh,
in their hearts, Su Manman had always been a pure and kind figure, eager to help everyone, her smile seemingly filled with sunshine.
But now, she seemed like a completely different person, almost like a demon emerging from hell. Could she have been infected by this mutation as well? Her heart must be in deep turmoil. Yang Feng sat by the window, watching the fierce battle between humans and monsters. Su Manman's transformation did not surprise him. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, and when a person is
pushed to the brink, anything can happen.
In these few short days of the apocalypse, Yang Feng had witnessed Su Manman's entire transformation.
Her kindness was met with no gratitude, her sincerity
repaid with betrayal.
Those refugees she had once helped had, during a desperate scramble for scarce food, even tried to tear at her clothes to humiliate her.
How much torment must Su Manman have endured in her heart?
Her kindness was crushed bit by bit, her enthusiasm extinguished little by little, her optimistic worldview shattered piece by piece, until she became what she was now.
Retreat! Retreat quickly!
Rotting corpses.
The monsters in the yard are increasing. Let's run!
Everyone fought with all their might, but the sounds of hacking and slashing attracted even more monsters, who whimpered and roared as they surrounded the apartment's entrance.
Aha! Screams echoed one after another. Some, blinded by rage, charged deep into the
horde of corpses, only to realize too late that they were surrounded by grotesque rotting bodies, with no humans in sight.
Retreat, defeat, came like a landslide. The circle held by their numbers quickly tightened, and they scrambled desperately toward the stairway. Quick! Obstacle, block it quickly!
The people who fled back to the second floor hurriedly pushed heavy objects around downward to prevent the monsters from rushing into the apartment.
Damn it!
I'm still down here.
Don't block it completely, there are still people behind. Many had not yet escaped back to the second floor.
Seeing the obstacles piling up behind them, they
couldn't help but curse.
They quickly climbed onto wardrobes and tables, taking advantage of the gaps before the passage was completely blocked, and swiftly
crawled back to the second floor. Ah, my leg!
A large wardrobe toppled over, crushing a poor soul's leg, rendering them unable to pull free.
The rotting corpses arrived. The clawing monsters immediately pounced on the unfortunate person, followed by the sounds of tearing and chewing. Bad luck for you. Kill. Struggle a little longer to buy us some time.
The other humans around him merely cast indifferent glances his way, and some even looked on with schadenfreude. Taking advantage of the moment when the decayed corpses were feasting, they hurriedly escaped through the gaps. In the end, the passage was blocked once again. A few unlucky individuals were still trapped outside, and the screams quickly rang out again.
Ah! Scalding crimson. Liquid seeped through the gaps at the bottom, filling the corridor with a faint scent of blood. The casualties were heavy, and morale was low. The gathered brave
ones numbered over 30, but after a series of battles and various accidents, only a little over 10 returned.
More than half of them perished outside. The apocalypse is no playground.
Even the lowest level decayed corpse monsters are extremely dangerous for ordinary people to deal with, and death could come at any moment.
Help me!
Under the dim light, someone leaned against the wall, crying for help. Although he had rushed back in time, a large chunk of flesh had been torn from his thigh, injuring an artery, and blood
was flowing profusely. Rip!
An experienced veteran tore his clothing into strips and tightly bound them around the base of the man's thigh to temporarily stop the bleeding.
Massive bleeding. Aha!
Someone come help me. Stop the bleeding first, he's going to die. There were plenty of onlookers, but very few who could help.
Finally, a doctor stepped forward. I have tools in my room. Who can fetch them for me? A young man took the key and hurried toward the floor and room the doctor had mentioned. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping echoed in the hallway. A
man with a mocking expression slowly approached, speaking in a taunting tone. What a shining moment of humanity, working together to save a dead man.
So noble and great, yet just now you blocked others outside the obstacle, leaving them to be torn apart by the monster? Yang Feng's sarcastic words instantly enraged everyone present. Just now, the situation was urgent.
Those monsters could break in at any moment, so we had to seal off the passage in advance. The retired veteran, with meticulous thinking, glanced again at the injured person beside him.
The situation is different now. Saving even one person is worth it. A reasonable excuse. Yang Feng nodded silently. The veteran's ability to remain rational after a fierce battle indeed made him a talent. What a pity. The person you're trying to save is about to turn into a monster. Yang Feng pointed at the injured man. His thigh was torn apart and the bite wound had already developed large areas of festering decay. The blood seemed to have turned a dark brownish black, clearly showing signs of infection. Those bitten by monsters were highly likely to mutate into monsters themselves. Unless they had exceptionally strong willpower, they would turn into a corpse within a few hours. Ah, he's infected. The doctor was shocked and sprang away from his side. During the series of emergency procedures earlier, he hadn't taken any infection precautions. If he got infected too, don't be afraid. It's just saliva infection. It could also be scratches from claws. Yang Feng revealed a playful smile, patted the doctor's shoulder, and noticed how the doctor immediately backed away upon hearing the possibility of being injured and infected. The crowd, hearing Yang Feng's words, was filled with fear and began checking their bodies, terrified of any wounds left by the decayed corpse creatures. Help me check if there's a wound on my back. This is just a scrape, not a bite. It's fine, it must be fine. Someone breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling reassured. Others scared themselves, panicking over mere scrapes and swelling, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. Yet, there were those who remained silent, hiding their wounds and quietly blending into the crowd. Ugh, ugh. The severely blood-loss injured person gradually lost consciousness. This condition would only accelerate the spread of the infection. A low growl involuntarily escaped his throat, and his body began to mutate rapidly. His fingernails gradually enveloped the entire finger bones, forming deformed claws. The injured person's teeth fell out in large numbers, replaced by sharp, shark-like fangs, with his mouth filled with jagged teeth. Infection, mutation. The injured person trembled violently, his eyes suddenly rolling back to reveal only the whites, making him look ferocious and terrifying, on the verge of turning into a rotting corpse monster. Thud! A kitchen knife pierced through the injured person's neck. It was Su Man. She acted without hesitation, then withdrew the knife and sliced open the fatal spot at the back of the injured person's head, searching for the corpse tumor she was expecting. Tisk. How terrifying! Yang Feng sighed as he leaned against the wall, secretly thinking to himself that the kind-hearted saint turning dark was truly a bit frightening. Snap! Yang Feng snapped his fingers. At the end of the corridor came the sound of a cart being pushed. Bai Ting walked at the front, followed closely by several burly bodyguards, who placed a large amount of supplies in front of everyone. Let me reintroduce myself. From today onwards, all the corpse tumors you acquire must be handed over to me. Yang Feng had no intention of hiding his identity. Standing in front of Bai Ting, he drew surprised gazes from the crowd. That's Yang Feng from the 4th floor. Bai Ting and those bodyguards have betrayed Mo Jianfeng? I heard earlier that Mo Jianfeng was already taken out by that kid, and his corpse was carried out. Many people began whispering among themselves. The way they looked at Yang Feng now carried a hint of wariness. To be able to take down that big boss of the group and make Bai Ting and the bodyguards submit, he must have some serious skills. Alright, 1 corpse tumor, 10 packs of instant noodles. Let's start the exchange now. Yang Feng stepped aside, while Bai Ting, like a shopkeeper, neatly arranged a large amount of supplies. Food here consisted of blood-stained steamed buns. Over 30 people had set out aggressively, but only about 10 returned. The rest had been torn to pieces by monsters, a cost too heavy to bear. 1. A retired veteran was the first to step forward, slowly opening his palm to reveal a corpse tumor. He was about 40 years old, with resolute eyes, scars on his face, and slightly deformed bones in his right hand, clearly calluses left from holding a gun. Despite his advancing age, his physical strength remained formidable. Exchange food for him. Yang Feng collected the corpse tumor and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's your name?" Su Hong. The veteran Su Hong replied indifferently, showing no goodwill toward Yang Feng. He intended to leave after taking 10 packs of instant noodles. Don't rush. After distributing the supplies, I have other matters to announce. Yang Feng blocked the veteran Su Hong's path. He had revealed his identity because he had more important things to do. Otherwise, trivial tasks like distributing supplies could easily be handled by Bai Ting and the bodyguards. Hoof. Su Hong snorted coldly and stepped back. Continue the exchange. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a familiar face stepped forward. It was Miao Zhuang, whose arm had been broken by him. Boss Yang Feng. Miao Zhuang put on a fawning demeanor, nodding and bowing to Yang Feng. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Miao Zhuang, who had lost an arm, and silently pondered. His previous judgment seemed to have been somewhat mistaken. This former bodyguard captain was kneeling before him, kowtowing so hard that his forehead was bruised, appearing extremely humble, timid, and cowardly. How could someone so cowardly dare to fight fiercely against those monsters? This is a corpse tumor. Miao Zhuang opened his palm, revealing a corpse tumor. I don't want instant noodles, he continued. I want beef. Miao Zhuang pointed to the supplies in the cart, where there was a large bag of vacuum-packed cooked beef, seemingly with quite an appetite. Yang Feng found this even more intriguing, nodded to signal Bai Ting to bring the beef, and then smiled as he
he asked. Why did you decide to join this operation? Miao Zhuang froze for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the bodyguards behind Bai Ting, a peculiar look in his eyes. I want to prove myself. Even if I have only one arm left, I am still the boldest, the one who dares to fight the hardest. So that's how it is. Miao Zhuang was once the head of security, but after losing an arm, his status plummeted. Coupled with his earlier act of groveling to Yang Feng, he became the subject of much disdain and gossip. He needed to prove to those bodyguards that he was still the fiercest, the one who dared to fight the hardest. With a ripping sound, Miao Zhuang tore open the packaging and stuffed a large piece of beef into his mouth, looking smugly at his former comrades, flaunting the delicacy he had risked his life to obtain. Interesting. Yang Feng withdrew his gaze and noticed a graceful figure approaching. Su Man. She had shed her usual gentle and kind demeanor, her entire body covered in bright red liquid, holding a kitchen knife in her hand, resembling a maniac escaped from a mental institution. She stepped forward and opened her other hand, revealing 2 corpse tumors. Lucky, and bold too. I want meat too. Su Man lowered her voice and pointed at several items: steak, beef, chicken drumsticks, braised eggs, ham sausage, instant noodles. These were likely worth far more than 20 packs of instant noodles. As the manager of supplies, Bai Ting's expression looked somewhat troubled. She refused, saying, hold on, let me calculate the total value first. The value of the corpse tumors you provided isn't enough. I don't care. Su Man said recklessly, I'm very hungry. I want food, delicious food. Even if I owe a debt, I will find more corpse tumors to exchange. Her madness caused the surrounding bodyguards to gather around, ready to restrain this out-of-control woman at any moment. Give it to her on credit. Yang Feng said these 3 words casually, leaving Bai Ting and the surrounding bodyguards stunned. He had actually shown great mercy, willing to give Su Man credit without any explanation. Fine. Bai Ting reluctantly took out a plastic bag and packed 5 packs of instant noodles, a steak, a pack of cooked beef, 2 grilled sausages, a chicken leg, all into the bag and handed it to Su Man. Everyone else was shocked. Credit was actually possible? I want credit too. Someone began shouting, I've had terrible luck, but next time I'll definitely get a corpse tumor. If others can get credit, why can't we? I killed more monsters than she did just now. Those who returned empty-handed started complaining, even resorting to shameless behavior. The issue wasn't scarcity, but inequality. Yang Feng sneered, his gaze filled with contempt as he looked at the shouting crowd as if they were trash. Anyone who hasn't obtained the corpse tumor is nothing but useless trash to me, he said bluntly. If anyone's unhappy, step forward. You. Yang Feng provocatively curled his finger at the crowd. Immediately, a burly young man with tattoos covering his back stepped out, his face full of arrogance. Kid, he began, you look young. Maybe you haven't heard much about the ways of the world. Back in the day, your brother. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Feng's hand swiftly gripped half of his face. In the next instant, he slammed him fiercely against the wall. With a loud bang, a large section of the wall crumbled, and fine cracks spread out in all directions. The man who had called himself Big Brother had half his face embedded in the wall, blood gushing out wildly. His skull was shattered, killing him instantly. Everyone around was utterly shocked, especially Su Hong, a retired Special Forces soldier who knew deep down just how immense the strength required for such a blow was. Before was before, now is now, Yang Feng said coldly. In this apartment, I make the rules. Anyone who defies or provokes me will end up like this. He acted like a tyrannical dictator, leaving no room for negotiation. Everyone quickly quieted down, trembling as they handed over the corpse tumors in their hands, not daring to say a word. This time, a total of 8 corpse tumors were collected. Not bad. This was definitely worth my effort staying up all night. Yang Feng thought to himself, satisfied as he pocketed it, revealing a smug smile. Next, it's time for business. He slowly took a few steps forward, arriving at the center of the crowd. First, let me show you something. Yang Feng walked up to the corpse that had mutated from an injured person, broke off one of its sharp teeth, and lightly sliced his own palm. The sharp tooth cut through his hand, and bright, red liquid flowed from his palm. The crowd was stunned. Was he courting death? Doing this would infect Yang Feng with the virus, turning him into that twisted, deformed monster. Don't worry. As you can see, I am not afraid of infection. What is the most terrifying aspect of those rotting corpses with festering bodies? Is it their sharp teeth? Their razor-like claws? None of these are the most fearsome. The overwhelming infectiousness, that is what truly drives despair. As long as you are injured even slightly, you might turn into a monster. There's no need to hold back. There's no need to fear becoming a monster through infection. I can lend you power, so when you fight against the monsters, unleash yourself completely. Yang Feng spread his arms, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. Just the 4 words, indulge in battle, were enough to stir everyone's emotions. People exchanged glances. The information was overwhelming, making it hard to process all at once. Lending power? What kind of secrets did this seemingly young man possess? Not only was he immune to infection, the strength he displayed earlier, effortlessly smashing a human head into the wall, far exceeded the limits of ordinary people. The crowd grew restless. Having experienced brutal fights, they deeply understood the importance of power and began calculating silently in their hearts.
Then what is the price? You just mentioned that the power is lent to us, so what is the interest?
Veteran Su Hong was the first to react. He knew well that there was no such thing as a free lunch, especially in the apocalypse, or even crumbs wouldn't be spared for you.
Slaves. Anyone who accepts my power must become a slave.
Yang Feng's smile turned sinister and cruel, and his words were even harder to accept.
There is only one condition. Completely obey my orders. Even if I tell you to die, you must execute it immediately. What kind of condition is this? It's simply an insult.
The crowd at the scene was filled with anger in their eyes. To be completely reduced to slaves, fulfilling all the master's demands, was worse than being livestock.
Angry?
Yang Feng sneered coldly, not only refraining from comforting the crowd but instead adding fuel to the fire, continuing to state even more unacceptable
conditions.
When the tide of corpses surrounds us, at my command, you must risk your life to break through and carve a bloody path for me. When hunting alien species, one command, and you must stay behind to cover me, buying me time. If one day I'm in a bad mood and want to watch a cricket fight, I'll have a few slaves kill each other for my amusement, and they must give it their all.
The more Yang Feng spoke, the more outrageous he became. In his words, slaves were even worse than animals, mere cannon fodder, toys to be mocked. Madman, I'm not playing with you anymore. Veteran Su Hong couldn't accept it.
Angrily, he picked up the spoils and turned to leave.
Most people felt the same, who would entrust their life to a madman. Moreover, becoming someone's slave and losing all freedom was simply absurd.
The crowd dispersed, but in the end, 3 people remained on the scene, seemingly ready to accept Yang Feng's terms. The first, Miao Zhuang.
Miao Zhuang staying behind did not surprise Yang Feng. He was the one in the entire apartment building who
understood Yang Feng's strength the best. Miao Zhuang's arm had been instantly severed by Yang Feng. He had personally witnessed the big boss Missouri Jianfeng being taken down by Yang Feng and even saw him withstand gunfire with his bare body. Miao Zhuang had seen the corpse of a crawling beast, and even giant beasts the size of cars. Yang Feng had slaughtered 3 of them. His strength was undeniable. So, Miao Zhuang was well aware of Yang Feng's power. Even if it meant becoming his slave, it was still like clinging to a powerful ally.
The second, Su Man. Her decision to stay was unexpected. To destroy a person, all it takes is their worst day.
The experiences of the past few days in the apocalypse gradually transformed Su Man. The once kind and innocent girl had long been crushed into pieces.
Betrayal, humiliation, and bullying shattered her worldview in an instant.
Su Man endured until today, finally breaking down and turning dark, becoming ruthless and exceptionally cruel. The fact that you stayed surprises me.
I'm a bit curious, don't you hate me?
Yang Feng said mockingly. Over the past few days, he had ridiculed Su Man quite a bit. By all accounts, she should harbor resentment toward him.
Hate.
I hate your indifference. Hate it so much I wish I could stab your heart to pieces. Su Man gritted her teeth as she spoke, but then her tone shifted, and she continued. But now I finally understand that most of what you said was right. The grand gift you gave me was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, making me realize just how naive I was.
Power.
I need power, at all costs. These words left Yang Feng momentarily stunned. What he had given Su Man was precisely a lesson that good intentions do not always yield good outcomes.
In the dark corner, Su Man reflected on many things: what is truly right, what is true, kindness, and what she had done wrong. The answer was obvious. Her kindness was hypocritical, obsessive, and extreme. Her kindness was merely a pursuit of others' praise, respect, and recognition, simply to satisfy the vanity of being a pure, kind, good girl. Yang Feng saw all of this in her eyes. Awareness awakened. She shattered her old self and welcomed a new version of herself. Finally, Yang Feng turned his gaze to the third person. It was a young man with dyed yellow hair, arms covered in tattoos, and some flashy designs inked on all 10 fingers. Boss Yang Feng, my name is Huang Fei.
Huang Fei introduced himself proactively, a flattering smile on his face.
This kid's casual attitude revealed a lack of determination.
Yang Feng had seen plenty of smooth talkers like him in his previous life.
He seemed
more like someone looking to pledge allegiance to a boss, hoping to find a big tree to shelter under while freeloading on the powerful abilities bestowed upon him. In fact, this was exactly what Huang Fei was thinking.
A slave? Just words for now. Who knows what the future holds? I'll take advantage of the benefits first, and if worst comes to worst, I'll find a chance to run away later, or maybe even stab him in the back and take everything he has.
Huang Fei was immersed in his own fantasies when Yang Feng patted him on the shoulder.
Huang Fei, not bad.
Yang Feng didn't say much, turned around, and walked upstairs, with the others following closely behind.
19th floor. A special room was cleaned spotlessly.
In the center of the room was a bed, and on the bed were chains that could bind hands and feet, giving off a somewhat eerie vibe, as if it were the laboratory of an evil doctor.
Huang Fei,
you lie down first. Yang Feng asked Huang Fei to lie on the bed first, which immediately caused his unease.
Me first? Can you let someone else go first?
Before Huang Fei could finish his sentence, Yang Feng shot him a cold, knife-like glare, making him shudder all over. Soon, Huang Fei lay down, his hands and feet secured by chains. Yang Feng took out a syringe, then retrieved a corpse tumor, inserting the syringe into the small lump and slowly extracting some special viscous substance, spirit essence. Within the viscous substance, tiny glimmers of fluorescence flickered. It was unmistakably the source of the aberration, a bizarre material capable of mutating the soul. Huang Fei looked at the syringe, his heart pounding with fear welling up inside him. These corpse tumors were extracted from the bodies of monsters. What would happen if they were injected into a human body? Wouldn't that turn someone into a monster? Boss Yang Feng, you're not planning to inject me with this thing, are you? Wait, I regret it. I won't be a slave anymore. Wait, do you think you can stop being a slave just because you say so? Yang Feng, with a hint of a cruel smile, walked up to Huang Fei and plunged the syringe fiercely, stabbing it directly into his heart. The spiritual substance, a special material glowing with fluorescence, was quickly injected into Huang Fei's body. The heart, which controls the flow of blood throughout the body, allowed the spiritual substance to merge with the blood at the fastest speed, triggering a unique physical reaction. It hurts so much. It feels like ants are biting me. So itchy. The spiritual essence quickly spread, gradually merging with the blood. Black liquid could be seen flowing through the veins, and the surrounding flesh was rapidly decaying. Corruption. The filth lingering in the soul was gradually eroding his body. Stay resolute. Your body, your choice. Don't let external impurities contaminate it. Yang Feng looked at Huang Fei indifferently, but the words he spoke sounded more like cold sarcasm. His eyes rolled back, fangs protruding. Huang Fei foamed at the mouth, his body trembling violently. The filthy, decayed blood had already spread to his neck, threatening to reach his brain. Ugh. Roar. A deep, inhuman growl emerged from Huang Fei's throat, eventually transforming into a wild roar. He had completely lost his humanity, reduced to a rotting corpse monster. Su Man, you handle him. Yang Feng turned his gaze to Su Man, slightly stepping aside to let her deal with the monstrous Huang Fei. Was this the first command to his slave? Su Man did not hesitate, gripping the kitchen knife tightly and stabbing it straight into Huang Fei's neck. The blade pierced through instantly. How fortunate. He developed a corpse tumor, at least it wasn't wasted. Yang Feng saw the fluorescent spiritual substance converge on the death point at the back of Huang Fei's head, eventually forming a brand new corpse tumor. Su Man removed the corpse tumor and handed it to Yang Feng, completing the first command. Miao Zhuang, drag the corpse away. You're up next. Yang Feng issued the order. Miao Zhuang trembled all over, hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately lay down on the bed as instructed, chaining his hands and feet. The previous failure of Huang Fei's surgery and its severe consequences were still fresh in his mind. Miao Zhuang was filled with fear, a chill running through him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Your willpower should be much stronger than that little yellow-haired guy earlier. Yang Feng walked over with a smile, lightly patting Miao Zhuang's shoulder. So, Miao Zhuang's anxious heart eased slightly. Could his chances of survival be higher? So I need to increase the dosage. Yang Feng revealed a devilish grin, picked up 2 corpse tumors, and slowly extracted the essence with a syringe. Boss Yang Feng, I'm afraid I can't handle it. Miao Zhuang began to struggle violently, fear instantly enveloping his entire body. Looking up, he saw only Yang Feng's sinister grin. With a sharp sound, the syringe pierced his heart, injecting the essence, which quickly merged into his bloodstream and spread throughout his body via the arteries. Aha! Miao Zhuang let out a painful roar. The intense effects of the drug felt like thousands of ants gnawing at his heart, or countless centipedes crawling under his skin. Endure some more. Miao Zhuang desperately held on, his body trembling violently, his teeth nearly shattering from the strain. His eyes kept rolling upward, showing only the whites, as if he was about to lose consciousness, yet he stubbornly held on. I don't want to die. I don't want to become a monster. I want everyone to respect me. Miao Zhuang roared with all his might, resisting the contamination of the spiritual essence through sheer willpower. As time ticked by, the trembling of his body gradually subsided. He was drenched in sweat, his face pale as if he had lost too much blood. I succeeded. Miao Zhuang succeeded, completely resisting the contamination of the spiritual essence and undergoing a perfect transformation. A new human. Someone who can endure corpse tumors or resist infection can evolve into a new human. Stronger, faster. Most importantly, immune to infection, no longer needing to fear turning into a zombie-like monster after being attacked by the undead. Of course, the strength of a new human is far from reaching the level of an evolver, but it is significantly superior to that of ordinary people. Congratulations. Become my slave. Yang Feng's congratulations seemed a bit awkward, as if becoming his slave was something to be proud of. Finally, it's your turn. Su Man. Yang Feng had Su Man lie on the bed, took out an injection, then took out 2 corpse tumors and extracted the spiritual essence from them. Add more. Su Man lay on the bed, her hands and feet restrained. She glanced at the nearby corpse tumor and unexpectedly unexpectedly requested an increase in the dosage. Bold move. Do you know what increasing the dosage means? An ordinary person can barely endure just one corpse tumor. Someone with strong willpower can barely handle 2 corpse tumors. Even seasoned veterans, honed through countless battles on the battlefield and in the jungle, can only endure 3 to 4 at most. Young Feng, based on his own experience, explained to Su Man that it is quite dangerous for ordinary people to recklessly increase the dosage during their first transformation. I want 4. Su Man's gaze was resolute as she proactively increased the dosage to 4 corpse tumors. Alright, don't regret it. I don't want to waste these corpse tumors for nothing. Yang Feng's excitement was unmistakable. A corrupted saint, just how much could she endure? 4 corpse tumors were drawn into the syringe. Yang Feng walked to Su Man's side, the fluorescent substance in the syringe in his hand shimmering, almost filling the entire tube. With a soft sound, the injection was administered. The spiritual essence of the 4 corpse tumors merged into Su Man's bloodstream, triggering a special transformation almost instantly, turning into a filthy hue. The filth spread rapidly, leaving decayed flesh in its wake, forming large areas of festering sores. Aha! Su Man refused to give in, enduring immense pain, but her gaze was unusually resolute. I want revenge. I want revenge. Those who betrayed me, bullied me, humiliated me, none of them will escape. I want power. I want power. I want power. She struggled in agony, shouting furiously. Revenge was her greatest motivation to survive, and her strong willpower, like a dam, actually managed to hold back the filth of the spiritual essence. Oh, Yang Feng seemed a bit surprised. You managed to block it? In that case, for isn't your limit. He revealed a devilish, sinister smile, then took out the syringe, drew the spiritual essence of 2 more corpse tumors, and viciously injected it into Su Man's artery. Struggle more, go crazier. The more spiritual essence you absorb, the stronger you'll become after your first evolution, and the higher your limit for enduring power will be. Yang Feng spoke beside her, as if encouraging her to resist as much of the spiritual filth as possible. Think about it, the mother and son who took your food and then took your room. Think about it, the refugees who enjoyed your supplies and then kicked you into a corner. Think about it, those people who beat you, insulted you, and abused you. Think about it, those scheming individuals who, in the dead of night, wanted to tear your clothes apart, completely humiliate you, and vent their desires. Yang Feng's words were like knives, continuously piercing Su Man's heart. Aha! I want to live, live, live. I want revenge. I want revenge. I want revenge. Su Man roared and screamed, the chains binding her body clashing loudly, even the bed creaked under the strain. Her body was evolving. Evolution. 6 corpse tumors at once, this quantity was almost enough to advance a special organ to the emerald level. Su Man screamed with all her might, her once youthful and vibrant body undergoing a series of transformations. Higher bone density, stronger muscle resilience, enhanced heart and lung efficiency, faster reflexes, everything was progressing in a positive direction. Aha! The bed frame beneath Su Man was on the verge of breaking, and the iron chains binding her clanged loudly, like an enraged mother beast. Finally, Su Man's evolution was complete. She lay on the bed, gasping for air, her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of weakness and disbelief. Even she felt it was a miracle to have survived. Very good. Yang Feng smiled faintly and unlocked the chains for Su Man. Master. Su Man got off the bed and unexpectedly knelt directly before Yang Feng, even addressing him with this shameful title. Congratulations, you have become the new humans. Your bodies will be significantly stronger than ordinary people, immune to infection, and won't turn into monsters due to wounds. Yang Feng first applauded Miao Zhuang and Su Man, then his expression changed, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. From now on, you will start repaying your debt. Yang Feng, like a demon king, revealed a bloodthirsty grin. Miao Zhuang, you must submit at least 1 corpse tumor every day. Su Man, you must submit at least 2 corpse tumors every day. This is only temporary, merely the beginner's protection period. After 3 days, the number of corpse tumors required will double. Yang Feng set strict quotas. For the 2, the minimum standards they must meet daily. Slaves, advanced consumables. Sustaining the dark gold level, ghost phase, requires a large number of corpse tumors, and these slaves will provide them continuously. This is the price. Gaining power comes at a cost. No matter the method, the required number of corpse tumors must not fall short. What if we fail to collect enough corpse tumors? Miao Zhuang felt uneasy. With the quota doubling in 3 days, it meant killing nearly 20 rotting corpses daily. What if he got injured? What if he couldn't submit them on time? Yang Feng's gaze darkened as he looked down at Miao Zhuang, his tone carrying a bloody chill as he slowly said, then it proves you're useless trash. You should understand how trash is dealt with. Yang Feng's words made Miao Zhuang tremble all over. He quickly lowered his head and replied in a tone filled with fear and respect, yes, master. Yang Feng withdrew his sinister smile, and his expression turned relaxed and cheerful again, making it hard to decipher. Today is the first day of birth. I am feeling merciful and will spare you from today's offering. He leaned in closer, closer, one hand wrapped around Miao Zhuang's neck and the other around Su Manman's shoulder, as if jokingly saying, "One last reminder, do not use corpse tumors without permission.
Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." Is Yang Feng issuing a warning?
But his excited expression seemed more like he was anticipating the two of them secretly using the corpse tumor, just to see what they would turn into.
Terrifying. Yang Feng's image was deeply imprinted in their hearts.
Fourth floor. Su Manman carried the packed supplies and returned to the fourth floor.
"Yo, our goddess is back. So many good things. Where did you get them?"
Hee, no need for us to say much, just hand them over and share with the brothers. The refugees who usually bullied Su Manman swarmed over, mercilessly snatching the bag from her hands, ready to divide the food.
Su Manman's face darkened.
She gripped a kitchen knife, her cold gaze fixed on the surrounding refugees.
Squelch!
Su Manman suddenly thrust forward, the kitchen knife piercing through a man's chest. Bright red liquid flowed out, and the scorching blood instantly sprayed all over her face.
"Ah,
there's been a murder, a murder." Someone realized what had happened and immediately screamed, trying to run away. Su Manman, however, grabbed someone's hair and, using her enhanced strength, directly yanked him to the ground.
"You really like stealing my food, don't you?"
she snarled, and the kitchen knife flashed, piercing straight through the person's neck. The packets of instant noodles in his hands fell to the floor. And you. Su Manman went completely mad, sending away anyone who tried to take her food with a single slash. Yang Feng stood not far away in the corridor, witnessing this massacre without suspense.
Born for it.
Su Manman is naturally a perfect blade for slaughter. His sharp gaze had already noticed Su Manman's uniqueness, gradually uncovering her venomous ruthlessness and revealing her exceptional talent for killing.
Don't kill me. I was wrong. Su Manman, I'll return all the food to you."
Those refugees kept begging for mercy, and some were so terrified that their legs gave out, and a foul stench seeped from their pants.
"You all deserve to die." Su Manman completely ignored the pleas for mercy.
Soon, the hallway was left with nothing but pools of blood, and the corpses of refugees lay scattered haphazardly on the ground. Su Manman, barefoot, kicked fiercely at the door of her room 407.
Open the door for me."
She completely acted like a madwoman, leaving dents on the door with her foot.
A few more kicks and the lock definitely wouldn't hold. "Don't come in. Woo. Stop kicking."
The person inside the room was clearly terrified, begging Su Manman to stop kicking the door.
Woo.
"We are just a poor widow and orphan, so pitiful."
"Do you really have to bully us?"
The mother and son who had taken over Su Manman's room actually started playing the pity card, talking about how pitiful and hungry they were. Taking over her house was an act of desperation. Snatching her food was something they had no choice but to do.
"Do you have any conscience left? Are you still human?"
"The child has been scared to tears, and you won't even spare the child?" The woman cried behind the door, her tears streaming like raindrops on a pear blossom, twisting black into white and instead portraying herself as the victim. Su Manman was laughing hysterically.
She didn't answer any questions but laughed sinisterly.
She mocked how hateful hypocrites were, mocked how foolish she had been in the past, and mocked how exhilarating the pleasure of revenge felt now. A loud bang, and the door was kicked open. Su Manman entered with a knife, followed by screams and cries, but within just a few seconds, all the sounds fell silent.
Su Manman walked out of the room. She retrieved her instant noodles, steak, chicken drumsticks, braised eggs.
She cooked a bowl of noodles, sliced some beef and sausage, then calmly placed it on the table and began to enjoy her meal.
So nice.
Su Manman happily savored the food in big bites, but scalding tears welled up at the corners of her eyes, as if it were the last remnants of kindness. In the dead of night, a raging tide of corpses surged like waves. The decaying bodies emitted faint glimmers of light, resembling countless fireflies gathering and surging. Forward. Zzz. The transformer box on the street emitted a piercing noise due to unstable power supply, followed by an explosion that blew it apart.
The power's out.
Yang Feng gazed out the window as the lights in several nearby streets went out in an instant, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Only the city center faintly flickered with light. It had been 4 days since the apocalypse began, and with no one operating the power plants, the electrical system was gradually failing.
Widespread blackouts were only a matter of time. Soon, the entire city's power would completely collapse. Next, it'll be the water supply. Yang Feng pondered in his heart.
Although the water supply would not be interrupted for the time being, it would eventually be contaminated by the remnants of corpses, and the water purification system might even become completely clogged.
The evolved new humans are immune to the virus infection, so the impact on them is minimal.
The poor refugee survivors, however, are going to suffer. Before long, the population would drastically decrease, with water pollution being the main culprit, possibly even triggering a second wave of mutations. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. Relying on his experiences from his previous life, Yang Feng deeply understood the horrors of disaster. As time went on, the environment would not only worsen, but the variety of mutants would also increase, becoming stronger and more formidable. The collection of corpse tumors had to be accelerated. Unfortunately, he He had just obtained 8 corpse tumors today, but they were all used on 2 slaves. In the future, he would have to extract dozens of times more to make up for it. Pitch black like ink, smooth as a mirror, with only an exaggerated crack. A multidimensional holographic image immediately imprinted itself in his mind. Hunting time. Yang Feng leaped down the building in a few quick bounds. It was time to begin tonight's hunting operation. The wandering rotten corpses let out low whimpers. Dozens of monsters had appeared in the apartment courtyard, drawn by people during the day, aimlessly wandering in a small area. A waste of time. Yang Feng had no interest in these corpses. Hunting them would only waste time. He needed to find stronger prey. These lowest level corpses, he would leave them to Su Man and the others. It could also serve as a kind of test. Yang Feng skillfully passed through the back door he had used last time and went straight to the back alley, continuing to explore deeper. The path was muddy, fish baskets scattered everywhere, fish scales mixed with sludge. Chicken cages were twisted and deformed, chicken feathers mingled with bloody water. The fresh meat of all living creatures had been captured and devoured by the monsters, leaving nothing but energy to sustain them. Not far away, a large truck was parked by the roadside, various goods scattered all over, and the driver had also turned into a monster. A tall figure caught Yang Feng's attention. Giant corpse, stage, juvenile, rare grade, emerald green. This type of mutated aberration was mostly formed from strong-bodied humans, with greatly enhanced muscle strength, regrown bones, and an even larger physique. Giant corpse? It must be a mutated freight worker, quite a strong body though. Yang Feng hid nearby, observing. The mutated freight worker stood over 2 meters tall, with exaggerated muscles that had torn the work uniform to shreds. However, despite its terrifying appearance, the giant corpse was ultimately just the lowest level of mutant. Yang Feng's muscular strength, on the other hand, was provided by far more powerful organs, making him far superior and rarer than the mutant before him. Let's start with you. Got it. Yang Feng stood up and walked fearlessly toward the giant corpse. The towering monster, over 2 meters tall, cast a shadow that blocked the moonlight, obscuring Yang Feng's silhouette. In comparison, Yang Feng's figure appeared so slender, so small. Look over here. Yang Feng approached the giant corpse, his movement and voice causing it to suddenly turn its head. The giant corpse tilted its head, showing a puzzled expression, staring blankly at Yang Feng for 2 seconds before erupting into a deafening roar. Roar, 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 roar. Without hesitation, the giant corpse's massive fist, like a hammer, came crashing down, seemingly intent on smashing Yang Feng into pulp. Ha! Yang Feng grinned, a trace of excitement flashing across his face, and let out a loud shout as he threw a punch forward. Bang! A heavy impact resounded as the giant corpse's massive fist caved in irregularly. The sound of shattering, like porcelain breaking, was dense and continuous, and its entire finger bone was likely completely crushed. The gap was just too vast. Deep iron fiber growth form. The power contained in Yang Feng's muscular organs far surpassed that of the giant corpse. This disparity was not merely a contest of strength levels but an absolute domination. Bang, bang, bang. The giant corpse staggered back several steps, its body colliding with a freight cart. The railing bent under the impact before it finally came to a halt. Too weak. Yang Feng tested his strength briefly and decided not to waste any more time, charging fiercely at the giant corpse. Boom! A loud crash echoed, resembling the sound of a pile driver furiously pounding into muddy ground. The giant corpse's waist instantly caved in, its skin first rippling like waves before cracking all over. Under the immense internal pressure, half of its body exploded with a thunderous roar. A bloody cavity appeared in the giant corpse's abdomen. The freight truck behind the giant corpse, though in a braked state, was forcibly pushed forward several meters by the sheer impact. The cargo on the truck clattered noisily, with large portions scattering across the ground. This was the absolute disparity in strength. By the 4th day of the apocalypse, Yang Feng had already attained such overwhelming power. Follow me. Roar, 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 roar. The giant corpse endured excruciating pain and let out another furious roar, but this time it sounded more like a dying wail. Just as it tried to raise its fist for a final counterattack, it was already too late. It could only watch helplessly as that slender and insignificant human fist struck its temple. A faint sound of a watermelon bursting could be heard. White and crimson intertwined, resembling a bowl of tofu pudding with brown sugar, shattered into pieces on the ground. The muscle density is very high. The recoil made my bones ache. Looks like I'll need to find some corpse tumors to strengthen my bones. Yang Feng raised his fist and shook his hand, realizing that without specially reinforced bones, it was difficult to withstand the power boost brought by deep iron fibers. While cleaning up the aftermath, Yang Feng scavenged a pale green jade-like corpse tumor from the giant corpse. He then dealt with the rotten corpses that had been drawn by the noise, obtaining 2 ordinary corpse tumors. The night deepened, and the mutants hunted humans in the darkness, while Yang Feng became the aureole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. Ha! Suddenly, a sharp scream from a woman pierced the night sky. The glass window of an old house shattered, and a massive shadow slipped inside. Chaos and the sound of smashing followed, but it quickly returned to silence. The crawler. It was a mutant hidden in the darkness, adept at climbing walls like a gecko. The apartment had been attacked by crawlers just yesterday, and Yang Feng had counter-killed 3 of them. The remaining crawlers seemed to have learned their lesson and moved to a different location to continue hunting. Soon, the crawler emerged from the window, its massive bloody maw clutching a barely alive woman, swiftly climbing along the wall. It was hunting for food but not consuming it on the spot. This crawler was clearly planning to take its prey back to its lair. Back to the nest? Yang Feng's face revealed an even more excited expression. By following this crawling beast, he could find their nest. The thought of wiping out an entire nest made his whole body heat up. Multidimensional information analysis. Yang Feng locked onto the crawling beast. Sonic wave tracing carried scent and color, and the marks left by its massive claws were clearly visible. In the multidimensional space, the locked-on crawling beast appeared like a glowing little sun. Yang Feng shuttled through the shadows, his steps agile and elusive, silently passing through the alleys, trying to avoid the attention of all monsters. Even when encountering roadblocks, his sharp bone blades could instantly cut them down. Huaying Mall. It was a small shopping mall, occupying a modest area with only 3 floors and over 100 merchants, primarily serving the nearby community. The crawling beast climbed up to the 3rd floor like a gecko and slipped in through a shattered floor-to-ceiling window. This is its lair, Yang Feng observed from the shadows. Although the mall was near a main road, the number of ordinary zombies was not large, and it seemed that a massive horde had not formed. Territory. A powerful mutant exuded a special aura, causing the lower-level zombies around it to avoid the area, as if forming its own exclusive domain. The deep iron giant zombie Yang Feng had encountered earlier was the same, only a dozen zombies remained in the back alley, standing there dumbly. Whoosh! Yang Feng let out a long breath, bypassed a path with fewer rotting corpses, assassinated a few blocking his way, and quickly arrived near the mall. The glass doors were tightly shut, with a large iron lock hanging on the handles. However, the side door was already broken, shards of glass scattered all over the ground, clearly forced open by someone. Yang Feng chose not to enter from there. Crawling beasts are social creatures, adept at hunting in the dark, cunning and insidious, with high intelligence. A place like the main entrance, there were surely crawling beasts lurking nearby. Yang Feng focused his attention, and even the slightest vibrations in the air were vividly perceptible. The heartbeat and breathing of different species intertwined, forming a new 3-dimensional image. On the stone pillar inside the gate, there was indeed a massive reptilian beast, crouching, and another one was on the side wall. The sheer number was shocking. The number of reptilian beasts in this nest exceeded Yang Feng's expectations. Conservatively estimated, there were at least 10 or more. Yang Feng's heart was filled with madness and arrogance, but he was not foolish. He knew that enjoying the fight was one thing, while gathering intelligence to increase his chances of success was another. Thus, Yang Feng left the main entrance and continued to observe the surrounding environment. A restaurant on the 2nd floor caught his attention. Part of the building extended outward, forming an outdoor balcony with scenic seating, perfect for elite individuals to enjoy afternoon tea. Yang Feng exerted a bit of force, and leapt up sharply, his powerful strength allowing him to grab the edge of the balcony and easily climb up. The balcony was covered in bloodstains, with overturned umbrellas and benches scattered around. The seating area was smeared with dried filth, and there were traces left from battles. Yang Feng hid behind the wall, carefully sensing everything in the mall. The empty mall was in complete disarray, shattered windows were everywhere, overturned. Shopping cabinets were in ruins, the floor was covered in filth, and bloody handprints stretched out in long streaks. Scratches left by claws marked the ground. The air seemed to still carry the piercing echoes of the past. 1, 2, 5, 12. Yang Feng's heart trembled as vibrations in the air transmitted heartbeats of different frequencies. 12 massive, blurry figures gradually became clear in the multidimensional information. What is that? He focused his thoughts and discovered an even more shocking creature. It was a colossal monster lurking in the very center of the mall, with a body length exceeding 10 meters. A mother beast. It had neither enormous claws nor exaggerated muscles. 2/3 of its body was entirely composed of its abdomen, which emitted a strong fluorescent glow, containing unimaginable energy. This was the queen of the reptilian beasts. It was pregnant, nurturing an even more powerful offspring. The glowing, massive abdomen expanded and contracted with its breathing, and within the deep, ocean-like azure light, a faint trace of purple light was beginning to coalesce. What? The spiritual essence had condensed to its limit. The offspring the queen was about to give birth to would not only evolve into the rare-grade, blue sea pattern, but might even mutate into an even stronger species, purple phantom crystal. Could it be that the child in its womb would be of the ultra-rare, purple phantom crystal grade? Even among thousands of different species, it might not produce a single one. Looking around again, Yang Feng suddenly understood everything. Bones, countless bones. The ground of the mall's first floor was entirely covered with a layer of skeletal remains. Who knows how many people had died here, or how many had provided energy
energy for the queen. It must be at least 1,000. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the number of surviving humans was the highest. The crawling beasts could easily slip through windows to hunt for food, finding plenty of fresh flesh and blood. No wonder they could grow to this extent. I don't want to die. Another crawling beast climbed into the third floor, carrying a barely alive man in its jaws, slowly crawling toward the queen in the center to offer its prey. The greedy queen of the crawling beasts had at least a dozen slaves hunting food for her, ultimately defying fate and giving birth to a special mutated offspring. Yang Feng only had 2 slaves, and they might not even be loyal, which was truly enviable. If I give it a shot, maybe I can wipe them out. Countless crazy ideas flashed through Yang Feng's mind. He then picked up a small stone at his feet and lightly tossed it toward a nearby glass window. Crack, the sound was faint. A nearby crawling beast heard the noise, and its massive body climbed down from a stone pillar like a gecko, slowly moving toward the balcony, appearing somewhat puzzled. It reached the balcony, twisting its enormous head as it searched for the source of the sound. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed. A sharp bone blade, like the silver light of a cold moon, instantly sliced through the twisting neck of the crawling beast. The wound was indistinguishable to the naked eye, smooth and clean. A large, round sphere detached from the beast's neck, and just as it was about to hit the ground, Yang Feng blocked it with the back of his foot, producing a faint sound. A few minutes later, the crawling beast still hadn't returned, and a nearby companion began to grow suspicious, slowly crawling toward the direction of the balcony. It reached its companion, nudging its body with its jaw, but received no response. As it continued crawling forward, it finally noticed the empty neck. Too late. Yang Feng leapt up, wrapping his arms around the crawling beast's head. Crack! Yang Feng twisted his body sharply, dislocating the beast's head, forcibly snapping its entire neck with immense strength. Within minutes, Yang Feng had already taken down 2 crawling beasts in the shadows without alerting the other monsters. Time is running out. In the hall, as 2 crawling beasts fell, it became clear that time was running out. He had to speed up the pace of the hunt and kill as many as possible before being discovered. Yang Feng crouched low, lurking in the shadows, and moved toward the 3rd crawling beast. The 3rd crawling beast was the farthest from its kind. Yang Feng hid in a clothing store, picked up a shard of glass, and cleverly lured it into the store to kill it. The 4th one was in an unfavorable position, with its back turned to most of its companions. Yang Feng moved silently, holding his breath and focusing, quietly approaching its side. The bone blade instantly pierced through its temple. The numbers were steadily decreasing. The cunning crawling beasts sensed something was wrong. They no longer hid on the walls and stone pillars but began searching for their companions in confusion. Roar! 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 A crawling beast let out an angry roar, warning its companions of an enemy attack. All the creatures began to move, and the entire mall was filled with the sound of claws scratching against rubble. Kill! Yang Feng seized the final moment of chaos, darting out from the darkness with a powerful stride, his fist smashing fiercely into a crawling beast. Bang! 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 The creature's head took the heavy blows, its entire body collapsing limply as Yang Feng's iron fists continued to pound until its skull burst like a watermelon. 5th one. On Yang Feng's mirror-smooth face, a gaping bloody mouth stretched open, a sticky tongue extending to lick the brain matter mixed with syrupy blood on his cheek, his heart ablaze with fury. All the crawling beasts charged in his direction. Come on! Come on! Yang Feng countered with exhilaration, his muscles tightening like steel cables twisted into a rope, his arms appearing visibly thicker. Bang! With a shoulder slam, the leading crawling beast was sent flying, its chest caving in as it tumbled and smashed through a nearby wall. 6th one. Yang Feng laughed maniacally, swinging his fists to repel the oncoming crawling beasts. His fingers extended bone blades, slicing through the air in a perfect arc, cleaving another mutant in half. 7th one. At that moment, a sense of danger quietly descended. A massive shadow fell from the ceiling, and a deep green claw, carrying a howling gust of wind, slashed fiercely toward Yang Feng. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out, and the recoil from the bone blade made his arm slightly numb. The immense force caused him to involuntarily take a step back. Could it be that he was slightly outmatched in strength? Deep iron fiber is a rare and special organ. Once it reaches its growth stage, surpassing it is no easy feat upon closer inspection. It was a unique crawling beast, with its entire skin completely gone, leaving only deep green, grotesque muscles. Its entire body resembled a vivid emerald, exuding an aura of extreme danger. A mature form. This was a crawling beast that had evolved to its 3rd stage. Yang Feng had encountered it in the apartment last time and issued a retreat order. In just 2 short days, it had completely transformed into its mature form. It was like a tender youth evolving into a self-reliant, mature man. Completing this stage of transformation meant its strength was far beyond mere doubling. It was proof that it had become a top-tier predator. Awu! The crawling beast leader let out a howl akin to a hungry wolf. The surrounding mutants understood the command and began encircling Yang Feng, though they did not attack recklessly. A wolf pack attack strategy? Exciting! Yang Feng's entire body burned with heat, his desire to fight growing stronger.
and his steel-like focus sharpened further.
The multidimensional holographic information almost allowed him to capture every tiny detail. They're coming. 3 crawling beasts attacked him simultaneously from different directions: front, left, right side, and rear.
The angles, speed, force of the attacks, and even the faint vibrations caused by their claws slicing through the air, all of it was vividly clear in his mind.
Bang!
Yang Feng delivered a side kick, striking the chest of the crawling beast in front of him, instantly sending it flying several meters
away.
At the same moment, he used his bone blade to block the sharp claws coming from his right side, sparks flying like metal colliding.
Stomp! Yang Feng's back spread out like an eagle, suddenly slamming backward.
The last attacking crawling beast was hit with immense force, its upper body severely twisted and deformed, accompanied by the continuous sound of shattering like porcelain, spinning and flying over 10 meters away.
The impact of the bear-like back crushed its chest into a pancake. The 8th one.
Yang Feng proudly read the information, but the real attack was already silently approaching. The assault of the first 3 mutants was actually a cover for the crawling beast leader's ambush. That jade-green, grotesque body had already charged to his left side, its sharp claws striking directly. Yet Yang Feng stood as steady as a mountain, as if everything was already within his plan.
Snap!
Both palms came together. Yang Feng clasped his hands tightly, firmly gripping the sharpest claw as if holding a steel blade. Then, he suddenly twisted his body. The sound of bones
breaking echoed once again, and the steel blade-like claw was forcibly torn out amidst the cracking of bones.
Blood spurted wildly, a sight so shocking it made one's heart tremble. This is simply the torture of pulling out nails. He caught the blade with his bare hands.
That strike just now perfectly intercepted the attack of the mutant, successfully executing this move.
A big heart, boldness, calm composure, and most importantly, the multi-dimensional information analysis ability of the ghost face, which captured all the angles and force of the attack.
Ha!
Yang Feng murmured softly, 10 years in the apocalypse, I've learned quite a lot, even picked up some martial arts.
He once had
companions, so naturally, he had the chance to learn a trick or two from them, and sometimes, using them produced surprisingly good results.
Whoa!
The leader of the crawling beasts let out a low whimper, the flames of anger in its eyes burning even fiercer. It roared again, and the remaining crawling beasts around it swarmed forward, attacking Yang Feng from all directions.
Simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang.
Squelch, squelch, squelch. Yang Feng nimbly dodged and weaved, using both fists and palms, maneuvering effortlessly in an extremely confined space, as if dancing gracefully on the edge of a blade. He danced on the sharp edge of the blade, flipping and leaping on the razor-thin steel wire, reveling in the thrill of battle and slaughter, laughing wildly as he delivered fatal blows to his
enemies time and again.
Filthy crimson blood sprayed out in torrents as one crawling beast after another fell, either smashed to pulp by heavy blows or neatly sliced apart by bone blades.
Roar, 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 roar.
The leader of the crawling beasts bellowed, its emerald green muscles emitting a creaking sound.
The violent force whipped up gusts of wind, tearing apart everything around it.
A new gash inadvertently appeared on Yang Feng's chest.
Not bad.
A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. You managed to hurt me.
Impressive.
His slimy tongue, like a venomous snake, licked the wound in blood on his
chest. But now, you're all that's left. He glanced around. The other crawling beasts had been dealt with during the earlier clash, leaving only the leader before him.
The leader of the crawling beasts seemed to understand his words, exuding a resolute determination to face death. It roared again and charged at Yang Feng, leaping high like a ravenous tiger, swinging its sharp claws
toward him.
Yang Feng moved simultaneously, forcefully pushing off the ground to accelerate. Suddenly, he ducked low, stretched out his bone blade while lying on his back, and pierced through the beast's body.
Squelch, rip, rip, rip.
Yang Feng executed a sliding maneuver, swiftly moving from one side of the beast leader to the other. The leader of the crawling beast slowly turned around, staggered forward a step, and then its entire chest and abdomen exploded with a thunderous burst. Crimson liquid and a mass of organic matter fell to the ground.
At last, it collapsed, crystal clear.
A vividly colored, glistening jade-like corpse tumor gradually formed at the wound of the crawling beast leader. The spiritual essence
of just this single tumor was enough to be considered a harvest, not to mention the dozen or so pale green jade-like tumors accompanying it.
Yang Feng turned his head and slowly walked toward the center of the mall.
The queen, a mutant among the crawling beasts.
The ground was covered with endless skeletal remains. Thousands of victims had become the queen's nourishment. She lay sideways on the red carpet, having lost the ability to move, her massive abdomen glowing with dazzling fluorescence. On the outermost layer, the condensed spiritual essence resembled imperial green jade, vividly colored and glistening, containing
unimaginable energy. In the middle layer, the spiritual essence was compressed to its limit, beginning to transform, gradually taking on a deep azure hue, the color growing more intense, like the abyss of an endless deep sea. At the core, a faint trace of purple light could be seen, dreamlike and illusory, resembling an unreal color, as if it were a radiance that could never exist in nature. Mutant offspring.
Yang Feng approached the queen, the 10-meter-long giant beast posed no threat to him, instead, it made her feel fear. Gulp, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The abdomen of the queen of exotic beasts contracted continuously, and the thick spiritual essence emitted splashing
sounds as the embryos inside were stimulated.
Sucking, merging, accelerating evolution, accelerating absorption, accelerating growth. The core emitted a dreamlike purple glow, devouring the energy within the womb in large gulps, striving to complete this transformation in a short time.
No rush.
Take your time evolving, so I can obtain a more advanced corpse tumor. Yang Feng was in no hurry to attack. Instead, he waited quietly.
The higher the quality of the enemy's evolution, the better.
If it could reach the level of the purple phantom crystal, that would be an unexpected delight.
Poof! Suddenly, a loud bang. The abdomen of the alien queen burst open entirely.
A specially mutated offspring, sensing the imminent danger, impatiently broke out of its mother's body.
Humanoid? No, only the upper half is humanoid. Half human, the other half is a crawling beast.
The lower part of its body still resembled a giant gecko, with bulging muscles like deep steel bars, as heavy as a tank.
Its upper half
had actually developed a humanoid-like torso, covered in unformed purple flesh, emitting a stench and an aura of malevolence.
Absorbed a large amount of human DNA, so it's evolving in the direction of humanity.
Yang Feng roughly assessed the situation, his body trembling slightly. The monster before him was clearly far stronger than any he had encountered before.
Ma!
The mutated crawling beast unexpectedly spoke human words, walking up to the alien queen and gazing at her with a peculiar expression.
At this moment, the alien queen's life was hanging by a thread. The explosion of
her abdomen had severely damaged most of her internal organs, all for the sake of her child. She shakily extended her hand, attempting to touch the mutant's cheek, but what happened next was completely unexpected.
Put! The mutant raised its paw high and directly crushed the head of the alien queen. Hungry! So hungry! The half-human, half-beast mutant was not mourning its mother but blaming her for not providing enough energy, which prevented it from fully evolving.
Upon closer inspection, the upper body of the mutant was incomplete. Both its hands and chest appeared
grotesquely deformed.
Its purple skin and muscles dripped like neat juice, plop plop. Below its chest, a peculiar organ stood out. It was its stomach, displaying an even more sinister deep purple hue, pulsating with eerie energy.
Wah 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 wah! The mutant turned its head, opened its massive bloodthirsty maw, and spewed out a large amount of purple toxic liquid as if vomiting. Stomach acid? Toxins?
Yang Feng looked up as the toxic liquid rained down like a storm, each drop glistening under the moonlight, emitting an incredible and eerie purple glow.
Retreat! Yang Feng quickly dodged, evading the falling droplets of purple poisonous rain. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
The intense purple venom fell onto the stone slabs of the hall, emitting a corrosive burning sound.
Countless small pits and holes instantly covered the ground. Aha! Woo woo!
The newborn creature did not yet know how to express its emotions. It roared and howled in anger, yet also cried loudly, baring its fangs and claws. As it charged toward Yang Feng, the massive beast shattered the floor with its steps, its enormous, twisted azure claws swinging toward the darkness.
Clang!
Sparks flew, metal clashed, and the sound of sharp impacts echoed continuously. Yang Feng's bone blade collided with the sharp claws, the recoil causing his hand bones to ache and his forearm to feel numb and tingly.
Ugh!
The mutant opened its massive mouth and sprayed a large amount of purple poison once again. Yang Feng, who was engaged in the fight, quickly dodged, but amidst the flashing blades and poisonous rain, his clothes were torn by sharp claws. On the side of Yang Feng's abdomen, 3 bloody scratches appeared.
A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger, huh?
Yang Feng, on the other hand, laughed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an extremely excited and ferocious grin, yet he still maintained a calm and rational demeanor like water.
The battle is almost over. I've completely figured out all your attack methods.
Though Yang Feng had suffered minor injuries, he regarded the mutant as already in his grasp, for he had thoroughly seen through its weaknesses.
Upper body, amethyst crystal level. Larval stage. Lower body, blue sea pattern level. At least in the growth stage. A newly born larva, yet to master more attack methods, it can almost be killed.
Yang Feng was no longer planning to hold back, and his body suddenly erupted with a strong killing intent.
Kill. Focus, focus, and focus again. Ghost face multidimensional information analysis.
This ability may seem insignificant, unable to directly enhance combat power, yet in reality, it is shockingly powerful. When a massive amount of information accumulates to a certain extent, it triggers a qualitative change.
Its weakness is obvious. Countless pieces of information weave together to reveal the most fragile vulnerabilities.
The part of the muscle most prone to damage. The area where the bones have the weakest tolerance. Which artery to sever for a fatal blow.
Full of flaws.
In Yang Feng's holographic image, the flaws of the mutant were like dazzling stars in the endless night sky, radiant and beautiful, yet fragile and easily shattered. He sprang up, twisted his waist, turned, and the bone blade traced a perfect arc, slicing down along the most vulnerable points of the muscle texture.
It was as smooth as cutting water with a knife.
The deep blue muscles, originally seemingly as hard as steel, were effortlessly split apart like crumbled tofu. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Azure mutant fluid blossomed like exquisite flowers, as if a swimming dragon had glided through water, instantly tearing the mutant's body apart. Graceful as a swimming dragon, stunning as a startled swan. With one strike, flesh and bone separated, this was perhaps the legendary art of butcherding dissects an ox. Die. The galaxy sparkled brilliantly, starlight shining resplendently. Weak points, like bright stars, connected to form dazzling lines. Slash. The bone blade swept across that line, and immediately, a spherical object naturally detached from the mutant's body, rolled a few times, and then stopped moving. Dead. The special aberrant mutant, the crawler beast nest, was so effortlessly slain by Yang Feng. This is Ghostface. This is Dark Gold. This seemingly inconspicuous ability, if placed in the hands of others, could at most be used to gather some intelligence in advance. But Yang Feng is entirely different. Top-notch killing techniques, combined with a frenzied combat instinct, paired with the ability of Ghostface, make it nothing short of a divine skill. Purple Phantom Crystal. A highly unusual corpse tumor appeared within the remains of the mutant. Its deep purple, enchanting luster, surpassing the natural spectrum, was mesmerizing. What good luck! Yang Feng picked up this special corpse tumor and examined it closely. 1 in 1,000, its rarity could definitely be described as one of a kind. Only exceptionally fortunate aberrants, having undergone unique events, could acquire this level of ability. This corpse tumor has quite a few flaws. Yang Feng noticed many imperfections, perhaps due to the mutant's incomplete evolution. Even the corpse tumor of the purple illusion crystal grade was similarly incomplete, containing numerous impurities. The embryonic form hasn't fully developed yet. Born prematurely, leaving it incomplete. Yang Feng couldn't help but feel disappointed. The incomplete purple illusion crystal greatly diminished its value, and the power it could provide would inevitably be weakened. Forget it. I'll take it back and study it slowly. He placed the purple illusion crystal tumor into his pocket, turned around, and looked out at the sky through the glass. Unknowingly, dawn had already broken. 5 ordinary corpse tumors, 12 green jade grade corpse tumors, 1 special imperial green jade corpse tumor, 1 purple phantom crystal grade corpse tumor. Yang Feng's harvest tonight was quite substantial. He eradicated the entire nest of crawling beasts, and the crisis at the mall was completely resolved. Not bad. Huaying Mall. Yang Feng took out a small notebook, marked the mall's location on the map, and indicated that the danger here had been eliminated, making it a potential site for future resource scavenging. Yang Feng avoided the wandering horde of corpses and returned to his apartment. After the adrenaline subsided, a sense of emptiness followed. As he relaxed slightly, a wave of exhaustion swept over him like a flood, and the injuries from the battle began to ache faintly. My fist seems to have some bone fractures. There are shallow wounds on the chest, while the 3 claw marks on the abdomen are deeper. Although immune to mutant infections, it's still necessary to guard against bacterial toxins. Yang Feng took out medical alcohol and poured it onto the wound as if it cost nothing. The ensuing bee-sting-like pain didn't make him frown even slightly. His strength was overwhelming. Yang Feng's muscle fibers were completely undamaged, but his bones couldn't withstand the recoil force, making them unusually fragile. Moreover, his heart and lung functions appeared excessively weak. Each breath felt like flames scorching his lungs. The heart's beating frequency gradually failed to keep up with the body's energy consumption, like a top-tier sports car paired with a low-efficiency hand-crank generator. Heavy, exhausted. Overall strength is still too weak. Damn it. Or perhaps, I need to find stronger corpse tumors to enhance the organs within my body. Yang Feng pondered in his heart. For now, the most reliable method seemed to be hunting more bizarre mutants to strengthen every part of his body. I need to replenish some energy. Yang Feng took out 5 ordinary corpse tumors from his pocket and began chewing them carefully with his ghostly face. Warm energy flowed through his body, like gentle hands softly massaging him. He felt a slight replenishment, but despite his extreme exhaustion, he had no intention of resting. Instead, he took out the corpse tumors and the purple phantom crystal. He laid out the spoils of last night's battle one by one. The one that pained him the most was the purple phantom crystal, which was full of impurities due to its damage. Is there a way to restore it? Yang Feng fell into deep thought. Years after the apocalypse erupted, humanity had indeed mastered the technology to extract energy from corpse tumors and fuse it with others. Crawling beasts, he murmured to himself. These corpse tumors come from the same species, so their compatibility should be stronger. If I merge them all into the purple phantom crystal, could it complete its transformation? When considering feasibility, Yang Feng took out a green jade-grade corpse tumor, preparing to inject it into the purple phantom crystal, hoping that the similar spiritual essence could help it complete its transformation and fill in the gaps. This approach was actually extremely risky. If anything went wrong, the jade-grade corpse tumor could be completely ruined, or worse, it might affect the more precious purple phantom crystal, leading to unpredictable changes. The abilities of the purple phantom crystal grade are just too tempting, he thought to himself. Or perhaps, I should just go all in and swallow all the corpse tumors directly, giving Ghostface a feast. At this critical moment, Yang Feng hesitated. Before him lay a crucial step on the path of evolution, an opportunity not to be missed. Just then, a commotion came from outside the room. He frowned slightly, put away all the corpse tumors, and opened the door with a hint of impatience. Master! Su Man from room 407 saw Yang Feng's figure, knelt on one knee, and lowered her head respectfully. Outside the corridor, the refugees who had once bullied her had been brutally stabbed to death with a kitchen knife, their bodies piled into a heap. Don't be so dramatic. Yang Feng waved his hand. No need to kneel in the future, just call me boss. He frowned slightly, feeling a bit awkward, and spoke casually. Yes, Yang Feng, boss. Su Man nodded and wiped the kitchen knife in her hand. Upon closer inspection, Su Man's appearance and figure were quite exceptional. Her pure and innocent face was very endearing, and her youthful, vibrant figure was curvaceous and alluring. Her tight, rounded thighs were smooth and fair, exuding a subtle air of innocence and desire. Especially after her transformation, she appeared even more captivating. You're pretty good-looking, Yang Feng remarked casually, offering an objective evaluation. Su Man trembled slightly, pondered for a moment, hesitated briefly, and then said resolutely, if you are willing, I am willing to serve you. Yang Feng's eyebrows raised slightly, revealing a playful expression. His gaze became more direct as he stared at Su Man, as if trying to see through her true thoughts. Your resolve is quite soft, but your loyalty surprises me a bit. I've given you so little, yet you're willing to serve me wholeheartedly? His smile was half genuine, half fake, as his cheek leaned close to Su Man, his gaze piercing straight into her soul. Dignity. She met Yang Feng's eyes directly, and spoke honestly. You helped me regain my dignity, gave me strength, made me capable of seeking revenge, and allowed me to no longer endure humiliation. Su Man's candor once again surprised Yang Feng. Perhaps he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Interesting, he smiled faintly. If I feel like it, I might come to you to vent. His fingertips lightly brushed against Su Man's cheek, as if teasing her, yet also provoking her, testing whether he had touched her limits. Su Man's body trembled slightly as she slowly lowered her head. Your words, I can. Good girl. Yang Feng chuckled lightly, removing his hand from her cheek and reminding her, but don't forget today's task. If you fail to complete it, there will be punishment, you know. Ha 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 ha. Su Man nodded vigorously, clutching the kitchen knife as she headed toward the second floor, ready to prove herself through action. Truth and lies, lies and truth. Yang Feng rarely spoke a word of honesty, constantly probing the other party. Su Man's attitude was sincere, but whether it was genuine or not was hard to discern. In fact, Yang Feng didn't care about her loyalty. He was indifferent to truth or falsehood. As long as benefits kept flowing to him, everyone would be happy. Bang. To be honest, Yang Feng was tired of all the talk about friendship, love, bonds, and trust. In this brutal post-apocalyptic world, the most reliable and solid form of cooperation between people was mutual exploitation. Yang Feng sat by the window. While fiddling with the glowing corpse tumor, he cast his gaze downstairs. The hunting squad had already begun their operation. Niao Zhuang led the charge, wielding an exaggeratedly large machete, energetically, rushing into the horde of corpses and hacking away madly. The new generation of humans had significantly enhanced physical capabilities, showing no fear of mutant infections, and fought with reckless abandon. Suddenly, a madwoman rushed out. Su Man, clutching a kitchen knife, entered a combat stance with a hint of madness in her eyes, fiercely plunging the blade into the monster's body. Despite her lack of combat experience, she managed to cut down quite a few rotting corpses with sheer recklessness and her extraordinary physical strength. Is that person Su Hong? Clean and decisive moves, without any hesitation, every strike deadly. This guy has really been on the battlefield. Yang Feng observed Su Hong from the side. His performance was exceptionally impressive, with an extremely high efficiency in killing the zombies. Unfortunately, this veteran was unwilling to submit to Yang Feng, otherwise, he would undoubtedly be an incredibly valuable asset. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Another young man, who looked like a college student, also performed outstandingly. He seemed to be called Yi Liang. Holding a recurve bow and some homemade arrows, he stood at a distance, shooting through the zombies one by one. Although his accuracy was slightly lacking, and not every arrow pierced the skull, his potential was still evident. If he could survive, he would surely achieve great things. As for the others, while their performances were not particularly remarkable, they were noticeably more daring and determined compared to yesterday. Not bad at all. The survival instincts of the apartment refugees had finally been awakened. Yang Feng smiled with satisfaction. All the supplies were under his control. If people wanted food, they had to trade it for corpse tumors, thus creating a positive cycle. The number of corpse tumors kept increasing. A few hours later, all the zombies in the apartment courtyard had been wiped out, along with several waves of monsters that had arrived at the sound of battle. The courtyard of the complex was now littered with the twisted remains of zombies. Joy, relief. People stepped out of the apartment for the first time, defeated hordes of monsters for the first time, and enjoyed enjoyed the fruits of victory for the first time. They returned triumphantly like heroes, covered in blood, back to the apartment, then moved obstacles to block the passage, completing today's hunting mission.
Welcome back.
Bai Ting had been waiting for a long time, pushing more food, ready to exchange with the warriors.
Ghost Face. Su Hong, 3 corpse tumors. Yi Liang, 2 corpse tumors. Miao Zhuang, 3 corpse tumors. Su Man, 4 corpse tumors. Xiaopong, spicy hot pot. When exchanging supplies, Su Man's 4 corpse tumors shocked everyone. The madwoman's combat prowess was truly astonishing. Not only that, Su Man also took out 2 more corpse tumors and walked up to Yang Feng. Boss Yang Feng, these are from today. What? She actually offered up 2 more.
Adding it all together, Su Man hunted a total of 6 corpse tumors.
Miao Zhuang also walked over and handed a corpse tumor to Yang Feng.
Boss Yang Feng,
this is today's. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. The strongest ones, Su Man and Miao Zhuang, both chose to submit to Yang Feng. Not only did they complete the task, but they exceeded expectations. Capitalists would be moved to tears. Distribute the supplies. Yang Feng was very satisfied and instructed Bai Ting to distribute the supplies to everyone.
In the end, he harvested a total of 26 corpse tumors.
The 26 corpse tumors filled a small bag. As expected, to improve efficiency, he had to make good use of the neighbors in the apartment. Wait, I've always had a question.
In the hunting squad, someone stepped forward to question Yang Feng's actions.
Everyone, think carefully. Don't you find it strange?
All the supplies were donated by us together. They should belong to the group.
Why does Yang Feng get to seize everything?
Why does he get to use supplies to exchange for the corpse tumors we risked our lives to obtain, sitting back and reaping the
rewards?
The man pointed at Yang Feng's face, indignantly exclaiming, the supplies were ours to begin with. The corpse tumors are ours too. Why should everything belong to you? He had seen through Yang Feng's little trick. Indeed, Yang Feng had monopolized the supplies, effortlessly exchanging them for the corpse tumors everyone else had fought so hard to acquire, making a huge profit without any investment.
You're absolutely right. Yang Feng, surprisingly, neither explained nor denied it. Do you want to know why I can? Yang Feng sneered and gave Su Man a look.
Su Man immediately understood, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes, and rushed to the man's side to stab him.
The man slowly fell, an expression of disbelief in his eyes.
Then he turned his head, glaring at Yang Feng with a gaze full of righteousness and anger.
It's all about strength. This is how I do things. Yang Feng said arrogantly, strength being his only explanation. Unreasonable? Yes, I am unreasonable. Hoarding supplies? Yes, I hoarded the supplies. If you're not convinced, try going head to head and see who dies first. Anyone else want to step up?
I understand very well. You have killed a large number of monsters and are brimming with confidence. If you want to challenge me, you can step forward now, and I'll give you a fair chance. Yang Feng's gaze was as sharp as a knife, coldly sweeping around. Not a single person dared to utter another word of nonsense.
Endure.
The sense of justice in university youth Yi Liang's heart made him struggle, lowering his voice and not daring to lift his head, yet his hand
unintentionally touched the bow and arrow.
Veteran Su Hong walked up to him, pressed his hand, and whispered, don't act rashly, now is not the time. People are all enduring, their hearts filled with fear. Lacking strength compared to others, they can only watch others' expressions.
Yeah. Nobody has any objections.
Disperse after receiving the supplies. Keep working hard tomorrow and try to kill more monsters. Yang Feng revealed a mocking smile, casually waved his hand, and left with a group of villains.
Damn it. I really want to shoot him dead with an arrow.
Yi Liang watched Yang Feng gradually walk away before daring to vent his inner resentment fiercely. The men who had fought and bled alongside him were
also indignant. Someone had clearly resisted Yang Feng, only to be killed on the spot. A tyrant ruling through fear. Don't worry, everyone. Take a look at this.
Su Hong opened his palm, revealing 2 faintly glowing tumors, which were precisely the corpse tumors Yang Feng needed.
Corpse tumors? You didn't exchange everything.
Yi Liang's eyes lit up, as if he understood something.
I've been observing for several days.
The reason Yang Feng became strong is very likely related to the corpse tumor. It said, the reason Miao Zhuang and Su Man suddenly became stronger is also because of this little thing. Su Hong's words left people looking at each other in astonishment.
Corpse tumors, using them can enhance strength. Starting today,
we will only exchange a portion of our corpse tumors.
If we want to overthrow that tyrant, we have to rely on this multidimensional information analysis.
Su Hong's words ignited hope in people's eyes. No, it wasn't just hope, but also the desire to grow stronger.
Everyone hated Yang Feng. Everyone wanted to become Yang Feng. Hoarding resources, monopolizing beauties, killing whoever he wanted. How exhilarating would that be? Has someone started to resist? Yang Feng understood in his heart that the consequence of suppressing through fear was to provoke strong resistance from everyone. It didn't
matter. These small fry couldn't stir up much trouble, especially given the vast disparity in power. It was simply a path to self-destruction. So, the most important thing now was to enhance his strength and completely widen the gap.
Bai Ting, Su
Man, Miao Zhuang. Yang Feng stopped in his tracks, turned around to glance at the three of them, and gestured for them to come over.
I don't want to deal with the apartment matters anymore.
Bai Ting, you're in charge of supplies. Su Man, you're responsible for collecting corpse tumors.
Miao Zhuang, you will continue as the head of security.
If anything comes up, you decide for yourselves.
Yang Feng stretched lazily, chuckled, and acted like a hands-off boss.
The three exchanged glances, their expressions varied, but they quickly caught on and nodded repeatedly, expressing their gratitude.
Yes, Boss Yang Feng. Yes, Boss Yang Feng.
Bai Ting's face was full of joy. As the one in charge of supplies, she felt her power had grown even greater.
Distributing a bit more supplies, wasn't that only natural?
Miao Zhuang also looked smug. Having lost an arm, he was
often ridiculed. This time, he could finally hold his head high again.
Su Man, on the other hand, appeared calm, merely accepting the order with loyalty.
I'm going back to my room. Don't disturb me unless it's necessary.
Yang Feng's expression was casual and natural as he waved his hand and walked toward his room, slamming the door shut behind him. A facade, everything that had just happened was part of his facade.
Yang Feng trusted no one.
He was about to undergo a very important evolution and could not afford to be disturbed by anything.
Stationing heavy guards? Ordering Su Man to kill any suspicious individuals who approached?
That was indeed a cautious approach, but it would also draw more
attention. The more you try to cover something up, the more obvious it becomes. Smart people would quickly deduce that something must be going on with Yang Feng.
Perhaps even the two slaves, along with Bai Ting, who only cared about her own interests, might suddenly betray him. Therefore, Yang Feng chose to conceal everything, casually dispersing the power to others, allowing them to immerse themselves in joy and satisfaction.
Even if an accident were to occur, those holding the power, as beneficiaries, would
inevitably stand at the forefront to protect their positions.
This situation sent chills down Yang Feng's spine.
With his meticulous mind and deep understanding of human nature, he had practically turned everyone into pawns under his control.
Evolution.
A dozen corpse tumors emitting a green fluorescence were neatly arranged on the table. In Yang Feng's hand was a peculiar, deep purple, almost crystalline special small tumor. He pondered how to preserve its integrity.
Let's start with the simplest method.
Yang Feng took out a syringe, pierced it into the green corpse tumor, and completely extracted the essence within, then injected it into the purple illusion crystal. Fluorescence flickered. As the corpse tumors of the same species of the crawling beasts complemented each other, the green essence gradually condensed, compensating for some flaws and defects. It works. The essence of a fellow's corpse tumor integrates more easily. Yang Feng took out the syringe again, extracted the essence from several corpse tumors, and injected it into the purple illusion crystal. The flaws and defects continued to be repaired, making it appear increasingly translucent.
Strange, enchanting, eerie.
However, just as he injected the fifth dose of spiritual essence, the deep purple corpse tumor suddenly trembled, seemingly transforming into an independent living entity, splitting open a seam in the middle.
Was that an eye? A deep purple eye suddenly appeared within the crack. It's alive. The amethyst phantom crystal is alive. Not good. Yang Feng's expression turned grim.
Under certain conditions, the corpse tumor could automatically activate, then seek out a new host, parasitize, and take over their body. Injecting 5 consecutive doses of spiritual essence provided enough energy to activate this amethyst phantom crystal, turning it into an independent embryonic entity.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Something even more incredible happened.
At the end of the corpse tumor, numerous nerve fibers began to grow, writhing madly like tentacles. Sharp mouthparts emerged at the ends of the tentacles, directly piercing Yang Feng's skin, attempting to burrow into his body and forcibly initiate parasitic mutation.
Looking for death, Yang Feng's ghostly face unfolded, exuding an even more ferocious aura.
A sticky, elongated tongue stretched forward, directly wrapping around the deep purple ichor and swallowing it into his mouth.
Insolence! The ghostly face's massive blood-red mouth instantly pierced the corpse tumor with its special sharp teeth. The deep purple, bizarre eye struggled relentlessly, but the countless tentacles were utterly incapable of harming the ghostly face. Once swallowed, everything was no longer under its control. Then let's make it even more thrilling.
Yang Feng grabbed the emerald green corpse tumor on the table and stuffed it into his mouth as well. He chewed it whole, along with the tentacles and the purple-eyed mutated tumor, grinding them into a liquid mass.
This isn't food. I will use it to evolve.
I will fuse the spiritual essence of all corpse tumors to make it complete. Yang Feng controlled the ghost face, not treating them as sacrifices to be directly absorbed, but completing the process of fusion and supplementation in his mouth.
Saliva and mucus. The dark gold-level ghost face's permeating saliva dripped and flowed into the purple spiritual essence. A miraculous event occurred. It actually facilitated the fusion.
The purple spiritual essence continuously expanded, devouring the emerald green energy of its surrounding counterparts, gradually mending its own flaws.
Flawless. Perfect.
The purple essence grew increasingly crystalline and translucent. After absorbing the essence of all its fellow crawling beasts, it underwent went a qualitative leap, fully ascending to the level of the purple phantom crystal. Gulp! The purple essence slid down the throat. It instinctively sought the most suitable organ and began an evolution. The stomach. The organ most suited for this purple crystal tumor turned out to be the stomach. Yang Feng felt a sharp pain in his stomach, an intense acidity that seemed almost to dissolve him. A special structure formed, generating a purple corrosive toxin. A sinister deep purple corrosive toxin. The stomach seemed like a venom sac, continuously producing potent toxins. While enhancing the stomach acid, it also completely altered the structure of the organ, reshaping the throat and oral mucosa in the process. Corrosive stomach, larval stage. Greatly enhanced resistance to toxins. Significant improvement in the efficiency of the digestive system. The stomach can produce powerful toxins with extreme corrosiveness. This ability is just like what the mutated crawling beast demonstrated earlier. While strengthening the stomach, the corrosive acid toxic rain it spews could be lethal with just a single drop. Yang Feng endured excruciating pain and spent an entire day to fully complete the evolution of his stomach. Fortunately, he had this dark gold level ability, otherwise, this time would have been disastrous. I never expected Ghostface to also have the function of filtering spiritual essence and completing high-level corpse tumors. While completing the evolution, Yang Feng unexpectedly gained a new ability. The saliva mucus of Ghostface could actually filter spiritual essence. It makes sense, as Ghostface feeds on flesh tumors, naturally capable of devouring and dissolving spiritual essence, filtering and refining it with ease. Alright, let's test this new ability a bit. Corrosive stomach. Yang Feng's thoughts moved, and the structure of his stomach instantly changed. It then contracted sharply, ejecting a small jet of venom. His throat acted like a gun barrel, the purple venom condensing into a bead. Pressurized through his mouth, it shot out like a bullet, directly blasting through the surface of the wall. Sizzle. The bead turned into liquid, emitting a corrosive sound. Soon, the interior of the broken wall was riddled with countless tiny holes. The power was astonishing. If it were to penetrate an enemy's body, it might directly dissolve their internal organs. The evolution was complete. Yang Feng picked up another small bag, which turned out to be the spoils of war he had previously collected. It was packed with 26 ordinary corpse tumors, which he stuffed into his mouth like jelly beans. The ghostly face chewed greedily, and waves of scorching energy surged, feeding back into his body and comprehensively enhancing it. Feels like there's some loosening? Yang Feng vaguely sensed that after the ghostly face consumed so many corpse tumors, the bottleneck hindering its advancement seemed to have loosened a bit. Dark gold divine artifact. If the ghostly face could complete its advancement, it would undoubtedly gain even more incredible abilities. What a string of good fortune. In this way, my evolution speed will be absolutely unmatched. The 7th day. The apocalypse had erupted, and a whole week had passed. Yang Feng stayed alone in his room and hadn't shown his face for 2 days, sparking a lot of rumors. A tyrant, hoarding communal supplies, ruthlessly killing refugee survivors, oppressing and humiliating former neighbors. He distributed only 1 pack of instant noodles per day, leaving people starving, their faces pale and gaunt. The tyrant's cruelty forced people to hunt monsters while also surrendering corpse tumors in exchange for the supplies and food that originally belonged to them. Countless atrocities, sins beyond redemption. Although people didn't dare to say anything openly, the rumors were spreading like wildfire in private. Clearly, someone was deliberately stirring emotions, intentionally smearing Yang Feng's image, turning him into a bloodthirsty tyrant guilty of every imaginable crime. Below the apartment building, more humans armed with various weapons were frantically battling monsters. Su Hong, Yi Liang, Miao Zhuang, and Su Manman remained the most efficient among them. In these days of relentless fighting, everyone's combat skills had been honed, and they gradually figured out the weaknesses of the rotting corpses, making their strikes more decisive and ruthless. Whoosh! Yi Liang held a recurved bow, his arms seemingly thicker, and the fingers pulling the string had mutated, covered with a layer of keratinous material. The combination of strength and mutation allowed him to draw the bowstring to a full moon each time, directly piercing the heads of the rotting corpses. Su Hong had also undergone changes. His already robust physique had become even more muscular, his clothes stretched tight, exuding a sense of immense power. When a rotting corpse got close, a single punch from him could shatter its jaw or even kill it outright. It wasn't just the two of them, many other men had also become extraordinarily fierce, their bodies strong and powerful. These warriors attacked with bold, sweeping moves, showing no hesitation and no fear of being infected by the rotting corpses and turning into monsters themselves. New humans. In the hunting squad, many new members have become new humans, immune to infection, with enhanced physical abilities and greatly increased strength. In contrast, Su Manman and Miao Zhuang have not seen an increase in their strength, they have only gained more experience, faintly feeling the pressure of being surpassed by the newcomers. As time ticked by, the hunting squad even deliberately attracted more zombies, surrounding the courtyard to slaughter them. The remains of zombies under the apartment building had almost piled into a small hill. People excited excitedly collected corpse tumors, resembling joyful farmers harvesting in golden wheat fields filled with happiness and delight. Soon, everyone returned to the apartment, skillfully setting up obstacles and gathering on the second floor to prepare for material exchanges.
Everyone, great job. I've prepared more supplies. Whatever you want to eat or drink, feel free to exchange. Bai Ting revealed a pained expression but still forced a smile. In the past 2 days, production capacity had greatly increased and more corpse tumors were being hunted. The 2 small carts were almost unable to hold them. Corpse tumors, bring them all out. Su Man walked to the front of the team, preparing to collect the corpse tumors people had obtained, just like the past few days. At this moment, Su Hong and Yi Liang exchanged a glance, as if they had a tacit understanding, and both revealed peculiar expressions. Su Man, I remember, you live in 407, right?
Su Hong slowly stood up and let out a deep sigh.
I know what you've been through.
Su Man frowned, and Bai Ting also noticed the strange atmosphere. The gazes of the people around them were like those of a hungry wolf pack, ready to pounce at any moment. I sympathize with you and understand why you killed those wicked people. However, you must have been deceived by Yang Feng and have been used by him all along. Su Hong shook his head, stretched out his hand, revealing a few tumor-like objects, and continued, we have already uncovered the secret of the corpse tumors.
These words made Su Man's eyes widen in shock.
The secret of the corpse tumors could enable human evolution, enhance strength, and even grant immunity to infection. She suddenly understood why people had been acting so mysteriously over the past 2 days. Some had doubled their strength and become powerful overnight, while others had disappeared, perhaps due to failed evolution, turning into monsters and being secretly killed.
In short, people are secretly using corpse tumors. Almost everyone involved in the battles has become a new human, gaining powerful abilities. Will you hand it over or not?
Su Man lowered her voice, her eyes flashing with murderous intent, issuing a final warning.
Yi Liang stepped forward, pointing at his head, his face full of disbelief as he said, Sister Man, think carefully. If we can become stronger by using corpse tumors, why not use them ourselves? Handing it over to that tyrant, what good will it do? He's completely exploiting you.
Yi Liang directly made his point clear, and the surrounding warriors nodded in agreement.
Su Hong took another step forward. The corpse tumor, we absolutely won't hand it over. The supplies, we must also take back our share. Su Hong raised his fist, his gaze resolute, and shouted the slogan, Kill Yang Feng, overthrow the tyrant. This call resonated. Kill Yang Feng, overthrow the tyrant. Kill Yang Feng, overthrow the tyrant. Kill Yang Feng, overthrow the tyrant.
The surrounding warriors shouted in unison, and the entire second floor echoed with the deafening sound.
What do you think you're doing? Rebellion, rebellion.
Bai Ting was terrified and hurriedly grabbed Miao Zhuang beside her, showing a look of pleading.
Brothers, stop them.
As the security captain, Miao Zhuang called on the bodyguards around him, instructing them to stand at the front. The bodyguards, adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, floral arm designs, and gold chains, were all well-known figures in society.
They stood menacingly, wielding machetes and iron rods, blocking the way. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, piercing straight through the chest of the man at the front.
Yi Liang drew his bow and released the arrow at full draw, the shaft instantly penetrating flesh, causing blood to spurt wildly.
Charge! Those new humans, baptized through battles with rotting corpses, became true warriors, instantly cutting down the so-called society brothers into utter chaos.
Silver spears with wax tips, flashy but useless. The tattooed dragon and tiger, flower-armed, gold-chained big brothers of society might intimidate ordinary people, but in real combat, they all turned into weak and powerless wrecks.
Don't kill me! Help! Help! Miao Zhuang's subordinates fled for their lives, abandoning their armor one by one. I have a gun. Don't move! Don't move!
Bai Ting pulled out her trump card, a handgun aimed at the crowd. The threat of the gun was indeed effective, the few people charging ahead stopped in their tracks, their eyes bloodshot as they stared at her, showing a hint of apprehension.
What are you afraid of?
We're not even afraid of rotting corpses.
Someone roared furiously. Everyone present was a desperado, people who had fought monsters head-on.
With bloodshot eyes and heated minds, the crowd surged forward.
Bang, 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 bang.
Gunshots rang out, and the leading new human was riddled with several bloody holes, slowly collapsing to the ground. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, accurately hitting Bai Ting's palm, causing the firearm to fall to the ground.
Damn you, you slut! You dare kill our people? Grab her!
Several enraged men suddenly grabbed Bai Ting, pinning her helplessly to the ground.
On the other side, Su Man was the complete opposite. Holding a kitchen knife, she charged into the crowd, biting like a rabid dog.
The kitchen knife, filled with vicious intent, stabbed at the vital points of those in front of her.
A tearing sound echoed.
Su Man, with reddened eyes, plunged the kitchen knife into a man's chest, completely shredding his heart.
Put! The tearing sound rang out again. The kitchen knife pierced someone's neck, and blood instantly gushed out. This crazed woman made the surrounding warriors retreat repeatedly, none daring to provoke her. I'll handle this.
Su Hong suddenly made his move, charging straight at Su Man. He was a retired special forces soldier, Although Su Man was ruthless, insane, and reckless, she was no match for a highly skilled special forces fighter.
With a clang, Su Man's kitchen knife was knocked away. Then, bang, 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 Su Hong struck Su Man's body forcefully. His fist hit her abdomen, causing her to vomit bile. A blow to her ribs made her convulse. A heavy strike to her head blurred her consciousness. After several punches, Su Man was covered in wounds. Crazy woman. For a scumbag who deceived you, is it worth it? Su Hong grabbed Su Man's neck with one hand and lifted her high.
Her face turned red and purple from lack of oxygen.
With a loud smack, Su Hong threw her heavily to the ground.
Take her. When she sees Yang Feng later, make her completely face reality.
Su Hong was filled with a sense of justice, even thinking about exposing Yang Feng's true nature to make Su Man understand whether he was worth following.
On the other side, Miao Zhuang kept running. Several burly men wielding knives attacked him furiously, and Miao Zhuang, with only one arm, could barely defend
himself, occasionally leaving 1 or 2 wounds on his body.
Whoosh! A single arrow pierced his leg, causing him to fall heavily to the ground.
Wait!
I surrender! I surrender! Miao Zhuang shouted loudly. At the critical moment of life and death, he no longer cared about loyalty or betrayal.
Always seeking advantage and avoiding
harm, Miao Zhuang was a clever man who knew how to let go of his dignity and understood whose side to stand on to survive better. If Yang Feng wanted to kill him, he would immediately kneel before Yang Feng, willingly becoming his slave and killing monsters for him. But if Su Hong wanted to kill him,
Miao Zhuang would immediately betray him.
Gratitude for rebirth, slave contracts, none of it mattered anymore. I have a grudge against Yang Feng.
He was the one who cut off my arm.
Yang Feng forced me to work under him, made me kill monsters, and even demanded I hand over the corpse tumors. Miao Zhuang shouted angrily, I hate him to the core. The people around looked at each other, unsure whether to swing their knives.
Let him go. Yang Feng has forced many people to work for him. We can't kill them all, can we?
Su Hong slowly walked over to Miao Zhuang, looked him up and down, smiled faintly, and extended his hand in friendship.
I am not like Yang Feng. I am not a tyrant.
Su Hong's eyes flickered, as if he had invisibly become the leader in everyone's hearts.
Indeed, Su Hong was the strongest, the most capable, the smartest, and the most strategic. Even that college student skilled in archery was willing to call him Big Brother. Killing Yang Feng,
Su Hong could take his place and become the new boss of the apartment.
Let's go. Let's go find Yang Feng.
The crowd was boiling with excitement, gripping their weapons tightly as they charged toward the 4th floor.
Room 405 was precisely where the tyrant resided.
The surrounding new human warriors could barely contain their emotions, eager to break down the door immediately.
Kill Yang Feng, overthrow the tyrant. Kill Yang Feng, overthrow the tyrant. Kill Yang Feng, overthrow the tyrant.
People shouted slogans, their enthusiasm growing even stronger, with dozens of people crowding the corridor completely.
Yang Feng, you've done so many evil deeds. You've killed so many innocents. Now you're hiding in the room, acting like a coward?
Su Hong took the lead and walked out, shouting loudly toward room 405. Standing on the moral high ground, he seemed to be holding the hammer of justice, ready to crush the sinful Yang Feng.
Creak! The door slowly opened. Yang Feng, bleary-eyed and yawning, leaned against the doorframe with an indifferent expression. What's all the noise about?
Finally got a good night's sleep, and now it's ruined. Yang Feng showed no sense of crisis, glancing sideways at the crowd, as if he didn't take them seriously at all.
Such pretense.
Su Hong looked disgusted as he dragged Su Man out, followed by Bai Ting and the traitor Miao Zhuang. Bai Ting was in a miserable state, covered in bruises, her clothes torn to shreds, and trampled underfoot by several men. She looked up with pleading eyes.
Boss Yang Feng, save me.
Bai Ting sobbed, reaching her hand toward Yang Feng, her tears smudging her makeup and leaving 2 black streaks. Yang Feng shrugged, his face full of indifference.
This woman is truly ruthless. Aren't you going to kill her? Or are you keeping her around for the new year?
Actually, the idea of handing over supplies in the first place wasn't mine, it was hers.
Yang Feng was completely indifferent to Bai Ting's life or death.
The two of them had always been in a relationship of mutual exploitation.
Bai Ting had once personally led a
team to try to teach Yang Feng a lesson, but in the end, she couldn't be bothered to take action. Bai Ting was stunned. These words left her utterly hopeless.
Yang Feng, all the supplies I collected were taken away by you.
I did so many bad things for you, yet you pushed all the blame onto me. You're more ruthless than I am, more heartless, ungrateful, and cold-blooded. You'll die a horrible death, absolutely a horrible death. Bai Ting, completely abandoned, cursed Yang Feng in fury, screaming hysterically.
Clap, clap, clap. So beautiful, it's absolutely stunning. A dog-eat-dog drama, who wouldn't want to watch it?
Su Hong clapped his hands, watching Yang Feng and Bai Ting with delight, likening them to dogs fighting each other.
Bang!
Su Hong pulled out a pistol and shot Bai Ting dead, startling everyone with this sudden action.
Yang Feng, you're right. Her crimes are countless, hoarding supplies, she truly deserves to die.
Su Hong sneered and immediately grabbed Su Man again. At this moment, Su Man was covered in wounds, her breath weak, her cheeks swollen, and her body bruised.
Bai Ting deserved to die. What about her?
Su Man has always always been helping everyone, yet you guided her step by step into becoming a madwoman. Su Hong completely blamed Su Manman's descent into darkness on Yang Feng, as if he had brainwashed her in some way. At this moment, Miao Zhuang also happened to step forward, limping as he walked to Su Manman's side.
Yang Feng, you're nothing but a liar.
You said you'd lend us power and make us stronger.
Corpse tumors can indeed enhance strength, but do you know what the cost is?
Cost. This word made everyone's faces change. After consuming corpse tumors, some turned into grotesque monsters, while others experienced strange mutations
in their bodies.
For example, calluses grew on Yi Liang's fingers, and Su Hong's muscles tightly wrapped around his bones, causing him constant pain.
He.
Yang Feng let out a few cold laughs, his mocking gaze gradually turning sharp, as cold as a blade.
We've talked enough. Had enough of scolding yet. I'm so bored I could die. When can we finally start fighting? Arrogant. Overbearing.
Yang Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, yet a mocking smile played at the corner of his lips.
Tyrant.
Yi Liang, filled with a sense of justice, could no longer hold back. He picked up his recurve bow, nocked a specially crafted arrow, and drew it into a full crescent.
Die.
Whoosh! The sharp arrow emitted a chilling gleam, impossible to catch with the naked eye, slicing through the air with a piercing
whistle.
This was Yi Liang's way, piercing through countless monsters' skulls, and this time, aiming to shoot straight through Yang Feng.
Snap! A soft sound echoed. Yang Feng neither dodged nor avoided, not even shifting his stance.
At some point, he had already extended his palm, perfectly catching the tip of the arrow. Buzz 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 buzz. The immense penetrating force caused the arrow's tail to tremble incessantly, producing a humming sound, a testament to the power of Yi Liang's
shot.
The most terrifying part was, this heavy, forceful arrow was effortlessly neutralized by Yang Feng's single-handed grip. Even more shocking, the sharp arrowhead was less than a centimeter away from Yang Feng's eye, yet he didn't blink, nor did he furrow his brow, as if everything was under his control.
What kind of strength? What kind of composure? What kind of terrifying judgment?
This was the indifference born from countless battles, repeatedly teetering on the edge of death.
Something feels off.
Su Hong felt a surge of inexplicable fear in his heart, a sensation that made him uneasy, as if he were merely a rookie soldier facing a bloodthirsty butcher who had slaughtered countless lives on the battlefield. It was all too late.
As Yi Liang released that arrow, the surrounding warriors surged forward. Kill. Take down Yang Feng.
These newly evolved fighters, with their greatly enhanced strength and overflowing confidence, wielded clubs and blades as if hacking at rotting corpses, launching a fierce attack on Yang Feng.
Shadows intertwined, and the sound of
slashing was deafening.
Amid the chaos of figures, Su Hong vaguely caught sight of Yang Feng releasing his arrow.
He was laughing, a maniacal laugh like that of a demon, filled with excitement, his grin stretching almost to his ears.
Immediately, a certain man was sent flying like a cannonball. Bang!
Accompanied by a loud crash, the humanoid figure slammed into the wall, his entire chest caved in, and the immense pressure inside his body was enough to crush all his organs into mush. A human-shaped hole was smashed into the wall, shards of porcelain scattered everywhere, and almost no bone remained intact.
Ha 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 ha. Yang Feng's laughter instantly drowned out the sounds of slaughter.
His movements were incredibly fast, his fists swinging relentlessly as he launched a frenzied assault on the surrounding crowd. The human body was simply too fragile. Even the evolved new humans were like putty, easily kneaded, pierced, and shattered at will.
Swish!
A cold gleam flashed as 5 slender and razor-sharp bone blades extended from Yang Feng's finger bones. The bone blades traced a perfect arc, slicing through the enemy's body as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, instantly severing it into 6 pieces.
Monster! Demon! The grinning Yang Feng was 10 times more terrifying than those powerful mutants.
In just a few seconds, all the ruthless attackers deeply experienced what true fear meant.
The suffocating
sense of terror made their entire bodies tremble, and despair surged over them like a tide. Under the crushing weight of absolute power, they were like ants that could be stomped to death at any moment.
Why so silent? Come and fight. Come and battle. I'm not done yet. I haven't had enough fun.
Yang Feng casually swung his fists, crushing the enemies before him, while laughing maniacally and provoking others to continue the fight.
You're not human, not human.
Someone was completely terrified, collapsing in a pool of blood, their eyes wide with fear as they instinctively retreated. No one dared to approach Yang Feng anymore. Everyone who got close to him was mercilessly crushed without exception.
No, how could this happen? This is impossible. How could one person's strength be so terrifying?
Yi Liang stood frozen in place, staring at the bloodstains on the corridor floor that kept spreading outward, then at the surrounding crushed mud, his heart filled with
an unbearable shock.
His trembling hand instinctively reached for an arrow, knocked it onto the bowstring, and was about to draw it to a full moon when a purple projectile shot like a bullet, piercing through his wrist.
Spit!
A mouthful of saliva was spat out, and Yi Liang's wrist was shattered on the spot, causing the arrow to fall to the ground. Corrosive stomach compressed liquid condenses into a projectile, passing through a modified esophagus and undergoing secondary pressurization in the oral cavity.
Its power is no less than that of a small caliber handgun.
Even more terrifying, the toxin begins to spread, a violent corrosive poison radiates from the wound, with skin and muscle rapidly dissolving into a thick soup under the erosion of the purple venom.
Help me, help me, help me. Yi Liang was in unbearable pain, screaming his heart out.
He reached out with his other hand towards Su Hong in a desperate plea, but Su Hong quickly dodged.
Upon closer inspection, the blood vessels beneath the skin of Yi Liang's arm were rapidly turning dark purple.
The intense corrosive poison was spreading, reaching his shoulder in the blink of an eye.
Aha! It was horrifying.
This was the deadly poison of the purple phantom crystal grade. Yi Liang was beyond saving. In just a few more minutes, he would dissolve into a pool of pus.
Su Hong, why don't you save him?
Yang Feng pointed at Yi Liang, revealing an even more mocking expression. Look at Yi Liang, how much pain he's in, he's begging you for help. How can you bear to turn away?
Oh, I understand. Are you afraid that the poison on him will infect you?
Yang Feng said sarcastically, each word stabbing into Su Hong's heart like a knife.
You pervert, madman, demon, tyrant, butcher.
You're not human, you're a mentally twisted lunatic.
Su Hong clenched his fists.
Although he was shouting furiously, his eyes were already filled with fear.
I'll fight you to the death.
He could no longer maintain his composure and charged forward,
in rage, launching a frenzied attack.
His combat skills were quite impressive, and Su Hong's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. His power was fierce, his attack angles were cunning, and he excelled in strategy, alternating between feints and real moves to seize the opportunity for a fatal strike against his enemy.
However, the gap was still too vast. The opponent's masterful killing techniques completely overwhelmed him, and the terrifying physical prowess utterly suppressed him. To Yang Feng, Su Hong's attacks seemed as slow as a snail, weak and powerless. Smack! Yang Feng's eyes flashed as he swiftly grabbed Su Hong's forearm. Crack! Crunch! With a slight exertion of force from Yang Feng's hand, Su Hong's forearm instantly twisted and deformed, and he was completely subdued.
What a pity, Yang Feng said indifferently. You could have helped me acquire a lot of corpse tumors.
What a pity, such a pity. Yang Feng couldn't help but feel regret.
The man before him was extremely valuable and could have been exploited for a large number of corpse tumors. Corpse tumors. Su Hong seemed to realize something, his face darkened, and he slashed at his own arm with a dagger.
The sound of tearing followed. In
order to escape Yang Feng's grasp, he ruthlessly severed his own arm.
The reason you're stronger than us is because of the corpse tumors.
Su Hong clutched his shoulder, retreated a few steps back to his original position, and opened his backpack.
I can do it too. I can become stronger too.
I also have corpse tumors. Su Hong took out a jar from his backpack, which was unexpectedly filled with corpse tumors he had collected over the past few days.
So many corpse tumors.
A hint of delight flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He was about to spit out a mouthful of phlegm to interrupt Su Hong's foolish act, but then he changed his mind and decided to wait and see. Swallowing a large number of corpse tumors in a suicidal manner, he thought to himself, the consequences will be very interesting indeed.
Gulp, gulp, gulp. Su Hong swallowed dozens of corpse tumors in one go.
Spiritual essence began to erupt within his body, shimmering with a radiant glow that was visible even to the naked eye, surging
throughout his entire being. Aha! Su Hong began to scream in agony as his body swelled at a visibly rapid pace. Strange growths emerged from beneath his skin. Scales, dense snake scales started to grow on his legs. Tentacles, sticky tentacles burst out from under his skin, writhing wildly. Beast eyes, horrifying vertical pupils squeezed out around his abdomen, resembling countless acne spots, clustered together. Severed limb, a centipede-like tail grew from his severed arm, extending outward. A monster. He was truly transforming into a terrifying monster, grotesque, twisted, unknown, horrifying. Why is this happening? Su Hong couldn't comprehend it, letting out a hoarse, inhuman roar as half of his head morphed into the shape of a catfish. Yang Feng smiled, watching this nauseating mutation unfold with amusement.
Corpse tumors, what are they? Experience pills for leveling up, he mocked, though his gaze gradually grew serious as he uttered a single word, soul sediment. That is the filthy residue of all living souls. All things possess spirit. When living beings die, their spiritual essence flows back into the sea of life like drops of water returning to their mothers. Embrace, pure, flawless, and crystal clear. The spiritual essence then emerges from the ocean once more, evolving into various forms of life. All life on Blue Star follows this principle. However, the sea of life is not entirely pure. Occasionally, impurities appear: hatred, fear, despair, vengeance, obsession, and even the lingering attachment and reluctance to part with loved ones. All these memories, like indelible stains, linger and resist purification. Over time, they drift and settle within the sea of life, becoming the sludge and sediment at the ocean's floor, undergoing all sorts of mysterious transformations. Those corpse tumors, Yang Feng said slowly, they are sludge. They are residue. They are filth. They are the most loathed, the most evil, the most obsessive gravel of living beings. He pointed to Su Hong's body and continued his analysis. Those scales might come from a python. Those beastly eyes might come from a pack of wild animals. Those tentacles might be from
from a deep-sea octopus. The deformed half-skull should be from a giant catfish. Yang Feng then posed a soul-piercing question. Do you feel it? Do you feel the pain they endured? Do you feel their memories? The filth buried deep in their hearts, the obsessions they cannot let go of. Have you truly experienced it all? Yang Feng's words deeply shook Su Hong's heart. He truly felt it. Memories of pythons, beasts, sea monsters, centipedes, catfish, various different creatures, intertwined, throwing his thoughts into chaos, as if his consciousness was about to be destroyed. Even Su Hong's soul, under intense pollution, gradually twisted and deformed, eventually becoming a conglomeration of monsters. Stop talking. Stop making noise inside my body. Stop biting me. I feel so awful. I feel so hateful. I feel so hungry. I'm so worried about my child. Aha! Su Hong knelt powerlessly on the ground, begging the invisible presence for mercy. His mind was filled with the screams of various creatures, suffocating him. 2 streams of bloody tears slid down as Su Hong's consciousness finally shattered completely, roaring with a heart-wrenching fury. Roar! 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 He had completely transformed into a monster. Aberrant amalgamation. Stage, random. Rarity grade, random. Typically formed when humans use excessive corpse tumors, resulting in grotesque mutations. The strength of these special monsters varies greatly. The more corpse tumors used, the higher the likelihood of producing a more powerful aberrant entity. As expected, Su Hong became a unique aberrant aggregate. Dozens of corpse tumors completely shattered his soul and caused indescribable mutations in his body. In his previous life, Yang Feng once witnessed someone swallowing hundreds of advanced corpse tumors at once, transforming into a terrifying beast that easily wiped out a medium-sized camp. Much more interesting. Yang Feng suddenly charged forward, and the roaring aberration immediately reacted. Its severed hand transformed into half a centipede, swinging fiercely, like a steel whip. Splat! The half-centipede was shattered by Yang Feng's punch, and the venom clinging to its body burst out, splattering all over him. Poison? Ineffective. Yang Feng paid no attention to the deadly venom on his skin. He possessed extremely strong toxin resistance. The purple illusion crystal level, corrosive stomach, was no mere decoration, although it looks quite terrifying. But the strength of dozens of corpse tumors is still far from enough. Facing the twisted and deformed monster, Yang Feng showed no fear. Instead, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. Bone blade. There is also the most powerful dark gold artifact, ghost face. These mutated organs, which one of them is worth less than dozens of corpse tumors? Squelch, squelch, squelch. Snake scales peeled off, beast eyes were blinded, tentacles severed, and the catfish head was smashed into pieces. The monstrous Su Hong was thus easily dealt with, but the incident was not completely over. The rampaging spiritual matter began to regroup. A highly unusual corpse tumor gradually formed within Su Hong's body, taking on a distinctive white color. The white corpse tumor, crystal clear and translucent, resembled white jade, smooth and glossy. There was no sign that this sleek white tumor had been born from a twisted, grotesque amalgamation. White fruit. This is an extremely unique existence among corpse tumors. White fruit is incredibly difficult to tame, embodying a massive amount of resentment and grievances. Its abilities vary in strength depending on the number of corpse tumors devoured by the aberrant and the personal potential of the white fruit user. The weakest are no better than trash like green jade, while the strongest have even reached the heaven-defying level of blood bodhi. White fruit is indeed an intriguing thing. This type of corpse tumor is extraordinarily bizarre, with a great deal of unknown randomness. Recklessly devouring it is clearly an extremely foolish act, but the key lies in how to utilize it wisely. Yang Feng held the white fruit in his hand, silently calculating in his mind. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the remaining people in the corridor. Most of the rebels were already dead. The few timid ones left had fled to a corner of the corridor, utterly terrified by the slaughter before them, trembling and too scared to make a sound. Tsk tisk. Yang Feng was too lazy to kill them, but among the crowd, he spotted an old friend. Miao Zhuang, a fair-weather opportunist who always sought profit and avoided harm, was now trembling with fear, not daring to look Yang Feng in the eye. Deep iron fibers. Corrosive stomach. How could I have forgotten about you? Yang Feng slowly walked toward him, revealing a row of white teeth and a kind smile. He's coming. He's really coming. What do we do? What should we do now? I beg you, don't kill me. Don't kill me. The remaining rebels immediately panicked, kneeling on the ground and banging their heads furiously. The floor was smashed to pieces, leaving behind bloodstains. With a thud, Miao Zhuang prostrated himself on the ground, trembling all over. Boss, I was forced. Please spare me, considering I've collected so many corpse tumors. Miao Zhuang kept kowtowing, a few people banging their heads on the ground like drumming, each more vigorous than the last. What about me? The thing I hate the most is betrayal. Yang Feng said nonchalantly, but after hearing this, Miao Zhuang trembled all over, cold sweat streaming down and soaking his clothes. Even though you are merely my slave, even though I am merely using you, but betrayal is betrayal. When you pointed at my nose and cursed me, you must have already been prepared for the the consequences, right? Yang Feng's words made Miao Zhuang even more desperate. Any argument seemed powerless, and any resistance was futile. Boss, don't come any closer. Boss Yang Feng, give me one more chance. I will hunt monsters for you and seize the corpse tumors. I will work for you with all my might, without resting for a moment, I beg you. Miao Zhuang deeply understood that his only chance of survival was to demonstrate his value and prove that he was still useful. Yang Feng, however, chuckled lightly and shook his head. Bah! Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a torrent of venom sprayed out violently. Aha! The screams echoed one after another as the people in the corner were all drenched in the corrosive poison, their bodies melting like burning candles, turning into pools of pus and liquid. Traitors don't get a second chance. This truth was something Yang Feng had deeply grasped in the dark apocalyptic world of his previous life. After finishing all this, Yang Feng walked over to a woman, Su Manman. Her behavior surprised Yang Feng quite a bit. Loyalty? Led by Su Hong, the new humans launched a rebellion. Not only did Su Manman not join them, but she also fiercely opposed Su Hong and the others. She was covered in wounds and refused to back down even at the cost of nearly losing her life. Why? Just because Yang Feng gave her a push? Just because of the agreement with her as a slave? Idiot. Yang Feng looked down at Su Manman and lightly kicked her. Still alive? Su Manman let out a painful groan, clearly still clinging to life. Yang Feng crouched down and took out a white corpse tumor. This is a white fruit. I don't care for this kind of trash, but you can use it. Yang Feng spoke bluntly and continued, it can randomly grant you abilities, turning you into an evolver. Interested? Enduring the excruciating pain, Su Manman curled up into a ball and slowly reached out her hand to grasp the white fruit. Yes, a steadfast will, like an iron determination, is the most important condition for evolution. Soul grit, filthy remnants, obsessions, and memories. You must have a willpower strong enough to resist the erosion of impurities. You need sufficient patience and perseverance to contend with those obsessions and pains. By holding firm to your consciousness, shattering the invading soul grit, and absorbing the energy within, you can become even stronger. Let me make this clear first. The corpse tumors you turn in daily must double again. 10 pieces. Yang Feng crossed his two fingers, making a gesture of the number 10. He had shockingly increased the daily hunting count by an entire magnitude. Alright. Su Manman tightly gripped the white fruit and resolutely uttered a single word. Yang Feng gladly accepted, releasing the white fruit from his hand and watching as Su Manman picked it up and placed it into her mouth. Mutation. Aberration. The white fruit was a product of the aberration aggregate, containing a large amount of filth and fragments of various thoughts. Su Manman trembled, as if thousands of worms were writhing beneath her skin, her body emitting all sorts of eerie sounds. Hiss hiss hiss. That was the snake hissing. Glug glug glug. The special fish seemed to be blowing bubbles in the liquid, producing a series of glugging sounds. Mom, don't force me to do homework again, boo-hoo-hoo. A little boy's painful voice came from Su Manman's arms. It's over. The money I won can't be exchanged. A housewife's voice full of despair, seemingly having secretly gambled away all her savings behind her husband's back. The chirping of insects, roars, cries, memories of all kinds surged overwhelmingly. Not just humans, but the residual filth and pollution of other creatures as well, almost tearing Su Manman apart completely. Can't hold on anymore? Yang Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing the rampaging spiritual essence that had already pushed Su Manman to the edge of the cliff, with collapse just one step away. Aha! I'm not willing, I'm not willing, I'm not willing. Su Manman roared hysterically, but the voice coming from her throat was her own. The resentment grew thicker, the hatred even stronger. Her blood-red eyes, fueled by her unwillingness and resentment, gradually tore apart the invasive will. You're ruthless? I'm even more ruthless. You have resentment? My resentment is greater. A blackened saint is indeed terrifying. The frenzied resentment actually shredded and purified the invading spiritual essence within her body, ultimately claiming it as her own. Creak, crackle, crackle, crackle. Su Manman's entire body emitted a series of snapping sounds. She had completely absorbed the spiritual essence of the white fruit, opening the door to evolution and stepping toward becoming an evolver. Success! Su Manman's body underwent a complete transformation. She surpassed the new human stage and successfully evolved into a true evolver, even gaining some kind of powerful ability. Incredible! Yang Feng's eyes sparkled. This time, it was a huge gain. Su Manman would undoubtedly bring more and more corpse tumors. Transformation. Evolution. Extreme mutation. A vertical fissure split open on Su Manman's abdomen, gradually expanding. Circle after circle of sharp teeth surrounded the fissure, opening into a gaping maw reminiscent of a lamprey. Voracious abyssal maw. She had gained her own unique mutated organ. This was the special ability gifted by the white fruit, a brand new mutated body, like a greedy maw from the depths of hell. Monster? No matter who witnessed Su Manman's abilities, they would undoubtedly see her as a monster. But Yang Feng didn't think so. This was the price of gaining power. Absorbing a large amount of spiritual essence inevitably caused mutations in the human
human soul, and while the body gained powerful abilities, it also unavoidably underwent alienation.
Bone Blade.
All of Yang Feng's abilities had completely transformed his body, including the Dark Gold level, Ghost Face. Evolvers were no longer ordinary humans.
Monsters.
In the eyes of normal people, evolvers were akin to monsters.
So hungry. I feel an overwhelming hunger.
After Su Man completed her transformation, an unbearable sense of hunger filled her entire body. This was the negative effect brought by the gluttonous abyssal maw, leaving her body in a constant state of insatiable hunger.
Endure it. You need to learn to control your abilities.
Yang Feng, like an experienced mentor, patiently guided Su Man on how to use her abilities.
The crack slowly closed, and the abyss-like gaping maw finally shut tightly, seamlessly. Her lower abdomen was flat and delicate, smooth and taut, without a single flaw. Complete and free control.
Your consciousness has fully taken the lead.
Yang Feng clicked his tongue in amazement, witnessing this kind of aberrant ability for the first time. He walked up to Su Man, reached out his hand, and touched her soft, smooth abdomen, feeling the power within. Blue sea pattern level? No. The aberrant organ is very special, highly malleable. Does it have a certain growth potential? The ability derived from Bai Gu's aberration was indeed extraordinary.
There was a faint sense of its intense hunger, yearning for another transformation and sublimation. Suddenly, Su Man's abdomen opened wide. That grotesquely exaggerated blood-red maw fiercely bit down on Yang Feng's arm. Rows of sharp teeth, like rolling wheels, emitted the sound of a chainsaw tearing through flesh, frantically grinding against Yang Feng's skin and muscles.
Skin torn and flesh exposed.
Yang Feng's skin was ripped apart in large patches, revealing muscle fibers as tough as steel. The speed of the greedy abyss's massive jaws biting down noticeably slowed, but it still left streaks of blood. With a sudden burst of strength, Yang Feng's eyes sharpened, and with a powerful shake of his arm, he shattered several teeth and quickly pulled himself out of the massive jaws.
Boss Yang Feng, I'm sorry. Corrosive stomach. Deep iron fibers.
Su Man immediately knelt on the ground, lowering her head. I was so hungry, I lost my mind for a moment and bit down without thinking. Yang Feng, however, did not immediately punish her. He raised his arm, looking at the bloody wound, deep in thought.
Interesting. If you don't have specific requirements for food.
Yang Feng hesitated, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding remains of corpses before looking down at Su Man by his feet.
Suit yourself. An hour later, the entire corridor on the 4th floor was spotless.
Su Man was full of energy, her complexion rosy, and her injuries seemed to have completely healed.
She exuded youthful vitality and charm.
Her pure and kind face now carried a hint of alluring seductiveness, her allure sharply increased, yet there was also an inexplicable sense of wickedness.
Room 405.
The sunlight from the setting sun spilled into the room. Su Man sat on the edge of the bed, her slender figure appearing especially elongated under the light.
Sizzle, sizzle, a burst of fresh aroma wafted through the air.
Yang Feng stood in front of the gas stove, busy stir-frying a dish of twice-cooked pork, his bandaged arms skillfully flipping the wok.
Yang Feng, boss.
Su Man was a bit at a loss. The tyrant before her had unexpectedly cooked several dishes in a row, and the table was already filled with a sumptuous spread.
Finally, Yang Feng made a meat pie, sizzling and crackling, its enticing aroma filling the air. The whole city is experiencing a blackout. Otherwise, I could have baked a cake. Yang Feng walked
out of the kitchen, carrying the meat pie to the table, then retrieved a candle from somewhere. He placed the candle in the center of the meat pie, lit it with a lighter, and the flickering flame emitted a warm glow, creating the atmosphere of a candlelit dinner.
What is this? Su Man was completely stunned, unable to believe that Yang Feng would cook for her. Congratulations, you've officially become an evolver. Su Man, you've undergone a transformation and been reborn.
Yang Feng revealed a gentle smile, his white teeth appearing somewhat eerie under the candlelight, the stark contrast stirring unease.
Happy birthday. Let's sing a birthday song. Yang Feng was actually celebrating Su Man's rebirth. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Yang Feng took the lead, clapping his hands and singing like a warm family. Su Man felt a bit awkward and could only force a smile, singing along with this bloodthirsty tyrant. Alright. Blow out the candle and make a wish.
Yang Feng clapped for Su Man, and she had no choice but to comply, blowing out the candle and sitting back down nervously.
I'm actually quite sentimental, right?
Yang Feng showed a satisfied smile and handed chopsticks to Su Man.
Su Man listened and nodded like a pecking chick.
Yang Feng also picked up his chopsticks, served her a piece of meat, and used a dining knife to cut the meat pie into several pieces.
I used to watch a lot of food review videos.
Later, the algorithm started recommending cooking tutorials by various chefs,
and I learned from them. How's my cooking? Pretty good, right?
Yang Feng started chatting casually, sounding a bit proud when talking about his culinary skills. Su Man continued nodding like
a pecking chick.
For some reason, she didn't feel warmth but rather a sense of eeriness, even a chill down her spine. The gentler Yang Feng's tone and the warmer his attitude toward her, the more it made her feel a cold shiver. The crawlers killed a lot of people.
people. Su Hong, Yi Liang, and those brave and daring newcomers, they're all dead. Bai Ting, Miao Zhuang, and dozens of tattooed gang leaders, they're almost all gone too. Ah! Yang Feng sighed deeply, seemingly lamenting the deaths of these people. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. What a pity. Yang Feng took out a large bottle filled with corpse tumors, numbering over 50. Over the past 2 days, confined to the apartment, he had harvested more than 20 corpse tumors daily. Once the birthday is over. Su Man, you've got to work hard. Yang Feng stood up, walked over to Su Man, patted her shoulder, and gave her a gentle and encouraging smile. A demon, a true devil. Su Man felt an overwhelming pressure, as if she had become a lifelong employee bound to the company, forever to be exploited and oppressed by the man before her. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Yang Feng then did something even more shocking. He picked up the bottle filled with corpse tumors and swallowed them all in large gulps. Over 50 corpse tumors were chewed up like candy beans. Over 50 corpse tumors. The sound of chewing crackled in Yang Feng's mouth, releasing a massive amount of fluorescent spiritual essence. What kind of concept is this? Su Hong swallowed just over 20 corpse tumors and mutated into a distorted aggregate. Yet Yang Feng consumed even more, without any negative effects, as if all the spiritual essence particles were suppressed by the ghost face. Streams of pure spiritual essence turned into warm currents, flowing back to every part of his body, strengthening him as a whole. Yang Feng's flesh and blood body was slowly and steadily increasing in strength, not as intense as a mutation, but with a solid foundation. Delicious. Yang Feng's slimy tongue lightly licked his cheek, then pressed close to Su Man, tilting her chin slightly upward. Cardiac arrest. Su Man's pupils suddenly contracted, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. An overwhelming sense of fear, like a giant hand, tightly gripped her heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Killing intent. Danger. She could be killed at any moment. Su Man could feel an extremely cold and ruthless killing intent completely surrounding her through that eerie mask. Master. She involuntarily knelt down, her address becoming even more respectful, calling him master. Establishing dominance. This was still a game of carrot and stick. The carrot is sweet. I can make sure you're well fed. I can lend you power. I can make you a strong evolver. The stick, however, is painful. I can tear you apart at any moment, easily ending your life. Yang Feng smiled, withdrew the ghost mask, and gently placed his hand on Su Man's shoulder. Don't be nervous, I told you before, there's no need to call me master. Su Man's pupils suddenly contracted. She deeply understood one thing. The relationship between the two had been permanently solidified at this moment. Master, from now on, I will be a blade in your hand. She still addressed him with honorifics, which also meant she had completely submitted and was willing to become a tool in Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then decided not to dwell on this minor issue. Come with me. Yang Feng waved his hand, signaling Su Man to follow, and then walked upstairs along the emergency exit. The 19th floor was the storage level for the apartment's centralized supplies. Due to the neighbors hoard food, I hoard neighbors plan, a message had been circulated in the owners group in advance, and every household had stockpiled a large amount of supplies. When everything was collected, the quantity was quite considerable. Coupled with the high number of deaths, the supplies seemed even more abundant. Bai Ting is dead. No one is managing the supplies now. I don't like dealing with trivial matters. Can I leave it to you? Yang Feng glanced at Su Man beside him and said slowly, no problem. Su Man responded without hesitation, refusing to allow herself even a trace of doubt. As they were speaking, a man suddenly ran out into the corridor. It was a bald, burly man who had once been Bai Ting's bodyguard. Now, with no leader, he had started eyeing the stored supplies. Move aside. He was holding several boxes of instant noodles stacked together, almost completely covering his face, with several large packs of sausages and various ready-to-eat foods tucked under his arms. Looting in chaos. Taking advantage of the lack of supervision, he grabbed as many supplies as he could, prioritizing his own survival. Yang Feng gave a faint smile and cast a glance, as if to say, it's up to you. Stop. Su Man shouted coldly, quickly stepping forward to block the man's path. Ouch. The supplies in the bald strong man's arms scattered all over the ground, and he immediately started cursing. Good dogs don't block the way. He had never seen Su Man before, and his attitude became even more arrogant. Are you blind? Tired of living, huh? Su Man's face darkened. She had to complete the task assigned by her master, and it had to be done cleanly and efficiently. What happened next was so horrifying that it almost made the bald strong man wet himself. Su Man's abdomen suddenly split open with a bloody gash, which rapidly expanded into a giant blood-red maw filled with sharp teeth. Monster. The bald strong man had never witnessed such a scene before, and he was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, stammering and unable to speak. Greedy abyssal maw. Su Man reached her hand into the giant maw, breaking off two slender and sharp fangs to use as daggers. Squelch. The fong pierced the man's neck. A ruthless glint flashed in Su Man's
hands, eyes, her actions showing no hesitation. Gurgle gurgle. Thick blood bubbles surged out, bright red liquid spraying forth, making Su Manman's face appear even more ferocious and terrifying.
Decisive and ruthless. What do you plan to do next?
Yang Feng nodded slightly on the side, as if he were the chairman inspecting work and observing the general manager's performance. Su Manman grabbed the man's leg and dragged him step by step upstairs.
On the 19th floor, there was more than one person taking advantage of the chaos.
Those bodyguards who usually strutted around arrogantly had now scattered like monkeys from a fallen
tree, turning into bandits.
They forcibly smashed the locks on storage room doors, grabbing whatever they could, taking as much as possible. Saving their own lives was the top priority.
Stop. White Ting's position will now be taken over by me.
Su Manman stood in the corridor, shouting loudly, but no one paid her any attention.
Everyone continued to frantically snatch supplies for themselves. Creak, 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 creak.
The piercing sound of chewing followed. Su Manman's abdomen opened up like a giant, greedy maw, chewing on something. Large splashes of crimson liquid sprayed out, with bits of flesh still stuck between her teeth. People gradually stopped their actions, their gazes growing increasingly terrified.
What is it eating? Aman, monster. There's a monster.
Horror, fear, trembling, nausea. It was a grotesque and unsettling scene that made one feel physically uncomfortable. Only when the greedy maw finished chewing did the blood-red mouth on her abdomen slowly close, though it still left a massive gap.
Brr.
Su Manman burped, holding two blood-stained Fong daggers in her hands, and slowly walked toward the crowd.
Now, can you listen to me properly?
She was drenched in blood, her face twisted in a terrifying expression, like a ghost crawling out of hell. As she slowly approached the crowd, the person at the front collapsed to the ground in fear, a foul-smelling brown-yellow liquid flowing from his pants. He had wet himself.
Yes, 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 yes. Please speak. No matter when, we will always listen to you. Several strong bodyguards had nowhere to escape and ultimately knelt before Su Manman. How many of you are left?
Su Manman wiped the bloodstains off her cheek, but it left a long smear of blood, making her expression even more terrifying. Brothers, they were all hacked to death downstairs.
Only a few of us managed to escape. About 10 or so left.
After a fierce battle, there were few usable people left, all of them cowardly deserters.
Su Manman nodded, her abdomen split open.
Again, sharp teeth rotating like those of a lamprey, as if ready to shred any prey into minced meat at any moment.
Remember this, from today onwards, I call the shots here.
Return all the stolen supplies to me.
If I find out, the consequences will be the same as what happened to that person just now.
Su Manman's greedy abyssal maw was simply too terrifying. A few burly bodyguards were so frightened that they wet their pants again, hurriedly prostrating themselves on the ground and repeatedly agreeing. Without any suspense, Su Manman quickly took control of the situation. Yang Feng observed silently from the shadows, feeling satisfied with Su Manman's performance, but he wanted to add more fuel to the fire. He slowly stepped forward, revealing a slightly wicked smile.
It's been 7 days since the apocalypse began. A week of psychological adjustment should have been enough to adapt. Starting tomorrow, all food supplies will be cut off. Yang Feng's words sent a shock through everyone's hearts. Even Su Manman cast a surprised glance. Cutting off the supply of resources? How would the weak survive? Completely losing access to food? What kind of desperate actions would people take? If they're not pushed, the timid will never dare to step out of their rooms for their entire lives. If you want to get food, you have to exchange it with corpse tumors and fight monsters. Fight. Battle. To survive, plunder the corpse tumors. Tyrant, a true tyrant.
In the first week of the apocalypse outbreak, the total number of people in the apartment plummeted by more than 2/3.
People were desperate and
terrified, anxiously waiting for rescue, but their hopes were shattered again and again.
Beginner protection period. This is actually just the beginner protection period? Fight to the death. Battle on. Grow stronger.
Yang Feng walked to the window and looked out at the ruined city, seeing the surging tide of corpses on the streets.
The tide was converging, aberrations were evolving.
High above the skies, blood-stained wings clashed as raptors fought each other. Beneath the soil, the cacophony of insect cries roared as mutant bugs devoured one another. Deep in the ocean, filth surged as monstrous fish underwent frenzied mutations.
Trillions of lives were engaged in a mad race of evolution, vying for the position of the next ruler of Blue Star. The weak are prey, and the strong are kings. The human-dominated world had long become a thing of the past. The weak will perish in this era. Either become prey on the dining table, or give it your all, cut through the thorns, and carve a bloody path forward. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and the path beneath his feet, covered in blood and bones, was undoubtedly the most difficult one. The apartment was in complete chaos.
Su Manman announced the cessation of all food supplies, declaring that the only way to obtain food was to hunt monsters and exchange their corpse tumors.
This news sparked public outrage.
Faced with life and death, those hiding in their rooms had no choice but to come out and fight back. On the 19th floor, the remaining dozens of people in the apartment gathered there to protest against the new leader.
Why should we? Those supplies were all donated by us.
What you're doing now is basically daylight
highlight robbery. How are we supposed to survive? Not even a pack of instant noodles is being handed out. Boo-hoo-hoo. Public grievances were widespread. Almost everyone was furious, a fire of anger burning in their hearts, yearning for a reasonable explanation. Su Man stepped forward. Facing this unfamiliar leader, people naturally felt unwilling to comply. Smack! A small stone hit Su Man. Splat! A rotten egg landed on her face. Eat shit. You want to starve us to death? Not that easy. Bai Ting and Mo Jianfeng are both gone. What do you count as? The crowd was in an uproar. Someone stirred up trouble from the back, and while no one was paying attention, grabbed the prepared trash and threw it at Su Man. Her expression was as cold as ice. She slowly wiped her cheek, smelling the stench of the egg liquid, yet remained calm. You all must be really starving. She closed her eyes and carefully recalled the betrayal, the humiliation, the bullying. Those refugees she had once personally helped were now treating her like this. Block the passage. Su Man gave the order, uttering just 4 words. About a dozen strong men appeared in the passage, completely sealing off the only way out. Whoosh! Su Man flipped her palm, and a dagger flew like sharp teeth toward a corner of the crowd. A man's forehead was instantly pierced, and he fell heavily to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Yeah. Someone's been killed. The people who had been so aggressive just now were immediately terrified and trembling when they saw someone killed, scrambling to escape downstairs. At this moment, they were the weak ones, old, frail, sick, and disabled, hiding timidly in their rooms. The righteous indignation they had felt moments ago completely vanished, and they no longer had the courage to face death, utterly panicked. Get back! Sister Su, we haven't let you leave yet. A dozen burly men wielding iron rods and blades stood menacingly at the passage exit, their bodies covered in various tattoos. Gang leaders, bodyguards, they carried an air of thuggishness, adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, professionally intimidating ordinary people. Su Man walked to the corpse, gently pulled out the dagger, and bright red liquid immediately gushed from the wound. I'll say this only once. From now on, no more food will be distributed. It can only be exchanged for corpse tumors. Su Man spoke word by word, ensuring everyone could hear her clearly. How could I dare to fight those monsters? A woman, crying pitifully, pulled her child close and pressed his head down to bow to Su Man. Xiao Bao, come and bow to your aunt Su Man. Another elderly man, leaning on a cane, also knelt down with a thud. Boss, look at me, these old bones of mine can't possibly compete with the young ones. Such examples are everywhere. Most of the remaining people are the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Some unpleasant memories from the past began to resurface. A seemingly pitiful mother and child greedily snatched her food and drove her out of her home. A seemingly pitiful old man, trembling, in the middle of the night, reached out his hand to tear her clothes, groping her harshly, and even attempting further assault. Su Man's kindness had long since died. Even if the people before her were truly pitiful, truly in need of help, and truly unable to fight, she no longer felt any compassion. You can go steal. You can go rob. You can kill each other. You can also use your own bodies, your beauty, your youth, your flesh to survive. Su Man wore a sinister smile as she uttered the cruelest words, leaving everyone dumbfounded, shocked, unable to believe it. Is there still law in such matters? Are there still rules? Stealing, robbing, harming, even killing. Before the apocalypse, these were serious crimes, unimaginable. After venting her emotions, Su Man's tone became much calmer. You can also be like me and fight against the monsters. I will form a hunting squad and lead you to hunt monsters. Everyone is welcome to join. Hunting squad. Su Man is actually planning to form a team dedicated to hunting monsters. She recalled what Yang Feng had once said and revealed a cold smile. I can grant you power. I can make you immune to infection. As long as you can bring back the tumor corpses, you can earn food and women in the apartment, or even handsome men. Su Man's words were filled with temptation, first granting despair, blocking all escape routes, forcing everyone into a desperate situation, then, giving them hope once again. Join the hunting squad, gain immense power, become a new human, and engage in fierce battles with the monsters. Moments later, someone finally made up their mind. I'll join too. Meanwhile, Yang Feng gazed out at the gradually darkening sky. The most thrilling hunting moment of the day was finally approaching again. 10 years had passed since the apocalypse, and Yang Feng excelled at acting alone, practically a lone wolf. He disliked burdens that held him back and detested sharing the spoils of his prey with others. The ghostly mask revealed itself, a peculiar sense of agitation permeating the entire mask. The corpse tumors it had devoured had nearly reached 100, an alarming quantity. Is it finally about to evolve? The second form of the ghost face, I'm really looking forward to it. The night was dark and the wind was high, with sparse stars in the sky. Yang Feng opened the window, jumped onto the air conditioning unit outside, but his steps came to a halt. A strange scene unfolded before him. The alley, once filled with decayed corpses, was now overgrown with sprawling vines. These vines were bright red, climbing over the walls of the first and second floors, entwining around hundreds of decayed corpses, writhing like countless blood vessels. Blood-sucking vines? Ah! Ha! Yang Feng frowned, immediately recognizing this plant.
During the days he had been absorbing corrosive stomach, the alley had become overrun with blood-sucking vines, extracting the remaining value from the decayed corpses.
Plant mutation. Judging by the timing, the first wave of the mutant outbreak is coming soon.
Yang Feng possessed the dark memories of his previous life, where billions of lives underwent frenzied, twisted mutations, and plants were no exception.
In about a month, various terrifying aberrations would reach maturity. Countless deformed and twisted monsters would erupt in a frenzy, marking the true crisis for humanity. Ugh, 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 ugh.
The blood-sucking vines burrowed into the remains of the corpses, managing to control them to a certain extent. The corpses wrapped in blood-red vines emitted low growls from their throats, mimicking the calls of their
kind.
Soon, more corpses on the street were influenced by the sounds and began moving toward the alley.
Squelch.
The sound of flesh tearing followed. The blood-sucking vines immediately clung to the living corpses, like maggots on a bone, forcibly dragging them into the alley to be slaughtered.
Imitation. This was the characteristic of the blood-sucking vines. They could temporarily control corpses, using their throats to simulate sounds to attract more corpses, turning them into new food.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yang Feng leapt down, and the blood-sucking vines covering the ground immediately coiled like whips toward him.
Ha!
Yang Feng let out a light shout, his steps fierce as he crushed the vines underfoot. The crimson vines snapped, spraying a large amount of filthy liquid like blood vessels bursting.
Roar, 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 roar.
Crushing the vines seemed to inflict immense pain on the controlled corpses, causing them to let out heart-wrenching screams.
Blood-sucking vine.
This was the lowest-grade mutated plant. They excelled at hunting corpses, but for a powerful evolver like Yang Feng, they posed little
threat. Of course, if an ordinary person fell into the trap of the blood-sucking vines, they would likely face certain death. Troublesome.
These blood-sucking vines might grow and climb up to the floor where I live.
But, I guess they can help guard my door. Yang Feng pondered.
The alley was filled with blood-sucking vines, making it highly unlikely for enemies to attack from the direction of the windows.
As long as they didn't grow above the fourth floor, he could temporarily ignore them. After
leaving the alley, Yang Feng gazed from afar at the surging tide of corpses. The endless tide of corpses, like a flood, had entered a rampage mode during the night, wandering in a mighty and overwhelming manner.
Aberration of the spirit.
The wave of decayed corpses gathered together, mixing filth and resentment with spiritual granules, seemingly forming a deep swampy mire.
Low murmurs, hissing growls, roaring howls.
This was the ancient language murmured by the corpse tide, their grandest and most terrifying ritual, as if brewing an even greater disaster. The direction of this search needs to be adjusted.
Woo woo woo.
Increase the intensity, go to more dangerous places.
Yang Feng changed direction, expanding the hunting range. Jinjiang Manor. It was a villa area nestled by the mountains and water.
Picturesque scenery, beautiful environment, prime location, convenient transportation, and
well-developed surrounding facilities.
Kindergarten, key middle and high schools, large supermarkets, a high-end shopping mall, and even an artificial lake.
Now the strength is sufficient. I am qualified to explore this wealthy district.
Yang Feng moved swiftly in the shadows, and the decayed corpses blocking his way no longer posed a threat.
Without even letting out a roar, they were all killed. After rushing for dozens of minutes, he finally arrived near Jinjiang Lake. A pungent stench assaulted his senses, as if
rotting herring had been trapped under a blanket for a month. At this moment, the surface of the artificial lake, once rippling with clear waves, was now covered with a layer of oil slick. Hundreds of decayed corpses floated on the water, their bloated remains nauseating to behold. Upon closer inspection, beneath the murky currents, the faint silhouettes of giant mutant fish could be seen, occasionally surfacing to reveal grotesque growths.
Along the lakeside
greenery, the willow branches swayed in the wind, resembling countless ghostly shadows.
Branches? No, what grew on those willow trees was unmistakably human hair. Strands of long black
hair cascaded down like waterfalls, and with a gentle breeze, they danced in the air, looking more like the disheveled locks of female ghosts.
If an ordinary person were to witness
such a horrifying scene, they would undoubtedly be terrified. But Yang Feng understood it all. Scientists 10 years into the apocalypse had already provided numerous explanations.
DNA disorder. Human DNA shares 41% similarity with that of bananas. In other words, humans and bananas might have shared a common ancestor billions
of years ago, only to evolve in vastly different directions.
These willow trees are no exception. Their DNA also contains similarities to that of humans. Aberration of the spirit. A peculiar aberration of the spirit has led to a mutation of the flesh. The DNA of the willow tree has undergone severe distortion, erroneously activating its human components, resulting in the growth of human hair. Interesting. The apocalyptic disaster is intensifying as well.
Yang Feng felt a trace of pressure as he avoided the tide of corpses and continued his exploration forward.
Of course.
Whoosh 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 whoosh. A gentle breeze brushed his face, sewage rippled, and more willow branches resembling strands of hair
began to sway.
Those black strands of hair seemed to sense something something, intertwining with one another before detaching from the willow
tree. Large clusters of black hairballs rolled swiftly with the wind, resembling tumbleweeds, and their target was none other than Yang Feng's location. This is truly bizarre.
10 years into the apocalypse, and this is the first time I've seen something like this. Although Yang Feng had extensive survival experience, it was also his first time encountering such black hairballs detaching from willow trees, and their sheer number was staggering. Swish! A sharp flash of blade light streaked through the air as Yang Feng's bone blade extended, effortlessly slicing through one of the black hairballs, causing a large amount of thick,
black liquid to spurt from the cut.
The blade light flickered continuously, and the black hairballs rolling in with the wind were all severed into pieces.
However, their numbers were simply overwhelming.
Black hairballs detached from tens of thousands of willow trees used for landscaping surged in from all directions, leaving Yang Feng momentarily struggling to cope. Whoosh! A black hairball rolled to his feet and instantly transformed into strands of living hair, resembling countless black serpents, beginning to coil around Yang Feng's body, wrapping, tightening, constricting. A few strands of black hair might be weak, but hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, became as thick as a giant python, completely enveloping him and gradually forming a massive black cage. A gigantic black hairball, nearly 5 meters in diameter, entirely engulfed Yang Feng, as if it intended to crush him into dust. The muscles of deep iron fiber could only allow his limbs to move slightly, with all his living space squeezed to the limit, making even wielding a blade impossible. Yet Yang Feng showed no fear. Despite being in a perilous situation, there were many solutions available, and he didn't even need to activate the ghost face.
Wow!
Yang Feng's stomach churned, and a strong purple corrosive acid spewed out. Sizzle, sizzle, a highly corrosive poison covered the strands of hair, emitting
a burning sound.
The keratin in the hair was rapidly corroded and dissolved, breaking strand by strand, while the active substances within suffered fatal damage. Soon, countless tangled hair clusters twisted in agony, but all dissolved into viscous liquid under the poison, succumbing to death. Spiritual essence gathered, and the black hair clusters, containing a large amount of spiritual essence, coalesced into brand new corpse tumors. There were more than 20 of them, with 2 even glowing emerald green, clearly having evolved to the green jade
level. Not bad.
Yang Feng collected the corpse tumors. This wave was equivalent to killing over 200 rotting corpses. At that moment, Yang Feng suddenly felt a sense of danger.
A gaze. Some terrifying entity was watching him. Ghost face activated.
Multidimensional information analysis began to operate, meticulously capturing every trace of information around him.
A shadow. A black shadow stood silently on the roof of a certain building, observing Yang Feng's every move.
It seemed to sense something and instantly vanished before his eyes, its speed unbelievably fast.
Interesting. This kind of hunt is truly captivating. Jinjiang Manor.
The gate tower is imposing, the decor extraordinarily luxurious, exuding an air of opulence. Various luxury cars temporarily parked at the entrance, each worth enough to require an ordinary person a lifetime of hard work to afford.
Yang Feng paid no attention to this. Activating his multidimensional information analysis ability, he faintly outlined blurred remnants using the weak vibrations lingering in the air. A shadow flashed by and instantly disappeared into the manor. Got you. Same here.
Yang Feng lightly licked his cheek with his tongue, revealing an excited, sinister grin.
The winding paths lead to secluded spots. The environment
is elegant, the villa area lush with greenery, and a musical fountain stands at the center.
However, strangely enough, not a single rotting corpse monster was in sight.
In the vast villa area, not a single monster remained, only dead silence. This was precisely proof of the target's strength. Territorial awareness. The territorial awareness of a powerful mutant had driven away all lower-level monsters. Splash! The musical fountain suddenly started. What spouted out wasn't clear water, but a mixture of filthy blood.
Upon closer inspection,
the central pool was actually filled with corpses and the remains of various monsters. Such a strong sense of territoriality. Not only did it drive away the lower-level monsters, but it also killed all those who refused to leave. Yang Feng knew well that the stronger the mutant, the more intense its territorial awareness. This time, he might have encountered a truly formidable opponent.
Silence, an overwhelming silence. There were no monster roars,
no chirping insects or singing birds, only the occasional sound of water when the musical fountain activated. In this tranquil environment, the sense of danger gradually heightened, as if this was the calm before the storm.
Focus, concentrate.
Yang Feng was in an extremely excited state, yet his mental awareness was as cold and clear as ice, a contradiction of fire and ice within him.
It's here.
The subtlest tremor in the air was clearly captured by Yang Feng.
A black shadow streaked across, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, rushing toward
him at lightning speed.
Silent and swift, it arrived in an instant.
Yang Feng immediately reacted, turning around and raising his hand to block.
A tearing sound of flesh and blood echoed.
Yang Feng's reaction was a fraction too slow, and 3 deep claw marks appeared on his chest, exposing bone and dripping with blood.
I was too slow?
He possessed the ghost mask and multidimensional multidimensional information analysis, enabling him to defend the moment his opponent struck, yet he was still a step behind. This speed, this explosive power, what exactly was it? Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a beast lurking in the shadowy void. Though small in size, it displayed a perfect streamlined form, as if it could completely evade air resistance. Its design was absolutely aerodynamic, surpassing even the latest fighter jets. Hit the jackpot. Shadow Leopard. Young Feng was somewhat incredulous. He had unexpectedly encountered a rare and extraordinarily powerful mutant in the apocalypse, the Shadow Leopard, a mutation originating from a special feline species. Shadow Leopard. Stage, growth phase. Rare grade, purple phantom crystal. The Shadow Leopard is renowned for its speed, with claws that can easily tear through steel. Its resilient muscle fibers can withstand heavy firearms, but the most lethal aspect is the explosive power of its leg tendons. Silent and invisible, it kills without a trace. Yang Feng had once faced a Shadow Leopard in combat. Its silent and invisible killing methods were terrifying and despair-inducing. Its speed was so extreme that bullets could hardly track it, and even the naked eye couldn't keep up, only catching glimpses of blurred shadows. Not only that, the Shadow Leopard before him had clearly reached a long-term state, with a layer of blurry afterimages seemingly covering it, making its movements even more eerie and unpredictable. The pet of the rich is truly extraordinary. Whose little kitty has grown into such a monster? Young Feng couldn't help but mock. No matter how wealthy Hua Nation was, it was impossible to raise a cheetah. For it to grow into what it was now, the only possibility was that it had mutated from a pet cat. What incredible luck! A pet cat could actually mutate into a purple phantom crystal level exotic creature? This was either the favor of fate, bringing him a grand gift, or the curse of fate, directly sending a boss to take his life. Come again. The pain on his body, instead, ignited an even stronger fighting spirit within him. The feeling of danger filled my entire being, every cell tense yet exhilarated. Let's get fired up. Yang Feng grinned ferociously, his consciousness and spirit continuously converging, forcibly compressing his sense of time. Slow. The world around seemed to slow down. I could feel the passage of time being constantly compressed, everything unfolding as if in slow motion. However, even though everything appeared in slow motion, the Shadow Leopard's speed was still unbelievably fast. The air trembled slightly, as if it had been split open. The surrounding gusts of wind swept past silently like flowing water, without making a sound. I see it. The Shadow Leopard's form is becoming increasingly clear under multidimensional information analysis. I raised my palm, and 5 sharp bone blades suddenly sprang out, preemptively blocking the path of the Shadow Leopard's attack. Clang! The crisp and resonant sound of metal collision echoed. Splat! A large spray of blood burst from my side and abdomen. The Shadow Leopard's attack succeeded once again, cutting open my abdomen. Broken. All 5 bone blades that had sprung out were completely shattered. A piercing pain followed, feeling as if my actual bones had fractured. Can't block it? I thought to myself. These bone blades are indeed too weak. Looking at the fractured ends of the blades, crimson blood and white marrow fluid continuously flowed out. I wasn't surprised by this outcome. Bone blade, green jade, growth stage. After all, this was just a temporary weapon for me, too low in level and strength to withstand even one attack from the Shadow Leopard. Truly terrifying. Absolutely horrifying. I sighed inwardly, witnessing my own attack yet powerless to defend against it. I turned around, letting the scorching blood flow freely. The searing pain tore through me, causing my muscles to spasm, yet it also made my body even more exhilarated. Yes, I thought to myself with excitement, this is a worthy enemy. I could feel life slipping away. I could feel death closing in step by step. My face grew increasingly contorted, fear pressing down on my body, and the instinct to survive sent adrenaline surging through me. Every cell in my body burned like a raging fire. Not enough, I roared inwardly, not enough. Spit, spit, spit. My stomach churned violently, and I opened my mouth to eject saliva like bullets. They shimmered with a sinister purple hue, carrying potent venom, shooting straight toward the Shadow Leopard's body. Faster. However, the Shadow Leopard's speed surpassed even the venom I had launched. With a swift movement, it effortlessly dodged the venomous attack and immediately launched a fierce counterstrike. Its blurred silhouette moved, like a fleeting white steed, as if crossing a river like a divine elephant. Its feet silently erupted with deadly speed, tearing through the wind as it darted past. In an instant, the Shadow Leopard's figure was already in front of me. Wah 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 wah. I opened my mouth, and venom rained down like a shower of blossoms. Each droplet of venom was crystal clear, glowing with a purple radiance, carrying lethal toxicity, enveloping the Shadow Leopard's entire body. The first attack was merely a feint. With venom raining down from the sky, the Shadow Leopard had nowhere to escape. However, the legendary and exceptionally rare special creature was not renowned without reason. The Shadow Leopard unleashed incredible speed, and the pressure resistance of its tendons and calves far exceeded human imagination, allowing it to suddenly change direction even in such a situation. Turn. Emergency brake. Shadow Leopard's Achilles tendon stomped fiercely on the ground, its entire body enduring immense inertia, turning at an unbelievable
unbelievable angle, gradually escaping the range of the venom. Got you. I secretly felt triumphant as the scattered venom suddenly exploded. A massive hand pierced through the venom, reaching out and grabbing Shadow Leopard's body. I spewed a large amount of venom, which turned out to be a feint, while the real purpose was to engage in a brutal hand-to-hand fight with Shadow Leopard. Got you. I grabbed Shadow Leopard tightly, locking its neck and flipping over to straddle its body. Like the wind and lightning, the incredible speed seemed to stretch the surrounding scenery, creating an illusion in perception. Ha 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 ha. I laughed wildly, raising my fist and slamming it heavily onto Shadow Leopard's spine. My entire body's muscles creaked like twisting steel bars, exuding a deep and heavy power. Ignoring injuries, ignoring the bleeding, 60 trillion cells burned and trembled with heat. My fists rained down like a storm, madly pounding Shadow Leopard, unleashing the most primal hand-to-hand combat. Roar, 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 roar. Shadow Leopard finally let out a painful howl. Its speed underfoot became even faster, and the surrounding environment flashed by like a series of rapidly changing slides. It was going to crash into the wall. Bang! Boom 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 boom. A massive crash accompanied by a roaring sound erupted. The front wall of a villa collapsed with a thunderous noise, sending countless debris and rubble flying. Large sections of concrete and steel structures were exposed to the air. Yang Feng and the Shadow Leopard were both sent flying, slamming hard into the ground and leaving long skid marks. I won't let go. I absolutely won't let go. Yang Feng's hands clamped tightly around the Shadow Leopard's neck. Blood gushed out wildly, but he stubbornly refused to release his grip. Trying to shake me off? Are you scared? Yang Feng's ghostly face opened its massive jaws and viciously bit down on the Shadow Leopard's neck. The sharp teeth instantly tore through the purple phantom. Crystal-grade flesh, biting, sucking, injecting venom. The highly corrosive venom coated the ghostly face's teeth and pierced into the Shadow Leopard's neck. Pain. The Shadow Leopard let out a heart-wrenching howl. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't shake off the human on its back, its foreclaws flailing in desperation. Thud, thud, thud. Young Feng continued biting, his ghostly face opening a massive bloody maw, looking even more like a wild beast than the Shadow Leopard, tearing it to shreds and leaving it covered in wounds. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Feng's fists pounded relentlessly, leaving the Shadow Leopard completely dazed. Beneath its strong muscles, its bones emitted cracking sounds with each heavy blow. Finally, the Shadow Leopard realized it couldn't shake off this human. It struggled to turn around, forcibly swinging its sharp claws, and began engaging in close combat. Squelch! Yang Feng bit off a large chunk of the Shadow Leopard's flesh. Squelch! The Shadow Leopard's sharp claws tore through Yang Feng's arm and thigh. The two were like the most primal of beasts, rolling madly, fighting to the death, using fists, teeth, claws, everything they had to battle, all for the sake of killing the other. Ha ha ha, can you feel it? Our lives are so dazzling. To survive, to shed the last drop of blood, to exhaust the final ounce of strength, to fight recklessly, how marvelous. Enjoyment. Yang Feng actually felt pleasure in this utterly frenzied battle. To live, to give everything for life, it's either you or me. Only the fear at the edge of death could make him truly feel alive. Every cell in his body struggled desperately, and he felt life so vivid and precious. After a long while, the sounds of the scuffle gradually faded. Yang Feng twisted off the Shadow Leopard's head, stood atop its corpse, raised one hand high, his entire body drenched in blood, proclaiming his victory. A pure purple, enchanting corpse tumor gradually formed on the Shadow Leopard's body. This was a genuine purple illusion crystal, of a quality one tier higher than the mutated form of the crawling beast from before. Very good. Yang Feng put away the corpse tumors but felt a wave of dizziness. He was covered in wounds, severely injured, and had lost too much blood, an absolutely fatal condition in the eyes of an ordinary person. Gulping, Yang Feng took out more than 20 newly acquired corpse tumors and chewed and swallowed them without hesitation. Heat and agitation surged as the number of corpse tumors devoured by the ghost face reached over 100. Warm energy continuously flowed back into Yang Feng's body, and miraculously, his wounds stopped worsening. Platelets became extremely active, and a temporary blood membrane quickly formed over the surface of the wounds, effectively preventing massive blood loss and eliminating the danger of excessive bleeding. This place isn't safe. Yang Feng's multidimensional information analysis suddenly detected someone approaching. People? How could there be people? Could there still be survivors in the villa district? The Shadow Leopard didn't devour them? Not just one, there were many people still alive in the villa district. Yang Feng stepped out of the collapsed wall, taking in the surroundings. Many villa doors slowly opened, and one by one, humans with faces full of worry and panic emerged. Mimi is dead. That monster killed Mimi. Suddenly, someone shouted, their gaze toward Yang Feng growing increasingly fearful. At this moment, Yang Feng was wearing a ghostly mask covered in blood, his body battered and bruised, his skin torn and mangled, indeed looking more like a monster. But, Mimi? Could they mean the Shadow Leopard he had killed? Forget it, he would come back another time if he had the chance. Yang Feng couldn't afford to worry about these things for now. Taking advantage of the little strength he had left, he leaped forward and disappeared into the night in the blink of of an eye. Apartment. Young Feng crushed a large patch of blood-sucking vines underfoot and leapt back to his room in a few quick jumps. Chest, ribs, abdomen, thigh, calf, arm. Young Feng counted his wounds. There was hardly an unscathed spot on his body. The ghostly mask was restless and burning hot. It seemed to have absorbed enough energy, yet it still hadn't evolved, as if something crucial was missing. Despite his severe injuries, Young Feng felt it was all worth it because he had obtained a genuine purple phantom crystal-grade corpse tumor. Shadow leopard. This creature was extremely rare, and even 10 years into the apocalypse, its appearance was exceedingly uncommon, almost legendary. It possessed a unique ability. Young Feng took out the purple phantom crystal corpse tumor, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally shoved it directly into his mouth. Chewing. Young Feng controlled the ghostly mask, grinding the corpse tumor into pieces. The lingering consciousness of the shadow leopard carried intense hatred, surging within the pure purple spiritual essence, as if attempting to battle Young Feng's mind. Ha! You couldn't defeat me just now, and now you come to my territory, courting death. Young Feng possessed the ghost mask, which carried the ability to obliterate all residual impurities. In an instant, he devoured the lingering thoughts of the shadow leopard. Under his meticulous control, the deep demonic purple spiritual essence slowly moved downward, covering his soles and Achilles tendon, initiating intense transformation. The soles, ankles, Achilles tendon, ligaments, calf muscles, and skeletal structure were all affected. The shadow leopard's greatest ability lay in its foot tendons, deadly explosive power combined with silent stealth, making it a true shadow assassin. Shadow foot tendon. This was precisely the ability Young Feng desired to obtain from the shadow leopard. Shadow foot tendon. Deadly explosive power, silent and stealthy footsteps, as if walking in the shadows, unpredictable and fleeting like autumn clouds leaving no trace. Young Feng's foot landed on the ground, producing a completely silent effect, and with the slightest movement, he shot out like an arrow. Whip kick. Young Feng turned and delivered a whip kick, a shadow of the whip so fast it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, drawing a perfect arc, slicing through the air like a blade, leaving a faint sound of air being torn apart. Looking at the wall again, a deep cut appeared on its surface, smooth as a mirror. Blade kick. A casual whip kick with the shadow tendon of the foot actually sliced through the air like a knife, creating a tearing effect. Powerful. Young Feng was extremely satisfied with the ability of the shadow tendon of the foot. His movement speed had improved by more than one level, his leg attack power had greatly increased, and the added stealth effect made him even more formidable. However, the price he paid was also immense. Young Feng was covered in wounds, severely injured, and even his bone blade had been severed, losing this ability. Bone blade. I'm sorry. Young Feng extended his finger, and the broken bone blade shot out. The blade fractured in the middle, bringing waves of pain. Ghost face. Young Feng unfolded the ghost mask, its blood-red maw covering his palm, and began to greedily suck the marrow and spiritual essence from the bone blade. Soon, the entire bone blade shattered, its material gradually decaying, and the spiritual essence within was completely devoured, falling away entirely from his hand. Recycle. Since the ghost mask could consume spiritual essence, it could also reclaim mutated and aberrant organs. The bone blade, it was time for retirement. Its strength and grade had long been surpassed by other abilities, rendering it useless in high-intensity battles. Ultimately, the ghost mask devoured the bone blade. It grew increasingly heated, its surface, once smooth like a mirror, now roiled with turbulent waves, as if brewing a more powerful and terrifying ability. It was on the verge of transformation, on the brink of evolution. The ghost mask was accumulating power, harboring its own abilities, yet it lacked a final spark, as though waiting for something. Feeling a bit uncomfortable. But, since it's a dark gold grade artifact, it's normal for the activation conditions to be somewhat difficult. Young Feng consoled himself, but the feeling of energy building to a peak without ever erupting was undeniably frustrating. At that moment, the sound of slashing came from downstairs. The sky was faintly lit, and the hunting squad had already begun their operation. Leading the charge was Su Man, wielding two fawn-like daggers, resembling a ferocious mother beast as she lunged at the monsters before her. However, aside from Su Man, few of the other frail and injured team members dared to act. If you want food, go kill monsters. If you want to grow stronger, go kill monsters. Covered in blood, Su Man turned to look at a slender, bespectacled, scholarly man. Don't you want to protect your wife and daughter? They're almost starving to death, and you still don't dare to go? Su Man's words were like knives, piercing the man's heart. In the end, he gripped the blade tightly and swung it with all his might at a nearby rotting corpse. Crack! The blade got stuck in the bone, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. The next second, the rotting corpse let out an angry roar and directly knocked the man to the ground. What followed was the sound of flesh being torn apart, mixed with the man's desperate screams. Too weak, relying solely on blind courage to dream of slaughtering enemies was ultimately too naive. Examples like this were everywhere. This new batch of hunting squads had such poor physical fitness that most of them were quickly lost because
becoming prey for the rotting corpse monsters. Some despaired, some cried, some dropped their weapons and fled, while others froze in place, clueless, only to be pounced on and killed by the monsters. What a pity! Yang Feng stood upstairs, witnessing the gruesome battle, and shook his head. This batch of expendables, hardly any of them can truly fight. The remaining value of this apartment seems to be running out. His eyes were filled with indifference. After 10 dark years of the apocalypse, scenes like this were all too common. Human lives were as cheap as grass. The weak could only be exploited by the strong.
Wasn't Yang Feng once someone else's expendable too? Jinjiang Manor?
Yang Feng thought again of that villa district. It seemed there were still quite a few survivors. Perhaps they could be utilized.
At that moment, a bodyguard responsible for guarding the 19th floor came rushing down in a hurry. He was holding a large, block-shaped mobile phone, resembling the Big Brother phones from 20 years ago, a special satellite phone. The satellite phone rang loudly. Boss Yang Feng.
He hurriedly ran to the corridor and handed the phone to Yang Feng's door.
There's a call. Someone is calling. A call? Yang Feng thought of Mo Jianfeng.
The big boss he had killed had mentioned some conditions.
Mercenaries.
Mo Jianfeng had said he had already hired a group of professionals, ruthless individuals. Among the ruthless, elites among desperados. This group of outlaws was tasked with protecting Mo Jianfeng and safely transferring him out of the city. According to him, the deposit had already been paid.
Interesting, truly intriguing.
Yang Feng picked up the phone, ready to wait for the other party to speak. The other end of the line remained silent as well, and after about 10 seconds, the voice finally came through. We're almost there. Yang Feng's expression changed slightly. Judging by the voice, the accent was extremely heavy, almost as if the person wasn't from Hua Nation. Prepare the final payment, came a slightly threatening tone from the other end of the line.
Final payment?
A week into the apocalypse, the monetary system had already completely collapsed, and money was useless.
Those little paper bills were no better than toilet paper.
Therefore, this final payment might not be money, but something important enough to make mercenaries risk entering the city and fight to save a big boss.
All right, he agreed. Come on over. I'll be waiting for you in apartment 405. Yang Feng pondered for a moment.
Since they were coming, he'd trick them into coming upstairs first.
Desperados, outlaws, ruthless mercenaries, these people's combat abilities were far superior to ordinary folks. Yang Feng revealed a wicked smile. Since they're here, none of them are leaving. Work for me.
Worried about running out of supplies, he hadn't expected this group of elites to deliver themselves right to his doorstep. Truly an unexpected windfall.
Moments later, outside the apartment, there was indeed a peculiar commotion. Tap 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 tap.
The muffled shots of a silenced semi-automatic rifle rang out, and several zombies fell to the ground. A team of mercenaries, their bodies smeared with foul-smelling sludge to completely mask their scent, advanced quickly in a tight cover formation.
8 people.
This group wasn't small. There were a total of 8, each fully armed and carrying a large amount of firearms and ammunition.
Before long, they encountered the hunting squad. Guns. They have guns. Is this a rescue? Are you here to save us? The army. It's the army.
The residents of the neighborhood lit up with excitement and ran toward the mercenaries.
Confused, Su Man stood still, watching this group of mercenaries, a vague sense of unease rising in her heart. She lifted her head and looked toward the room where Yang Feng was, as if seeking guidance on how to respond. Yang Feng smiled faintly and waved his hand, signaling Su Man to leave. Leave?
Su Man immediately understood, quickly distancing herself from the mercenaries.
She then instinctively glanced at the excited residents. Kill them all. The mercenary leader issued the order.
Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, bullets precisely pierced the refugees' heads. The refugees, who had been cheerful just moments ago, fell to the ground one by one, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief, dying with their eyes wide open.
Cold-blooded, merciless, utterly cruel, outlaws. Kill them all.
The mercenaries' orders were concise and efficient, and they shot the surrounding refugees without hesitation. They were like a pack of ravenous wolves, each with a fierce glint in their eyes.
Their actions in killing the refugees showed no hesitation, completely devoid of conscience. Woman, there.
One of the mercenaries, speaking in broken Chinese, gave a reminder, raised his gun, and aimed at Su Man in the distance, pulling the trigger.
Blood splattered as Su Man's shoulder was hit.
She let out a cold grunt and quickly ran toward the hallway, disappearing in a few swift movements.
Ah, damn it.
The mercenary complained, cursing in his native tongue.
Move.
The leader of the mercenaries made a gesture, signaling everyone to continue forward. Upon closer inspection, the leader's face bore distinct national features, with triangular eyes exuding a
murderous aura and an imposing presence.
Ding Sha, once a member of the military, later went abroad under someone's introduction to engage in so-called big business.
He subsequently began appearing frequently along the border between Yanbian and North Korea.
As a mercenary, Ding Sha gathered a group of veterans who had truly experienced the battlefield, specializing in acts of killing and
looting. They gradually grew in strength, even starting to collaborate with some crime bosses from Vietnam and Myanmar.
Over time, Ding Sha became a well-known professional in the industry.
Room 405. 405. The others? Ding Sha made a throat-slitting gesture. In his eyes, everyone except the target was an unnecessary obstacle. Before the apocalypse, Ding Sha might have restrained himself, refraining from killing unrelated individuals easily. But after the apocalypse, his violent nature was fully revealed. Human lives were as insignificant as weeds to him, and he could swing his scythe at any moment. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. The silenced gun barrel emitted a burnt stench. There were still some unsuspecting refugees in the corridor. Turning around, they saw the fully armed mercenaries, but before they could react, bullets had already pierced through their skulls. One by one, shiny shell casings fell to the ground with crisp sounds, blood sprayed from the refugees' bodies, and they collapsed to the floor with heavy thuds. They have guns. Someone is using guns to kill people. Some scrambled and crawled, fleeing upstairs, but they were shot dead after only a few steps. Others opened their doors to see what was happening outside, only to be immediately shot through their bodies. A man with a scarred face noticed an open door. The man at the doorway had already been killed, but inside the room, a young woman was holding her child, her body trembling slightly. The scarred man showed almost no expression, only a cruel smile, as he stepped into the room and pulled out a serrated, sharp dagger. Thud! The woman was stabbed several times and slowly collapsed into a pool of blood, but even in her dying moments, she clung tightly to her child. The scarred man flipped the woman's body over and violently grabbed the child from her arms. A few seconds later, the scar-faced man wiped the blood off his cheek, walked out of the room, and caught up with the group. Fourth floor. The door to room 405 was wide open. Yang Feng tore open Su Manman's shirt, took a small knife, and dug a bullet out of the bloody hole in her shoulder. You should have seen clearly who shot you, right? Yang Feng smiled faintly. Su Manman nodded, a trace of ruthlessness appearing in her eyes. Soon, Ding Sha arrived near room 405 with his team. 405, this is it. Ding Sha made a gesture, signaling everyone to temporarily put down their weapons. He walked into the room and began to scrutinize Yang Feng in front of him, as well as the woman behind him who had been shot. Mr. Mo Jianfeng? Ding Sha asked tentatively, his Mandarin pronunciation somewhat imperfect, perhaps due to years spent abroad, making it sound a bit awkward. Yang Feng stood up, walked to the sink, washed his hands, and rinsed off the bloodstains. You guys are pretty impressive. Chop up the rotting corpse, then smear the meat and filth on yourself to mask your own scent. There are so many monsters outside, yet you managed to cross street after street to reach this place, truly not an easy feat. Yang Feng did not directly answer the question but instead praised the other party a few times, acknowledging their strength. Ding Sha squinted his eyes, sensing something was amiss. According to the intermediary, the big boss Missouri Jianfeng shouldn't be this young. Moreover, this young man appeared calm and composed, showing no signs of crisis. Even when faced with their group of fully armed wolves, he displayed not a hint of nervousness. You're not Mo Jianfeng. Ding Sha immediately made a judgment, a trace of anger flashing in his murderous triangular eyes. Mo Jianfeng is dead. I deliberately lured you here. Yang Feng turned his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile tinged with mockery. Ding Sha's expression changed abruptly. You dare to play us? He made a gesture, and two mercenaries behind him immediately rushed into the room, pointing their guns at Yang Feng. Don't act rashly. I brought you here to discuss cooperation. Yang Feng spread his hands, seemingly indicating he meant no harm. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Ding Sha didn't act impulsively. After all, it had taken him great effort to fight his way into the city, and leaving empty-handed would be a huge loss. I need some manpower. So, looking for some slaves. You all seem quite capable. Going back would be troublesome. Yang Feng's gaze swept over the group, and in a friendly tone, he continued, stay here and be my slaves. I will treat you well. Slaves? Work for this young man? Is he crazy, or has water gotten into his brain? Ha ha ha. You, young man, are really amusing. Ding Sha burst into laughter after hearing those words, but after a few seconds, his expression suddenly changed, and the laughter came to an abrupt halt. Ding Sha patted the old Bangzi beside him and coldly issued the order to kill. Kill him. The mercenary assassin raised the gun in his hand, aimed at Yang Feng's head, and decisively pulled the trigger. Thud. The sound of shattering followed. Yang Feng was not hit, but the head of the man in front of him was gone, bursting like a watermelon. Steaming white brain matter mixed with red fluid splattered across the room. What had happened? What did Yang Feng do? Vaguely, it seemed he had delivered a whip kick, too fast for the naked eye to discern. The human eye barely caught a blurred afterimage. A whip-like shadow struck his companion's head, and then it turned into this, an empty space above the neck, with crimson liquid spraying out like a fountain. Listen carefully. I advise you not to attack, Yang Feng continued calmly, his face still indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Otherwise, you'll die. A sense of threat, a sense of oppression. The young man exuded an intense aura of danger from head to toe. If the mercenaries were a pack of hungry wolves, then the young man before them was a fierce tiger. No, not just a tiger, he should be called a dragon. Yang Feng instantly killed one person. The brutal and ferocious killing intent was like an evil dragon, pressing down on everyone so they dared not lift left their heads. I advise you not to attack. Young Feng smiled faintly and walked forward leisurely, as if strolling in a courtyard. He actually took the initiative to step in front of everyone, with the remaining 7 mercenaries forming a semicircle to surround him. A foolish act. He willingly entered someone else's encirclement? So arrogant. So conceited. However, young Feng, who was besieged from both front and back, showed no trace of nervousness on his face. The playful smile on his face seemed to be anticipating something. Instead, it was the mercenaries. They felt immense pressure, cold sweat involuntarily dripping down their temples, and their weathered, resolute faces seemed to waver. Are you sweating? Do you want to talk now? Young Feng was fearless. His indifferent words were full of sarcasm. Shaking, Ding Sha was almost trembling with anger. He was a figure who dominated the martial world, someone who had seen all kinds of storms and waves, yet he was actually being toyed with by such a young man. However, Ding Sha did not dare to act rashly. What had just happened was too bizarre. A companion's head was instantly shattered, and no one had seen what had occurred. Gaze. Ding Sha gave the scar-faced man beside him a look. He then glanced at a few old men on the other side, his gaze turning fierce as he roared violently, "Hold him down." Suddenly, one person raised the gun and aimed at young Feng. The other 2 drew their daggers and attacked from the sides, one on the left and one on the right. Commendable courage. Yang Feng's eyes turned fierce, and he first delivered a front kick toward the guy holding the gun. Shadow Achilles. Young Feng suddenly exerted force underfoot, his soul instantly shattering his chest. The chest caved in entirely, accompanied by the dense sound of shattering porcelain fragments. Even the spinal vertebrae broke and fractured. In an instant, the man's body resembled a broken rag doll, violently smashing into the wall behind him, leaving a human-shaped indentation. Yang Feng's hands, one on the left and one on the right, blocked the daggers. He was an evolver, and his physical fitness had been enhanced multiple times. The speed of ordinary people seemed slower than a turtle in his eyes. Yang Feng grabbed the 2 men's wrists, and with his powerful muscle strength forced the dagger to stab toward the other person's neck. One left, one right. The 2 wielded daggers and simultaneously pierced each other's throats. Crimson liquid sprayed out, staining the entire corridor with a layer of red. Yang Feng dealt with 3 people at once. Don't move. If you move again, I'll kill this woman. A threat echoed from the room. The scar-faced man had taken Su Man hostage. One hand gripped Su Man's waist tightly, while the other held a dagger against her neck, turning the captive into his hostage. The attack by the 3 men was merely to stall young Feng. Ding Sha's true target, however, was Su Man inside the room. The plan is not bad. Temporarily block me, then take hostages to threaten. Unfortunately, the one responsible for holding me back paid the price with their life. Young Feng sighed and shook his head slightly. Including these 3, half of the entire team had already been eliminated. Ding Sha's gaze also changed, with a trace of lingering fear and terror. He never expected that his elite subordinates couldn't even withstand a single round. However, fortunately, the hostage was secured. If you don't want her to die, you'd better obediently do as we say. Ding Sha threatened, but his tone had lost its initial firmness. Young Feng shrugged. He seemed indifferent to Su Man's life or death and said calmly, "If you want to kill her, go ahead." Is this a deliberate act? Ding Sha found it difficult to discern the true intentions of the man before her. Was the woman in the room really unimportant, or was he bluffing? Just a reminder, that woman is quite fierce. Young Feng glanced into the room with interest, while also casting a look at Su Man. What? Ding Sha felt a strong sense of foreboding. Su Man suddenly moved and grabbed the scar-faced man's wrist. Such great strength. The scar-faced man held the dagger but couldn't move forward even an inch, completely losing in strength to the woman in his arms. Not only that, the scar-faced man gripped Su Man's waist, but his arm felt a strange sensation. Sharp teeth. Su Man's abdomen split open at the middle, revealing a terrifying, blood-red giant maw. Greedy abyssal maw. The greedy abyssal maw fiercely bit into the scarred man's arm, its fragmented teeth like rolling wheels tearing apart flesh and blood while pulling inward. The scar-faced man let out a miserable scream, no longer able to maintain his composure while killing. Creak, creak, creak. The gluttonous abyss tightened its massive jaws, gradually swallowing the scar-faced man's entire body. Large splashes of crimson liquid burst forth like a fountain. Horrifying. This scene is truly horrifying. Ha! A living person, screaming miserably, disappeared into Su Man's abdomen, creating an absolutely shocking visual impact. He is the one who shot me. Su Man burped, indicating that her great revenge had been achieved. You think the scar-faced man has set his sights on Su Man? No. The vengeful and darkened Su Man has always been targeting the scar-faced man. 5 people. Such a waste. I should have been gentler. Young Feng looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. Even with a slight effort, he had nearly wiped out the squad. This was an enormous waste of resources. He originally wanted to capture a few more slaves, but now it's all ruined. We can talk. We can have a proper discussion. Ding Sha's expression completely changed. He was originally a bloodthirsty and indifferent hungry wolf, but when faced with an even more terrifying beast, he could only tuck his tail and desperately flee. Finally willing to talk, huh?
Yang Feng clapped his hands together, as happy as a child, then made a gesture of invitation. Yang Feng invited the remaining three into his room 405. The house is a bit messy, make yourselves comfortable. Yang Feng stepped over the headless corpse at his feet, then walked into the room and tore open some delicately packaged snacks. He seemed like a genuinely warm and hospitable new friend, but recalling the brutal and ruthless slaughter just moments ago made him all the more chilling. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yang Feng, and I am about to become your master. Yang Feng gave a gentle smile, revealing a row of white teeth, and then politely said, "You three, give a brief introduction of yourselves."
I am Ding Sha. I committed some offenses in Yanbian in my early years.
Ding Sha suppressed his terrifying emotions and revealed his situation completely.
I am Su Qing.
I once killed someone in North Korea, served a few years in prison, and later Ding Sha got me out, so I started working with him. Another person named Su Qing spoke, and his series of experiences was also quite extraordinary.
My name is Long Air, assassin, the most taciturn person. Long Air comes from Yu country.
He looks to be in his 40s, with countless traces of time and hardship etched on his face.
His slightly clouded eyes show no emotion.
This person called Long Air is somewhat special. Yang Feng immediately sensed that Long Air was the strongest among them. He had truly seen blood, been on the battlefield, and killed people, quite a number of them, to the point of becoming numb to it. I saved their village. More than 10 years ago, the village suffered from a famine, and I donated a lot of money and supplies. Long Air has been repaying me by staying by my side. Ding Sha explained on behalf of the silent Long Air. No wonder such a skilled individual was willing to work for him all this time.
Everyone has gotten to know each other. Yang Feng nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Ding Sha.
First, you need to transfer Long Air to me. He seems very loyal to you, and I want the same treatment.
Transfer ownership. What kind of statement is this?
Yang Feng smiled as he looked at Ding Sha, waiting for his next move.
The invisible pressure felt like someone was forcefully pressing down on Ding Sha's head.
The former Ding Sha, once a dominant figure, sat among the black market bosses, chatting and laughing with ease. The current Ding Sha, with his tail between his legs, kept his head down, not daring to utter a single word of defiance.
Long Air, do you still remember? Back then, I saved your village. One-shot kill.
Ding Sha clenched his fists but had no choice but to continue speaking.
You said, your life is in my hands now. Now, I've given your life to him. No objections, right?
Ding Sha pointed at Yang Feng, an intense sense of humiliation surged up, and the joints of his fingers made a creak-creak sound.
Long Air sat on the sofa.
Muddy and weathered eyes glanced at Ding Sha, then turned to look at Yang Feng, and finally nodded slowly. Long Air seemed like an object that could be freely replaced with a new owner.
Assassin of Yu Kingdom.
It was a turbulent, warlord-divided, and extremely chaotic nation. During the years of the Great Famine, various warlords completely disregarded the so-called livelihood of the people, allowing ordinary citizens to starve to death.
Hell on earth.
Tree roots and grass skins were considered treasures.
What is it?
People would even exchange children to eat, meaning they couldn't bear to harm their own, so they would swap with neighbors.
Human lives can be sold for money. Dignity can be sold for money. Everything can be sold.
Long Air sold himself at that time.
From now on, you'll listen to me.
Yang Feng was in a great mood. In this world, there aren't many people who truly keep their promises, but Long Air happens to be one of them. Long Air kills without hesitation and always fulfills orders. He had long lost hope for the future, sold his soul and dignity, and perhaps the only motivation to keep living was to uphold his final promise.
Long Air is yours now. This time, let's admit we lost.
Ding Sha softened once again, hiding the fierceness in his eyes, and lowered his head in submission. Boss, the three of us will follow you from now on.
Yang Feng did not respond. Is it trustworthy? Of course not.
Ding Sha is the kind of person who is fickle, ruthless, and cunning.
Bang.
The most crucial thing is, he used to be the leader of this group of mercenaries, with strong organizational skills and a great ability to incite others to rebel.
That's why. Yang Feng revealed a cruel smile. At the same time,
Long Air, kill him. Yang Feng gave an order, unexpectedly instructing Long Air to kill the former leader.
Smack. Ding Sha's expression suddenly changed. Put.
He never imagined that the man before him could be so sinister and ruthless.
You don't keep your word. In an instant,
Ding Sha kicked over the table in front of him and reached for the pistol and dagger at his waist. Long Air, however, moved even faster. Without hesitation, he turned on his former boss.
Long Air's dagger slashed Ding Sha's wrist, stopping him from reaching for his weapon.
He flipped his hand and twisted Ding Sha's arm joint, then slid the dagger forward, severing the major tendon under Ding Sha's armpit.
I see.
Every move was ruthless.
The actions were swift and decisive.
The entire series of moves was completed in just 2 brief seconds, yet it had completely cut off any chance of resistance for Ding Sha.
Long Air, I am Ding Sha. I am your benefactor. The one you should kill is him.
Ding Sha once again brought up his former identity as a benefactor, his eyes filled with panic. He knew all too well how skilled this assassin, who had followed him for years, was at killing. Long Air remained unmoved. His master had already become Yang Feng, and was no longer connected to Ding Sha in any way. delay. A swift step. The dagger in Long Air's hand slashed Ding Sha's throat, then he turned around and thrust forward from behind, piercing Ding Sha's heart from the back. Kill. Finish off. What? All in one go. Yang Feng's eyes flickered. He had to admit that Long Air's strength was indeed formidable. Although he had not yet become an evolver, just based on his killing skills and that emotionless, indifferent personality, he was already a killing machine. Blood spurted out. Ding Sha, in his final moments before death, clutched the artery in his neck with both hands, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. The weak are prey to the strong. The law of the jungle. This is also the principle you live by, isn't it? Yang Feng walked up to Ding Sha, looking down at him from above, and spoke a few more words with interest. If I really were Mo Jianfeng, finally, after my value has been completely exploited, you'd kill me too, wouldn't you? After Yang Feng finished speaking, Ding Sha's eyes flickered for a moment, clearly revealing that his thoughts had been exposed. The apocalypse has already begun. Money, power, reputation, all are disposable trash. Ding Sha had originally planned to kill the big boss Missouri Jianfeng after gaining enough benefits. Crack. But his luck was too bad. He happened to encounter Yang Feng, the god of slaughter. Aha! Gulu. Ding Sha spurted out more crimson liquid, his hands pressing on the wounds slowly loosening. His gaze gradually lost focus, completely dimming, and he ultimately became a lifeless corpse. A generation's hero. Ding Sha, unexpectedly, died just like that in a small, shabby apartment. Yang Feng turned his head and looked at the other person in the room. Next, it's your turn. Su Qing. He was extremely lucky. Out of the 8 members of the mercenary group, only he and Long Air survived. Boss, I'm just a thug following Ding Sha around. Su Qing trembled all over. Ding Sha and the other companions were all dead. Ace Long Air had surrendered, leaving only himself yet to be dealt with. Will I die? Will I be slaughtered like the others, as easily as a chicken or a dog? Don't be nervous. Let me ask you a question first. You should know what the final payment Ding Sha and the others mentioned is, right? Yang Feng returned to his seat, casually tore open a few packs of snacks, and asked indifferently. Wait, final payment. Ding Sha and Mo Jianfeng had an agreement. Once he was rescued, the final payment would be made. This so-called final payment was certainly not as simple as money. Otherwise, the mercenaries wouldn't have risked their lives to charge into the city. Su Man also walked over gracefully. Oh, she had a charming smile on her face as she sat down next to Su Qing. Immediately, her abdomen split open into a massive gaping hole, a terrifying blood-red maw resembling a lamprey's, sending shivers down one's spine. The monstrous woman was sitting right beside you. Come in. Mold. That's a specially designed precision 3D printer, along with some unique materials, advanced molds. Su Qing blurted out. As a core member of the mercenary group, he was well aware of the complete mission intelligence. These things can be used to manufacture firearms. Mo Jianfeng is responsible for smuggling, packing them into different containers, and shipping them to some foreign crime bosses to produce firearms and weapons. Su Qing dared not hide anything, revealing the entire cause and effect in full detail. Huagua prohibits guns. Before Mo Jianfeng, being able to get a gun showed that he had extensive connections. No one could have imagined that this so-called real estate tycoon not only had extensive connections but was also secretly involved in the arms trade. No wonder he could make big money. Precision 3D printer. Production molds for various firearms. Once fully assembled, it's practically a small arsenal. No wonder mercenary teams flocked to it, risking their lives to get this final payment. The apocalypse. Whoever holds power has the initiative. Weapons and firearms are, of course, the most direct form of power. Yang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Next, I'll give you 2 options. First, work for me and act as my slave. Second, continue following him. When Yang Feng mentioned the second option, he pointed to Ding Sha's corpse in the distance. The second option is to send you to meet Ding Sha. Su Qing did not hesitate at all and knelt on the ground with a thud. Very good. I'll work for you. Boss, I'll work for you. 19th floor. Rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Meticulous search. A dozen or so strong men were almost turning the room of Boss Missouri Jianfeng upside down. All paper documents and notebooks must not be overlooked. Yang Feng leaned against the doorframe, holding a stack of documents in his hand, carefully flipping through them, but unfortunately, there were no clues. Small arms factory. According to Su Qing, there is a batch of tools capable of manufacturing weapons and firearms, and only Mo Jianfeng knows the location. Business contract. Company reports. These are all useless now. Yang Feng disappointedly threw away the documents in his hand. Perhaps those important materials are stored in the phone or computer. Perhaps Mo Jianfeng wouldn't record this information at all. Forget it. Yang Feng was about to give up, but at this moment, Su Man made a discovery. I found these in Bai Ting's apartment. Sumanman brought a small notebook containing some shipping lists. Datong Cloud Warehouse. This stack of shipping lists recorded many miscellaneous items. Steel bars, cement, copper, iron, blender, rebar cutter, pouring molds. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. On the surface, they were just some conventional materials and tools for building houses. In reality, they might conceal hidden secrets. secrets. The firearm molds, manufacturing materials, and 3D metal printers mentioned in the final payment are very likely hidden here.
Most likely, this is it.
Guns are good things, they'll always come in handy someday.
Exactly.
Young Feng put away these lists, then took out a city map and marked the location of this large warehouse.
Gun, the crystallization of human wisdom. When the apocalypse breaks out, over time, new hard currency will replace money. Corpse tumors, bullets, food.
The corpse tumors needed by the evolvers are undoubtedly the most precious hard currency.
Next are weapons and bullets.
With firearms, even an ordinary person can have a slight ability to protect themselves, and might even use the gun to threaten others' lives.
Finally, there is food and women. Fourth floor. Su Qing checked all the mercenaries' equipment.
10 pistols, 2 rifles, 4 submachine guns, several military knives, and over 1,000 rounds of various ammunition.
You guys are quite capable. 8 people together brought a small arsenal. Yang Feng crouched down, inspecting these weapons. He picked up a pistol and skillfully disassembled it completely, arranging each part neatly and logically. After the inspection,
Yang Feng quickly assembled the gun, his movements clean and efficient, without a single unnecessary action, displaying a high level of professionalism. Beside him, the silent and reserved Long Air couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of sharpness in his murky eyes, clearly impressed by the young man before him.
"Boss, are you also a professional gun expert?" Su Qing was utterly shocked.
Judging by the boss's technique, he was undoubtedly a professional, at the very least a seasoned veteran, but his age didn't seem to match that assumption.
At this moment, played for a while.
Yang Feng's lips curved slightly, revealing a mysterious smile, adding an extra layer of enigma to his past experiences.
"Put, Long Air, they say you are an assassin from Yu Kingdom, clean and decisive."
Yang Feng put the pistol back in its place, then turned around to look at Long Air, beckoning him with a finger.
"Let's spar." Sparring, Yang Feng was trying to tame Long Air.
Long Air, although he had already been transferred to Yang Feng, top experts like him inherently possess a sense of pride.
If one wants Long Air to truly submit, it is necessary to completely defeat him. "I don't want to crush you with strength and speed."
Yang Feng revealed a confident and proud smile, then continued, "Let's compete in the art of killing.
Killing techniques.
Attack the most fatal parts.
Strike from the most cunning angles. The simplest, most effective, and most brutal way to kill."
Long Air, as an assassin, had undergone hellish torture training since childhood.
Throughout his life,
He had killed countless people, and his understanding of the weaknesses of the human body was almost engraved in his mind.
"Su Man, do you have a lipstick? Give me one."
Yang Feng suddenly said. Su Man, who was beside him, was stunned for a moment, then quickly went back into the house to fetch a lipstick and respectfully handed it over.
"Is this your personal dagger?" Yang Feng took Long Air's personal weapon from the checked arsenal and tossed it over.
He then opened Su Man's lipstick, applied it to his fingers, and seemed ready to face Long Air barehanded.
"Be careful." Long Air did not say much.
His cloudy eyes gradually became clear, and suddenly a trace of killing intent erupted as he charged toward Yang Feng.
An expert's skill is evident the moment they make a move. Long Air's attacks were incredibly fierce, each strike aiming to kill.
The angle of attack of the dagger in his hand was extremely tricky, with various changes. If one strike missed your heart, it would slide down to cut the tendons in your wrist and arm, then turn to stab the kidney on the side of your abdomen.
That's right. Yang Feng defended against the insidious moves.
10 years in the dark apocalypse, countless killings, had honed him into possessing unparalleled combat skills.
Yang Feng killed countless rotting corpse monsters.
The number of human scum killed by Yang Feng is incalculable.
No hellish training, no complicated and tedious routines. Nothing else, just skillful hands. The more you kill, the more you'll naturally know where to attack. The more you kill, the more you'll understand through practice which areas are most effective to strike. Alright.
The more you kill, slaughter seems to become instinctive, requiring no thought from the brain, as the body instinctively reacts, almost like a conditioned reflex.
Even without using absolute power to crush. Even without using terrifying speed to tear apart.
Yang Feng's instinct for slaughter completely blocked Long Air's attack and gradually gained the upper hand.
Lipstick.
A lipstick mark appeared on Long Air's wrist. A lipstick mark appeared on Long Air's chest. A lipstick mark appeared on Long Air's neck. Each lipstick mark proved that Yang Feng's fingers had brushed over it.
The two figures flickered, fighting to the boiling point, then separated in an instant. I lost.
Long Air lowered his head and glanced at the lipstick mark on his body. If Yang Feng had just used a knife, his life would have been over.
You are quite good. Yang Feng gave a very high evaluation. As soon as the words fell,
he lowered his head and glanced at his clothes, noticing a large gash at the abdomen. This proved that Long Air, relying on his killing techniques, also had the chance to harm him.
His strength could definitely be considered top-notch. Sumanman, come here. Yang Feng beckoned to Sumanman with his finger again. From now on,
every day, you must spar with Long Air and learn his combat techniques.
Sparring. The strength of an evolver is often linked to their unique abilities and physique.
However, no matter how strong the body is, if you don't know how to use it, it's all for nothing, a waste of formidable power.
I see. Learn, train, improve. How to use your own body. How to enhance your combat skills. Ruji is undoubtedly the best sparring partner and the best teacher. To increase the efficiency of hunting monsters. To obtain more and more corpse tumors. Yang Feng also began to gradually cultivate loyal servants around him. Tonight, you will go out hunting with me. Night. Yang Feng is a lone wolf. Very good. After the apocalypse broke out, every time night fell, he would always hunt alone. But today is different. Yang Feng fought with the shadow leopard, and his injuries are severe, making him unfit for high-intensity combat. The wolf pack. Su Man, Long Air, Su Cheng. Obviously, these three are Yang Feng's slaves and currently his strongest forces. A group hunt is about to begin. Su Man, with the strongest physique, take the lead at the front. Su Cheng is skilled with firearms, you provide cover. Long Air, you handle the gaps. Yang Feng roughly devised a tactical plan. The three formed a temporary team, resembling a stable triangle. Su Man charges forward, Su Cheng provides gunfire support, and Long Air acts as a free agent. A moment later, the group arrives downstairs, where not far away, the rotting corpses emit a faint fluorescent glow. Da. Su Cheng's rifle was equipped with a silencer, emitting a low, muffled sound. After the gunshots, several rotting corpses had blood spots appear on their foreheads and slowly fell to the ground. Wandering corpses seemed to hear some faint noises. Several monsters raised their heads in confusion and moved toward the direction where the corpse had fallen. A flash of cold light. Su Man gripped two fawn-like daggers, dashed forward, and stabbed into the fatal spot of the corpse. She was somewhat crazy, killing one zombie and immediately pouncing on another, like a lioness constantly hunting prey. Finally, a zombie reacted, opening its massive bloody mouth, ready to let out a furious roar. Master! Thud! Suddenly, a splash of blood appeared at the center of the zombie's forehead. Long Air held a silenced pistol, shooting it in the head while swiftly stabbing another monster with a dagger, eliminating the safety threat. About a minute later, the group killed more than a dozen monsters without making a sound. Not bad. Yang Feng stood in the shadows, showing no intention of joining the battle. This time, he was only supervising, guiding a few people on how to eliminate the monsters more efficiently. Su Man, don't get carried away. Attracting more monsters will only make them harder to deal with. Yang Feng turned his head again and said to Su Cheng, focus on shooting the monsters around Su Man. Don't spread your attacks too thin. As for Long Air, Yang Feng didn't say much, he was doing quite well. The hunt continued. The squad's hunting speed is getting faster and faster. Their coordination is gradually becoming seamless. Their shortcomings are gradually being compensated by each other. The speed of hunting low-level rotten corpses is indeed acceptable. Yang Feng secretly nodded. The monsters near the apartment were quickly and completely eliminated. Harvest time has arrived. It took 2.5 hours. Several alleys around the apartment, along with several nearby shops, added up to over 300 monsters killed. The probability of corpse tumors appearing is roughly 1 in 10. More than 30 corpse tumors filled a small bottle. This is a huge fortune. Their efficiency in obtaining corpse tumors is even higher than that of the lone wolf Yang Feng. 30 seems not to be the limit yet. We need to squeeze further. And, just low-level rotten corpses, it's really too easy for them. An idea popped into Yang Feng's mind. Gun. Yang Feng took out a gun without a silencer installed. Bang, 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 bang. Yang Feng repeatedly pulled the trigger, the gunshots echoing through the silent neighborhood. There is a saying in the apocalypse, when the gunfire sounds, gold is worth a fortune. The sound of the gun will attract more monsters. You must expend more ammunition to resist the endless tide of corpses, which is why there is the saying gold is worth thousands. Ugh. Roar. The roar of the monsters grew increasingly frequent. From all directions, a large number of monsters appeared simultaneously, and even part of the rampaging corpse tide on the main road was drawn over. This is going to be fun. Now this is really going to be fun. Hundreds of rotting corpses broke through the railings of the apartment's main gate, rushing wildly toward the crowd with claws bared. Of course, among them, there were some particularly unique ones. Sprinter. It was a low-level variant of Emerald Grade, extremely fast in running and skilled at hiding in the darkness. Giant corpse. They stand over 2 meters tall, their bodies covered in grotesquely twisted muscles, and ordinary weapons can hardly inflict any damage. The horde of corpses erupts. The three were gradually surrounded by the approaching horde, and the situation immediately became critical. Su Cheng began to continuously pull the trigger, bullets shattering one head after another. Su Man was also fighting desperately, a massive mouth splitting open in the center of her abdomen. Holding 2 daggers in her hands, she roared and charged back into the horde of corpses, engaging in fierce combat. Take it! Long Air fought while retreating. He used various combat techniques to kill the approaching zombies with a single blow. The murky eyes also showed signs of unbearable pressure. Bang! Su Man was knocked several meters away by a mutated giant corpse. Immediately after, a sprinter left scratches on her body. Where's the coordination? Tacit understanding? Yang Feng fanned the flames nearby. Once their there are too many monsters, everyone fights on their own? Return to position. Maintain formation.
Su Man was no longer reckless and quickly returned to guard, maintaining the formation and standing at the forefront.
Longhair felt the pressure sharply reduced, standing beside Su Man and eliminating the incoming monsters one by one. Mutant!
In the chaos, Su Qing shouted loudly. He shifted the muzzle toward the air, and tiny bursts of blood blossomed from the runner's body. Su Man became even more ferocious, taking advantage of the opponent's injury to grab them around the abdomen. Creak, creak, creak. The piercing and horrifying sound of chewing echoed as she devoured the alien creature alive.
Held steady,
the three formed a fixed formation and actually resisted the tide of corpses surrounding them from all directions.
However, this test has only just begun. A big guy slowly appeared. Ball? That's a huge ball.
It's as tall as 3 floors, with an oval shape all around, and its maximum diameter exceeds 10 meters.
Countless arms are waving from the ball. Countless thighs struggled out of the sphere.
It seemed to possess some sort of adhesive ability, merging all the surrounding corpses it came into contact with into its body, forming a massive oval-shaped sphere.
1,000 corpse sphere. Stage, growth phase. Rare grade, blue sea pattern.
Formed by the melting and recombination of numerous corpses, it often appears in corpse tides. The more monsters it absorbs, the stronger it becomes.
It hurts so much. Woo 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 woo.
Countless rotting corpses within its body unexpectedly spoke human words, emitting waves of wailing and roaring sounds. The sphere of 1,000 corpses kept rolling, with hands and thighs covering the bottom of the sphere, supporting its continuous movement forward as it quickly rolled toward the crowd.
Attracted a big one. They probably can't handle it.
Yang Feng's expression changed slightly, but he did not act immediately. Instead, he observed quietly to see what the group could achieve.
Struggle as much as you can. Let's see how long you can hold on. 1,000 corpse sphere.
The writhing giant sphere, countless palms extended outward, continuously crawling forward.
Its interior was completely rotten. Blood and flesh seemed glued together, forming massive tumorous cysts.
Bullets poured out wildly, striking the sphere of 1,000 corpses, erupting in splashes of blood and scattering countless fragments, but ultimately, it was as if they had sunk into a swamp, eliciting no reaction.
Su Man stood at the very front.
Filthy palms twisted into a mass of flesh, constantly reaching for her body.
Sharp dagger-like teeth swung wildly, severed hands fell like rain, and even larger splashes of filthy liquid sprayed out. Wait, me. Longhair suddenly left the team at a critical moment and fled in a certain direction. Can't hold on any longer? There's more.
Su Man was covered in blood, countless filthy hands almost drowning her, pulling her into a massive flesh sack.
With a furious roar, the giant bloody mouth on Su Man's abdomen let out an angry bellow.
It actively swallowed the incoming mass of flesh, like a meat grinder, with several rows of sharp teeth spinning wildly, shredding all the approaching hands to pieces.
Longhair finally showed up.
He was carrying 2 gas canisters, which were clearly taken from Little Fatty Spicy Hot Pot. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Longhair's murky eyes as he picked up one of the gas canisters and hurled it toward the 1,000 corpses sphere.
Boom! A gunshot rang out.
Longhair took out his pistol and, just as the gas cylinder landed near the 1,000 corpses ball's body, pulled the trigger to detonate it.
Boom 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 boom. The gas cylinder caused a powerful explosion.
The wave of fire impact instantly shattered the surface of the 1,000 corpse sphere's body, followed by a strong smell of burning.
Severely injured.
This strike completely devastated the 1,000 corpse sphere.
Its body was severely damaged, leaving a massive hole.
Large amounts of filthy blood, mixed with various shapes of liquid substances, sprayed out wildly.
The second one.
Longhair picked up another gas tank and charged toward the wound on the 1,000 corpses ball.
Murky eyeballs flashed with a hint of ferocity. Longhair kicked hard, sending the gas tank into the blood hole of the 1,000 corpses ball. Dodge! Longhair reminded Su Man nearby.
He took out his pistol, aimed at the gas tank gradually being submerged by the contaminated blood, and finally pulled the trigger.
Boom 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 boom.
A more intense explosion came from within the 1,000 corpses sphere. The entire massive sphere burst apart like a celestial scattering of flowers, with filth from the tumors spilling everywhere, leaving the entire courtyard filthy and foul. However, even so, the 1,000 corpses sphere still wasn't dead. Its largest central tumor kept spewing a large amount of mud-like fluid, sticking to the severed limbs around it, attempting to reassemble them back together.
At this moment, vitality, so incredibly strong. Want to recover? It's not that easy.
The gaping maw of greed on Su Man's abdomen nearly split open to her chest, like a bottomless pit greedily devouring everything. Countless hands tore at her body, yet she still managed to reach the central mass of flesh, using her massive mouth to rip at the core.
Help her.
Longhair, at the final moment, held nothing back. He rushed to Su Man's side, slashing at the decaying hands with his dagger, like a gardener trimming plants, helping Su Man fend off a large number of attacks. Su Qing crouched in the distance, aiming as the muzzle spewed flames, coordinating with Su Man's movements to turn numerous rotting hands into shredded flesh. Su Man was completely berserk, gradually devouring and tearing apart the core tumor. The sphere of 1,000 1,000 corpses gradually fell silent. A deep blue corpse tumor slowly gathered and fused near the core, emitting an eerie glow. "We did it, Master, we did it." Su Man picked up the corpse tumor, raised it high above her head, and showed it to Yang Feng. Unexpected. Yang Feng's eyes flickered repeatedly, slightly surprised by the trio's performance. He had expected the three to hold out for only a moment, planning to step in and help when they couldn't endure any longer, treating it as a form of training and tempering. Exactly. Unexpectedly, they succeeded in the challenge and managed to eliminate a blue sea pattern level 1000 corpse sphere. Hit the jackpot. Yang Feng revealed a satisfied smile. If he continued to nurture it, it would surely bring him more benefits. Keep it up. This mutant has already been dealt with, so the remaining corpses are even less of a problem. Very soon, Yang Feng made sarcastic remarks nearby. Peril lurks on all sides. More rotting monsters are surging in from all directions. Very good. The explosion caused by the two gas canisters completely attracted all the nearby monsters, including some mutants. The three warriors in the bloody battle are overwhelmed with suffering. Their bodies and minds had already reached their limits. Slaying 1,000 corpse sphere was brutal enough, and now even more enemies were surging in, exerting every ounce of strength, shedding every drop of blood. However, extreme survival conditions can better unleash potential. The three formed a solid formation, and under intense pressure, their coordination became increasingly seamless. Shoulder to shoulder, back to back, they compensated for each other's shortcomings. Su Man, long air, barely holding on. Su Qing is a bit weaker, and his rifle is almost out of bullets. Yang Feng observed as, over time, a small pile of corpses accumulated around the three, with hundreds of rotting monsters falling at their hands. A few low-level aberrations were also eliminated. It's almost done. This is already the limit for the three of them. Their expressions were dazed, their physical functions significantly weakened, and more wounds began to appear on their bodies. Give them a little help. Yang Feng stepped out of the darkness, the shadow tendon in his foot suddenly exerting force. Powerful, lethal, silent and soundless. Yang Feng's calf erupted with terrifying force, propelling his entire body like a launched arrow, creating a series of afterimages. A whip-like kick swept through. As it struck the first corpse, its entire body instantly broke into two pieces. At the moment it struck the second decayed corpse, a series of sounds like shattering porcelain came from within, and it turned into a projectile along with the whip-like leg. The third corpse, the fourth corpse, the fifth corpse. Several rotting corpses were blasted apart together, smashing into the ground and turning into a pile of sludge. Wow. The stomach churned. Corrosive acid spewed out in large quantities, scattering like a rain of flowers across the sky, dripping onto numerous monsters and producing waves of sizzling sounds. With a single move, a loud bang, nearly 100 rotting corpses were melted into pus. The power of the purple phantom crystal level, capable of wiping out hordes of monsters in one strike. Yang Feng revealed a row of gleaming white teeth and continued charging into the horde of corpses to unleash slaughter. Yang Feng is seriously injured and temporarily unable to engage in high-intensity combat. This level of challenge is just a warm-up for Yang Feng. The sky is gradually brightening. The area below the apartment building is littered with the remains of rotting corpses. Last night's battle wiped out at least 1,000 rotting corpses, and quite a few low-level mutants were also killed. Luck wasn't too bad. The corpse tied on the main road was only diverted by a small group, otherwise, we would have had no choice but to flee. Yang Feng stood amidst the corpse horde, glancing back at the utterly exhausted crowd. Don't rest yet. Now is the time to reap the rewards. The harvest season has arrived. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, this is the most bountiful harvest yet. In the inner courtyard of the apartment, corpses were scattered everywhere, almost piling up into small hills. Su Man, long air, Su Qing, the group resembled farmers harvesting wheat, cutting open the death points at the back of the rotting corpses' heads, and extracting the most precious corpse tumors. 1 C-pattern tumor, 8 jade tumors, 137 ordinary corpse tumors. The total number of harvested corpse tumors has reached an astonishing level. With a little extra effort, there are still gains to be made. Yang Feng glanced at the exhausted crowd and gave a satisfied compliment. A roaring sound came from the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw 3 armed helicopters advancing side by side in a certain direction. The military? Yang Feng frowned. In his memory, about half a month after the disaster broke out, the army entered the city and carried out several rescue operations. Most of the rescue operations ended in failure. Master, was that the army's rescue? Sumanman became visibly excited upon seeing the helicopter. Anyone trapped in the city was waiting for military rescue, yearning for the protection of the powerful authorities. Yang Feng nodded but then poured cold water on Sumanman's excitement. Stop looking. Those helicopters are not here to save you. The first priority must be the experts in the CDC, as well as scientists in biology and other fields. The second priority might be to save some key decision makers. Yang Feng's lips carried a hint of mockery, just as he had said before. Human life can be as insignificant as grass, trampled and insulted at will, left
left to grow and perish. Human life can also be as precious as gold, worth sacrificing 100 lives to save just one. It depends on what kind of person you are. It depends on the position you stand in. Stop fantasizing. I'm not planning to contact the military, nor do I intend to leave here. What Yang Feng said was even more shocking. Yang Feng's reluctance to contact the military was still understandable. A cruel and cold-blooded tyrant trusts no one. But he never intended to leave the city. This city, filled with monstrous creatures, poses a constant threat to life, and everyone longs to escape this living hell. Yet Yang Feng wants to stay. Fight. What exactly is he planning to do? Keep hunting endlessly? Heading back at this moment. Also, I need to rest in my room for a while. Do not disturb me. Anyone who dares to approach my room will be killed without mercy. Yang Feng led the group back to the apartment and issued orders to the three. Long Air, Su Man. The possibility of both betraying him at the same time is low, and coupled with the overwhelming strength Yang Feng has displayed, they likely won't disturb him during evolution. No problem, boss. The three of them responded simultaneously, nodding heavily. Before Yang Feng left, he turned back with a cruel smile and said, also, the monster hunting must not stop. Exploitation at every moment. It took so much effort to train a hunting squad. Ruthless exploitation, relentless hunting, until the last drop of blood is drained, until life reaches its final end. Evolution. How to choose. Yang Feng sensed that Ghostface was on the verge of evolution, with its spiritual essence almost overflowing. Shadow tendon, eroding stomach. These two special organs are still in their juvenile state, and enhancing them would also be a good choice. No, the dark gold level artifact is my greatest reliance. Ghostface. It is on the verge of evolution, just one step away. Accumulating more spiritual essence will definitely do no harm. Yang Feng steeled his heart and activated the ghost mask. Over 100 corpse tumors were stuffed into his mouth as if they cost nothing, and he chewed them voraciously. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The glowing spiritual essence erupted with intense energy, crushing the remaining filth and devouring it completely. A ghostly mask on Yang Feng's face gradually took on a new sensation. Regret, die, obsession, resentment, greed, rage, slaughter. All kinds of negative emotions pile up on the ghostly face, seemingly brewing something even more terrifying. The originally smooth, mirror-like face now had irregular bumps, with twisted, ghostly features covering the cheeks. Not enough. The emotions are still not enough. Totally unexpected. Yang Feng gradually understood it wasn't that the spiritual essence was insufficient, but that the lingering filth and resentment, the twisted negative emotions, were far from enough. Yang Feng took out the blue sea pattern tumor. 1,000 corpse sphere. Although it is of the blue sea pattern level, it contains the remnants of over 1,000 decayed corpses, and the resentment has almost completely polluted the spiritual essence. Gulu. The sphere of 1,000 corpses was swallowed into the mouth, chewed in large bites. 1,000 vengeful spirits, 1,000 remnants of filth. They were torn apart and crushed by the ghostly face, greedily sucked and devoured, then merged into the brand new cheeks. Eyes. 6 small mounds slowly split open, forming twisted eyes. Unparalleled darkness, unparalleled evil, unparalleled filth, unparalleled purity, incomparably sacred, incomparably bright. Yes, twisted demonic eyes, one after another, as deep as endless abysses, ensnaring and corrupting anyone who gazes upon them. The Buddha has 6 eyes, seeing with the eyes, hearing with the ears, smelling with the nose, tasting with the tongue, body touch, mind spirit. 6 eyes, 6 senses, 6 feelings, 6 desires, 6 thoughts, 6 roots, 6 dusts, 6 heavens. There are many words to describe them, each representing the ability to perceive the surrounding world and serving as the fundamental source of desires. 6 eyes represent desire. 6 eyes represent wisdom. 6 eyes represent divinity. 6 eyes represent evil. The 6 eyes on Yang Feng's mask slowly opened. The twisted pupils simultaneously looked at Yang Feng, locking him into the abyss. Could no longer see, could no longer hear, no smell, no taste, no physical sensation. Consciousness seems to be in a state of paralysis. Yang Feng seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss, surrounded only by darkness and emptiness. Time was passing. In the void-like world, it seemed as though the concept of time did not exist, with every second infinitely stretched. Too terrifying. Who am I? Where do I come from? Although, where am I going? However, everything is imperceptible. In the absolute darkness and void, one will doubt everything, even unable to confirm their own existence. I don't know how much time has passed. Perhaps it was a second, perhaps an hour, perhaps a day, a month, a year. Yang Feng suddenly felt something. That feeling, however, was not his, but a woman's. The woman hysterically struggled, but was overwhelmed by a horde of monsters. Sharp claws pierced her body, pulling out organs drenched in crimson fluid. Pain. It hurts so much. Is this me? No, this is not me. This is a woman attacked by a rotting corpse. This is one of the countless victims. In a daze, Yang Feng turned into a little boy again. His parents were lost, and cries and shouts echoed all around, while the distant roars of monsters could be heard. Whoa, 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 whoa. I started to cry. Very good. I was at a loss. At this moment, in the vast crowd, I searched for my mom but bumped into a blood-covered monster. It slowly turned its head, with sticky fluid dripping from its blood-stained sharp teeth, looking at me as if I were food. In the murky eyeball, I can vaguely see my reflection. Pain. My young body was torn apart. What a pity. I opened my eyes again. I have changed again. I am a rotting corpse. I am crazed and mad with hunger. I greedily search for prey. Yes, I saw a man fall to the ground. I smelled the aroma of meat on him. Scene after unbelievable scene, feeling as if I were there. Their desires, their pain, their despair, everything about them emerged in Yang Feng's consciousness. Ghost face. It has always been devouring a large amount of soul sand debris. These sand debris did not directly disappear but transformed into countless painful memories, attacking Yang Feng's consciousness. 1,000 faces, 1,000 expressions. The pain and despair of one person alone are enough to cause collapse. Death by 1,000 cuts. What? Negative emotions are like delicate little knives, slowly slicing away at your flesh. The ghost had accumulated the negative emotions of thousands of people, pouring down like a waterfall, madly crashing into Yang Feng, shattering and tearing apart his consciousness. Yang Feng, however, sat in meditation like an ascetic monk beneath the waterfall, enduring the agony of his flesh being torn apart. These hardships are nothing. These pains are nothing. Yang Feng no longer resisted. Let the wind blow and the rain fall. Let thousands of arrows pierce the heart. Let dull knives cut the flesh. His past experiences were so bloody and brutal. His former steps were so deep and heavy. 6 eyes. Endless torment could not truly break Yang Feng. Instead, he seemed to have reached a state of enlightenment, calmly accepting everything and experiencing it all. The final grain of soul sand also landed on Yang Feng. Yes, master. That last thread of opportunity was completely grasped in Yang Feng's palm. The trial of the ghost face was completely finished. Opened. 6 twisted, evil, yet holy eyes suddenly opened on the ghostly face. The world became clearer. He seemed to be able to see the aura, or perhaps one could say the spiritual essence. 6 eyes carry great wisdom, able to see through others' desires, akin to mind reading, directly piercing the deepest depths of the soul. Not only that, Yang Feng sat beneath the gravel waterfall, his consciousness seemingly enlightened like an ascetic monk. Moreover, after repeated tempering, he became more resilient, more refined, and even stronger. Mental attack. Mind assault. Through the 6 eyes, Yang Feng gained some more unique attack methods, waiting for him to slowly uncover them. 66 hours, huh? Yang Feng glanced at the electronic clock by the bed. Immersed in the dark void, he couldn't feel the passage of time, as if every second was infinitely stretched. When he woke up, he felt as though a lifetime had passed, like waking from a long, dreamlike slumber. It is daytime now. From the distant corridor, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Suman Man and Long Air, both holding daggers, were attacking and sparring with each other. The glint of blades flickered. Although Suman Man was consistently at a disadvantage, she could occasionally exchange a few moves with Long Air. In just a few days, Suman Man's combat skills have skyrocketed, as if riding a rocket. However, actual combat is the best teacher. She not only has Long Air as a sparring instructor but also a large number of zombie monsters as experimental targets, and the combination of the two naturally leads to significant improvement. Scorching like blazing flames. After Yang Feng acquired 6 eyes, he could sense spiritual essence and aura even without activating the ghost mask. Suman Man was as fiery as blazing flames, her inner passion burning wildly, like a fireball ready to explode at any moment. Cold like snow jade. Yang Feng looked at Long Air again, and the aura he emitted was different. Long Air was cold as ice, his inner self calm, cautious, and meticulous. The numbness and coldness made him resemble a pool of stagnant water. As for Su Qing, his aura was mottled and impure, appearing to harbor many little schemes and petty tricks. 6 eyes is quite convenient. While seeing through the essence and aura, it also has a function similar to mind reading. Yang Feng sensed the wonderful utility of the 6 eyes. Su Qing, who harbored too many schemes, would certainly resort to any means necessary to save his life. However, for now, his loyalty isn't needed. As long as he can create benefits for me, that's enough. Boss, you're finally here. Su Qing quickly stepped forward to greet him. Suman Man and Long Air also stopped sparring and came to Yang Feng's side. Without giving a chance to explain, Yang Feng smiled faintly, revealing a row of white teeth. More than 2 days. Where are the corpse tumors you contributed? The wicked capitalism. The ruthless tyrant who prioritizes profit above all. Sumanman took out a bottle filled with corpse tumors, roughly counting about 70 pieces. Isn't this a bit too few? Yang Feng was somewhat dissatisfied. Just 2 days ago, during the big harvest, they had collected over 100 corpse tumors in one go. Now, 2 days have passed, and it's not even half of that. Sorry. Suman Man explained, Master, the scattered monsters in this area have all been cleared out. Cleared out? Yang Feng hunts every night. 3-person hunting squad. Let's carry out another round of cleansing. The apartment complexes, nearby buildings and secluded alleys have all been cleared out, almost creating a safe zone. We should consider moving to another place. place. Yang Feng pondered for a few seconds. This area nearby no longer holds much value. The residents of the apartment are only the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. The mutants and rotting corpses have almost been completely hunted down. Staying here any longer doesn't make much sense. Moreover, Longyear and Su Qing have also used a few corpse tumors. Sumanmun lowered her head and continued reporting the events of the past 2 days. Longyear and Su Qing were injured and developed severe infections. At the critical moment, as Yang Feng suggested, they consumed a batch of corpse tumors. Now, they have all become new humans and are about to become evolvers. Very good. Now you've learned to make decisions for me, Yang Feng said with a smile, his cheek drawing close to Su Man, almost close enough to feel his breath. A sense of danger rushed over, as if a thin, tangible veil covered the surface of the body, tightening continuously. A feeling of suffocation arose spontaneously. More dangerous, stronger. Although Yang Feng did not display new abilities, the feeling of being more dangerous and terrifying penetrated deep into the bones. Master, please forgive. Sumanmun involuntarily knelt on the ground, trembling all over. It's okay. For such small matters, you can make the decisions in the future. Yang Feng restrained his aura and stopped scaring Sumanmun. He was merely using this method to continuously deepen Su Man's sense of fear, making it impossible for her to entertain any thoughts of betrayal. There's one more thing. Su Man paused for a few seconds, her expression becoming even more serious. Yang Feng frowned slightly, sensing Su Man's emotional fluctuations growing more intense and fiery. When we were clearing the monsters, we arrived beneath another apartment building. There were very few monsters there as well, with obvious signs of battle. And then, we ran into a group of people. Su Man paused noticeably at this point, then continued, I shouldn't say people, I should say a group of severely mutated monsters. At this point, Yang Feng fully understood. Another group of people. Moreover, their bodies have undergone severe mutations. They must have discovered the miraculous effects of corpse tumors, then used them extensively, resulting in bodily deformities. Get to the point. Did you suffer any losses? Yang Feng stopped Su Man from continuing and asked concisely. Su Man shook her head. Su Qing suffered a minor injury, but has now fully recovered after completing the evolution. They also lost several people. Both sides engaged in a chaotic battle. The opposing side had a large number of people, but their quality was far inferior to Su Man and her group, and several of them were directly taken out. They still have many people who haven't joined the fight yet. That boss swore to find us and kill us all. Su Qing stepped forward with a face full of displeasure. He had suffered many losses in the battle and felt particularly uneasy. Eagerly, he continued, when are we going to strike back? Yang Feng swung his hand and slapped hard. Su Qing was knocked to the ground, 2 teeth flew out, and blood flowed from his mouth. Yang Feng said viciously, stepping forward and stomping on Su Qing's face, and, I'm not someone you can use as a pawn. Su Qing's earlier words clearly carried a tone of provocation. Yang Feng strongly disliked being used by others and hated even more when others influenced his judgment. I will naturally kill those who deserve to be killed. I don't need your reminders. Even though the result is the same, know when to shut up, got it? Yang Feng's shoe ground against Su Qing's face a few times. Su Qing immediately crawled on the ground, begging for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. I won't dare to say more again. Yang Feng lifted his foot. If it weren't for the lack of manpower and the fact that Su Qing was still useful, he would have already stomped him to death just now. Get ready. Meet them. Let me see what's going on. The 10th day of the apocalypse outbreak. The weather is clear. Yang Feng's ghost face had just advanced, and he was in a very good mood. The monsters around the apartment had been mostly cleared out, with only a few scattered corpses occasionally wandering into the inner courtyard. It's that building up ahead. Su Man led the way in front. On the opposite corner of the nearby street, there was another similar apartment building, which was also where they had encountered other revolvers. Under the building, there were filthy bloodstains everywhere, along with numerous traces left by battles. However, another group of people was doing similar things, hunting and clearing out a large number of rotting corpse monsters. 10 days since the apocalypse broke out, they managed to find a way to evolve, which is quite a quick response. Yang Feng observed the traces of the battle. The cracks on the wall and the fine fissures on the ground were clearly not something an ordinary person could achieve. Don't rush to take action yet. I'm very interested in them. Yang Feng gave a brief reminder, completely disregarding the other party as a threat. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Yang Feng has been growing stronger every day, breaking limits time and time again, and the abilities he has gained have become increasingly powerful. Deep iron fiber is incredibly formidable, yet it is currently Yang Feng's weakest ability. Finally, corrosive stomach and shadow tendon, 2 powerful organs of the purple phantom crystal level, are legendary items that every evolver dreams of obtaining. Not to mention, Yang Feng also possesses the dark gold artifact level, Ghost Face. Su Man, Longyear, Su Qing. The 3 followed closely behind, staying by Yang Feng's side as the most loyal servant guards. They walked into the building. The gate was unexpectedly unlocked, but the passage was filled with obstacles, with a height of only about 2
meters, meant to block the lowest-level rotting corpses. Someone's behind us. Even without activating the ghost mask, Yang Feng's keen perception could sense guards watching behind the obstacles. A light leap. Climbing over the 2-meter-high obstacle and landing silently and steadily, the two guards leaning against the wall dozing off didn't even notice. The guards were slightly stronger than ordinary people. One had a machete placed beside him, while the other held a sharpened steel rod, completely unaware of the approaching danger.
Is your boss here? Yang Feng asked indifferently.
The sudden voice instantly startled the guard, who looked at Yang Feng in astonishment. The man holding the sharpened steel rod instinctively gripped the weapon and thrust it forward, aiming for Yang Feng's chest. Yang Feng grabbed the steel rod, reversed it, and with a single thrust, pierced through the guard's throat.
Gurgle gurgle.
The scorching crimson liquid kept bubbling, eyes wide with terror, unable to understand what had happened even in their final moments.
Intrusion, there's an enemy intrusion.
Another guard was terrified, his voice trembling uncontrollably, and he turned to flee.
Click.
A large hand gripped his neck, and with a gentle squeeze, the sound of breaking and snapping echoed. His neck tilted, and he collapsed to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Su Man Man and the other two also swiftly crossed the obstacles and arrived at Yang Feng's side. Su Man Man watched the two guards collapse in a pool of blood, then gave Yang Feng a strange look.
Is this what you call don't rush to act?
As soon as he appeared, he directly took out the opponent's guards, killing without hesitation, as simple as eating or drinking soup, with no psychological burden, cold-blooded and ruthless, practically a tyrant.
I'm not interested in either of these.
Yang Feng seemed to sense Su Man Man's gaze, turned his head, and revealed a row of white teeth, his smile looking rather terrifying. The group walked up the stairs. There were very few people in the apartment, and it was filled with a strong smell of blood. Bloodstains were everywhere in the corridor, and the walls were covered with numerous bloody handprints, as if something had dragged them all the way to the corner.
Spare me. I beg you, please spare me.
Near the third floor, the sound of pleading echoed through the corridor. Several men trembled as they knelt on the ground, while a monster stood before him.
A monster?
It was a humanoid creature with a body as tall as 2 meters, covered in grotesque muscles.
Master.
On its back, 2 extra massive arms had grown, differing in size and length, making it appear particularly unbalanced.
Not only that.
Around the collarbone below his neck, a circle of fingers grew densely. Countless fingers were joined together, resembling a peculiar wreath that held up the head.
Deformed, twisted.
His appearance was enough to make one's scalp tingle at first glance.
However, he was not a monster, but an evolver. Eat it. The 4-armed evolver took out a corpse tumor and forcibly made the man kneeling before him eat it. I won't eat. I don't want to become a monster.
The man, with tears streaming down his face, shook his head desperately, refusing to eat the small lump of flesh in the monster's hand. The 4-armed freak, however, directly pried open his mouth. The immense strength nearly crushed his jaw, but in the end, a corpse tumor was still forced inside.
Aha! The man swallowed the corpse tumor, and his body reacted moments later.
Spiritual matter rapidly spread, causing his body to deform. The rationality in his eyes was gradually overwhelmed by pain. Moments later, he completely lost consciousness, and his body quickly decayed, turning into a rotting corpse.
Bang!
The 4-armed monster's massive hand fiercely smashed toward the rotting corpse's head. After a shattering sound, bean curd mixed with brown sugar scattered all over the ground, completely devoid of life.
He immediately switched to another target, pulling out a corpse tumor. Eat it.
Another man kneeling, his face full of fear, tears, and snot streaming down. He kept kowtowing to the strange man, repeating the same words. Spare me, I don't want to turn into a monster. Sob sob sob. The strange man was preparing to transform all the men kneeling on the ground into corpse tumors.
Successfully left behind. The failed ones are killed. Evolutionary.
Yang Feng stepped out of the shadows and actually called that monster an evolutionary.
Mutated into this, can it still be considered human? Calculate.
No matter how deformed or twisted the physical body is, or how exaggerated the degree of mutation, as long as human consciousness is maintained, it is still considered human.
You are that group of invading enemies. The 4-armed evolver, although unfamiliar with Yang Feng, recognized Su Man Man and the others.
They had previously experienced combat conflicts, and several people on their side were killed.
Roar 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 roar, without giving any explanation.
The 4-armed evolver let out a roar and charged at the group, swinging his exceptionally sturdy arms, which resembled 4 iron hammers smashing down wildly.
Bang!
Yang Feng slightly tilted his head, dodging the full-force punch, but the fist was deeply embedded in the wall, exposing the concrete and steel structure.
Don't rush to fight. I have something to ask you.
Yang Feng said indifferently, but the 4-armed evolver showed no respect.
Speak.
Another iron fist fiercely smashed toward Yang Feng's face, with even greater force.
A soft sound. Yang Feng's arm gently lifted, using a palm 3 times smaller than the opponent's to effortlessly block the strike. The 4-armed freak refused to give up. His other 2 arms also struck at Yang Feng from different angles, attempting to use his advantage of multiple arms to secure victory. Don't know how to appreciate kindness.
Yang Feng was growing tired of it, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. His cheeks suddenly split open, revealing a deep crimson vertical eye, dark, profound, and terrifying. The upper body of the four-armed evolver was completely split and severed, with the wound incredibly smooth and flat, resembling a mirror.
Mind Blade. This is the new ability of the six eyes.
Yang Feng's consciousness is resilient and powerful, condensed into an invisible blade that emanates through one of the six eyes, killing without a trace.
Mind Blade. Pure thought.
Pure mental strength.
Pure slaughter intent.
10 years of the apocalypse, an iron-like unyielding will, immersed in slaughter with increasingly frenzied thoughts of killing.
Boss.
Under the waterfall formed by gravel and filth, they were gradually tempered into greater solidity, ultimately attaining enlightenment like meditative old monks. A crack opened on Yang Feng's cheek, revealing a demonic eye filled with blood-red threads, staring with a cruel and violent gaze of terror. The blade of thought slashed through. The wound extended from the shoulder down to the waist and abdomen.
Smack.
The four-armed evolver's body was instantly cut into two halves, the wound smooth and even, toppling over at an angle.
You too. Trash. The four-armed evolver's face was filled with disbelief.
The blade of thought was too fast, so fast that he didn't even have time to feel pain, only sensing his life rapidly slipping away, making it extremely difficult to even say a single word.
I am also an evolver.
Yang Feng finished the rest of the sentence for him. The terrifying eye on his cheek slowly closed, and the slit completely disappeared, returning to its original state.
He turned around.
Long Air, Su Man, Su Qing, all of them were equally shocked. They hadn't seen clearly what had just happened, nor did they know what method Yang Feng used to cut the enemy in half.
Don't just stand there. Yang Feng ordered, search him.
Long Air stepped forward, rummaged through his pockets, and indeed found a small bottle containing a dozen corpse tumors.
Murder and robbery. There is actually an unexpected gain.
This guy has a deep level of mutation. Perhaps he might also develop a corpse tumor.
Yang Feng gave a reminder, and Long Air took out his dagger to cut open the back of the evolver's head.
A corpse tumor was slowly forming, emitting a faint green glow.
It was clearly an emerald tumor. Master, this result is shocking. Can evolutionaries also produce corpse tumors? Silent. Wouldn't that make them no different from the mutants? Obviously.
After we die, will we also produce? Sumanman hesitantly asked, associating her own death with the possibility of producing a corpse tumor, which gave her a strong sense of discomfort. The deeper the mutation, the more likely it is to produce a corpse tumor.
If you believe that you are no longer human, but a monster, then you are a monster. Yang Feng gave a mysterious smile and offered an ambiguous answer. Boundary, evolver, mutant. The boundary between the two doesn't seem so clear.
The only difference might be the fragile human consciousness, holding onto so-called humanity and memories.
Go ask them.
Yang Feng glanced at the men kneeling on the ground and gave Su Man a look.
Innocent. Yes. Kind.
Su Man had an innocent face that seemed harmless to both humans and animals, making her appear very approachable. Su Man's smile was as radiant as a blooming flower, and when she comforted others, it carried a warm sense of security.
You're here to save us?
The man kneeling on the ground slowly let the lingering fear in his eyes fade away. He looked at the deformed corpse on the ground, then glanced at the fully armed crowd, and tears instantly welled up in his eyes.
What happened here?
Su Man comforted the other party's emotions and inquired about the situation in the apartment building.
Monsters. They've all turned into monsters.
When the man mentioned what had happened in the building, his expression gradually turned to fear, as if he was unwilling to recall the terrifying experiences of the past 10 days.
Song Huagang.
He was the one who initially led us to fend off the monsters. But for some reason, one day he suddenly became incredibly strong and completely unafraid of infection, even leading people to fight their way out. The man recounted his experiences from a few days ago. Yang Feng immediately understood what had happened. In the building, there were some fierce and daring individuals, one of whom was named Song Huagang. It was very likely that he had discovered the secret of the corpse tumor a few days ago. Song Huagang, he gradually became brutal. He made others eat some strange little lumps of flesh. Some people turned into monsters and were all killed by him. There were also some who, although they didn't completely turn into monsters, grew many bizarre organs on their bodies, no longer resembling humans at all. The man continued speaking.
Forcibly feeding the corpse tumor is indeed a method to quickly strengthen the group. So, what is the price of gaining power? If one's will is not firm, the corpse tumor will inevitably backfire. Even if it cannot completely destroy the will, it will occupy a part of the body, mutating into various deformed organs. Yang Feng, Su Man, their willpower is strong enough so they can ultimately fully control their abilities.
The four-armed evolver who just died was completely different. Although he retained human consciousness, his body mutated to resemble more of a monster. They're becoming more and more brutal. Those beasts not only force men to eat tumors but also abduct women.
So many women have died. Those beasts, my wife was forced by them.
As the man spoke, tears of unwillingness streamed from his eyes, and his fist pounded the floor fiercely.
Frustration. Too stifling.
The mutated evolvers already have physical qualities that differ from ordinary people, not to mention their organs have also undergone mutations, making it impossible uncomfortable for ordinary women to endure. Some women were even forcibly played to death. How many of those mutated freaks are there, and where are they now? Su Man patted the other person's shoulder sympathetically while taking the opportunity to continue asking. A dozen or so? Maybe a bit more. They all treat that beast Song Hwagang as their boss. They're on the 10th floor of the building, where the women and supplies are kept. Su Man nodded, almost revealing all the information. When are we leaving? There are too many of them. We have to leave here quickly while Song Hwagang isn't paying attention. The man, somewhat anxious, grabbed Su Man's hand, wanting her to take him and escape. Actually, I wanted to ask just now. Your wife was played to death by others, so why are you still alive? Groveling and kneeling before others to beg for mercy. No. Su Man dropped her facade of innocence and kindness. She slightly lifted the fabric over her abdomen, revealing her smooth flat stomach. Complaining all the time, but now only thinking about running for your life. A man like you deserves to die, Su Man said viciously, while a huge mouth opened up on her lower abdomen. The blood-red gaping maw, resembling a lamprey, was filled with sharp, jagged teeth that spun like a chainsaw. Ah, you don't. The man was terrified, never expecting that the woman before him was also a monster. The horrifying sound of chewing followed, then the tearing of flesh, and finally, everything fell silent. Well done. Yang Feng stood to the side and gave a thumbs up. This kind of work will be handed over to you in the future. 10th floor. Let's go. It seems. 10th floor. A putrid stench hit them in the face. All the women in the building had been captured here, subjected to inhumane torture. One massive shadow after another engulfed the frail women. Distorted evolvers are mostly gigantic in size, with mutated organs growing on their bodies, ugly and twisted. An evolver, covered in sharp scales, slightly lowers its body, leaving streaks of bloody wounds on the smooth, white surface. An evolver, with skin all over its body festering, has ferocious muscle fibers twisted together, wrapping every part of its body, making the entire figure swell several times over. An evolver, covered in sharp spikes all over its body, resembles a giant porcupine, with no exceptions for any part. These distorted evolvers have no sense of pity or tenderness. Miserable cries echoed endlessly. The air was filled with the stench of blood and decay. Physical discomfort. As long as one takes a glance, a normal person would feel a severe urge to vomit. It is utterly indescribable how tragic and brutal those scenes, reminiscent of a hellish execution ground, truly are. Song Hwagang. A loud bang. He sat in a luxurious genuine leather chair, like a local tyrant reigning over this place. After consuming a large number of corpse tumors, his body underwent the most severe mutation, with his entire body covered by a layer of hard keratin. Not only that, the end of his coccyx even grew a tail, wrapped in black keratin, with a very sharp and pointed tip. Lizard? Smack. Dragon Man? On the surface, Song Hwagang looked as if he were wearing an extremely unique suit of armor. This was the reason he could act so domineeringly. Low-level monsters couldn't harm him, and the same went for other evolvers. Song Hwagang rested his hand on a dog cage and casually tapped it. Woof woof woof. A pair of pitiful sisters huddled together, treated like dogs. This is what life is all about. Squelch. I really love this apocalypse. Song Hwagang sighed, his claw-like keratin-covered fingertips grazing the fair cheeks of the twin sisters. Enjoyment. He was savoring their fear and servitude, not daring to disobey even the slightest of his commands. This mental satisfaction was even more thrilling and pleasurable than physical release. Brother Song is right. Those rich second-generation kids who used to look down on us, now they have to be trampled underfoot. Let's see if they still act so arrogant. Their women also need to be properly taken care of. The spiky evolver echoed Song Hwagang's words, eliciting lewd laughter from the others around. Ha ha ha. I've played with more women in these few days than in my entire life. Debauched and unbearable. The apocalypse is nothing short of an amusement park for them. Money, useless. Power, useless. The rules and laws that once weighed down on us, all the various restrictions and frameworks, are all gone. The world seems to have returned to the primitive era overnight, where everything is decided by the size of one's fists. Yes, the strong are revered. The victor is king. Most importantly, they were all fortunate enough to gain powerful abilities. These people are like new upstarts, new capital, new tycoons, except they have replaced money and power with sheer physical strength. Enjoy. Wild enjoyment. Hysterically using one's privileges, as if trying to make up for all the pleasures missed in the past within just a few short days. Several people arrived on the 10th floor. Yang Feng sniffed the air, frowned, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Feels a bit like the apocalypse. It was the smell of decay. That is the smell of blood. Sure enough, that is the smell of despair. In the desperate end times, similar occurrences will become more frequent, and Yang Feng, who had endured the dark decade, gradually sensed a familiar scent. Creak, creak. Sumanman witnessed the scene before her, her fingers involuntarily clenched into fists, producing a heavy friction sound. Master, who are you? Soon, someone noticed Yang Feng and the others. The frenzied party came to a halt, and the mutated evolvers all cast hostile gazes. Yang Feng's gaze swept across the scene, pondering for a few seconds. Kill a batch first and see their strength. Yang Feng's way of handling things was even more brutal, completely skipping any negotiations and directly initiating slaughter. Da. Su Qing held the assault rifle, firing in bursts. Taking advantage of the fact that the evolvers weren't paying attention, a few blood splashes rose from their foreheads, directly killing two of them. Su Man had long been unable to hold back. She held two daggers and fearlessly charged into the crowd, targeting the most lethal spots and striking with ruthless decisiveness. A burly man with muscles all over his body had the tendons in his legs severed, causing him to collapse uncontrollably to the ground. With a swift turn, she slashed fiercely, severing his lifeline completely. Splat. It's okay now. A faint slicing sound was heard. Long Air moved swiftly, stepping forward to deliver another strike, finishing off the giant who was not completely dead. He immediately rolled to the side, dodging the enemy's attack while throwing a dagger that pierced through the opponent's throat. Damn it, it's that group from yesterday. Grab your weapons and kill them. The surrounding mutated evolvers reacted quickly, launching a counterattack after a few of them were killed. I'll hold the front. Ding. An evolver with a body covered in hard scales charged to the front, blocking the incoming bullets. Another hedgehog-like evolver. His entire body was covered in sharp steel spikes that trembled wildly, releasing countless steel needles with powerful penetrating inertia, shooting towards Su Man and Long Air. Long Air swiftly dodged, grabbing the corpse of a nearby evolver to use as his meat shield, causing all the needles to embed into it. Su Man's reaction was slightly slower, and her arm and shoulder were immediately pierced, leaving her bleeding profusely and seriously injured. This also triggered her ferocity. Su Man's abdomen split open into a massive bloody maw. Countless rows of teeth rotated like chainsaws, tightly gripping a nearby evolver and devouring them in large bites. Devour. The energy she devoured could partially be converted. The wounds on her arm and shoulder were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Terrifying. This is just too frightening. Summonman's abilities are quite explosive, even among many evolvers. Now, let's look at Long Air. He had already unknowingly killed several people. As expected of you country's top assassin, he was as elusive as a phantom, killing cleanly and efficiently. Come back. All of you, come to me. Dead. Song Huagong's subordinates were being taken down one by one, which made him a bit anxious, so he called everyone back to his side. He slowly stood up, exuding a powerful aura, with strands of azure light flickering through the black keratin. This guy possesses organs of the blue sea pattern level. For Yang Feng, this is completely insignificant, but for ordinary people in the early days of the apocalypse, it counts as top-tier combat power. Who the hell are you? Song Huagong's eyes flickered with a cold gleam as he stepped to the front of the group and said in a hoarse voice, "We have no grievances or grudges. Must it come to a fight where either you die or I live?" Although his tone was harsh, it carried a hint of concession, as if he wanted to make peace. "I'm actually here to rob you." Yang Feng's words completely stunned the other party. To rob? Robbing what? The apocalypse has erupted, and money has turned into worthless paper. Could it be that what he wants are supplies and women? Hand over all the corpse tumors first. I know you've hunted quite a few. Yang Feng continued speaking with a smile, but the words corpse tumor instantly changed Song Huagong's expression. Corpse tumor? He. This term was being heard for the first time. A small lump that forms inside the corpse after such a monster dies? Song Huagong's expression was grim. The small tumor was his most precious resource, not only capable of enhancing his own strength but also transforming his underlings. He. Do you really think I'm that easy to bully? Song Huagong could not accept this condition and had no choice but to reveal his true strength in the face of a formidable enemy. Black keratin. It spread all over his body like a bio-boosted armor, reflecting a metallic sheen under the sunlight. A thick, flexible tail with a sharp and deadly stinger at its tip struck the ground heavily, leaving a shattered pit in its wake. With just a few words, "You want me to hand over all the corpse tumors? How am I supposed to keep my position as the boss after this?" Song Huagong's voice was hoarse, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint as he adjusted his body into a combat stance. Yang Feng, however, merely curled his lips into a disdainful smile and beckoned him with a finger. "Then come and try." Provocation. Song Huagong was furious, but he didn't let his anger cloud his judgment. He lowered his stance and charged toward Yang Feng. His strong and imposing figure, accompanied by heavy footsteps, crushed one tile after another on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp claws formed from keratin gleamed with a cold, piercing light, slicing through the air with a tearing sound as they lunged toward Yang Feng's body. Slow. Yang Feng lightly tapped his toes, effortlessly dodging the series of claw strikes. Completely not on the same level. Completely not on the same tier. Yang Feng moved with ease, as if strolling leisurely, effortlessly dodging the slow, turtle-like movements time and again. Whoosh! A thick tail, tipped with a sharp stinger, suddenly struck toward Yang Feng from a tricky angle. Yang Feng let out a soft slightly raised his hand upward, and instantly caught the stinger on the tail, effortlessly blocking the sneak attack. Not a bad move. Yang Feng smiled faintly, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. His other fist clenched slightly and suddenly thrust forward, finally launching his his first counterattack.
A loud bang. Yang Feng's fist struck Song Huagong's abdomen.
The formidable power of deep iron fiber concentrated into a burst of fist force, directly blasting Song Huagong several meters away.
Good defense.
Yang Feng commented that there are very few people who can survive a punch from him.
Song Huagong slowly stood up.
A fist imprint had sunken into his abdomen, and the keratin material showed slight cracks, but it hadn't caused any fundamental damage.
Blue sea pattern. Smack.
His black keratin armor was surprisingly of the rare blue sea pattern level, with remarkable defensive power.
You can't break through my defense.
Just as Song Huagong finished speaking, a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The force of the punch not only damaged the armor but even penetrated his body, injuring his internal organs.
Quite stubborn, aren't you? Yang Feng's smile became even more mocking.
Yang Feng's figure suddenly seemed to vanish.
Vanished? No.
That was because the speed was too fast, creating an illusion for the naked eye.
Shadow tendon.
A deadly burst of power instantly turned Yang Feng into a fleeting shadow, almost disappearing from everyone's sight.
Bang! A deeper, muffled thud echoed. Yang Feng delivered a powerful front kick, slamming into Song Huagong's chest.
The terrifying force of the kick was like a heavy-duty pile driver smashing down, sending Song Huagong's body flying backward like a cannonball. Song Huagong's body slammed into the wall, causing the entire wall to collapse with a loud crash.
Debris and rubble shattered.
Large sections of concrete structure peeled off, and steel bars bent and snapped. The force of this kick was definitely much stronger than the punch just now.
Can I break through your defense?
Yang Feng was like a child having fun in an amusement park, enjoying the purest joy while mocking the other party with the most primal malice.
The gap was too vast.
With just a slightly more advanced attack method, the opponent instantly collapsed, like a shoddy toy that falls apart as soon as it's played with.
Cough, cough, cough. Wow.
Song Huagong coughed violently, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, mixed with some clotted chunks.
He was in a very miserable state at the moment.
His chest was completely sunken, with large fragments of his keratin armor shattered.
A large footprint indentation was imprinted on it, resembling the marks a child might leave on clay. Impossible. How many corpse tumors did you devour to become that strong? At this moment. And yet you haven't mutated.
Blood flowed from Song Huagong's mouth, his face filled with utter disbelief.
Yes, he was extraordinarily gifted and incredibly lucky.
By chance, he found a piece of azure keratin on the balcony, which fused with his body to form a bio-boosted armor. Later, Song Huagong devoured dozens of corpse tumors, upgrading the bio-boosted armor. A series of extraordinary encounters.
All kinds of luck.
Plus, his desperate fighting, recruiting a large number of underlings. Song Huagong thought he could dominate in this apocalyptic world, but unexpectedly, he encountered Yang Feng, who instantly shattered his dreamlike fantasy.
Not only that,
Yang Feng's appearance looks completely no different from that of an ordinary person, without any severe deformities.
This defies common sense.
Corpse tumors, the more they consume, the stronger their ability to evolve, but they also have intense side effects.
Lose sanity, turn into a monster.
The stronger the side effects, the deeper the degree of physical mutation, leading to even more twisted deformities.
Why? Such a powerful Yang Feng, yet his body hasn't undergone even the slightest mutation? There's no why. Yang Feng shrugged his shoulders and openly gave the other party an answer. Your will is too weak. In the end, it's not you controlling the power, but the power controlling you.
Yang Feng pinpointed the key issue in one sentence.
Do you think you've evolved and gained immense power? No.
In fact, you've merely been parasitized by a special organ and are being controlled by that power. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. When you gain mismatched power, that power will eventually backfire. Song Huagong slowly stood up, his eyes filled with a sense of desolation, as if he had understood Yang Feng's words.
He walked into a room and took out a large bottle.
The bottle was filled with corpse tumors, nearly 100 in number, all accumulated from the monsters hunted by a dozen evolvers over the past few days. All the corpse tumors are here.
We've handed them all over to you. Can you spare us?
Song Huagong spat blood, placed the bottle of corpse tumors on the ground, and pleaded with Yang Feng to spare their lives.
Not bad. Hunting corpse tumors is exhausting, and it's not as satisfying as looting in one go.
Yang Feng nodded with great satisfaction.
Suddenly, a slender crack opened below his eye.
A twisted vertical eye emerged from the crack, its pupil flickering with a blood-red glow.
Mind blade, silent and soundless.
A faint blade of light flashed by.
Song Huagong revealed a puzzled and confused expression, instinctively reaching to touch his neck.
With that touch, his neck seemed to shift slightly out of place. Crimson liquid spurted out, and his round head rolled to the ground. He was very puzzled. He never knew why until his death. Song Huagong had already surrendered, yet he was still killed by a mysterious and terrifying strike, completely unable to understand.
Sorry, you are their leader. I can't let you live. That would be too troublesome.
Yang Feng apologized verbally, but his words carried no trace of sincerity. He simply bent down to pick up that large bottle of corpse tumor, then turned around and said indifferently, "Your boss is already dead. If you want to live, crouch down
with your hands over your head. Song Hwagang is dead. All his underlings stared at their boss's round head, momentarily stunned. If you want to live, hug your head and squat down, Yang Feng said calmly. Although his tone was very indifferent, everyone present heard him loud and clear. Kill. Yang Feng made a throat-slitting gesture. Su Manman, Long Air, and Su Qing immediately understood the command. Anyone who doesn't squat down with their hands on their heads will be killed without mercy. Da-da, da-da. Yellow bullet casings fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Two figures rushed into the crowd at lightning speed, engaging in fierce combat. Evolvers? They are just upstarts who suddenly gained power. Long Air, Su Manman. They have all undergone the tempering of blood and fire, possessing a ruthless decisiveness to fight with their lives, striking without hesitation. Especially Long Air. He is just a new human, not even an evolver, yet he can defeat enemies beyond his level solely relying on top-notch assassin experience and skills. I surrender. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The remaining evolvers all crouched on the ground with their heads in their hands, trembling uncontrollably. The sounds of fighting and screaming gradually subsided, leaving only a few surrendering evolvers huddled in the corner, awaiting their final judgment. 5 people. In the end, there were 5 people left. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Yang Feng. From today onwards, you are my slaves and must obey my orders. Yang Feng revealed his signature devilish smile, intending to recruit the remaining evolvers under his command to serve as tools for hunting down the rotting corpses. Ha, slaves? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, their minds struggling to process the situation. Alright, I'll put it even more simply. In the future, you follow me, work for me, but I won't pay you any salary. Yang Feng explained again with some helplessness, making it even simpler and easier to understand, but it sounded even harder to accept. Of course, if you do well, I will give you a certain reward. Yang Feng added, then squatted down and extracted a corpse tumor from Song Hwagang's body. Azure blue. Rare grade corpse tumor with blue sea patterns. Yang Feng seemed to disdain this ability, as it appeared that only corpse tumors of the purple phantom crystal grade could catch his eye, being qualified enough to be devoured and transformed by him. He casually tossed it to Long Air beside him. Swallow this when you have time. Your willpower should be able to handle it easily. Yang Feng rewarded this corpse tumor to Long Air, also as a performance for everyone to see. As long as you perform well, as long as the resources you collect are sufficient, then you will have the chance to gain even greater power. Boss, I'm sticking with you. From now on, whatever you say, we'll do. Several people looked at each other in dismay, and finally gritted their teeth and chose to submit. Yes, Yang Feng nodded. His new ghost face ability, 6 Eyes, allows him to see special auras. It is akin to mind reading, capable of perceiving the essence of a person's spirit and the color of their desire aura, thereby distinguishing whether the person is lying. Obviously, the few people in front of Yang Feng are not loyal. They are merely fearful, merely afraid, merely forced to submit. It's okay. This is enough. Consumables, that's all they are, temporary items for consumption. If some utility value can be extracted from them, that's already sufficient. What is your name? Yang Feng walked over to the evolver covered in spikes and asked for his name. My name is Wang. The man hadn't finished speaking when Yang Feng directly interrupted him. From today on, your name is Hedgehog. Yang Feng directly gave him a new name, simple and easy to understand. You, from now on, will be called Beetle. Yang Feng looked at another guy covered in scales and casually gave him a name. Cruel. Several evolvers clearly felt that the tyrant in front of them didn't care about their lives at all, not even bothering to remember their names. From now on, you 5 will be under her command. Yang Feng pointed at Su Manman, directly taking on the role of a hands-off boss and handing over their management rights to Su Manman. Yes, master. Su Manman accepted the order, turned around, and stood in front of the group. Her gaze, filled with sinister ruthlessness, swept over them, forcing them to lower their heads in fear. Long Air. If any of them tries to escape or intends to betray, you'll be responsible for eliminating them. Yang Feng assigned Long Air another task, making him their overseer. Any act of betrayal or escape would lead to only one outcome, death. Understood. Long Air's response was still crisp and decisive. His slightly gaunt face showed no expression, and his murky eyes revealed no emotional fluctuation. This is the best kind of enforcer. 2 great generals, with clear division of labor. They will both become the most efficient killing machines. Take away whatever can be moved. We're ready to head back. Yang Feng ordered everyone to move the supplies out of the building. This time, the harvest was quite fruitful. Not only did they obtain a large amount of corpse tumors, but they also acquired several evolved slaves. Sure enough, a man cannot grow rich without external wealth, just as a horse cannot fatten without night grass. Plundering others' wealth and resources is the fastest way. Boss, what about them? The newly joined Hedgehog and Beetle hesitated a bit and asked. There were not only evolvers here but also women they had captured, such as the pair of sisters locked in the dog cages, who had been trained quite well. Reluctant. These evolvers are still reluctant to indulge in pleasure, and even want to take it back to continue playing. What should we do? Su Manman, they're your people, you handle it. Yang Feng
Feng seemed more like a spectator watching a play, amusing himself as he looked at Su Manman, waiting for her to handle it.
Killing intent. Su Manman's face darkened.
She looked at those women who had been tortured beyond recognition, her face showing a few more black lines. Su Manman's kindness had long faded away with the last tear she shed. However, abusing and humiliating the weakest women still remained the behavior that disgusted her the most.
Crack.
She walked up to a desperate, numb woman, gently twisted her palm, broke her neck, and ended the final tragic life.
Crack, crack, crack.
She walked up to each of the women, granting the blood-soaked women the most merciful release. With each death, the mood of the evolvers grew heavier.
No, don't kill us. Woo 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 woo.
There were also women who knelt down and begged for mercy. Even after enduring endless torment, they still didn't want to die so easily. For example, the pair of sisters locked in the cage still had a strong desire to survive.
Even after suffering so much torment, do you still want to live?
Su Manman stopped her hand, refraining from finishing them off, and said sorrowfully, "Fend for yourselves, and don't let men capture you again."
Turned around.
She walked up to a few evolvers, lowered her voice, and asked, "Who else do you want to take away?"
Say it again. Nobody.
No, we're not taking anyone. Several evolvers were somewhat frightened, genuinely sensing the killing intent of this female boss. It seemed that even the slightest dissent would bring about a fatal disaster.
Master, they have no objections anymore.
Su Manman finished handling the matter and respectfully reported to the tyrant before her.
Well done. Go back. Let's pack up. It's time to move.
Yang Feng gave a faint smile, preparing to lead everyone in a relocation.
Jinjiang Manor,
that place seems to be quite good.
Fruitful results.
After a raid, 100 corpse tumors were obtained. Yang Feng returned to his room, unfolded the ghost mask, and devoured all the corpse tumors in one go, chewing voraciously.
Growth form.
After the evolution of the ghostly face, the efficiency of devouring and purifying energy was greatly enhanced.
Eroding stomach. Shadow tendon.
The two abilities at the purple phantom crystal level greedily craved energy, hoping to evolve to the second stage as well. A pure energy flow poured into the stomach and the area near the Achilles tendon. The incomparably pure energy gradually nourished them, and they began to undergo transformation.
The demeanor of a true boss.
The evolved ghost face reveals its true strength, suppressing the mutated organs throughout its body. The once rebellious, deep iron fiber trembles, fearing it will be devoured. Just like the bone blade, the dark gold grade artifact is starting to unleash its power. Its capability is far superior to organs of other grades. Yang Feng was very satisfied with Ghostface's performance. Even organs of the purple phantom crystal grade had to completely submit and beg to share the spiritual essence.
Yang Feng took out another jar.
These were the 50 corpse tumors previously offered by Su Manman and the others, which were swallowed whole.
Transformation. Evolution.
Corroded stomach and shadow tendon, having obtained sufficient pure essence, began to evolve and transform.
Submit.
They trembled and dared only to steadily develop within their own territory, advancing their abilities to the second stage of growth.
After a brief few hours, the evolution was complete.
The purified spiritual essence of the ghost mask is more conducive to absorption, and with the boss overseeing, no one dares to act recklessly.
Comfortable.
This evolution was extremely smooth, far simpler than the previous ones. Yang Feng felt the changes in his body. Even the enhancement of overall physical functions from the ghost mask's feedback had significantly increased in intensity.
Getting stronger every day. Evolving every day.
In just 10 short days, it has grown to this extent. Next, it would be best to find a corpse tumor that strengthens bones. Also the heart, lungs, kidneys, pancreas. It's best if they all have special enhancement abilities. Yang Feng's plan was utterly insane. He actually wanted to completely transform and evolve every single organ in his body.
At this moment,
there was a knock on the door. Yang Feng had once instructed that unless there was extremely important news, anyone disturbing him would be killed without mercy.
Master, you should listen to this.
Opening the door, Su Manman brought over a radio. I got it from a refugee from an apartment.
The whole building is talking about this news. Adjusted the radio channel. Amid the electromagnetic interference, a broadcast announcement was mixed in. Attention all citizens. Attention all citizens. The military will enter the city to carry out rescue operations in a week. Rescue. Yang Feng's eyes flickered upon hearing the broadcast. Finally, they're here.
In his memory, the military would launch city rescue operations in about half a month.
Calculate the time.
A week later should be the 17th day after the apocalypse began, which basically aligns with his memory.
I'll adjust it.
Yang Feng took the radio, adjusted the channel slightly to make the sound clearer. Please make sure to cherish this rescue opportunity, wear thick clothing as much as possible, carry suitable weapons, and gather at the designated location. The following is our military's action route. The first rescue point is Zhongshan Disease Control Center. The second rescue point is Chuanling Technology Park. The third rescue point is...
Sure enough,
the apocalypse has arrived. The rotting corpse monsters can infect humans and are naturally regarded as a contagious disease, so the first rescue target is the Disease Control Center.
Next is the Science and technology park. Every expert in cutting-edge technology is a precious asset in the apocalypse. The 7th rescue point is Jinjiang Bridge. Kept talking until the 7th rescue point, the marching route finally reached the vicinity. The wealthy district. The area near Jinjiang Bridge is a famous wealthy district. Various elites live here, especially the Jinjiang Manor that Yang Feng entered last time, which is the pinnacle of the uppermost tier of the pyramid. Exactly. I was just thinking of moving to this Jinjiang Manor. Yang Feng took out a map, studied the marching route, and showed an excited expression. Master, are we going to the gathering point as well? Su Man was a bit puzzled. She remembered Yang Feng had said that he wasn't planning to leave the city but intended to stay here and keep hunting higher-level monsters. Yes, look, the marching route circles around the suburbs, then comes to the Jinjiang Bridge, and finally goes deeper into the civilian area. Although they tried to avoid the zombie horde as much as possible, here, they had no choice but to face it. Yang Feng pointed to a nearby location, where the massive tide of corpses would meet the army on the main road. Slaughter. Combat. It would be a grand decisive battle of blood and fire. Master, you wouldn't be thinking. Su Man suddenly realized why Yang Feng was so excited. Corpse tumor. When the main rescue force encounters the zombie horde, an unimaginable battle to the death will ensue. Countless rotten corpses will be torn apart. Countless mutants will be pierced through. Those corpse tumors, the military has no time to pick them up. Scavenging. Yang Feng wants to take his people and seize the opportunity during the final battle to pick up the scraps. Madman. This is truly an extremely crazy idea. Genius. This is also the biggest flaw, with corpses and tumors everywhere waiting for you to harvest. Genius on the left, madman on the right. Perhaps, there is only a fine line between a madman and a genius. Get a good rest tonight. Sort out the supplies stored on the 19th floor. Take as much as you can tomorrow. Yang Feng immediately decided to leave this apartment tomorrow and head to Jinjiang Manor to begin preparations. Yes, Su Man left respectfully. However, there are no secrets that time won't reveal. There is a big commotion on the 19th floor. The people in the apartment are very observant. Any slight movement is immediately noticed. People began to gather. The apartment owners, refugees who fled here, and even the dozen or so strong bodyguards are all gathered on the 4th floor. More than 70 people. A dense crowd of heads, chattering away about something, filled the entire hallway with a cacophony of noise. Yang Feng, growing impatient, opened the door to see what they were up to. Thud, thud, thud. More than 70 survivors knelt down to Yang Feng one after another. Boss Yang Feng, are you planning to leave? Don't go. Please don't leave. We're begging you. You've left. What are we supposed to do? Woo 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 woo. The crowd, in tears, begged Yang Feng not to leave. Some shed tears, while others knelt on the ground, kowtowing. How strange. Yang Feng, this tyrant, cruel and bloodthirsty, confiscated all the supplies and even cut off everyone's provisions. What now? Instead, they regard Yang Feng as a savior, begging him not to leave. There is only one reason. With Yang Feng in this apartment, at the very least, he can fend off external monsters and mutants, keeping them safe. Boss Yang Feng, can you take me away? A young and beautiful girl suddenly changed her tone, her fair and smooth thighs sliding forward on the floor, her eyes filled with pitiful pleading. I'm still very clean. I've only had one boyfriend. You can do whatever you want to me. She had just finished speaking when another little girl immediately reacted as well. Boss Yang Feng, please take me with you too. I can definitely take good care of you and make you feel comfortable. I'm very obedient, will listen to you, and I don't eat much, so I won't be a burden to you. Please, take me with you too. That little girl seemed a bit flustered and lost, tugging at her collar to reveal a large expanse of smooth, snow-white skin. The scene quickly turned into a weapons demonstration hall. Several rather attractive young beauties, one after another, struck seductive poses to showcase their advantages, hoping to earn a chance to follow Yang Feng. Too late. Yang Feng merely uttered two words indifferently. Too late. He had already given ample opportunities. People could join the hunting squad at any time and make themselves stronger. What a pity. These people have all given up on this opportunity. Now, facing imminent death, they come begging desperately, but it's far too late. One final warning. Don't provoke me, or I'll kill without mercy. Yang Feng's gaze turned icy, sweeping across the room like a blade. All the refugees fell silent, intimidated by the fierce killing intent. He returned to the room and closed the door to room 405. The people kneeling on the ground were filled with confusion, their eyes brimming with despair. Future. Where should they go from here? The 11th day of the apocalypse. The supplies on the 19th floor were neatly arranged and packed into bags of various sizes. Suman, Longair, Suqing, along with those few evolved slave individuals, carried heavy double-shoulder hiking backpacks, preparing to leave the apartment. Boss, what about me? The hedgehog, covered all over with sharp long spines, showed an embarrassed expression. If he were to carry a backpack, he would definitely pierce through all the supplies, and the bag would be torn apart. Come. A black figure approached. He was very strong, grabbing the hiking bag and hoisting it onto his shoulder. What is that? Take a closer look. The man was slightly more robust than an average person, with
with a layer of black keratinized skin covering his entire body. However, it was smooth and streamlined, resembling a layer of metallic armor. This kind of alien mutation made him look like a warrior clad in futuristic armor, exuding a sense of heavy power.
Bio Booster Armor. This person is none other than the evolved Long Air.
He absorbed the Blue Sea pattern level corpse tumor and underwent a perfect transformation, turning his skin into a special armor that greatly enhanced his defense.
All done, right? Move faster. The master is still waiting downstairs.
Sumanman urged. If the tyrant were to grow impatient, everyone would be in big trouble.
Just about to leave.
A pair of haggard-looking parents, with their young daughter by their side, blocked her path.
Refugees. Survivor.
Yesterday, these people begged Yang Feng to take them away, but they were ruthlessly rejected. They still refused to give up and settled for the next best option, pleading with Su Man and her group.
Su Man, do you still remember us? We're your neighbors, the family diagonally across from you.
The couple first tried to get closer, but seeing Su Man remain unmoved, they quickly brought their young daughter forward.
Thud. The two knelt on the ground.
Miss Su Man, you used to be very kind and even played little games with our daughter. The two played the emotional card and then pulled their little daughter forward. The girl was only 4 or 5 years old, her haggard little face full of innocence.
Miss Su Man, I know you have a kind heart.
Even if you don't take us two adults, please save the child.
Woo 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 woo. The couple knelt and bowed their heads. The woman couldn't help but cry.
They pushed the little girl forward again, pressing her head down as she bowed to Su Man.
Quickly kowtow to the big sister.
Beg her to take you with her. The little girl wiped her tears, kowtowed a few times on the ground, her forehead turning bright red, then ran to Su Man's feet and pitifully tugged at her pant leg. Sumanman turned her head away, resolutely refusing to let herself feel any pity.
Click.
Her flat abdomen split open into a massive gash, filled with sharp teeth, terrifying like a lamprey.
She's following us. She'll die even faster.
Sumanman deliberately revealed a fierce look, scaring the little girl into retreating hurriedly and running back into her mother's arms.
Mom, I'm scared. I don't want to be eaten. Woo woo woo. I'll be very obedient and never say I'm hungry again. Mom, Dad, please don't leave me.
The little girl hugged her mother tightly, and the family immediately held each other and wept uncontrollably.
All right, sweetheart, don't cry. Our family will stay together, even in death.
The father tenderly wiped away the child's tears, no longer forcing her, but choosing to live and die with his family. These scenes make one's nose sting.
Helpless. This is the apocalypse. Su Man could only let them be, left to their own fate. We're evacuating.
There are still quite a lot of supplies left in the warehouse. 6 days later, the army will head to the gathering point to rescue people. Whether you live or die depends on yourselves. Before Su Man left, she still revealed some information. The family of 3, upon hearing this, immediately showed joy on their faces and hurriedly kowtowed again in gratitude.
Ah, Su Man let out a sigh.
That poor little girl ultimately softened her heart a bit.
However, the help is limited to this.
She would never take on a few burdens, let alone sacrifice the interests of the team.
4th floor.
Yang Feng changed into clean clothes. He sat in his room, carefully observing various details.
The most valuable item in the house is a fairly well-configured computer. Game character posters are pasted on the wall.
There aren't many clothes in the wardrobe, just 2 or 3 sets for each season, and the shoe cabinet is filled with the most ordinary sneakers.
Plain and simple. His past was nothing out of the ordinary. Farewell.
Yang Feng said lightly, as if bidding farewell to the past, or perhaps to his former self.
He walked out of the door of room 405.
The sky is high, allowing birds to fly freely, and the sea is vast, letting fish swim at will.
From this moment on, it will be a completely different life. Let's set off.
Yang Feng stepped forward in front of everyone and resolutely gave the order.
The crowd, carrying their luggage, left the dim apartment under the gaze of many refugees. It's over. It's over. Without the tyrant's protection, any monster is lethal.
Without the tyrant's protection, it is even more impossible for ordinary people to survive in the apocalypse.
Where did your food come from?
Not far down the hallway, the sounds of shouting and fighting echoed again. A man was knocked to the ground, and the food he was holding was snatched away. His wife and daughter beside him were also seized and interrogated about the source of their food. These 3 were the same family who had just been begging Su Man.
19th floor. There is still food on the 19th floor. Let's hurry up and grab it.
The few remaining strong and sturdy bodyguards immediately reacted, revealing ferocious expressions.
They rushed to the 19th floor and seized the remaining supplies. There is nothing new under the sun.
The tyrant left, but a new villain immediately emerged.
It seems to be a cycle. The evil of human nature is continuously magnified by the apocalypse, replaying one ugly story after another.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hedgehog shook its body, and the sharp quills trembled violently along with it. After reaching a critical point, they shot out like bullets. The quills pierced through the corpse's body.
The monsters blocking the way were shot through the head before they could even scream. Abilities are more cost-effective.
Su Qing walked at the rear holding his gun, but he didn't have many bullets left, so saving one was better than wasting one.
Push. What?
Su Man held a fong dagger, sliced open the back of the rotting corpse's head, and took out a corpse tumor.
Kill the monster, don't forget the corpse tumor.
Everyone tiptoed and hid in the shadows, avoiding the corpse tide and moving forward continuously. Soon, they reached the vicinity of Jinjiang Manor.
This is the wealthy district.
The population was already sparse, and coupled with the oppressive aura previously emitted by the shadow leopard, the number of monsters was also very few.
Stay away from those willow trees. Yang Feng glanced at the nearby artificial lake.
The 2 rows of willow trees had unexpectedly grown smooth, dense, and shiny black hair, swaying gracefully in the wind like elegant ladies. Many strands of black hair had fallen, forming tumbleweed-like hair clumps on the ground, lying in wait for their prey. Once entangled by these things, it would be extremely troublesome. However, their efficiency in producing corpse tumors is also very enticing.
Wait for me a moment.
Yang Feng was eager to try, actually preparing to rush into the mass of tumbleweed clusters to harvest this large area of corpse tumors.
Harvest.
Yang Feng stretched his legs and slightly loosened up his muscles.
Shadow tendon. When it reaches the growth stage, its explosive speed will become even more terrifying, and its internal structure will undergo a complete transformation. Wait a moment.
Yang Feng dashed forward like an arrow, leaving afterimages behind. His speed was extremely fast, and while the shadowy feet stepped silently on the ground, they simultaneously unleashed a powerful force that defied the laws of physics.
Moved.
Clusters of pitch-black, dense hair began writhing as if they were alive. They sensed a creature approaching and instinctively started gathering, tangling together to form larger clusters of hair, resembling writhing long ropes.
Too much.
The willow trees along the shore are neatly lined up, countless strands of hair falling off.
The wind blows.
The clumps of hair rolling together grow larger and larger, almost covering the entire ground, with twisted strands of hair ropes everywhere.
Gracefully dancing.
With light toe taps, dancing like a butterfly while leaving behind traces of afterimages, astonishingly evading the overwhelming barrage of incoming projectiles.
Yang Feng understood their characteristics.
Amidst agile movements, he avoided all attacks, as if with enough speed, the projectiles could never catch up to him.
Ha!
Yang Feng suddenly let out a loud shout and kicked out with a whip-like motion at a large mass of dense black hair.
Whip kick.
The whip kick delivered by the shadow foot tendon sliced through the air effortlessly like a blade, stirring up a sharp gust of energy.
Mountain wind.
The force from the whipping leg and the tearing sole unexpectedly formed a mountain wind, carving out a massive arc of energy that slashed toward the enormous clump of condensed hair.
Puff, 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 puff.
The gigantic black clump of hair was actually severed by the tearing energy arc. The sharpness of the mountain wind's force was extraordinary, and a faint, blurry white chill could even be seen with the naked eye.
Autumn water leaves no trace.
Yang Feng quickened his pace, attracting more and more group attacks.
Gulp, gulp, gulp.
The stomach emitted strange growls, and the corrosive acidic liquid was compressed into a droplet-like bouncing ball.
Poison rain bullet. Yang Feng opened his mouth and spat. A deep purple spherical water bullet shot toward the sky. Bang!
The enchanting deep purple water bullet exploded and shattered in the sky, then turned into countless raindrops falling down.
Splash, splash, splash. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
Rainwater falls to the ground, emitting a corrosive, scorching sound. The toxic rain falls on those black hair-like clusters, instantly dissolving them into pools of black slime.
Not bad.
2 organs of the purple phantom crystal level, after evolving from juvenile to mature form, have both gained significant enhancements in their abilities.
This is too powerful.
The hedgehog, the beetle, and the remaining few evolutionaries all stared at the scene in stunned silence.
Those dense clusters of hair were enough to trigger a disaster.
The overwhelming, twisted long hair covered the entire ground. Even a tide of corpses would have been trapped in the mire, yet Yang Feng resolved it effortlessly.
Misty wind. Poison rain bomb. Either of these abilities alone is enough to make an evolver unstoppable. Master. Getting stronger and stronger. Summonman can feel it more personally and tangibly.
She watched with her own eyes as Yang Feng grew stronger step by step in just over 10 days, improving every single day.
This is a gap that cannot be closed no matter how hard one tries to catch up.
The corpse tumor flickers. Thick black hair clumped together gradually turned into pools of black slime, with spiritual essence condensing into dozens of corpse tumors, nearly 100 in total.
At first,
Yang Feng fought hard through the night and could only seize fewer than 10 corpse tumors. Now, his strength has increased significantly, and his hunting efficiency has improved exponentially, wiping out a cluster of hair on a highway in one move.
Every day is a harvest.
The daily harvest has exceeded hundreds of corpse tumors, which is truly astonishing.
This place is really a treasure trove of feng shui.
Yang Feng's gaze turned again to those willow trees.
They absorbed sunlight, greedily devoured groundwater, and their dense strands of hair were slowly growing. In a while, they might once again cover large areas with tumbleweed. Sustainable harvesting? Keep the willow trees, they can be harvested periodically. It's practically a treasure trove of feng shui. Pick up the corpse tumor. We're almost there.
Yang Feng ordered everyone to pick up the corpse tumors on the ground, his gaze fixed on a luxurious wealthy villa district in the distance.
Time to move. Jinjiang Manor, a grand and imposing luxurious gatehouse, a winding path with secluded twists and turns, a meticulously trimmed vibrant garden. The crowd, carrying heavy luggage, finally arrived at the gathering place in the city's wealthy district. There's electricity. Someone noticed that the villa still had its lights on. No wonder it's the most upscale villa community. The power system hasn't even collapsed, using independent cable equipment. Peach Blossom Spring. This place is simply an unpolluted peach blossom spring. No rotting corpses. No alien species. The wealthy were not disturbed by monsters. The entire neighborhood was peaceful, as if the apocalypse had never arrived. Something even more bizarre occurred. In the direction of the musical fountain, flames flickered. Someone had lit numerous candles. People, hundreds of shadows gathered together. They surrounded something, muttering under their breath, kneeling on the ground and praying continuously. Nini bless us. Nini bless us. Please bless us, so we won't be attacked by monsters. After finishing their prayers, they would bow and kowtow on the ground, then open some cans of cat food and throw them into the nearby fire pit to burn. Looking closely, what everyone was worshipping turned out to be the remains of the shadow leopard's corpse. That's right, the shadow leopard hunted by Yang Feng seemed to be a guardian deity, worshipped by everyone. Offerings, those cat cans, catnip, and fish sticks were the tributes offered to Mini. Master, they are worshipping the corpse of a mutant? Everyone looked at each other, completely unable to understand what the people were doing. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes. Superstition. A desperate environment can lead to mental breakdowns, making it even more necessary to find a spiritual anchor. Therefore, in the early to mid stages of the apocalypse, certain cults often emerge on a large scale, using lies to provide psychological comfort to people. Generally speaking, they often use rhetoric such as the Great Flood, God is punishing humanity, or humanity has committed too many sins. However, the situation before everyone's eyes, however, is even more complicated. Worship the mutant. This shadow leopard seems to have mutated from a stray cat. People often fed the cute little kitten, and over time it developed a fondness for humans. After the end of the world, Shadow Leopard had been guarding this area until it was hunted by Yang Feng. Shadow Leopard is dead. Yet people still need Shadow Leopard, hoping the guardian deity will continue to protect them and the community. Nini bless us. Nini, this is your favorite cat treat. I'll burn some extra for you. People worshipped, prayed, and wove incredibly absurd lies, which ultimately made everyone believe them. Nini is still here. Nini is still protecting us. Nini is a god, the guardian of the community. Under the flickering candlelight, people's expressions gradually became distorted. Come closer. Yang Feng and the others slowly approached the simple altar. The wealthy people kneeling on the ground in prayer were somewhat dull in perception, and surprisingly, no one noticed. Bang! Yang Feng picked up a handgun and pulled the trigger toward the sky. The deafening gunshot startled all the believers, who turned back with terrified expressions in their eyes. Don't be afraid. Everyone, don't be afraid. A man suddenly stood up, comforting the people around him. He was around 50 years old, with a kind and benevolent face. Half of his hair had already turned gray, and he always maintained a calm smile on his face. They must be messengers sent by Nini. Everyone, keep praying, don't panic, leave it to me to handle. The kind man calmed everyone with just a few words and told an even bigger lie. Messengers? When did Yang Feng and the others become Nini's envoys? Hello, my name is Zhang Xingxue. Envoys, you've had a hard journey. Please follow me. Zhang Xingxue made a gesture of invitation, inviting everyone to his villa for a detailed discussion. Yang Feng frowned. Let's go. He did not refuse. Instead, he became somewhat curious about Zhang Xingxue and led the group to follow him. Villa number 13. The style of this villa was rather classical and unique, with its decor and interior made of expensive rare wood, exuding a faint fragrance. This is my villa. I have an unusual request. Could I give the villa to you? Zhang Xingxue made a shocking move right from the start, directly offering to give the villa to Yang Feng. What a grand gesture. The villa spans 3 floors, totaling over 1,000 square meters. It is said, before the apocalypse, the price per square meter exceeded 150,000. A quick calculation. Just the price of the villa alone would be in the billions. Giving such a grand gift upon meeting someone clearly defies common sense. The end of the world has come. What use is your house to me? If I kill you, I can still live in the house as I please. Yang Feng wasn't startled, but his impression of Zhang Xingxue was deeply etched. Spirit. He is very wealthy, but he is not a miser. Zhang Xingxue has a broad vision and a grand perspective. Money is merely his tool, which he can abandon entirely at any moment. Everyone, please wait a moment. Zhang Xingxue temporarily left, returned to his bedroom, and then took out some items from the safe. Heavy. It was a very heavy box. Zhang Xingxue could hardly lift it and could only slowly push it out of the bedroom. Smack. Opening the box, the dazzling metallic sheen instantly caught everyone's attention. Gold. 999k pure gold. A whole box, all filled with 1 kilogram gold bars, numbering over 200. Gold, also for all of you. I know, the monetary system has already collapsed and houses have completely depreciated. But, today, as it has been for 5,000
10,000 years, whether in times of war or peace, it remains the most valuable thing. If order is restored one day, they will certainly become important currencies again. Zhang Xingshue's gaze sparkled with wisdom, and his words were very reasonable and highly persuasive. Indeed, gold, no matter the era, has always been the most important currency, except the apocalypse. Yang Feng glanced sideways, and the few people around him seemed to show greedy expressions, believing Zhang Xingshue's words. Not a word. First send the villa, then send the gold.
Yang Feng's gaze gradually sharpened as he stared directly into Zhang Xingshue's eyes and mocked. First courtesy, then force. You're quite skilled at this game. Zhang Xingxue shook his head. I have no strength, no ability, and pose no threat to you. These are merely to show my sincerity. He spoke earnestly, lowering his posture to the point of almost begging. This guy really knows how to stay alive. Smart person. So, what do you want? Yang Feng's sharp gaze pressed closer, becoming even colder. Spiritual pillar. Everyone is very scared, but Mimi can bring a sense of security, so the community won't fall into chaos. Zhang Xingxue sighed and then made a strange request. I hope all of you can become Mimi's messengers, just as I mentioned before. Of course, your status is the most noble, and no one can command you. Messenger. Pretending becomes reality. Become the messenger of that alien species, with a noble status, exalted and superior. This is truly a great irony. How many followers do you have? Yang Feng's expression, on the contrary, became much more serious and solemn, which somewhat surprised Su Man beside him. According to the master's personality, if unhappy, he would kill them all without caring about the lives and deaths of these ordinary people. Mimi's followers number more than 200. There are a total of 160 villas in the area, with around 300 people. Zhang Shengtan is very familiar with the situation here. Mimi cult? They even came up with a seemingly funny and cute name. It seems, you are the leader of the Mimi sect. The answer is obvious. Zhang Shengtan is quite prestigious, holding a special status among the followers, and this Mimi sect is very likely his creation. Sorry, I'm not interested in the teachings of Mimi, nor will I become any kind of messenger. Yang Feng decisively rejected the other party, but his next words left the slaves stunned. I'll accept the villa. I hope we can stay out of each other's way and mind our own business. What? Well water does not interfere with river water. Yang Feng actually spoke so politely. Su Man and the others were seeing their master's attitude so gentle for the first time. Thank you. This is enough. Zhang Xingxue politely bowed, then left the villa, giving it to everyone. Why? Su Man and the others took down their backpacks and luggage, each with a hint of doubt in their hearts. Master, why not just kill him directly? Su Man asked in great confusion. According to Yang Feng's usual principles, he would eliminate the leader of the opposing side at the first opportunity. I don't want to get my hands dirty. Yang Feng said something very cryptic, leaving others puzzled. Immediately after, he uttered two more words. Meme. The Meow Meow cult has already formed a meme. Meme? What is a meme? The ghost mask unfolds. Suddenly, Yang Feng's face completely changed. A ghost mask, smooth as a mirror and black as ink, was worn on his face. Everyone was shocked. When the ghostly face appeared, everyone felt a palpably dangerous sense of unease, as if their throats were being gripped. 6 eyes. 6 twisted cracks split open on the ghostly face. 6 terrifying eyes slowly opened simultaneously, exuding an even more sinister aura. Under the observation of the 6 eyes, everything in the world becomes different. All spiritual essences are clearly visible, and even more incredible extra-dimensional entities can be seen. Yang Feng looked toward the altar. Hundreds of people were worshipping, praying before Mimi's corpse. What is deeply remembered will surely echo back. Countless lies are covering up reality. Threads of fate seem to connect from the believers to the corpse of the shadow leopard. Abnormal meme. Didn't expect an abnormal meme to appear so early. Whether it's killing everyone or destroying the corpse of that mutant, it won't solve the problem. It's better to avoid getting involved with such filthy things, otherwise, it will become very troublesome. Yang Feng's ghostly mask slowly rewound. Seeing through everything, he felt a severe headache. Everyone else was even more confused. Meme. Abnormal meme. Dirty things to avoid contamination. What exactly is Yang Feng talking about, and what did he see? Meme. What is a meme? Everything is a meme. A meme can be a videotape, a notebook, a piece of paper, a sentence, a word. A meme can be an abstract concept, a vague memory, or an unspeakable name. I am a trainee with 2.5 years of practice, and my interests are singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. This short sentence is a meme. Chicken, you're too beautiful. I'm your dad. Practice more if you're bad at it. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. The past is the past, and now is now. I just turned 18. Have your wages increased over the years? Have you been working seriously? A simple sentence, a meme image, can spread like wildfire in a viral manner. This is a meme. The speed of dissemination is too fast, deeply imprinting itself in people's minds, but it doesn't pose a significant threat. Therefore, this type of meme is benign and shows no signs of distorting reality. Apart from that, there is also a more terrifying existence. Anomalous meme. To use an inappropriate appropriate analogy. The videotape of Sadako in horror movies is a type of anomalous meme. As long as you watch the videotape, you will be infected by the meme, which will lead to Sadako coming to kill you. Such anomalous memes also exist in the real world, and they are even more abstract. For example, law. Originally, there was no law in this world. A billion years ago, there were no humans on Earth, so there were no laws either. 200,000 years ago, the first Homo sapiens emerged, but killing was not considered a crime. Thousands of years ago, laws appeared and gradually evolved from an abstract concept into a common understanding that binds everyone. Now, everyone believes that killing is a sin. The virtual and abstract concept has turned into a real constraint and has become part of reality. Law has almost solidified into an entity. It's in books, in courts, online, and in our hearts. If it continues to develop, one day it will also become an anomalous meme, turning into a tangible existence. Yang Feng sat on the sofa, explaining the concept of memes to everyone. His expression darkened, and he said something even harder to understand. A meme itself is also a kind of meme. This was too abstract. This was too difficult to understand. Abnormal memes, what exactly are they? Everyone was still confused, unable to make sense of it. Yang Feng's eyes flickered as he recalled 10 years of dark memories. As the apocalypse continued to unfold, countless inexplicable phenomena emerged one after another. Science? Blindly believing in science is also a form of superstition. When one day physics ceases to exist. When one day lies become truth. When the boundary between life and death becomes blurred one day. Only then will you understand just how dark, how bizarre, and how twisted the true apocalypse can be. If you can keep living, one day you'll understand. In any case, don't get involved with this strange group and don't provoke those followers. It's best to let them fend for themselves. Yang Feng paused for a moment, a trace of icy killing intent flashing in his eyes. Whoever touches those filthy things, I'll kill them. Everyone trembled. An ordinary believer cannot be killed, but an evolutionary slave can be killed at will. What kind of logic is this? Let's not talk about this. Your task for today is still incomplete. Yang Feng took out a map, placed it on the table, and drew a circle around a nearby building. Jinjiang Hospital. Clean up Jinjiang Hospital in an hour. Yang Feng had a big appetite. Jinjiang Hospital was a high-end private hospital, renowned for its medical standards across the entire province. Famous far and wide. Some less affluent families, when faced with serious illnesses, would go to great lengths, even selling everything they owned, to spend a fortune seeking treatment at this hospital. Diseased body. Injection of various drugs. Taking various pills. Patients endure the torment of illness, and after deformities occur, the mutations will become even more severe. Danger. Hospitals in the apocalypse are absolutely the most dangerous places. Yes. Su Man responded respectfully. You guys, organize the supplies, grab something to eat quickly, there's a tough battle this afternoon. Su Man turned around and began issuing orders to the other revolvers, resembling the most loyal overseer under Yang Feng. Taking advantage of the meal break, Yang Feng left the villa and went to the area around the musical fountain, standing at a distance to observe the bizarre and absurd Mimi cult. As time went by, more and more believers gathered around the corpse of the shadow leopard, with the number gradually approaching 200. Flowers, sausages, dried fish, canned food. Many offerings were thrown into the fire, chanting words to seek protection. There is water and electricity. Supplies are abundant. There hasn't been any monster attack yet. Yang Feng stared at the shadow leopard's corpse, lost in thought. These wealthy people usually hire housekeepers who regularly purchase and store food supplies in the villa, so they haven't faced a resource crisis for the time being. However, the shadow leopard had been dead for several days. There are still no monster invasions here, not even a wandering corpse. A bizarre coincidence? In the unseen forces, those prayers, those offerings, seem to have truly taken effect. Suddenly, a woman seemed to have gone mad. Mimi, my lovely Mimi, my poor Mimi. The woman wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and suddenly ran toward the huge fire pit in front of her, engulfed in flames amidst the surrounding flowers. What? A sacrifice. An absurd and bizarre cult of Mimi. It is woven from many ridiculous lies, merely a spiritual solace for people, yet someone suddenly goes mad and sacrifices their own life. The flames burn even brighter. Many relatively normal believers, upon seeing this scene, look terrified and start screaming, "Madman! What is going on? Quick, save her, pull her out quickly." Even the followers of the Mew Mew cult were somewhat confused, their faces full of shock and fear. Woo 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 woo. Nini is so pitiful. Nini is so cute, so pitiful. An even more bizarre event occurred. Some other believers actually empathized with the woman burning in the flames and gradually understood the meaning of her words. These people started crying along with them. In this situation, even the leader Zhang Xingxue was somewhat at a loss. He stood up and forcibly comforted everyone. Don't be sad, everyone, there's no need to be afraid. That lady just now sacrificed herself for the Mimi sect. Even he himself didn't believe these words. Zhang Xingxue's eyes concealed fear. As the leader, he felt that things were gradually spiraling out of control, and he couldn't understand why the followers followers would leap into the fire pit. Out of control. The Mini sect, absurd and bizarre, with its eerie beliefs, was heading uncontrollably toward an unknown and inexplicable direction. The leader is right. We should dedicate ourselves. The other two believers firmly agreed with the leader's words. The lie that had just been fabricated was merely meant to comfort the crowd, yet a few deeply influenced followers took it as the truth. Dedicate ourselves. Dedicate yourself. Soon, someone else jumped into the pit of fire. The blazing flames burned fiercely, yet those devoted followers did not scream. Instead, they huddled together in the fire, kneeling on the ground and weeping. It has begun. Abnormal memes are gradually deviating from the track of normal logic. Running into this thing is really unlucky. Yang Feng withdrew his gaze, avoiding contact with this group of lunatics, indeed, the wisest choice. However, Yang Feng was also looking forward to it. The end of anomalous memes often leads to self-destruction. And after that, something even more incredible will be born, often accompanied by some extremely twisted and unknown ability. Anomalous meme scale of around 300 people. I should be able to handle the final stage. Yang Feng carefully calculated, even considering the entire Mini sect as his prey. Jinjiang Hospital. The outpatient main building, which had undergone 3 expansions, resembled a colossal giant, exuding a dark and terrifying aura. The ambulance was overturned on the ground. Cars collided with each other in the inner courtyard, blocking the road. Dried bloodstains covered the ground, and hundreds of rotting corpses in hospital gowns wandered around. Whoosh, whoosh. Sharp spikes shot out, piercing through the corpses' bodies and pinning them beside the car doors behind them. Da-da. Su Qing fired precise shots, causing bursts of blood to continuously spray as the zombies were headshot and instantly killed one by one. Beetle. Su Man gripped her fang-like dagger and charged at the forefront, holding off a large number of zombies. The beetle, covered entirely in scales, followed closely behind, charging forward and knocking down a large group of monsters. Immediately after, the remaining few evolvers entered the field one after another, using their formidable abilities to hunt the rotting corpse monsters. Not bad. Yang Feng stood not far away, observing the battle. All the slaves gained a significant amount of combat experience during the actual fight, becoming increasingly coordinated. Very soon, the hundreds of rotting corpses in the inner courtyard were swiftly exterminated through the collective efforts of the group, with efficiency reaching a new level. Ah! A piercing shriek echoed. An alien creature dressed in a nurse's uniform launched a surprise attack from the side at incredible speed. Its figure was slim and slender, with taut, rounded thighs under the nurse's uniform, clad in sheer, flesh-colored stockings. The seductive and fiery outfit should have been enough to make one's heart race. However, her deformed and twisted face, the exaggeratedly torn open mouth, and the sharp claws on her 10 fingers were enough to make all men recoil in fear. Swift Walker Growth Stage. It turned out to be a Growth Stage Emerald variant. Although it was of the lowest grade, its speed was far superior to that of ordinary humans. It swiftly darted between the abandoned vehicles and, in the blink of an eye, had reached the side of the group, fiercely slashing its sharp claws toward the neck of an evolver. Bang! A loud bang. The mutated nurse was kicked and sent flying. A figure wrapped entirely in black keratin armor blocked the mutated nurse's path. Long air. The bio-boosted armor covered the entire body without any weak points. Even if attacked by sharp claws, it would only leave shallow white marks. He had been hiding in the shadows, silently observing the battlefield. At a critical and perilous moment, he appeared like a savior, delivering a devastating blow to the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Long Air chased after and launched a series of fierce attacks on the mutated nurse. Amidst the punches and kicks, he shattered all of the opponent's critical joints, and finally, with a powerful blow, crushed the mutated nurse's temple. Support. Long Air provided support, making the team's structure more stable and its members safer. 17 minutes. Approximately 130 corpses. Just barely acceptable. Collect the corpse tumors. Yang Feng gave the order, and the group skillfully took out their daggers and short knives, cut open the back of the corpses' heads, and dug out something resembling small lumps of flesh. Outpatient building. A spacious entrance, a dark and damp environment devoid of light, resembling the gaping maw of a giant beast. Yang Feng led the group and officially entered the hospital. The spacious lobby was littered with shards of glass, the pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with the stench of filthy blood, evoking a sense of physical discomfort. Ah! The rotting corpse monsters growled softly, and more rotting corpses in patient gowns detected the scent of the living. The second fierce battle immediately unfolded. Some doctors in white coats with twisted faces, along with monsters dressed as bodyguards, charged forward with frenzied roars. Following them came some scattered, rapid footsteps. Child. From the dark corner, a large number of children under the age of 10 suddenly rushed out. Their small bodies had undergone grotesque changes, with large areas of their faces ulcerated and torn, revealing sharp teeth dripping with brown mucus. Their movements were extremely fast. Like a group of nimble monkeys, their sharp claws scraped the ground with a piercing sound, and within a few leaps, they were on the roof, hanging upside down on the ceiling and moving swiftly. Ghost doll. This is a variant of the sprinter. The victims in the hospital
hospital's pediatric emergency department experienced unique physical deformities. Since most of them were under 10 years old, the mutation of their spiritual essence was even more intense.
Ghost doll. They move quickly and nimbly.
Although they are also low-level variants, they excel at ambushes, and with their small bodies, they are nearly impossible to guard against.
Whoosh! A dark shadow fell from the ceiling.
The ghost doll's claws left a long bloody mark on the back of an evolver. Just as the man turned around to counterattack, the ghost doll slipped away from under his crotch, disappearing into the darkness with a chilling laugh. Rustle, rustle, rustle.
Whimper, whimper, whimper. On the surrounding walls and ceiling, the sound of claws scraping and the eerie cries of mutated ghost dolls were everywhere.
Coupled with the constant onslaught of rotting corpses, many people were immediately caught off guard, with new scratches appearing on their bodies and even occasionally having chunks of flesh bitten off by the ghost dolls.
Stay focused. Take out all the rotting corpses first. Everyone, back to back, don't give them a chance.
Su Man was covered in blood, unable to tell if it was hers or the enemy's.
With a command, she had everyone form a circle.
They fought off the rotting corpses while defending against the ghost dolls, trapped in a fierce battle.
Crack! Long Air stepped in again at the critical moment. He was quick-eyed and swift-handed, with exceptional combat skills, hiding among the crowd.
As soon as a ghost doll rushed out from the shadows to launch a sneak attack, he immediately countered and killed it.
Ghost dolls are ultimately juvenile forms.
Although fast, their bodies are too fragile.
Long Air's heavy and swift strike was enough to kill it outright. Something feels off.
Yang Feng hid nearby, sensing a trace of something unusual. The ghost dolls moved quickly, but they always avoided a certain direction, as if they were deliberately evading something.
Boom 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 boom.
Suddenly, the wall in the direction of the pediatric consultation room exploded. A massive azure blue flesh ball rolled forward, with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, rolling directly toward the defensive formation of the group.
The floor cracked.
The rotting corpse on the path was also crushed by the massive meatball. The beetle at the very front,
seeing the meatball rolling toward him, couldn't help but curse.
However, with teammates on both sides and behind him, it was already too late for him to dodge.
He braced himself with both hands in front, forcibly taking the hit. The beetle was sent flying on the spot, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air.
The scales on his arms shattered one after another, and he crashed onto the ground several meters away. The formation of the others was immediately scattered, and faced with the sudden appearance of the massive meatball, they all showed expressions of shock.
Blue. The meatball emitted specks of bright blue fluorescence all over its body.
Its flesh was taut and resilient, as if it had been tempered like steel through countless trials.
Da. Su Qing's rifle hit the blue steel-like flesh ball, but the bullets couldn't penetrate the flesh and could only remain on the tough outer fibers. Immediately after, something even more shocking happened.
The massive blue flesh ball slowly unfolded. A huge head proportion, a tender baby face, and ferocious blue muscle blocks all over its body create a striking contrast.
It looks like a muscular baby forged from blue steel. Blue steel giant baby. Stage, mature form. Grade, blue sea pattern. A special aberration of the giant corpse. Absorbed a large amount of spiritual essence, resulting in complete mutation.
The aberration compatibility is extremely high, with unparalleled physical strength, impervious to blades and bullets.
Azure steel giant infant.
This is also an extremely rare variant.
The baby directly mutates, mostly appearing in hospitals or gynecological clinics. Mature form.
Don't be fooled by its appearance as a baby. In reality, its body has already fully developed, undergoing a massive transformation.
Even rifles couldn't penetrate its muscles, which shows just how formidable the Zansteel giant infant is. A monster of this level is beyond their ability to handle.
Yang Feng slowly emerged from the shadows, ready to take action himself. After all, a mature Zansteel giant infant could easily wipe out the newly formed hunting squad, which would be a huge loss. You guys, focus on dealing with the rotting corpses and ghost dolls.
I'll handle this big guy.
A streak of light flashed by. Yang Feng left behind a series of afterimages and delivered a heavy kick to the body of the giant steel infant.
Shadow Achilles tendon. Deadly explosive force instantly blasted the giant baby away, landing on the ground several meters away and creating a shallow pit. Such strong defensive power. An ordinary monster hit like this would probably be pierced through with a single kick.
The body of the giant infant seemed like a massive piece of steel. The force of the kick couldn't penetrate its body and merely sent it flying due to inertia.
Mature form. When the variant enters the mature form, it undergoes a significant transformation.
If the growth phase is akin to a child, then the mature phase is like a robust man.
Devouring and absorbing more spiritual energy, it underwent a long growth period, transforming into a truly mature and powerful predator. Stormwind.
Yang Feng erupted with deadly speed once again, his foot tracing a perfect arc, instantly tearing through the surrounding air and generating a fierce stormwind force. On the giant infant's steel-like azure body, a shallow blood mark appeared, with blue liquid trickling out.
The injury isn't deep. Put.
Yang Feng assessed that although Lan Feng had scratched its body, it hadn't caused a fatal wound.
Wah 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 wah.
The giant baby, slightly injured, burst into loud cries, eyes, with teardrops as big as beans rolling down continuously. It became furious, its entire body tense with blue muscles, veins bulging ferociously, and began indiscriminately attacking in a frenzy. The ground was smashed into deep pits, and the surrounding corpses suffered as well, all slapped to death by it.
The giant infant vented its rage while charging in Yang Feng's direction. Bang, bang, bang.
The massive blue palm struck down fiercely from above, but it couldn't even touch the hem of Yang Feng's clothes. Poison is very useful.
Those massive enemies with extremely strong defenses will slowly wither away after being contaminated with deadly poison. At this moment, Tui, 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 Yang Feng spewed venomous words, spraying deep purple toxic corrosive liquid. They splattered onto the giant infant's body, emitting bursts of sizzling sounds, corroding the steel-like muscles. The giant infant's watery, large eyes were also a primary target of attention. The corrosive toxic liquid coated the eyeballs, immediately starting to burn and melt, transforming into a large amount of organic fluid that slid out from the eye sockets. Not only that, despicable.
Such a fighting style is truly sinister and ruthless,
but it's extremely effective. Wow, wow, wow. The giant baby howled in pain, rolling on the ground in agony.
It kept tearing off the decayed flesh from its body, digging out the fluid from its eye sockets as well.
The ghostly face unfolded. Multidimensional information analysis.
Ghost face. A vast amount of information about the giant infant converged, with every detail of its body clearly visible.
Flaw. Weakness.
As the wounds continued to increase, they became more and more distinct, like blood-red lines outlining various parts of the giant steel infant's body.
Lan Feng.
Yang Feng moved swiftly, with bursts of tearing gusts erupting beneath his feet. The air carried piercing shrieks, as pale white air blades continuously struck the giant infant, tearing through its weaknesses and flaws.
Joints, arteries, ligament.
The fatal weakness was repeatedly shattered. The final blow struck the chest. Venom and corrosive fluid had already decayed a large area of steel-like muscle, crushing the bones and obliterating the heart.
Annihilation. Mature form of the azure steel giant infant. Although its defense is strong, it is completely powerless against Yang Feng's various abilities. A bright blue corpse tumor forms.
Crystal clear and transparent, the mature form has almost no flesh and blood, consisting entirely of dense azure spiritual essence, likely equivalent to 10 ordinary C-pattern tumors.
Pocketed.
Yang Feng raised his head to look at the crowd. The battle on the other side was also nearing its end. Most of the rotting corpses had been dealt with. Dozens of ghost dolls had also been killed, and the remaining ones were being surrounded and hunted down by the crowd, launching a series of counterattacks.
Over 10 minutes later,
the battle finally ended, everyone covered in blood, sitting together and gasping for breath.
This is all you've got?
Yang Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at the group with a contemptuous gaze, his foot stepping on the corpse of the azure giant infant, forming a stark contrast.
What is it, boss? You are truly too strong. We really can't compare. Just killing these small ones is already exhausting enough.
The hedgehog wore a bitter smile, with a large patch of his spines worn off. To hunt the surrounding monsters, almost all the spikes on its body were used up, creating a patchy bald effect. The beetle clutched its chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Boss, I can't hold on much longer.
Can we rest a bit more? It wasn't just him. Ahem.
The others were also covered in wounds, all left by the ghost infant's sneak attacks.
If you rest for too long, you won't be able to stand up. Let's harvest the corpse tumors first. Consider it a break for you.
Yang Feng lifted his foot off the giant infant and walked to the hospital's structural map, observing it for a moment.
First floor, payment counter, pharmacy, registration desk, pediatrics. Second floor, proctology, dermatology, orthopedics, men's health. Third floor, ENT, ophthalmology, dentistry.
Yang Feng tore off the structural map, folded it, and put it in his pocket, having already made up his mind.
Third floor, at least 3 floors must be cleared today. Slaves, all of you stand up and keep fighting.
Yang Feng revealed a cruel smile, whipping the exhausted people, forcing them to stand up and continue fighting.
Pain, but there was no way. The evolvers, dragging their injured and weary bodies, continued to move upstairs.
Everyone launched a new round of slaughter. Their eyes became numb, their expressions dazed, and the movements of their weapons hacking also gradually slowed down.
Second floor.
Round after round of monsters were cut down, almost like a mechanical operation.
Suddenly,
the long silent Ruji spoke up. The door to the proctology department was suddenly slammed open. An enormously obese and bloated monster squeezed through the door, shattering it as it burst out.
Be careful.
Before anyone could react, the massive figure of the fat man suddenly exploded entirely. Sections of filthy, greasy, and slimy strips sprayed out.
Boom, 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 boom.
The shockwave from the explosion sent the people at the front flying, tore up the floor, and ripped apart the wall plaster. Several people spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Yang Feng, however, reacted quickly, lunging forward in a single stride and grabbing the rifle from Su Qing's hands.
Cough, cough, cough. Don't shoot. Biogas. Biogas.
That exploding fatty, with its round and bloated belly, actually generates a large amount of methane gas, which triggers an even more intense chain explosion once a shot is fired.
Blistering bloater. Stage Stage, larva. Grade, emerald. Extremely peculiar aberrant. The ectoplasm altered the flesh structure, creating a unique living species. The host's body would become exceptionally bloated and swollen, producing a large amount of marsh gas. This monster explodes upon encountering enemies, with a power comparable to ordinary explosives, making it far more lethal than typical mutants. Yang Feng quickly stepped to Su Manman's side, picked up a short knife and stabbed her arm. A gentle gouge. Put. A living seed stuck to the flesh was peeled off. That living seed, resembling a pulsating mass of filthy flesh, would burrow into wounds upon contact and parasitize a new host. It reproduces in this manner, continuously generating new offspring. If you don't want to die, remove all these living seeds. Yang Feng possessed memories of his past life and knew the characteristics of most monsters. This small action saved everyone's lives. Several slaves quickly took out knives and removed the living seeds that had just adhered to their bodies, impossible to guard against. In the apocalypse, various strange and bizarre mutants could easily put you to death if you're not careful. A special kind of pus also seeped out from another department, dermatology, and at this moment, that pus seemed like a living organism. They spread across the ground, gradually forming a special layer of scab and emitting a strong stench. Sticky, filthy pus continuously seeped out from the crack of the door. A large mass of rotting flesh crushed the door panel, bloatedly flowing out, rolling like a giant abscess. So itchy, so painful. Amidst the large clusters of fleshy tumors and pustules, a few human heads were mixed in, wailing in agony. Their bodies had already decayed and dissolved, sticking together like meat sauce, forming a massive conglomerate. Aha! Psoriasis, shingles, various wart lesions, gonorrhea, and even syphilis. Difficult to treat complex diseases have all transformed into even more twisted and filthy entities. The areas contaminated by the pus, even the floor and walls, began to decay and emit a foul odor, even forming flesh sores on objects. Filthy demon. Stage, rookie. Warning, do not approach, do not approach, do not approach. Step back. Rare grade, blue sea pattern. Yang Feng's pupils contracted, and he made a gesture, signaling everyone to retreat. Poison rain bomb. A bright deep purple poison sphere was spat out, landing on the filthy conglomerate, and exploded completely. Zzzzzzzzz. Venomous corrosive water scorched, burning pits of varying sizes into the surface of the filth. This, however, caused more pus to flow out, with numerous pustules bursting open, mixing with the toxic water and becoming even filthier. Let's take a detour. Yang Feng unexpectedly chose to abandon hunting this mutant. The apocalypse is dark and twisted, with various aberrations emerging endlessly. Most are suitable for hunting, but there are a few that are best left undisturbed. The filth plague is one of them. Even slight contact could infect you with various diseases, leaving you in unbearable suffering. Even if you manage to kill it, the splattered viscous fluid will contaminate the surrounding environment, and carelessness could lead to self-contamination. So, the best way is to leave it alone, let it run its course, and steer clear of it. Please let me try. Su Manman suddenly spoke up. Master. She actually volunteered to deal with the filthy and vile demon in front of her. Yang Feng turned his head, frowning slightly. What did you feel? Su Manman nodded deeply and replied, I can't really explain it. Resonance. Evolvers occasionally have unique perceptions, similar to a sixth sense, and suddenly experience a feeling of so familiar. The mutation of the spirit. Evolvers occasionally encounter rare opportunities, coming across exotic species that resonate with their spirit. If they can devour them, they often gain more compatible and powerful abilities. Truly incredible. Su Manman was unexpectedly able to resonate with the filthy demon in front of her, which was quite surprising. A pure and kind soul. A filthy and dirty demon. They were completely opposite, like the two poles of a magnet, generating a strong resonance and ultimately attracting each other. Cracked. Su Manman's abdomen began to split open entirely, revealing a massive blood-red mouth resembling that of a lamprey. Jagged, fragmented sharp teeth irregularly filled the entire mouth, moving with the writhing of the giant maw, akin to a chainsaw. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The gluttonous abyssal maw greedily sucked in the thick fluid, beginning to devour the filthy diseased matter into its own body. Greedy abyssal maw. Su Manman's seemingly slender figure resembled a bottomless pit, as the abscesses swallowed by the giant maw disappeared without a trace. The filthy plague demon did not resist. It seemed to lack the ability to actively attack, relying only on the deadly poison of its own pustules to counterattack intruders. Su Manman's devouring speed grew faster and faster, and she soon reached the main body of the plague demon, voraciously gnawing at the rotting flesh. Ah, that feels good. Put. Crack. It's not itchy anymore. The filthy plague demon not only didn't resist but seemed to feel a sense of relief instead. The twisted expressions on the heads within those pus-filled sores gradually relaxed as someone finally managed to alleviate their torment. The scenes that followed were too gruesome and disgusting to be described with words. An hour later, Su Manman had cleaned the entire corridor and department. The filthy, repulsive disease, along with the still-forming corpse tumors, were all devoured by the greedy abyssal maw. In conclusion, the gluttonous abyss let out a full burst.
burp. It slowly closed its massive mouth, with brownish-yellow poisonous fumes seeping through its teeth.
A foul and terrifying aura seemed to be brewing inside, generating a peculiar mutation and degeneration. I'm a little sleepy.
Su Man collapsed to the ground, with a layer of tumor-like growth seeping out from her entire body, forming a massive cocoon that completely enveloped her.
Master.
Yang Feng understood very well what was happening to her.
Resonance.
A highly compatible transformation that would lead to a complete evolution of her body, forming her own innate power, much like Yang Feng's ghostly visage.
Transformation. Evolution. The most compatible ability. The most comprehensive improvement.
Unexpectedly, Su Man had such an encounter. Long Air, pick her up. If others don't want to die, they'd better not approach Su Man. Yang Feng gave an order, and the others instinctively stepped back a few paces. Su Man, whose entire body was covered in flesh sores, looked untouchable. Just a single touch might lead to infection. Only Long Air, fully protected by a layer of bio-armor, slowly picked Su Man up.
Let's go up. Yang Feng actually wants to continue exploring upward. Let's go. Defeated remnants of the army.
All the evolvers are almost in a state of severe injury.
Even the fierce warrior Su Man has fallen into slumber. In this condition, still want to move forward?
All the slaves showed expressions of unbearable suffering. Even the production team's donkey wouldn't be exploited like this.
The third floor connects to the inpatient department. You can rest there.
Given the severe injuries of the group, whether they can return smoothly remains an unknown.
Yang Feng had reviewed the building's structural plans.
During the expansion, a skybridge was added on the third floor, allowing direct access to the inpatient department. It should be possible to rest there for a while.
Rest. When a few slaves heard this word, their eyes lit up instantly.
Finally, they could find a place to take a break.
In this way, desperately cleaning the third floor isn't such an unbearable task. Third floor. In the dim, lightless environment, a dozen or so monsters were scattered sporadically. Finish this quickly, and we can call it a day.
Su Cheng held the gun, gave a signal to the nearby hedgehog, and the two began a long-range attack, taking down the wandering zombies one by one. The silenced gunshots rang out continuously, and the shiny yellow bullet casings fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Hedgehog fired the last dozens of sharp spikes from its body, pinning the monsters to the wall, causing them to let out painful wails.
Da-da, da-da. The sounds of battle seemed to have startled a certain monster at the end of the corridor.
A woman with disheveled hair rushed over.
At this moment,
her throat was exceptionally thick, her chest was swollen and bulging, and her upper body was grotesquely twisted, but it did not affect her speed of movement at all.
Banshee. Yang Feng, experienced and knowledgeable, immediately recognized its type. What is that? Everyone, cover your ears. Yang Feng gave the order, and though the crowd was confused, some immediately obeyed and covered their ears, while others stared blankly toward the depths of the corridor. Ah!
The Banshee's chest swelled as a high-pitched, piercing sound erupted from the intense trembling of her throat. The surrounding glass shattered one after another. The terrifying sound waves seemed to almost pierce people's eardrums, and as the frequency continued to rise, the sound became nearly inaudible. The brain felt dizzy.
Scarlet liquid continuously flowed from the ears and nostrils.
Even though everyone covered their ears, they still suffered severe trauma, as if their brain tissue was about to be shattered.
A severely injured evolver didn't have time to cover his ears or take any protective action.
His eyeballs burst like shards of glass, spraying liquid all over the ground.
Put.
Scalding hot bean curd, mixed with brown sugar syrup, flowed from his eye sockets, killed by the fatal howl.
6 eyes. A crimson, twisted eye appeared on Yang Feng's cheek.
Intense killing intent gathered, then transformed into a blade of thought, slashing toward the screeching banshee's throat. The screeching banshee's throat was effortlessly severed, her massive head rolling to the ground, killed just like that.
However, what seems like a simple action is not something an ordinary person can accomplish. Put.
The banshee's wail, the closer you get, the greater the damage caused by the sound's vibration frequency. Perhaps only Yang Feng's dark gold level ghost face can unleash such a bizarre psychic blade, effortlessly slashing and killing this monster. The sound stopped. Everyone fell to the ground, momentarily dazed, their minds still muddled, as if countless bees were flapping their wings inside their skulls.
What a pity.
Yang Feng glanced at the fallen, deceased evolver. A slave, an expendable resource, lost just like that, somewhat regrettable.
Slave. Consumables. That's their purpose. A cold-blooded and ruthless tyrant, completely indifferent to the lives of slaves, never feeling a moment of sorrow. This is the apocalypse, survival of the fittest.
Yang Feng had long been accustomed to all this. Human life was just that cheap.
Strip off his equipment. Yang Feng's gaze was indifferent and cold as he continued to issue orders. Collect the corpse tumors on this floor. The faces of the evolvers looked extremely grim.
The death of the rabbit brings sorrow to the fox. Looking at their companions who had died tragically on the ground, a deep chill arose in their hearts.
Yes, boss.
The tyrant's orders had to be carried out, and the slaves began harvesting corpse tumors and cleaning up the remaining value on the floor.
Overpass.
The passage on the third floor connects to an overpass that leads directly to the inpatient department, where one can take a short rest.
Finally, I can rest.
An evolver revolver, clutching their wound, had a faint glimmer of brightness appear in their dim and drowsy eyes. On the overpass, it was unexpectedly piled with various obstacles. Hospital beds, wardrobes, and various electrical equipment completely blocked the safety passage of the overpass. However, only humans would use this method to fend off zombies and monsters. Yang Feng squatted down, carefully observing the surroundings. The shattered glass fragments were covered with a layer of dust, and the bloodstains had long since dried into a dark brown color. Judging from the battle marks, it should have been about 10 days ago, at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Move all these things away. The battered and bruised evolvers began working again, clearing the heavy obstacles from the overpass passage. The gate is tightly locked. Not only is the outside filled with obstacles, but the inside is also piled with various heavy objects, using the most primitive methods to fend off the monsters. Is there someone outside? Suddenly, a timid voice came from the other side of the door. Indeed, there are actually survivors in the inpatient department. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, they sealed off the stairways and corridors of the inpatient department and have held on until now. Miracle. There are various powerful monsters in the hospital, and surviving until now is simply a miracle. Open the door, Yang Feng said coldly, and immediately the sound of exclamations came from inside the door, followed by several people engaging in a heated discussion. That's great. Someone outside has come to save us. Quick, open the door and let them in. How do you know they're here to save us? What if they're rioters? The people inside the room began to argue. Some wanted to open the door to welcome their saviors, while others were very cautious and unwilling to take risks easily. Wait, Yang Feng frowned. He didn't want to waste time here. Yang Feng kicked out, shattering the entire door. The surrounding door frame bent, and the heavy objects blocking the door fell scattered. They've come in. Bang. A loud bang. Exclamations of astonishment came from behind the door, and everyone showed expressions of shock, unable to believe that one person's strength could be so immense. Get out of the way. Looking closely, behind the door was a small service hall, with a circular service desk in front of the nurse station, and the outer area connected to several high-end patient rooms. Some survivors were gathered here. Among them were two young nurses, a head nurse who appeared to be in her 40s, and more than a dozen patients and accompanying family members nearby. They're covered in blood. Look, that person is holding a gun. They really came to save us. Blood. People curiously looked at the hunting squad, their bodies covered in wounds, clearly having gone through a thrilling and intense battle. Su Qing was still holding a rifle, making him even more noticeable, and people mistook him for an official personnel. Finally arrived. Several exhausted evolutionaries, pushed to their limits, collapsed completely on the ground. A petite nurse from the inpatient department, with a haggard face and a slender figure, immediately rushed forward and helped up a soldier. Quick, make some room for them. These warriors need rest and treatment. Someone brought out stretchers, carried the evolvers into the ward, and settled them properly. Monster? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Longair, holding Su Man, whose body was covered in festering sores, also entered the room. Covered entirely in his bio-armor, he was naturally mistaken for a monster, causing everyone to retreat in fear. He's not a monster. Yang Feng stepped forward at this moment. He had been silently observing everyone's state, and only now, as the chaos arose, did he speak slowly. He's an evolver. Evolver? The people in the inpatient department, who had been isolated for more than 10 days, heard this word for the first time. Move aside. Longair spoke human words, and the people around him hurriedly stepped back in panic, but they finally felt relieved. At least the other party wasn't a man-eating monster. Alcohol. Hemostatic clip. Bandage. Yang Feng walked near a ward where 3 nurses were actively treating the soldiers, sprinkling alcohol for disinfection, simple wound suturing, and then tying medical sterile bandages. The service was indeed very attentive. Several evolvers, enjoying the highest treatment, comfortably lying on the hospital bed, letting the young nurse bandage them. Happiness. At this moment, they were happy. Weird. Yang Feng leaned against the doorframe, feeling a bit strange. There were all kinds of medical equipment here, which wasn't too surprising, but the patients in the inpatient department had blocked all the passages. What do they eat? Although patients usually have visitors who bring some milk, cookies, small bread, and other comfort items. But can it really last that long? A young nurse, after being busy for half a day, wiped the sweat from her forehead and temples. She carried stretchers and helped treat and bandage others, her slender arms trembling from exhaustion. Are you hurt? Please let me take a look. If the wound gets infected, that wouldn't be good. The young nurse approached Yang Feng again, showing a concerned expression and proactively reaching out to check his wounds. I don't need it. Yang Feng grabbed her wrist, stopping this overstepping behavior. Cold. The young nurse only felt that the man before her was as cold as a block of ice, his gaze as sharp as a knife. My name is Han Meishin. This is our head nurse, Wang Suasian. The young nurse Han Meishin introduced, then pointed to another young nurse. She is my colleague, Lin Shueli. The introductions were completed. Han Meishin showed an expectant look and hesitated for a moment before asking, are you from the authorities? Can you save us? Hope. Rescue. Several young nurses, very enthusiastic. enthusiastic. They not only possess the heart of a benevolent doctor but also have their own little schemes in mind. Yang Feng and his group appeared extraordinary, each one a brave and fierce warrior, naturally becoming their last hope for salvation. Yang Feng had not yet responded. At this moment, another commotion erupted outside. Someone kept shouting, telling Yang Feng and the others to get out.
Didn't you see it? These people are all injured and infected.
Those who are infected have all turned into monsters.
If we take them in now, they'll eat all of us later. They will mutate.
These guys are covered in wounds. And that thing covered in flesh sores.
Aren't you all afraid?
A man dressed in a hospital gown stood near the service hall, urging everyone to drive Yang Feng and his group out. More and more people responded, all feeling that leaving the severely injured individuals here was a disaster, and the noisy crowd surrounded the room.
Those people have fainted, and they'll mutate in a little while.
Someone pointed at the evolvers on the hospital beds, while others fell into a deep sleep, shouting loudly.
Look quickly.
Han Meishin, however, rushed out. She stood at the front of the room, spreading her arms to block everyone.
At this moment, everyone, don't worry. I just checked. They don't show any signs of mutation. They're just overly exhausted and have fallen asleep.
Han Meishin tried her best to explain, but her voice alone was too weak to handle the crowd's jeering.
The patient, whose eyes had turned red, didn't believe the explanation at all.
Suddenly, someone struck out and forcefully pushed Han Meishin to the ground.
Meishin.
Head nurse Wang Suazian and another young nurse, Lin Xueli, rushed out and shielded their companion.
Are you still human?
Wang Suazian's face was full of anger as she snapped at the patients in front of her. How does Meishin usually treat you? Even when disaster struck, she served you like lords.
Ungrateful wolves, all of you are ungrateful wolves.
Those patients only sneered in disdain.
We all paid. Doesn't your private hospital have any idea how expensive your charges are? Isn't it only right to provide better service?
Those patients, speaking such familiar lines, instantly rendered the nurses speechless. Yang Feng leaned against the door, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, but his eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule, as if watching a group of clowns perform.
6 eyes.
The world in Yang Feng's eyes was completely different from others. He could see the spiritual essence of people, emanating a filthy stench, twisted and dark, yet brimming with the negative emotions of depraved desires.
A sense of fear.
A sense of despair.
Paranoia on the verge of collapse.
They are like hideous, twisted demon masks worn on everyone's face.
Everyone is controlled by emotions. Everyone is so ugly.
Yang Feng turned his head and looked at Su Manman, who was undergoing transformation. Even a face as kind and angelic as hers eventually becomes twisted and torn in the apocalypse.
Pathetic. What does my own face look like?
What kind of madness, cruelty, and brutality does this face, hidden behind the ghost mask, conceal?
Sigh.
Yang Feng let out a sigh, slowly walked out of the hospital room, and faced the noisy crowd directly.
Who are the ones trying to drive me out?
Yang Feng's cold and indifferent voice miraculously brought all the arguments to a halt. His voice was clearly not loud, yet everyone heard it distinctly.
What do you want to do? Hit me, come on, try touching me. What is it?
The man who was shouting at first still hadn't changed some of his habits. 10 days of disaster. In the confined environment, he hadn't experienced the cruelty of the dark apocalypse, nor did he know what kind of living hell the outside world had become.
Yang Feng's expression gradually changed. Irritation.
This kind of trash, whose brain is filled with tumors, only makes people feel extremely irritated.
Even killing him is an utterly time-wasting foolish act. A punch was thrown.
The man was blown to pieces on the spot.
Bang. Try it and you'll perish. Ugh. Someone vomited on the spot. Moo. Murder.
The scream was so piercing that everyone was thrown into chaos, looking at Yang Feng with eyes full of fear.
Anyone else?
There were quite a few people shouting just now. Yang Feng took another step forward, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd.
It's not me. It's not me.
The few men who had been shouting all turned into cowards, shaking their heads like rattles.
Boring. Killing these weak ordinary people brings neither pleasure nor satisfaction.
Yang Feng turned his head. He walked back into the ward, lowered his head, and glanced at the 3 female nurses sitting on the ground.
Panic-stricken.
Han Meishin, Lin Xueli, and the oldest head nurse all looked at him with incredulous eyes.
You killed someone?
Han Meishin's voice trembled, her gaze constantly evasive, not daring to meet the man's eyes in front of her.
I killed someone. Who in this world doesn't kill? Yes.
Yang Feng's sharp gaze seemed to carry a hidden meaning, piercing straight into the softest part of the heart.
Are you here to save someone?
Lin Xueli unconsciously took a step back, gradually realizing the situation before her, and asked timidly,
Save people?
Yang Feng's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a mocking and cruel smile. Just by looking at his expression, the nurses already understood that the people in front of them were definitely not a rescue team. The eldest, Wang Suazian, was the first to react. She shielded the 2 fragile girls behind her like a mother hen protecting her chicks, gradually retreating toward the door.
Won't disturb your rest any further. If you need anything, feel free to call me anytime.
The head nurse gestured for the 2 girls to leave first, then carefully closed the door, finally letting out a sigh of relief.
Is it necessary? Is it really needed?
Yang Feng shook his head. He wasn't wasn't a cold-blooded, murderous demon, nor would he kill people without reason.
Why be so afraid? Yang Feng casually asked. How is Su Man doing? Stable. Long Air.
Long Air stood in front of a hospital bed, where the cocoon-like object covered in fleshy sores was undergoing a stable and effective transformation.
Yang Feng nodded and then looked at Su Qing and the other revolvers.
Some were lying on hospital beds, while others were lying on bedding on the ground. Most of their wounds had already been stitched up and treated, and they had fallen into an exhausted sleep.
Generally speaking, the recovery ability of evolvers is several times stronger than that of ordinary people.
After resting for a few hours, they should be able to immediately join the battle and continue harvesting corpse tumors.
What do you think about this?
Yang Feng walked to a table, picked up a bowl with food residue, which was clearly used by a previous patient.
Long Air. Soup, and it's meat soup.
In the apocalypse, being able to eat fresh meat is undoubtedly a very luxurious thing. Long Air glanced over, his pupils suddenly contracted. He was once a top assassin in Yu country. During the famine, many people starved to death, and in the worst times, this kind of meat would appear in some people's bowls.
Just as I thought. Yang Feng nodded, confirming his guess. Not long after,
the door was opened again. A beautiful woman slowly walked in. That was a pretty girl with cascading black hair and a somewhat quiet demeanor, exuding a serene beauty. She was holding a bowl of steaming hot meat soup, showing a sweet smile.
This was sent by the head nurse.
The girl said cautiously, then slowly raised her head and saw Yang Feng in the room. The soup bowl in her hand involuntarily fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces, with the soup and chunks of meat spilling everywhere.
Yang Feng, smack! The woman shouted Yang Feng's name in shock. Coincidence?
No coincidence, no story. The woman in front of him turned out to be the goddess Yang Feng had once pursued.
Shen Mengyao. Yang Feng, how could it be you?
Shen Mengyao widened her beautiful eyes, her face full of disbelief. The steaming bowl of soup in her hands fell to the ground in shock, shattering into several pieces of porcelain, with fresh chunks of meat splattering out.
Shen Mengyao, let me think carefully.
Yang Feng tilted his head, trying hard to recall all the memories about her. The memories were somewhat too distant. The 10 years of darkness in the apocalypse, the twisted and cruel slaughter, and the unimaginable hardships and sins. The love and hate, grudges and romances before the disaster had long been mostly forgotten. Compared to the apocalypse, they could only be considered as some light-hearted little stories.
I remember you. We were college classmates.
Yang Feng's eyes gradually brightened as he recalled those fresh little stories from his youth.
I pursued you, bought you breakfast every day, and brought you milk tea.
On Valentine's Day, I gave you flowers and picked some meaningful gifts, but you didn't seem to like them much. Yang Feng's memory became increasingly clear, and he excitedly clapped his hands, happy to recall those past events. I should have listened to my roommate's advice, not to give thoughtful gifts, but expensive ones. On your birthday, I saved 2 months' worth of living expenses and bought an expensive Chanel perfume.
You were quite happy about it. That was the first time you were willing to post something about me in your moments.
Although I wasn't in the photo, the gift I gave you was, and that made me quite happy.
Such a youthful and naive age. Yang Feng reminisced about the past, recalling various moments from his student days.
It was only then that he remembered his outrageous experience of being a sycophant, akin to a top-tier Fei Yang.
Yang Feng kept talking. Shen Mengyao's expression became increasingly awkward.
But there were others who felt even more uncomfortable. Yang Feng's slaves. They were all woken up, lying in their respective bedding, eavesdropping quietly, not daring to say a word.
University? Bootlicker? Valentine's Day gift? This bloodthirsty and ruthless tyrant actually had such an experience. Unbelievable.
Even if forced to eat 10 kilograms of feces, one would still refuse to believe that Yang Feng, this cold-blooded demon tyrant, could run several kilometers in the biting cold wind to buy milk tea for a goddess. Even Su Man, who was in a state of metamorphosis, encased in a giant cocoon made entirely of flesh sores, couldn't help but tremble violently. It's all in the past, let bygones be bygones. Shen Mengyao lowered her beautiful eyes, seemingly unwilling to bring up those past memories again.
In the past? Is it really that simple?
Yang Feng approached Shen Mengyao with a teasing smile and gently wrapped his arm around her fragrant shoulder. Shen Mengyao instinctively dodged, deeply disliking such physical contact, just like the countless times Yang Feng had tried to hold her hand, only to be evaded. But this time, she couldn't escape. Yang Feng held Shen Mengyao in his arms, his palm resting on her fragrant shoulder, applying just enough pressure to make her feel a slight pain.
This time, you seem to have gotten a boyfriend. What's his name again? Chun Zijie? The one who hit me with a basketball that day. I understand.
Yang Feng's face was very close, almost close enough to feel his moist breath, while Shen Mengyao struggled a few times but still couldn't break free.
She nodded slightly with a hint of grievance. That day, you pierced his throat. Chang Zijie's home is in Jinjiang Manor, so he was rushed to this hospital for emergency treatment. Yes. Shen Mengyao lightly bit her lip, explaining what happened that day.
The emergency call sent him to the best hospital, and by chance, he survived.
That's really great. Your boyfriend can live in Jinjiang Manor. His family must be very wealthy, right?
Yang Feng's gaze became even even more brazen, and his hand moved from her fragrant shoulder to her slender waist, gently gripping it and pulling her into his embrace.
Let go of me first.
Shen Mengyao pushed hard twice, but Yang Feng's arms didn't budge an inch, and a sense of fear filled her heart.
Revenge? Does he want to take revenge on me? Or is it that Yang Feng still has feelings for me and wants to claim me as his own? How strange. You never told me you had a boyfriend.
Your social media is so clean, and there are no photos with a boyfriend.
I thought you were single all along. Yang Feng smacked his lips and continued, always keeping me hanging. Isn't that a bit unethical? Within the order of civilization. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Some women are just like this.
Riding a donkey while looking for a horse is an essential skill.
You can't discard the spare tire.
You must keep it hanging at all times while looking for a better target. You shouldn't appear too affectionate toward the spare tire, as it may give the other party unrealistic fantasies. You can't be too indifferent to the spare tire either, as it might make them lose hope.
Occasionally giving them a bit of sweetness keeps them motivated.
Shen Mengyao might be that kind of woman, hiding the fact that she has a boyfriend, keeping a backup on the line, and enjoying all the benefits the other party provides.
I just can't let go.
Shen Mengyao sighed, as if she had no other choice. She hid the fact that she had a boyfriend so as not to hurt your feelings. She didn't dare to tell you the truth just to avoid making you upset. She kept stringing you along and giving you small bits of sweetness just to prevent you from feeling sad.
So, does this mean everything she did was for your sake?
Yang Feng burst into laughter. You really have a sweet tongue. You're so good at comforting people. Yang Feng's other hand tightly gripped Shen Mengyao's delicate chin, carefully observing her eyes, which looked pitiful and aggrieved, as if she were the victim.
Ha 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 ha. Take me to see your boyfriend. Yang Feng released Shen Mengyao, letting her lead the way. Let's go. This is a bit inconvenient.
Shen Mengyao seemed to have some unspeakable troubles. She lowered her head to glance at the shattered soup bowl on the ground, then looked at the many warriors in the room, her expression showing a hint of difficulty. Yang Feng, however, stepped outside and pointed at a certain headless corpse outside.
Do you want to end up like this?
Yang Feng laughed again, but this time it seemed particularly chilling, cold and brutal. Shen Mengyao's expression was dazed, gradually coming to her senses, and quickly shook her head.
Yang Feng was no longer the same sycophant he used to be.
He pierced Cheng Zijia's throat, blew up that man's skull, and led a group of fierce thugs into the hospital.
I'll take you. Shen Mengyao lowered her head and walked toward another ward.
This ward was particularly strange, exuding a strong smell of blood, along with a continuous aroma of cooked meat. Yang Feng approached, and the expressions of the people nearby turned unpleasant.
You can't go in. Head nurse Wang Suizhen blocked the doorway.
Yang Feng asked calmly, his sharp and icy gaze like a knife. Wang Suizhen mustered the courage to lift her head and meet Yang Feng's gaze, but immediately faltered, ultimately stepping aside to make way.
Is that so?
Opening the door, a large pot was cooking, and the fresh stew emitted a rich aroma.
What are you cooking? Gulp, gulp, gulp.
Yang Feng raised an eyebrow, while Wang Suizhen lowered her head and replied, turtle soup.
Turtle soup? Where is the turtle?
Yang Feng walked into the room, glanced around, but didn't find Shen Mengyao's boyfriend.
Yang Feng asked curiously, where's your boyfriend, Cheng Zijie?
Shen Mengyao trembled as she extended her hand, pointing toward the ensuite bathroom in the room.
He's inside. Restroom. A stronger stench of blood hit me in the face.
A bloated man lay in a pool of blood, his entire body covered with large patches of deformed, twisted tissue, emitting a nauseating stench. Soft, powerless little feet. The side ribs grew over a dozen limp little arms, wriggling like tentacles. His thighs were pressed together, with decayed flesh sticking them together, resembling a fish's tail and forming a humanoid fishtail. The most absurd part, however, was his back. The man's entire spine pierced through his flesh, growing extensively outward and gradually forming a massive white shell-like structure, resembling a turtle's shell.
Turtle soup. Is it referring to him? Is this Cheng Zijie?
Yang Feng frowned, surprised that the spoiled brat had undergone such severe mutation. Shen Mengshi partially covered her face, unable to bear looking at Cheng Zijie. That day, some strange thing burrowed into his neck and body. Since that day, he started to mutate, with deformed organs continuously growing on his body. Shen Mengshi recalled the initial situation, her expression turning fearful and sorrowful. A sudden urge to vomit rose in her throat, and she turned away, no longer looking at Cheng Zijie. Wang Suizhen, standing to the side, also had a somber expression.
She sighed and continued, we removed Cheng Zijie's deformed organs, but he recovered very quickly. We could only keep cutting off the proliferating deformities.
Yang Feng turned his head again and glanced at the large pot inside the room.
You're certainly not wasteful, but aren't you afraid of turning into monsters? I see.
Yang Feng completely understood where the turtle soup came from. It was made by continuously butchering the giant turtle to obtain more fresh meat.
You are truly cruel. Yang Feng shook his head, then squatted down and mocked, Cheng Zijie, can you understand what I'm saying? Tisk, TSK, TSK.
The distorted giant turtle flapped its dozen soft arms, emitting a sound of pain unlike that of humans. humans. His big, shiny eyes were filled with agony and despair, shedding tears as large as beans that splattered onto the ground.
Woo woo woo. Not like a human, not like a ghost.
Evolver.
This is also a type of evolver.
Just like the filthy plague demon encountered earlier, it can hardly move on its own, only turning into a puddle of sludge for passive defense.
Chang Zijie is the same.
He evolved a powerful healing and recovery ability, which led to the massive reproduction of fresh flesh in his body. This not only failed to enhance his strength but instead completely weakened him, turning him into a big turtle at the mercy of others.
To some extent, your ability is quite strong. At the very least, you can feed this group of people. Yang Feng patted Chang Zijie's head as if teasing a small pet at the zoo. Chang Zijie felt even more miserable. Rival in love. Loser. A stinky worker who once could be casually stepped on and couldn't even afford a villa, now mocks and insults me at will.
Chang Zijie's head slammed hard against the ground, generating intense suicidal thoughts, cracking the floor, and instantly leaving him with a bloody head.
A terrifying event occurred. Bang, 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 bang.
The wound on his head healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the flesh twisted together, growing something resembling a squid tentacle.
Hyperplasia.
This is similar to a keloid-prone skin condition. Once a wound appears, skin hyperplasia will occur after it heals. Chang Zijie's condition was more severe, not just affecting his skin, but also causing the growth of new deformed organs.
Chang Zijie began to wail in pain again.
The healing of his wounds triggered a chain reaction, causing the severed parts of various deformed organs all over his body to start growing intensely. This process made him suffer unbearable pain, as more tears the size of soybeans rolled down from his dark, shiny eyes.
Woo 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 woo. How pitiful. Everyone, please leave. Hey.
Head nurse Wang Suijian opened the drawer, skillfully took out a medical scalpel, and said slowly, "I will take responsibility for removing the new growth to alleviate his pain."
Yang Feng nodded and stepped back to the doorway.
Wang Suijian closed the door, but after a while, she called in 2 junior nurses as well. Han Meixin, Lin Xueli, come over and help me. 3 nurses, holding various tools, were treating Chang Zijie in the bathroom.
Faintly, the sound of a turtle's miserable cries could be heard. Faintly, the sound of tearing as if slaughtering livestock could be heard. A prophecy fulfilled.
Yang Feng listened to the sounds coming from the bathroom and couldn't help but marvel at the intricacies of fate's arrangements. That day, I spared Chang Zijie's life. Yang Feng sat by the hospital bed, revealing an extremely cruel smile. It was truly a wise choice.
Seeing him suffer like this, I feel immensely satisfied. Pervert. Shen Mengyao's eyes held back anger as she spat out a curse.
A person distorted into a monster and tortured like this, looking at Chang Zijie's appearance, anyone would feel physically uncomfortable.
Yang Feng actually felt extremely satisfied, extremely delighted. Isn't this perverted? Am I perverted?
No matter how cruel and brutal I am, I only torment enemies and kill some worthless trash.
He.
Yang Feng sneered, the mockery and ridicule in his eyes deepened, and he questioned Shen Mengyao coldly, "Does turtle soup taste good?"
Turtle soup. Turtle meat. Yang Feng observed Shen Mengyao's complexion.
Although she looked a bit haggard, her skin was still smooth and tender, clearly indicating that she had been eating and drinking well these days, without missing out on nutrition.
Shen Mengyao was stunned on the spot, as if struck by lightning, upon hearing this questioning.
Shen Mengyao's face turned pale, her lips white, stammering a few is, as if her entire soul had been drained. She collapsed weakly to the ground, covering her face with both hands and sobbing softly.
This is all my fault.
After crying for quite a while, Shen Mengyao's attitude gradually improved, and she admitted to her past mistakes.
Sorry.
She looked at Yang Feng with a complicated expression, adjusted her emotions, and finally slapped herself on the face.
I admit it. I am a materialistic woman.
I couldn't resist the temptation of money, which is why I got together with that Chang Zijie. Shen Mengyao's face was full of regret, as if she was beginning to reveal her true feelings.
I know, the person who treats me best in this world is you. I also know, I will never meet a man who treats me better than you.
You have always been very important in my heart.
True feelings revealed.
The goddess confides in you, acknowledging your constant devotion, followed by another heartfelt confession.
No boiling sheep can withstand this blow.
Shen Mengyao suddenly stood up, walked toward Yang Feng, and threw herself into his arms.
Yang Feng, I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? This time, let me chase after you. Let me be the one to treat you well. Shen Mengyao looked up pitifully and aggrievedly, using tenderness to captivate Yang Feng. Her level is truly very high.
Yang Feng gently stroked her waterfall-like long hair.
It must be said. 6 eyes. Yang Feng could sense Shen Mengyao's emotional fluctuations.
The deepest darkness of her desires was laid bare, and her warmth and tenderness were merely words she used to seek survival.
She laughed.
Yang Feng pulled Shen Mengyao into his arms, catching the faint fragrance of her hair. The smile on Yang Feng's lips gradually turned into something sinister and terrifying.
He glanced at Chang Zijie in the direction of the bathroom, then looked at Shen Mengyao in his arms and came up with a brilliant way to handle the situation. Fool.
Yang Feng said gently, "Of course, I'm willing to give you another chance, a chance to live." A few hours later, a giant
giant cocoon formed from a flesh sore, its surface gradually drying and withering. It slowly cracked open, the outer shell turning into charred ash, peeling away continuously. Su Man completed her transformation, breaking free like a rebirth from the cocoon, tearing off the outermost scab to reveal an almost perfect figure. Fair and smooth skin, graceful and curvaceous lines, taut, rounded, and slender legs, everything was developing toward perfection. Close your eyes. Su Man shouted sternly, and the surrounding evolutionary warriors immediately turned their heads and obediently closed their eyes. She grabbed the equipment she had stripped off earlier, casually put it on, moved around a bit, and instantly felt her whole body brimming with strength, her overall abilities significantly enhanced. At that moment, the door opened. Yang Feng walked over slowly, while Su Man respectfully knelt on one knee, once again thanking her master for giving her this opportunity to evolve. Master, is she your slave too? A gentle yet sharp voice came from behind Yang Feng. Shun Mengyao. She had been with Yang Feng for the past few hours, recalling the past, expressing heartfelt emotions, confessing her feelings, talking about the many things that had happened between the two. The youthful university life was so wonderful, so captivating and desirable. Yang Feng replied indifferently, she is also my slave. Shen Mengyao's expression visibly changed. Yes. She looked at Su Man's beautiful face and her sexy, graceful figure, feeling a hint of threat. Uncontrollably, Shen Mengyao hooked her arm around Yang Feng's, looking down at Su Man with an air of superiority, her gaze that of a mistress of the house. Shen Mengyao made a gesture of raising her hand, signaling Su Man that she could rise. However, Su Man remained completely indifferent to her command, still kneeling on one knee on the ground, waiting for Yang Feng's order. Rise. Not admitting it. Who do you think you are to dare order me? Get up. Yang Feng took everything in and lightly raised a finger as he spoke indifferently. Su Man immediately stood up respectfully, while also casting a provocative glance at Shen Mengyao not far away. The scheming and rivalry between women always manifest in various small details. Have you all rested enough? Yang Feng swept his gaze over the group from Chiyu. After several hours of rest, the evolutionary slaves had regained much of their strength, and the wounds under the bandages were also healing. Wait a moment. Shen Mengyao smiled gently and quickly left the room. A few minutes later, she returned carrying a tray with several bowls of soup, each filled with fresh broth. Everyone is so tired. You should all replenish your nutrition. 1 bowl per person. Be careful. It's hot. Shen Mengyao once again demonstrated her mistress status, as if helping Yang Feng manage these slaves, granting them some benefits. A mix of kindness and authority. As the mistress, she naturally had to treat the slaves a bit better, giving them more food and drink. Satire. Ridiculous. Yang Feng watched coldly from the sidelines. Shen Mengyao's smile was as warm as a spring breeze, treating every slave kindly, yet she served the warriors bowl after bowl of turtle soup. What do these turtle soups represent? Pain. Chang Zijie's despairing pain. Shen Mengyao completely gave up on Chang Zijie, even using his pain and despair as little gifts to win people's hearts and curry favor with Yang Feng. Ex-boyfriend. Shen Mengyao has probably unilaterally decided to break up and treats Chang Zijie as an ex-boyfriend she can manipulate at will, right? Thank you. Thank you. Those soldiers eagerly reached out to take the soup bowls. Thank you. At this moment, Long Air, who had been silent all along, firmly uttered 2 words. Don't drink. His gaze was icy, and with an unquestionable tone, he forbade everyone from taking the bowl of soup. A few clueless evolvers could only awkwardly withdraw their hands, then rummage through their waste equipment bags to take out some rations. Sorry, no need. We brought our own. Sister-in-law, we won't waste food. Several people decisively refused, and Shen Mengyao's expression turned somewhat awkward, but that address of sister-in-law still made her overjoyed. She just wanted everyone to know that she had become Yang Feng's official girlfriend, the future mistress of the house. Let's talk business. Since we've all rested, let's get ready to continue the hunt. Once it's done, we'll set off to return. Yang Feng's expression turned serious, and everyone immediately sprang up from the hospital bed, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Go back to the villa in Jinjiang Manor. Shen Mengyao began to fantasize about following Yang Feng, being able to live in the villa again, and with him being so powerful, he could protect her at all times. So many slaves will eventually have to listen to me. This kind of life is even more comfortable than before the apocalypse. Not only that, Shen Mengyao thought of this and involuntarily leaned closer to Yang Feng, tightly holding onto his arm. What about the refugees here? Su Man hesitantly asked. There are more than 20 survivors outside. Letting them fend for themselves seems like such a waste. Master, gather them. Those willing to become slaves and dare to swallow the corpse tumor can be taken along. Yang Feng, in an act of great mercy, prepared to recruit another wave of combat power. Manpower shortage. The rate of consumable loss is a bit too fast. We need to promptly replenish the active forces. A group of people was gathered. I have an announcement to make. Very soon, we will leave the hospital and return to the villa area. Su Man's words quickly sparked cheers from the crowd. Many people showed expectant expressions, especially the 3 nurses, who revealed a look of finally relieved. There is one thing I need to to clarify. Leaving is not without a price. We only save people who are useful to us. Su Manman's gaze also became sharp.
She had been helping Yang Feng with his affairs, and her strength had grown significantly. Over time, she developed an air of authority, as if she could decide the life and death of others.
Slaves. We only need slaves.
Moreover, the use of corpse tumors is necessary. Only successful new humans are qualified to be saved. Su Manman took out a small lump-like object, which was clearly a corpse tumor, and then began to explain its effects.
Corpse tumor.
Those with strong willpower can consume corpse tumors to transform into new humans, gaining immunity to infection and enhanced physical abilities. The more you consume, the stronger you become, but the likelihood of turning into a monster increases. Generally speaking, if ordinary people only take 1 to 2 pieces, the success rate is quite high.
New humans? Immune to infection? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Based on this description, wouldn't they turn into superheroes? I'll do it. Give me 3.
A young man stepped forward, took 3 corpse tumors, and swallowed them in one gulp.
The spiritual essence flickered with fluorescence.
The mutation occurred very quickly, and the young man's weak will was completely unable to resist the erosion of the spiritual essence.
Roar, 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 roar.
He quickly turned into a monster, letting out bursts of hissing sounds. Everyone was terrified and scrambled to hide in the corners of the walls.
Su Manman's abdomen slowly split open, revealing an even more ferocious blood-red giant mouth.
And it evolved into a mature form.
Click.
The filthy plague filled it with deadly poison, and when its massive bloody mouth opened, an indescribable stench wafted out, reminiscent of the smell of rotting flesh baking in the summer heat.
Greedy abyssal maw.
Each sharp tooth was coated with brownish-yellow mucus tainted with bacterial toxins, and numerous black spots seeped out on its surface. Swish, swish, swish. In the center of the abyssal devourer's massive mouth, slimy tendrils burst forth, covered with spikes and suction cups, instantly capturing the prey.
It suddenly yanked inward.
The creature was swallowed into the abyssal devourer's mouth, followed by the horrifying sound of chewing. Witnessing this terrifying scene, everyone screamed in despair.
Don't panic. Aha! This is just my distorted ability. Also, those with weak willpower, don't try to be brave. The corpse tumor will corrode your consciousness. If you're not confident, start with just 1, okay?
The blood-red giant mouth on Su Manman's abdomen slowly closed.
She demanded that everyone must consume at least 1 corpse tumor. That was the minimum requirement to become a new human. If they failed, they would end up as a meal for the greedy abyssal maw. Yang Feng, I'm so scared. Can I not eat that little tumor?
Shen Mengyao looked pitiful and didn't want to take this risk, clinging to Yang Feng and acting coquettishly.
You don't have to eat.
Yang Feng gently stroked her long hair again, smiling as he comforted her. Of course, the survivors had no way out. Staying here was a dead end. They all eagerly took the corpse tumors, most of them only consuming 1, becoming the new humans at the minimum threshold.
Evolution. It worked. I did it. It's amazing. I feel like my back doesn't ache anymore, and my legs don't hurt either.
A man in his 50s took a corpse tumor and completed his evolution. The new humans are not only immune to infection but also enhance their physical condition, instantly making him feel 20 years younger, as if he had become a young man again. Seeing this, everyone stepped forward to claim a corpse tumor and began rounds of evolution.
Some succeeded. Someone failed.
The successful ones showed joy on their faces, feeling their powerful new bodies. The failures turned into monsters and were immediately killed by Su Manman and the others.
Please give me 3 corpse tumors. A little girl dressed as a nurse, surprisingly ignoring the lessons of the past, opened her mouth and asked for 3 corpse tumors.
Han Meishin. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a pretty face resembling that of a small internet celebrity. Although her figure was slim and slender, her eyes shone with a determined light.
Su Manman was stunned.
She seemed to see a reflection of her past self in Han Meishin.
Nurse.
Serving various patients who made things difficult for her, yet still able to give her best effort with a sense of responsibility, showing that her inner strength surpassed that of ordinary people. The 10 days of the apocalypse, performing small surgeries daily, also honed her willpower from another perspective.
3 corpse tumors. She is really courageous.
Su Manman nodded and placed the 3 corpse tumors in her hand.
Fool.
Shen Mengyao, on the other side, looked at Han Meishin, who took the 3 corpse tumors, with a gaze full of pity.
So foolish. A woman, working so hard, is it really necessary?
And then look at yourself. As long as you cling to Yang Feng's powerful support, won't you have everything you want?
I want 4.
At this moment, a voice was heard, and everyone exclaimed in surprise.
Lin Shueli.
It was another young nurse. She looked somewhat cute, a shy little girl, taciturn and rarely interacts with others. She is even more introverted compared to Han Meishin, yet possesses a stubborn and unyielding personality. Lin Shueli firmly believes that she is no worse than Han Meishin, taking on greater challenges, almost gambling with her own life.
I want to. Head nurse Wang Suasian sighed.
Exhausted, she did not bravely challenge like her juniors but chose the safer path. Su Manman distributed the corpse tumors to them.
The intense evolution began. Ya.
Han Meishin and Lin Shueli let out piercing screams, their minds and consciousness enduring a terrifying erosion, while their bodies resisted grotesque mutations. On the contrary, head nurse Wang Suasian was the first to collapse, turning into a grotesque monster with a twisted face.
Fragile. Time ticked by second by second. She was too exhausted. These days,
Wang Suasian was mentally and physically exhausted. Every minor surgery would give her nightmares, and she even had thoughts of ending her life. Su Man showed a look of disappointment and quickly dealt with Wang Suasian, piercing her temple with a venomous Fang dagger. Han Meishin and Lin Xueli, however, gritted their teeth and managed to endure step by step.
Miracle.
One with 3 doses, one with 4 doses, and they all managed to endure it. The two young nurses both became new humans and gained a greater enhancement than others, with their physical fitness greatly improved to the maximum extent.
Still, having 15 people left is beyond expectations. Evolution. Young Feng nodded. Less than 10 people turned into monsters, so the success rate was considered quite high. Exactly. All new humans, get ready to leave with me. Yang Feng was in high spirits. With a command, he prepared to take everyone away from here. Very good. We can finally leave.
Shen Mengyao held onto Yang Feng's arm, her body leaning closer to him, almost clinging to him.
That's great. Yang Feng withdrew his hand. I mean, all the new humans can leave.
Yang Feng extended a finger and pointed at Shen Mengyao.
You can't. No. Shen Mengyao was struck as if by lightning and froze instantly. Yang Feng actually doesn't plan to take me with him. What? You, what do you mean? What does this mean? Didn't we just agree on this? Didn't you say you'd give me another chance?
Shen Mengyao never expected that Yang Feng would turn his back on her so ruthlessly. Just moments ago, they were reminiscing about the past, recalling the wonderful days of their university life.
I did say I'd give you another chance to live.
Yang Feng shrugged, emphasizing the word live heavily.
Yes.
He grabbed Shen Mengyao's wrist and led her to a certain room, which turned out to be Chang Zijia's turtle room. A whore with a dog, together forever.
You two being together will definitely last forever.
Yang Feng's lips curled slightly, finally revealing that ferocious and cruel smile, resembling a demonic tyrant.
You're going to lock me up with this monster.
Shen Mengyao screamed, being locked up with Chang Zijie, trapped in this cramped room.
What? How is she supposed to live? What is she supposed to eat? What does she want to drink? Could it be turtle soup every day? Hell, that is the true Avicii hell. Such a life is simply more miserable than falling into the 18 levels of Avicii hell. No. Yang Feng, I beg you, don't do this. Take me away. As long as you can take me away, I'm willing to do anything for you. Don't you want new humans? I'm also willing to eat corpse tumors. I'm also willing to take the risk to evolve.
Shen Mengyao was completely flustered. As long as she could be taken away from this place, it seemed she would agree to any request.
You don't want to be locked up with monsters? He's not a monster.
Oh, Yang Feng smacked his lips, the mockery and ridicule in his eyes reaching a peak. He's your long-desired boyfriend, your golden catch. Tisk, TSK. Yang Feng grabbed Shen Mengyao's face and stared directly into her eyes. You got your wish, hooked the golden catch, and landed this big turtle.
Isn't it time to be satisfied now? Do you want me to help you recall a bit more?
On one hand, you keep stringing me along, while on the other, you flatter your little rich second-generation boyfriend.
The corners of Yang Feng's mouth almost reached his ears as he continued to ask soul-piercing questions. How do you find pleasure under someone else's hips? When you are serving others, do you ever think of a face of someone being taken advantage of?
Yang Feng's words seemed to pierce through Shen Mengyao's heart, leaving her mouth agape, unable to muster any rebuttal.
Finally, I wish you both a lifetime together until your hair turns gray.
Yang Feng's gaze turned completely cold as he casually tossed Shen Mengyao forward, throwing her into the room where Chang Zijie was.
Find some obstacles and block the door. I give my blessings to this young couple.
Yang Feng gave the order, and everyone began moving heavy objects to completely seal the door, locking the two of them inside that pitch-dark little room.
Jinjiang Manor.
A team of more than 20 people, carrying boxes of medicine, hurried toward Villa number 13. This hunt was quite fruitful, not only yielding a large number of corpse tumors but also taming 15 slave consumables and acquiring a significant amount of medical supplies.
Medicine,
especially some antibiotics, which can resist wound bacterial infections, are life-saving drugs at critical moments.
Boom 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 boom.
The firewood flames are burning, making crackling sounds.
Near the musical fountain, the followers of the Mimi sect are praying around the bonfire.
The flickering firelight reflects on the face of every devout believer.
Sister Su, what are they doing?
Han Meishin asked cautiously, and the other survivors also showed puzzled expressions. Su Man raised a finger to her lips. They are the Mimi cult. They believe that the corpse of a monster can bring them safety. The master has already said, no contact with the Mimi cult is allowed.
Violators will be executed without mercy. Shoo. This explanation only made everyone even more confused. Worshipping the corpse of a monster and treating it as a guardian deity. Mimi cult. That monster was originally an adorable stray kitten, jointly cared for by the people. Strange. It's really too strange. Looking again at those people's devout expressions, the firelight illuminating
between their fervent cheeks gives an even eerier feeling.
Meow.
Yang Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. In a daze, he heard the sound of a little kitten acting coquettishly.
An illusion?
It was impossible for him to have an illusion. Yang Feng's gaze turned to the bonfire surrounded by the Mew Mew cult. The flickering flames constantly shifted in shape, as if a little kitten was truly dancing with joy.
No! Mew Mew bless us! Mew Mew bless us! Please keep the monsters from invading. Please stay by our side.
Devout believers prostrated themselves on the ground, continuously bowing to the shadow leopard's corpse. Some others offered the remaining cat food, cat treats, catnip, cat wands, and small toys.
Anomalous meme.
A product beyond scientific and physical cognition. The lies woven by people, mixed with beautiful wishes, are continuously converging in the flames, seemingly getting closer to substance.
Did you just hear something? Yang Feng asked indifferently.
Su Man Man and Long Air exchanged glances and gently shook their heads.
Didn't hear it.
None of them heard the kitten's soft meow.
Do we need to do anything?
Su Man Man asked respectfully, while Yang Feng shook his head, opened the door, and walked into the villa. It's nothing, come on in.
Master. Everyone returned to the elegantly decorated villa, exclaiming in amazement. This is Jinjiang Villa. Villa. A single villa worth at least hundreds of millions. Look at this furniture. I'm not mistaken, right?
This chair is made of red sandalwood. Those newcomers, many of whom were knowledgeable, noticed the value of the surrounding furniture, which was far more precious than the villa itself.
Yang Feng only felt it was noisy.
Sitting in the main seat of the living room, he slightly furrowed his brows.
Everyone, shut up. Su Man Man and Long Air stood on either side of Yang Feng, sternly reprimanding. Listen carefully. If you want to survive, you must follow our rules. Slaves are slaves. They have no right to choose, no right to disobey orders. Su Man Man reiterated the rules, and the newly joined slaves all lowered their heads. Even if they had complaints, they didn't dare to voice them. Food, you must fight for it. Status, you must fight for it. Your only mission is to hunt monsters and obtain corpse tumors. Su Man Man continued speaking, and people's expressions turned grim, filled with unease and fear. Most of them were forced to become slaves out of desperation, escaping from the perilous hospital to survive. Now they are safe. Yet they must risk their lives to slay monsters and seize corpse tumors, with the slightest mistake potentially leading to their demise in the monster's gaping maws. This drastic shift naturally creates a huge sense of emotional disparity. I, along with Long Air, will teach you how to fight. Additionally, let me give you a little reminder. If anyone dares to betray or run away, there will be no mercy. Su Man Man's eyes flickered with murderous intent, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Although her strength was far inferior to Yang Feng's, it was more than enough to intimidate the newcomers. After finishing all this, Su Man Man respectfully turned around and knelt on one knee before Yang Feng. Do you have any other instructions? She was extremely fierce towards newcomers, but in front of Yang Feng, she was as gentle as a kitten, bowing her head without daring to show any sign of overstepping. Master. Yang Feng raised a finger, signaling Su Man Man to get up. Everyone is tired today. Have a good rest. There's plenty of food. There's hot water in the bathroom. You can take a hot shower. The smell is a bit too strong. Yang Feng slowly stood up and glanced at the exhausted soldiers. If you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat grass. During rest, the soldiers must recover their physical strength as much as possible. As for supplies and food, there's no need to feel regretful. Once they're used up, just go and seize more. Starting tomorrow, Su Man Man will lead the team to hunt monsters. Whether you live or die depends on yourselves. Yang Feng once again acted as a hands-off boss, leaving the hunting tasks to Su Man Man and Long Air. He originally wanted Su Qing to train a few sharpshooting experts. Among the weapon stockpile, there are more than a dozen pistols, a few rifles, and submachine guns, but more than half of the ammunition has been used up, so it can't be wasted anymore. Gun. Forget it. Wait until tools and molds for making weapons and ammunition are found, then train some newcomers. I'm going back to my room. The usual rule, don't disturb me. Yang Feng finished speaking and brought all the corpse tumors to the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa. The privacy here is excellent, with strong soundproofing. Corpse tumors. This hunt yielded quite a few corpse tumors. After deducting the corpse tumors used by the newcomers, a large batch still remains. Ordinary corpse tumors, 174 pieces. Willow silk black hair plus low-level hospital corpse. Green jade corpse tumors, 32 pieces. Ghost doll plus exploder. Blue ocean pattern corpse tumors, 2 pieces. Azure steel giant infant plus screaming banshee. All the corpse tumors combined amount to over 200. Banshee screamer. Sonic attacks should have a special effect on large-scale corpses. Zansteel giant infant. Its strongest ability is its flesh and blood body, which should enhance muscle strength, but it conflicts with deep iron fibers. The ability of the banshee can be absorbed, but the ability of the azure steel giant infant is redundant. Should it be directly absorbed by the ghost face? First, or perhaps, Yang Feng looked at the table full of emerald-grade corpse tumors and suddenly his eyes lit up. These corpse tumors all come from the same type of alien species. Ghost doll. Zhengong giant infant. They belong to the same same lineage. They are the same species. If their carcass tumors are fused within the same race, it might complete their genes and allow them to evolve into a higher-level existence. The corrosive stomach is a successful example. The mutated crawling beast is also an incomplete form. It used carcass tumors of the same race for fusion and ultimately transformed completely into the amethyst crystal level. This time, the same method should work. First, absorb the abilities of the screeching banshee. Then, fuse the corpse tumors of the azure steel giant infant and the ghost dolls. Alright, Yang Feng made up his mind, unfolded the ghost mask, and swallowed a corpse tumor of the screeching banshee, extracting the spiritual energy within it. Banshee. The ghost face chewed up the spiritual essence within, but did not directly absorb it. Yang Feng's control over the ghost face became increasingly skillful, directing the azure spiritual essence to surge toward the throat. The esophagus had already been transformed by the corrosive stomach. The mutation of the banshee is the trachea near the esophagus. Eroding stomach. Iron lung, screeching throat. Vocal cord structure mutation, with higher trembling frequency. Tracheal structure mutation, becoming more resilient, with improved exhalation method. The lungs absorb oxygen more efficiently, store more air, and the organ muscles become stronger. The process of distortion and degeneration is very intricate. The oppressive force of the ghost-faced dark gold artifact made iron lung, screeching throat tremble uncontrollably, completely unable to resist, meticulously modifying the vocal ligaments. Yang Feng's lungs also began a series of distortions. It did not become like a banshee, with lungs filling the entire chest cavity. Instead, it could only refine its internal structure through the most intricate details, strengthening it comprehensively. Slow work yields fine craftsmanship. This fully controllable mutation requires painstaking effort, constantly monitoring its every move. The throat has completely transformed, and the lungs have been greatly strengthened. Reward you a little. Not bad. Yang Feng grabbed the dozens of corpse tumors on the table and swallowed them, filtering and refining the energy of the spiritual essence into the purest source of power. They prompted iron lung, screeching throat to evolve once again. It suddenly advanced from the juvenile stage to the growth stage, with its internal structure becoming even stronger and more resilient. Completed the first round of transformation. Yang Feng felt the changes brought by the new abilities. A slight inhale. The airflow quickly surged from the organs into the lungs. In almost an instant, the oxygen was completely extracted by the iron lung, transformed into pure oxygen and converted into energy, which was immediately transmitted throughout the body. With such breathing efficiency, running a marathon probably wouldn't feel too exhausting. Yang Feng tested his voice again, and the sound he produced was completely controllable. He could produce a deep male bass or a dolphin-like shriek. This ability was enough for him to master all human singing repertoires on Blue Star and reproduce them perfectly. If he participated in the voice, a flawless high note would be enough to make all the judges turn around. If a concert is held, singing each song with a full 10 beats of E6 would pose no problem. If the audio is further amplified, it will gradually form ultrasonic waves, shattering glass and windows, and even rupturing the brain tissue of decayed corpse monsters. The ability of the screaming banshee has been perfectly acquired. Next is the azure steel giant infant. Not bad. Yang Feng picked up the corpse tumor, emitting a bright blue glow. Mature form. It has already evolved into a mature form, and the spiritual essence it emits has completely condensed into a liquid, filling the interior of the tumor. Azure steel giant infant. Gather the entire tribe, compress all the spiritual essence, and bring some change. Yang Feng first swallowed the azure corpse tumor, chewing it completely. Immediately, a piercing wail like that of an infant followed. It refused to admit defeat. It thrashed about and rolled on the ground. It was as if a monstrous infant was wreaking havoc, churning the waters, transforming into waves of intense resentment that surged straight to the heavens. 6 eyes. The 6 eyes within the ghostly face opened. Each eye seemed to originate from the depths of the abyss, exuding a terrifying and dreadful aura of oppression. The monstrous infant immediately stopped crying, its whole body trembling, gradually torn apart by the ghostly face and turning into the remnants of soul sand. Yang Feng took out 30 corpse tumors of ghost babies. These ghost babies were all aberrations from the pediatric department of the hospital, seemingly bearing great similarities to the giant infant. Devour. Chew the spiritual essence. Emerald green pure energy was gradually devoured by azure blue mucus, and the characteristics of the same race began to coalesce, gradually merging into another substance. Countless ghostly dolls wept, and the shattered soul granules seemed to gather together once more. They formed a new force, even stronger, with resentment even deeper, gradually uniting into a single strand. Wow, 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 wow. It has changed. Those spiritual essences gradually emitted a purple glow. Still not enough. Yang Feng gritted his teeth, grabbed the remaining 100 or so corpse tumors on the table, and stuffed them all into his mouth, chewing them into the purest energy. Come on, devour everything, then evolve. A large amount of spiritual essence surged in, and the purple light grew even more intense, gradually approaching the spiritual realm point. It seemed as if there was a sound, a door being broken. Purple phantom crystal. Clay.
Click! They indeed began to transform toward the direction of the amethyst crystal, breaking through the shackles after being compressed to the extreme.
Wailing and howling,
The deeply resentful ghost dolls seemed to turn into countless small purple hands, reaching out from the newly opened door to tear at Yang Feng's mask.
how dare you!
Six eyes opened wide, transforming into six tangible beams of light that shone upon the small hands, instantly melting the ice and snow, annihilating them completely.
Soul sand. The lingering resentment and filth were gradually eradicated entirely.
Yang Feng swallowed this power, and the ability of the purple phantom crystal level enveloped each muscle fiber, transforming them on a deeper level. It seemed to be covered with a layer of purple slime, gradually seeping inward, like mold spots on an apple, slowly transforming into another substance.
A wail. Deep iron fibers. Yang Feng felt the deep iron fibers wailing, screaming in agony. There was no way.
The strongest ability will always replace the weak, devour them, abolish them, and transform them. A new fiber structure has emerged.
Phantom steel fiber mature form. Very soon.
Deep purple muscle fibers exude a beauty of absolute explosive power, yet they do not appear swollen or distorted, instead unfolding in perfect flowing curves.
Golden ratio. Golden lines.
Resembling the curves of a cheetah and a top-tier sports car, they permeate every corner of the body. It even connects to the muscles of the shadow Achilles tendon, integrating with them to further enhance the Achilles tendon, ligaments, and the muscles in the calves.
Its special structure can protect the bones and internal organs while exerting force. Mature form. From a clueless young boy to a solid and reliable grown man. Pure strength.
Phantom steel fiber doesn't have any flashy superpowers, it's just the purest muscle, the purest explosive force, the most formidable strength.
That's all. Yang Feng completed his evolution, and the strength of his entire body reached a peak, seemingly endless. A sense of power.
A sense of weight as heavy as a great mountain. Yang Feng felt, even if there were a heavy tank in front of him, he could blow it up with a single punch. Having undergone 2 consecutive evolutions, he was mentally very exhausted. The prolonged activation of the ghost face and the intense focus on staring with 6 eyes caused a terrifying drain on his mental strength.
However, it's time to take a break.
Yang Feng lay down on the soft, luxurious bed and fell into a deep sleep, finally allowing his battle-worn body to rest for a moment. The apocalypse erupted.
Day 13 of the disaster. The first ray of dawn's light, soft and gentle, shines by the bedside.
Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling his consciousness clear and transparent, as pure and flawless as a blooming lotus.
Creak, creak.
With 10 fingers clenched tightly, a mountain-like sense of power surged forth, easily capable of crushing steel into mud.
Half a month. My strength, no one should be able to keep up.
Yang Feng muttered to himself. Based on his memory of the apocalypse, there was absolutely no human who could surpass his progress.
Ghost face dark gold growth stage. Corrosive stomach purple phantom crystal growth stage. Shadow tendon purple phantom crystal growth stage. Phantom steel fiber purple phantom crystal mature form.
Iron lung howl blue sea pattern growth stage.
5 types of abilities. Extremely rare purple phantom crystal level abilities. There are as many as 3. One of them has even grown to a mature form, not to mention the dark gold level artifact. Even the weakest new ability is at the rare blue ocean pattern level and possesses exceptional uniqueness.
All these abilities combined made Yang Feng a true tyrant, possessing unparalleled absolute power. Such reassuring strength. In this way, it can be considered as having the ability to challenge the old order.
The old order.
That was in existence in the dark apocalypse that made all of humanity tremble in fear.
It is still too early. The current level of chaos in the world is not enough to awaken certain unimaginable terrors. Gunshots suddenly came from downstairs. However, Yang Feng didn't care.
He leisurely took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and slowly walked downstairs.
Bang! I told you long ago. Deserters have only one path, death.
Su Man was reprimanding the many newcomers, while in front of her knelt 2 men on the ground, their heads covered with hoods, reeking of fear as a foul stench seeped from their pants.
Sister Su, the brothers really can't take it anymore.
We've been fighting monsters day and night, completely exhausted, and everyone has suffered injuries to varying degrees. A man was still pleading, begging Su Man to spare the 2 kneeling on the ground. Please, for the sake of their contributions, give them another chance.
Deserters. They couldn't bear hunting monsters, couldn't endure the intense battles, and their spirits completely collapsed.
A few people planned to secretly escape, but they were all caught and eventually put on trial in the villa. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Kill, without mercy. Ryuji, standing to the side, uttered 3 short words.
He was Yang Feng's executioner, specifically tasked with dealing with these traitors or deserters.
The hand covered by the bio-armor extended black claws, slashing the throats of the 2 men on the ground, who collapsed as blood trickled steadily.
This is the fate of those who run. Squelch. Looking back at those original new humans, the team of 15 has shockingly been reduced by half, leaving only 6 or 7. Has died. Consumables.
Apart from deserters, the others all perished on the battlefield, tragically surrounded and killed by monsters during the hunt.
Take a look.
Sumanman approached a beautiful girl. She took took Han Meishin's hand, making sure everyone could see clearly.
Look at these abrasions. The fair and delicate palm, worn from gripping the knife and exerting force for a long time, had its skin rubbed raw.
Su Man lifted a small part of Han Meishin's clothing again, revealing scars left from countless battles, as shocking as winding centipedes.
A girl fighting desperately to this extent. What excuses do the other men have left to say? Too tired? Too scared? Injured? None of these are problems. Exploitation. Everyone seems to be thrown into a juicer, constantly squeezing out the remaining value.
Every drop of blood, every inch of flesh, all selflessly contributed.
Only less than 15 people left? Yang Feng walked down from upstairs, and Su Man's expression stiffened. She immediately turned around and knelt respectfully on one knee.
The others were stunned for a moment, then followed Su Man and knelt down together, loudly echoing her.
Yang Feng dug his ear. Master.
The title master had felt awkward from the beginning. Su Man alone was fine, as he had already gotten used to it. But when everyone shouted it loudly together, it was a bit embarrassing, as if they were filming some kind of TV drama or short clip, something like "The Dragon King has arrived."
You can call me Chief,
Yang Feng said indifferently. Everyone looked at each other, then immediately changed their address.
Chief.
Yang Feng nodded, then walked into the living room and sat in the main seat.
I took a 2-day break.
Yang Feng glanced around and looked at Su Man not far away, asking, what happened over the past 2 days?
Evolution and rest took quite a bit of time.
Fortunately, the hunting squad was around. Not a moment was wasted. The hunting squad operated like fully automated robots, continuously hunting and collecting corpse tumors for him.
These are 226 corpse tumors.
Su Man took out a 2L bottle of cola filled to the brim with densely packed corpse tumors.
Master, over 200 corpse tumors.
The hunting squad is becoming more and more efficient. With the team members growing stronger and continuously recruiting new members, they hunt over 100 corpse tumors every day.
Earning money while lying down. You can make a fortune just by lying down.
Having such a team at your command, even if you do nothing, the number of corpse tumors hunted daily is enough to make you stand out among the crowd.
There are still 27 emerald-grade corpse tumors.
We encountered a mutant earlier, lost a few members, and finally joined forces to kill it. Su Man took out 27 emerald tumors and 1 blue sea pattern grade corpse tumor.
Unexpected. This was quite unexpected for Yang Feng.
After Su Man's ability upgrade, her strength increased dramatically, and with the team's joint efforts, they managed to hunt so many mutants.
There was even a blue sea pattern level mutant.
Yang Feng praised highly. Focusing on nurturing long hair in Su Man is undoubtedly the most correct decision.
Exactly. A return rate of dozens to hundreds of times, it's simply a huge win. Capitalist.
Yang Feng experienced the joy of being a capitalist.
So this is what it feels like when the oxen and horses continuously provide wealth for you. Jade tumor, sea pattern tumor. These things can provide new abilities.
Yang Feng picked up an emerald-grade corpse tumor. Under the sunlight, it was so vibrant and glistening, like meticulously polished emerald jade. The strength of a bear, the speed of a leopard, the agility of a cat. Claws, sharp teeth, tails, armor, shells, spikes, all kinds of enhanced abilities.
We call them evolvers.
Yang Feng turned around, facing the remaining newcomers, revealing a tempting smile.
You have passed the initial test,
so qualified to take another step forward.
Consume these corpse tumors and gain the abilities that belong to you. Begin evolving. Evolve, all of you. There are many ways to evolve through distortion.
Devouring multiple corpse tumors will cause large-scale distortion of your body, but it will also grant you powerful abilities. Devouring a small number of high-quality corpse tumors greatly reduces the probability of bodily distortion, and the abilities gained are often even stronger. They have welcomed their second chance to grow stronger.
Of course, this opportunity to become stronger is equally dangerous. If you're not careful, you might still turn into a monster. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. I want to evolve. Han Meishin's eyes narrowed.
Just as she was about to step forward to sign up, her more competitive best friend walked out ahead of her.
Is it the same this time? The more you take, the better? I'm still 4 pieces. Lin Xueli extended 4 fingers, asking for 4 jade corpse tumors.
Yang Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Xueli. This sweet-looking, shy, and reserved young girl was, in fact, extremely competitive.
Interesting.
The last time she was at the hospital, she had an extremely remarkable performance, absorbing 4 corpse tumors in one go.
Best friend? Colleague?
The story of the 2 young nurses might not be that simple. They have a very good relationship.
At critical moments, Lin Xueli even protects Han Meishin, but there is also a certain competition between them, at least making Lin Xueli very unconvinced. This is no joke. This is a jade tumor. Su Man's gaze was stern. The spiritual essence within the jade tumor is far more terrifying than that of an ordinary corpse tumor. Just one is enough to form a new ability and advance to an evolver. The difficulty of 4 is not something an ordinary person can endure. Surely, don't be impulsive.
I know you're still brooding over what happened before, but we are always good sisters. Han Meishin tugged at Lin Xueli's hand, advising her not to be so aggressive.
I want 4. Lin Xueli's gaze was resolute as she once again requested 4 jade tumors. Give them to her. Yang Feng sat to the side, calmly commanding, wanting to see just how strong her determination truly was. Sumanman nodded, took out 4 jade tumors, and handed them to Lin Xueli. Swallow. The spiritual essence of the jade tumors transformed into intense streams of energy, surging continuously within her body. Lin Xueli knelt halfway on the ground, wailing in pain, her veins bulging all over her body. The bright green fluorescence could be clearly seen rapidly flowing through her blood vessels. She collapsed painfully to the ground, curling up like a mantis shrimp. Aha! Her whole body trembled. Cold sweat poured down. Han Meishin stepped forward, held her hand, and tried to offer some support. Lin Xueli's eyes turned completely red, with countless blood-red threads bulging and continuously bursting into blood splatters. I really like him. At this moment, Lin Xueli cried bitterly, as if recalling some past events. Woo woo woo. She had a handsome and gentle boyfriend. The two were deeply in love, almost to the point of discussing marriage. Scumbag. He was actually a scumbag. While he was with Lin Xueli, he was secretly pursuing her best friend Han Meishin, sending her flirty messages every day. Reject. Han Meishin decisively refused. The melodramatic plot came to an abrupt end. Han Meishin did not betray her close friend who was like a sister. Instead, she showed all the chat records of that scumbag to her friend in detail. I really like him. Han Meishin, you could have pretended to know nothing. Han Meishin, you didn't have to show me those chat records. If that were the case, we wouldn't have broken up. Lin Xueli, with tears of blood streaming down her face, didn't blame that scumbag but instead blamed her close friend and confidant. Why is it that my chest isn't as big as yours? Why am I the cute type but not as sexy as you? Why can't I keep him? The more Lin Xueli spoke, the more her voice became muddled, as if it wasn't coming from a human throat. Unwilling to accept. Unconvinced. Self-deception. A girl who falls into the abyss of love is utterly defeated in front of a scumbag. Her spirit began to collapse, the essence overwhelmed her chaotic consciousness, tearing apart her thoughts. Aberration. Lin Xueli began to mutate in the direction of the monster. Appearance reflects the heart. Jealousy distorted her face, twisting it into a hideous, withered, and terrifying visage. Her lower body mutated, sprouting twisted long legs resembling the segmented limbs of a spider, making her appear even more alluring. Surely. Han Meishin cried out the other's name in anguish. Lin Xueli would never hear it again. Countless jointed legs, resembling steel blades, seemed intent on piercing the bodies of those around. A dark shadow flashed by. Long hair, fully covered in black bioarmor, leapt from the side and, taking advantage of the mutation not being fully complete, shattered Lin Xueli's head. Put. Han Meishin collapsed in a pool of blood, repeatedly saying I'm sorry and calling out Lin Xueli's name. She actually didn't do anything wrong. Sorry. If there's blame, it's on the fact that there are too many foolish lovers in the world and they're too naive. Baigua, a special corpse tumor, resembling white jade, was born from Lin Xueli's body. She harbored intense resentment and consumed a large amount of corpse tumors, eventually transforming into a special type of aberrant aggregate. Su Man once used this kind of white fruit corpse tumor. She ultimately gained the powerful abyssal maw, which allowed her to continuously evolve and grow stronger by devouring flesh and blood. A worthy death. Such a precious special corpse tumor, sacrificing one consumable is not a big deal. Yang Feng picked up the white fruit and couldn't help but sigh. The special corpse tumor with unknown effects can grant abilities at will. If luck is good, it might even grant an extremely heaven-defying ability. Leader, can I use this corpse tumor? Han Meishin knelt on the ground, suddenly hugging Yang Feng's leg, begging him to grant her this white fruit corpse tumor. This is the last thing Lin Xueli left behind. Han Meishin's beautiful eyes were moist, yet her gaze was incredibly resolute, carrying a fearless determination in the face of life and death. Yang Feng picked up the white fruit. It was so beautiful, resting in the palm with a faint warmth, its texture smooth like white jade, and the spiritual energy it contained was exceptionally unique. Perhaps, you are the most suitable choice. Yang Feng glanced at Lin Xueli's corpse, then looked at Han Meishin. Don't let me down. He smiled faintly, placed the white fruit tumor into Han Meishin's palm, then returned to his seat, waiting for her evolution. Han Meishin held the white fruit tightly. Her beautiful eyes shed a stream of large teardrops. The ginkgo was swallowed, and a unique spiritual energy began to take effect on her body. Surely, is that you, Gulu? Surely, can you hear me talking? Han Meishin, acting neurotic, began shouting her best friend's name. This special white ginkgo tumor seemed to contain some remnants of Lin Xueli's consciousness, and could even communicate with her within the body. Mutation. A particularly intense evolution was gradually taking place in Han Meishin's body. Evolution. Her neck twisted, as if a tree trunk had sprouted new branches, gradually forming a new head. 2 heads. Han Meishin's neck had actually grown 2 heads. Han Meishin's neck had unexpectedly grown 2 heads. One belonged to her, and the other to Lin Xueli, both seemingly possessing independent thoughts. Terrifying. Hair-raising. Such a chilling scene left everyone in shock. Terrifying. Yang Feng was knowledgeable and
and experienced, but it was also his first time seeing this kind of special mutation. She fully grew ahead, continuing her best friend's life in another way. Not only that, Han Meishin also grew several special arms. On her back, spider-like arthropod limbs extended from her spine, giving her more long legs and making her even more alluring. At the ends of the arthropod limbs were various types of weapons: sharp spikes, razor-sharp steel blades, specially shaped scissors. There are even hammers and pliers. Weapons, but they also resemble some tools: scalpel, suture needle, medical scissors, hemostatic forceps. It's practically a surgical toolkit. Surgical table. This is the new ability Han Meishin has acquired. On her own, she combines all the tools, skillfully manipulating her limbs, which can be used both as weapons and for saving lives. The most critical thing is, she has two heads, capable of working together to complete more steps simultaneously. Surely, you're still alive. Han Meishin turned her head, hot tears streaming from her eyes. Meishin, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. He's not worth it. Lin Shueli also shed tears. Sharing the same body, they could feel each other's hearts even more deeply. They chose to understand each other, forgive each other, and reconcile. However, was Lin Shueli's head really hers? Obviously. Is this the resurrection of the dead, regaining life? Or a despicable replica, merely a grotesque mutation shaped according to Han Meishin's wishes? No one will ever get an accurate answer. Yang Feng didn't care at all. Evolution was very successful. Of course, Yang Feng applauded Han Meishin. Very good. The two sisters, originally nurses, had evolved abilities related to surgical procedures, effectively adding a physician to the team. This greatly improves the survival rate of the consumables, an absolute good thing. The newcomers around, however, don't think so. Are you kidding me? However, one person grows several spider limbs and then grows an independent head. This is called a successful evolution? This is nothing but a monster, and the most deformed monster they have ever seen. Next, it's your turn. Yang Feng let the evolution continue, but the newcomers that followed each chose to use only one emerald tumor for evolution. What a joke. They definitely didn't want to turn into a monster like Han Meishin. If they could successfully become evolvers and the degree of physical deformity wasn't severe, that would already be the most fortunate and ideal state. The remaining few newcomers had only one failed evolution, while the others successfully completed their transformation. The special training over the past few days has been quite effective, honing their willpower. 2 hours later, 12 people. You can now choose a team name. Yang Feng looked at the last 12 people remaining in the room, all of whom had survived through rigorous selection and intense battles, emerging as elite survivors. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and recalled a name he had once used. Blood Hunter. Like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Like a hunting dog that bites its enemy and never gives up. Su Man, you are the team leader, responsible for handling all affairs. Long Air, you are the deputy team leader, mainly in charge of supervision and execution. Yang Feng clearly assigned responsibilities and then turned his gaze to the two-headed Han Meishin. You two are in charge of medical logistics. Yang Feng assigned a position to Han Meishin and Lin Shueli. Since the two shared a role, calling them together was indeed a bit troublesome. Lastly, it's you, Su Cheng. For now, there are no special tasks for you. If there are more weapons and ammunition in the future, you'll be responsible for teaching them how to use guns. Yang Feng assigned all the tasks, ensuring everyone could perform their respective duties and clarifying their positions. As for the remaining people, they were naturally ordinary members who only needed to follow orders. Yes, Chief. Yes, Chief. Yes, Master. Everyone promptly accepted the order. From then on, the Blood Hunt Squad would truly become a formidable force. It would grow stronger and stronger, absorbing and accommodating more and more slave resources, hunting more corpse tumors, and ultimately providing them all to Yang Feng. These trivial matters were dealt with. Yang Feng felt completely relaxed. The matters of the Blood Hunt Squad were fully entrusted to Su Man. Unless a major incident occurred, there was no need to manage it further. In any case, as long as it continuously provided corpse tumors, it would have fulfilled its mission. Yang Feng stretched lazily, then left the villa to observe the movements of the Mimi cult as usual. He looked in the direction of the musical fountain. The flames were burning. The bonfire grew larger, the fiercely burning flames roared, and the distorted firelight illuminated everyone's faces. Ingbao was thrown into the bonfire? Yang Feng saw that the shadow leopard's corpse had actually been thrown into the bonfire. It endured the scorching flames, its surface fur completely burned, its skin entirely turned to charcoal, with only its tough muscles not consumed by the fire. Are these people crazy? Even the guardian deity was thrown in to burn. More followers have joined the Mini sect, a dense crowd of people, totaling over 300. How could there be so many? Not only that, the sect leader Zhang Xingxue once said that the entire villa community only has just over 300 people. Surely not all of them could have become followers of the Mini sect. What has happened to the Mini sect in the past 2 days? Yang Feng called Su Man over and carefully inquired about the events of the past 2 days, especially regarding the Mini cult. Refugees. Gradually, some
refugees have escaped to this place. Su Man explained that the followers of the Mimi cult were not just the wealthy people in the villa but also survivors who had fled here. More and more people are hearing the evacuation broadcast. This place is very close to the 7th rescue point, and many people have temporarily gathered here to prepare for evacuation in advance. Su Man continued explaining, and the news about the military rescue gradually spread among the refugee survivors. Leave here. Receive rescue. People naturally longed to be saved by the army. Many courageous individuals took action, armed themselves, and stepped out of their homes. They risked being devoured by monsters, cautiously making their way to various evacuation points, unwilling to miss the precious chance of rescue. This process was exceedingly brutal. Many people were discovered by monsters and died on the road. However, there was also a group of survivors who successfully reached the vicinity of the rescue point and set up a temporary camp. For example, these devout followers who just joined the Mimi cult. Boom 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 boom. The sound of the flames burning grew louder. A dozen people jumped into the bonfire, holding hands and dancing around the corpse of the shadow leopard amidst the scorching flames, as if they felt no pain. Anomalous meme. This bizarre and absurd lie, woven into a cult, has become increasingly out of control. Where will it ultimately lead? Bonfire banquet. More than 300 people gathered together. The believers became increasingly devout, their faces full of sincere enthusiasm, murmuring to themselves, "Mimi is so cute. Mimi bless us. Mimi is the best cat in the world." The prayer words are perplexing, as if teasing a little kitten. The flames burning in the bonfire grew increasingly vigorous, and the elongated shadows swayed continuously with the flickering firelight. Among us, someone is taking advantage of the chaos. Those people are not true cat lovers. Those people don't truly like Mimi or care for Mimi. Among the followers, someone stepped forward. Her eyeballs, reflected in the firelight, seemed to transform into beast-like vertical pupils, resembling cat eyes that could shimmer in the night. Who is it? Who is it? Who dares not like Mimi? The many followers were filled with disbelief, their eyes brimming with fury. Master! The master doesn't like cats. The gazes of numerous followers turned to Zhang Xingxue. He was the initiator of the Miao Miao sect and was later elected as its leader. Initially, he intended to calm people's hearts and thereby gain control over most of the followers. But the cult of Mimi is spiraling out of control. The lies woven by Zhang Xingxue are gradually becoming reality. People actually believe that the corpse of a cat can bring good fortune and protect them from monster invasions. It's out of control. Completely veered off track. Wait, what are you trying to do? Put me down. Put me down. Zhang Xingxue roared loudly. He had already been lifted up by the crowd and was being carried step by step toward the giant bonfire. I am the leader. You all must listen to me. Let me down. Zhang Xingxue's face gradually turned into an expression of terror. According to the intentions of these crazy followers, it seemed they wanted to punish him by throwing him into the fire to burn him to death. Fake. It's all fake. Mimi is just a mutated monster, just a corpse. I was lying to you. Everything was a lie. Let me down. Before approaching the bonfire, Zhang Xingxue began to roar heartbreakingly, exposing all the lies he had told before. Useless. Whatever he says is useless. Anomalous meme. Absurd and insane beyond convention has astonishingly been firmly believed by people, and lies have turned into truth. Aha! With a scream, Zhang Xingxue was thrown into the bonfire and was quickly burned to charcoal. At the same time, many false believers were also arrested. They didn't truly believe in the Church of Mimi but were merely following the crowd in prayer, seeking protection. These people were also tied up one by one and thrown into the bonfire. The situation grew increasingly insane. Mimi's followers also fell into a certain kind of frenzy. However, this frenzy, where lies and truth intertwine, seems to have truly produced an incredible effect. Strange. Shadow Leopard has been dead for almost a week. Its body has not yet been burned to ashes. Young Feng continued observing from a distance, refraining from provoking the followers of the Mimi cult, while calculating the effects of the abnormal meme in his mind. Shelter? People hope to find shelter. Within a range of several hundred meters around the villa area, there have never been any low-level rotting corpses invading. No matter how remote your street is, no matter how sparse the population is, there will always be wandering rotting corpses accidentally straying into the neighborhood. However, within a 500-meter radius, for an entire week, no traces of any monsters could be found, as if completely isolated from the world. Coincidence? No. Yang Feng never believed in coincidences. At this moment, at the entrance of the residential area, a few more refugee survivors came running. Sumanman had mentioned before that the announcement broadcast was widely circulated, and many people risked their lives to rush to the rescue point. Help! Please help! They're coming! They're coming! Several survivors, their faces full of terror, bodies covered in wounds, and clothes in tatters, rushed toward the villa area. They shouted for help loudly, as if fleeing from someone's pursuit. Put! A sharpened steel bar, like a spear, pierced through his back, completely impaling his body. We've finally arrived. A man slowly walked into the neighborhood gate. He was a mutated evolver
revolver, tall and strong, carrying around iron barrel filled with cut steel bars, all of which were his custom-made weapons. Looking closely, the man had 2 extra arms growing from his shoulders, grotesquely thick and powerful. The swollen muscles tore through the skin, revealing strands of menacingly solid fibrous tissue. 4 arms. This man has 4 arms, so his companions all call him 4 Arms. Is this the closest place to the gathering point? The villa area, what a great place. A charming and alluring woman also walked out. As she spoke, she involuntarily stuck out her tongue, resembling a snake's forked tongue, splitting in the middle. Faintly, 2 sharp venomous fangs could be seen inside her mouth. Flower snake. A special evolution caused her to become an extremely venomous and ruthless woman. Finally, a strong man over 2 meters tall, with a pig's head, walked in as if making a grand entrance. He held a long, narrow chain in his hand, and on the chain's clasp were ropes tied around more than a dozen humans, covered in scars, skin and bones. Those humans were covered all over with various wounds from abuse, especially some women, whose eyes were filled with an extreme numbness born of utter despair. Livestock master. He deeply despised his own grotesque pig-headed appearance and enslaved a large number of ordinary people, binding them with chains and ropes. Beast. In his eyes, all the ordinary people who were imprisoned were like livestock he raised, which is why he called himself the master of beasts. Very good, very good. There are many fresh humans here. The owner yanked hard, and the chain in his hand clanged, the clasps colliding to produce a metallic sound, while the imprisoned humans stumbled and fell one after another. It's hard to imagine what he considered these humans to be. Toys? Or perhaps, bait? Goodness. Public announcements and broadcasts not only attract refugee survivors but also draw in evolvers. Most of these evolvers have undergone terrifying mutations, both psychologically and physically, leading to severe distortions. Their arrival is definitely not a good thing for ordinary people. Master, should we take action and kill them? Su Man's eyes flickered with a cold gleam of murderous intent. Eager to give it a try, the killing intent gradually rose. Long Air, Su Chang, and the 2-headed Han Meishin, and those evolvers who gained power are all formidable figures. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share 1 mountain. The villa estate has already been occupied by the Blood Hunt squad, and there is only one word for any intruder. Kill. No, nobody make a move, and don't go outside. Yang Feng raised his hand, throwing cold water on everyone, actually forbidding them from killing the intruders. We'll just watch from inside the villa. The intruders will probably run into the Nini cult. Dirty things are best handled by others. Yang Feng revealed a cruel smile. The dirty thing he had always been unwilling to deal with finally had someone to take over. We'll sit back and enjoy the show. Yang Feng had everyone return to their rooms to wait. He drew the curtains, leaving a small gap, and silently observed the situation outside. Ding ding ding. Iron rings clashed against each other. The livestock owner held a rusty iron chain, dragging the imprisoned human sacrifice, walking forward with 2 other companions. Bonfire. Near the musical fountain, a huge bonfire banquet attracted the attention of several people. Boss, something feels strange. 4 Arms stepped forward and pulled out the steel rod that had just been thrown from the corpse. They're all kneeling on the ground, worshipping something. The agile flower snake quickly climbed onto the roof of a villa and looked toward the direction of the bonfire party. So strange. The more people, the better. The pig-faced owner revealed a savage smile, tugging at the chain and iron ring as he walked straight toward the music fountain. Turn a blind eye. Strangely, the worshippers kneeling on the ground were engrossed in their prayers, completely ignoring the giant over 2 meters tall behind them, as well as the man with 4 arms. Nini is so cute. Nini, bless us. Nini is the best cat in the world. They were still muttering, reciting incomprehensible prayers that ordinary people could hardly understand. Stop. Everyone, stop right now. The livestock owner shouted angrily, but the kneeling believers still showed no reaction. The 4-armed figure and the flower snake exchanged a glance and nodded. Put. A tearing sound echoed as sharp steel bars pierced through a believer's body, and crimson liquid spurted out, splashing all over him. Ah, such a waste, such a waste. The surrounding believers finally reacted, but they did not flee. They picked up the still-breathing believer and hurriedly ran to the center of the bonfire, throwing them into the massive fire pit before they completely died. Sinister. Absolutely sinister. Ghost mask unveiled. 6 eyes activated. Yang Feng directly activated his strongest ability. On the pitch-black ghost mask, 6 twisted and fallen eyes opened, staring intently in the direction of the Nini cult. There was an extremely eerie aura spreading among the believers, and as the blood splattered, it gradually infected and corroded the bodies of several intruders. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The 4-armed figure became enraged, grabbing the steel bars on its body and repeatedly stabbing the surrounding believers. Get up! Everyone, get up! The 4-armed figure killed dozens of followers in succession, drenched in blood and resembling a blood-soaked man. A strange force was inexplicably controlling him, causing the 4-armed figure to grow increasingly frenzied, unable to suppress his murderous intent. 4-armed. What are you doing? The owner was somewhat angry and furiously stopped him. These people are still useful. You've already killed enough. Not enough. Not enough. I
have to kill them all, sacrifice them all to Mimi. For arms, eyes glowing red, and for some reason, the word Mimi appeared in his mind. He always felt a certain mission he had to carry out, which was to kill all the believers and throw them into the pit of fire. It has begun. The anomalous meme has begun. The greatest characteristic of memes is their extremely strong ability to spread. The forearms were stained with more and more innocent blood. The bizarre abnormal meme was corroding and polluting his consciousness, seeping into his soul like mold. What are you talking about? What meme? What sacrifice? The Beastmaster raised his fist and struck Forearms fiercely, the heavy force blasting it away. Wake up! The Beastmaster roared, but Forearms showed no signs of regaining consciousness and instead became even more frenzied. Filthy thing, he has been completely infected by something dirty. What an adorable kitty. The little cat is so fluffy. I really want to kiss my little baby. The four-armed figure rambled incoherently, his expression becoming extremely ferocious, yet his eyes were filled with fear. For just a moment, he regained his consciousness and shouted in a trembling, fearful voice, "Boss, save me. These things are sinister. They're about to pull me in." The four-armed figure screamed, feeling as though countless filthy, dirty hands were grabbing him and dragging him toward the very center of the bonfire. A few more seconds passed. The four-armed figure's gaze became dazed. Hee, haha. He sometimes laughed strangely, sometimes acted madly, sometimes appeared foolish, and then turned into a frenzy. Mimi, I'm here to feed you. The four-armed monster laughed sinisterly, rushed into the pit of fire, letting the scorching flames burn it, gradually turning it into ashes. Too bizarre. Damn. Flower snake, kill them all. The Beastmaster, seeing such a bizarre scene, felt a chill run down his spine. He swung the iron chain in his hand, using the bound humans as a makeshift hammer-like weapon. Bang. Put. The immense force of the chain, flinging a dozen humans, smashed the surrounding followers into pulp. The flower snake also struck swiftly, using its agile and fierce moves to quickly kill the surrounding followers. Over 300 people. The massive iron chains, each swing stirring up waves of blood. However, no one screamed in agony, only the more piercing sounds of prayers could be heard. The firelight flickered. Each person's face, illuminated by the warm and gentle firelight, appeared twisted and eerie. Hand in hand, their faces filled with fervor, they willingly ran toward the giant fire pit, burning to ashes amidst laughter and joy. A few minutes later, all the believers perished. Only the livestock owner and the flower snake remained at the scene. Meow. Near the livestock owner's ears, it seemed as though the sound of a kitten's meowing echoed. Did you hear it? There's a cat meowing. Where's the cat? Where is it? The livestock owner seemed a bit nervous, while the flower snake beside him had already become dazed, as if it had seen something unbelievable. Flames soared into the sky. Faintly, there was a giant statue of a cat deity, waiting for them to worship it. Pollution, mental contamination, meme infection, supernatural eerie forces are eroding their souls. Ah, Mimi God, great Mimi God. Another 10 minutes passed. The pet owner's gaze became dazed, standing up in a trance and bowing before the illusory flame statue. A chill ran down the spine. Hair stood on end, hair raising. The people in the villa shuddered as they watched the fate of the intruders and the followers. Sumanman finally understood what the master meant by filthy things. No battle filled with passion. No rebirth of alien species. No hysterical final battle. Filth is like mold. Once it contaminates you, it's hard to remove, gradually permeating you completely. Finally, the livestock owner and the flower snake also began to laugh foolishly. They held hands and prayed, like happy kindergarten children, running together toward the pit of fire. Boom, 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 boom. The flames burned even hotter. The remains of all the believers, the corpses of the invaders, and the unmelted shell of the alien shadow leopard. They are all mixed with a large amount of twisted spiritual essence, carrying absurd beliefs, converging into something real at the critical point between lies and truth. The firelight gradually dimmed. Everything seemed to be over. Yang Feng put away the ghost mask, opened the villa door, and walked toward the fire pit. Master, cough cough, could we also be infected? Sumanman felt lingering fear, deeply sensing the eeriness of the anomalous meme. This is simply an unsolvable problem. No entity. All the believers were killed, but it was completely useless and things only got worse. In the end, they went mad and committed suicide, unable to even identify their enemies, with no target to fight against. This is truly incomprehensible. Everything is just as Yang Feng said. Don't provoke them. Don't get close to them. Don't touch dirty things. This is the best solution. Try to keep everything unrelated to you. It's fine. Now everything is over. Let's go check out the spoils. Yang Feng seemed to see through everything and said indifferently. The result of this unexpected turmoil actually includes a spoil? Anomalous meme. What bizarre and absurd thing will it give birth to again? A pit of fire. Not a trace of ash. Not a trace of remains. As if nothing had ever happened. Statue. It was a bone statue, only palm-sized, resembling a delicate figurine. Mimi? Yang Feng squatted down and picked up the sculpture in his hand. Looking closely, a lifelike and adorable little kitten, sitting upright like a lucky cat, with fluffy fur and a satisfied smile. Shadow tendon. This part of the ability comes from Shadow Leopard. There is a faint connection connection between them.
When holding it in the palm, the shadow tendon felt slightly warm, as if there was some kind of response.
6 eyes.
6 grotesque and twisted fallen eyes carefully stared at the statue, sensing the eerie power contained within.
Lies.
They were lies woven by the followers.
They blindly and foolishly believe that Nini will protect them.
In the end, the lie became true, the falsehood turned into reality, and the twisted entity descended.
Twisted entity Mimi's statue. Effect. Protection. Lies become reality. Mimi's statue can protect the nearby area from being disturbed by low-level spiritual creatures. Young Feng can feel it. Nini's statue faintly forms a magnetic field, shielding the nearby area.
It is a magnetic field formed by lies and blind faith, obstructing the movement routes of the rotting corpses.
Wandering monsters naturally take a detour when approaching. This little kitten made it. It truly developed the ability to provide shelter, just as all believers had hoped. Yang Feng couldn't help but sigh. The birth of the twisted being was full of irony. Believers all wished for the kitten to protect them, and this wish would be fulfilled after their death. After death, Nini can finally protect you. Master, is this the product of an anomalous meme?
Su Man and the others came behind Yang Feng, looking at the small bone sculpture, feeling somewhat strange.
A gust of eerie wind. Cold sweat poured down. The eyes of the small sculpture seemed alive, secretly watching them. Come, let's test its effectiveness.
Yang Feng led the group, carrying the Mimi statue, and walked toward the area outside the villa district.
A few hundred meters away,
on a nearby street, over 100 monsters were wandering, emitting low growls and moving their bodies unconsciously.
Nini's sculpture. Yang Feng placed it near the street. Some strange things started happening one after another.
The rotting monsters growled lowly as they stepped into the sanctuary's range, as if encountering layers of resistance.
The path isn't this way. You can't go forward here.
There's no food here, only cat food, cat toys, and catnip. Something in the darkness is guiding the movement of the decaying corpses. Even the decaying corpses, devoid of consciousness, logic, and thought, can alter their instinctive subconscious.
A loss of sense of direction.
A large number of decaying corpses begin to spin in place, unable to find a path forward. After a moment, the monsters completely lost their sense of direction, moving their decaying bodies in the opposite direction of the Mimi statue.
Disperse. The Mimi statue drove away all those low-level monsters.
Within just a few minutes, a circular clearing appeared centered around the Mimi statue, and all the low-level monsters were thoroughly expelled.
So amazing! Han Meishin exclaimed in surprise, while the other head on her neck, Lin Xueli, nodded in agreement. Yes, so amazing. Master, those monsters are all circling around the statue.
Su Man could hardly believe her eyes.
It seemed like just a small bone sculpture, yet the effect it produced was so astonishing. 500 meters.
Longair stood on a nearby high ground and used measurement methods to determine the range of the sheltering magnetic field. The range of the sheltering magnetic field is approximately within 500 meters. Once a monster steps in, it will spin in place and then be guided out of the area.
Anomalous meme. Twisted object. Illogical, unscientific, yet it truly exists. Let's put it in the villa for now. Within a 500-meter radius, there won't be any low-level monster disturbances.
It's considered a small shelter. Yang Feng casually tossed the bone sculpture into Su Man's hands.
With it, a lot of trouble will be avoided.
No need to build high walls or establish outposts, yet it can fend off the intrusion of monsters. It is definitely the treasure that every camp leader in the apocalypse dreams of.
Meow.
Su Man held the sculpture in her hand but inexplicably heard a cute meow.
Master, I seem to be hallucinating. I can hear it calling.
Su Man was somewhat unsure whether she was experiencing slight auditory hallucinations or if the statue in her hand was even more sinister.
You're not hallucinating.
Yang Feng turned around and said matter-of-factly, twisted objects are very dangerous. You all must remember not to stay in contact for too long or get too close.
Otherwise, you might have nightmares.
Yang Feng seemed to make a little joke, his eyes revealing a hint of wicked gleam.
Nightmares. Nightmares brought by Nini. The twisted entity is always a false existence beyond reality. Moreover, it is even more terrifying than Yang Feng described.
Twisted entities often bring misfortune, and if your will is not firm, they will infiltrate and erode your thoughts. It will intrude into the nightmares deep within your consciousness, whispering softly by your ear, unraveling like threads, clinging to the grid of your mind, and quietly leaving spots of decay.
Shiver. Su Man couldn't help but tremble all over. Too eerie. Too absurd.
All of this cannot be explained by common sense. After taking the statue, she dared not have too much contact with it. Su Man quickly returned to the villa, hid it in a corner of the room, and covered it with some miscellaneous items. After finishing all this, only then did Su Man feel a bit of relief, and the chilling sensation enveloping her body gradually dissipated.
Villa. Yang Feng gathered everyone together again.
According to the broadcast, the army will come to rescue us in 4 days.
What do you all think? Yang Feng's cold and piercing gaze swept over the crowd. 6 eyes.
He also secretly observed with 6 eyes, capturing every person's emotional fluctuations and the deepest desires in in their hearts, all laid bare. Some were joyful, some were sorrowful. Some individuals with mild abnormalities started scheming in their minds. If we escape into the military's protected area during their rescue operation, even a tyrant like Yang Feng wouldn't dare to chase us, right? Let's hope the military doesn't shoot us. Meixin is right. What if we're mistaken for monsters and get turned into mincemeat by heavy machine guns? Han Meixin expressed her unwillingness to make contact with the military. Another head on her neck, Lin Shueli, also echoed along, with more than 10 sharp limbs trembling chaotically as she expressed her emotions. Two-headed Han Meixin can represent a certain type of person. A hedgehog covered in sharp spikes, a beetle with skin covered in a layer of disgusting scales, and several severely deformed evolvers. Some people with severe degrees of mutation have very low spirits. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are almost no different from monsters. These people are no longer suited to integrate into the world of ordinary people. Even if they seek the protection of the military, the other side would probably treat them as monsters and shoot them. Corpse tumors. Wherever the army goes, they will inevitably shoot down large numbers of monsters. We can reap the fisherman's profit and obtain a large number of corpse tumors. Su Man still remembered what Yang Feng had said before, preparing to make a fortune when the military rescue arrived. Yes, Yang Feng nodded. He noticed that Su Man's emotions were very calm, with the flames of desire burning slightly hotter, seemingly anticipating a great battle. No rebellious intent, still considered loyal. Now, let's look at Long Air. Calm and composed, with an expression as still as an ancient well, his murky eyes dull and lifeless, showing no objections to any decisions, just a killing machine that follows orders. Then it's decided. The intensity of the hunts over the next few days can be appropriately reduced. Get some good rest and prepare for the great battle. Yang Feng concluded the brief meeting and offered everyone some benefits, taking out the stored supplies and letting them feast freely. Eat to your heart's content. Recover from injuries. A great battle awaits them. The Apocalypse, Day 14. Time until military rescue. 3 days remaining. Gurgle gurgle. The simmering pork ribs exude a rich aroma, mixed with some radishes and potatoes, brewing an enticing broth. Zzz. The steak sizzles in the frying pan, with a slightly crispy exterior and firm, tender meat, making one's appetite surge. Two-headed person. Han Meixin, Lin Shueli. One head watches the stew pot while the other fries the steak, managing both tasks without delay. The numerous arthropods on her back also played various roles. The scalpel cuts the scallions into fine pieces, the bone hammer crushes the garlic into paste, the hemostatic forceps press down on the steak, and the bone chisel flips and stirs like a spatula. Meixin, pepper. Lin Shueli's head spoke, followed by a jointed limb with tweezers at the end, picking up some pepper and sprinkling it into the stir-fried dish. Shueli, bean paste. Han Meixin looked around but couldn't find the location of the bean paste. You're so careless. Lin Shueli smiled faintly, using the bone membrane separator on her joint as a spoon to scoop out a piece and handed it over. The two-headed person was busy in the kitchen. One person was as good as a bunch of chefs. Very soon, the two-headed person simultaneously prepared several delicious dishes. She carried the ribs with her hands, while the arthropods extending from her back held the steak and several plates of dishes, and came to the villa's living room. Thank you for waiting. Quick, eat while it's hot. Han Meixin and Lin Shueli, two heads, spoke simultaneously, smiling at everyone. Awesome. This life is so awesome. The leader is really generous, letting us eat as much as we want. The evolvers swarmed forward like ravenous dogs, paying no heed to the heat, thrusting their mutated hands into the simmering pot, grabbing large chunks of meat and stuffing them into their mouths. Yang Feng had given orders earlier. Eat well, drink well, rest well, recover from injuries to prepare for the upcoming battle. This is just a temporary reward. If you keep binge eating like this, the remaining supplies won't last a week. Su Man walked over, and the crowd quickly made way. In front of this female captain, their voices softened noticeably. What are you afraid of? We're very strong now. Whatever we're lacking, we'll take it. Sister Su, you lead the team and clear out the nearby supermarkets. We'll bring all the supplies back. The hedgehog gnawed on a rib while its eyes sparkled. Blood hunt. The team is growing stronger, which has also inflated everyone's confidence. Su Man paused for a moment. With their current strength, they could indeed dominate the surrounding area. However, they are not invincible. Don't let your guard down. So far, the monsters we've encountered haven't been too strong. Su Man lowered her voice and solemnly continued. Master once said, if you ever come across those guys with completely purple bodies, don't even think about it, run immediately. Guys with completely purple bodies? Purple phantom crystal. What Su Man mentioned was a once-in-a-lifetime variant of the purple phantom crystal level, which ordinary evolvers could only flee from upon encountering. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. A monster with a purplish body, it seems somewhat familiar. The corpse of a variant worshipped by Mimi's followers seems to be of that color, but no one knows how strong it was. It's okay. Even if we can't defeat it, the leader definitely can. Of course. He's a terrifying tyrant that everyone fears. A monster among monsters. People started
talking about Yang Feng again, as if he were an invincible existence. Any monster seemed less terrifying in front of him. Hey! Su Man snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. You guys, don't joke about the master casually, it could cost lives. One sentence, like cold ice water, directly woke everyone up. Yang Feng, a cruel and bloodthirsty tyrant. Joking with him is absolutely courting death. Everyone here has also witnessed his cold-bloodedness and brutality, deeply understanding what kind of serious consequences a small joke might bring. Turning around, a black figure was staring at them. Murky and turbid eyeballs concealed a sharp cold gleam. The executioner Long Air had been watching them all along. Smack! That person quickly slapped himself across the face, wearing a fawning smile. Sister Su, I misspoke. I shouldn't have discussed the leader. Sorry. This matter was dropped at that point. Su Man didn't continue to delve deeper, while the two-headed Han Meishin stepped in to ease the situation. She wiped off the grease on the hemostatic forceps while cleaning the filth on the scalpel. Once you're full and rested, you'll be checked one by one. The wounds need to be rebandaged, and the festering areas must be cut open. Han Meishin and Lin Shueli showed friendly smiles, their dozen-jointed limbs shaking with laughter. Of course, I'll disinfect the tools. Everyone shivered and buried their heads to continue eating. At this moment, the glass window of the villa suddenly made a sound. A small pebble hit the glass, but not with much force, nearly sounding an alarm. Something's up. Su Man immediately stood up, and the others quickly followed. This was a code. The blood hunting team was gradually improving. Someone outside the neighborhood gate was secretly observing, and if anything happened, they would throw a pebble at the glass. A group of men stealthily entered the neighborhood, numbering about 20 or so. Their clothes were stained with blood, looking filthy, and they held shovels and wrenches as makeshift weapons. Stop! Su Man shouted loudly, halting everyone's advance. Several revolvers followed closely behind, each with varying degrees of deformity, resembling a group of monsters. Su Qing also moved to the side, aiming the rifle at the crowd, the dark muzzle exuding an even greater sense of threat. Monster! They have guns! Wait, don't attack, we surrender. The group of men showed no intention of resisting, one after another throwing their weapons to the ground and raising their hands above their heads. Who are you? Su Man spoke coldly, and a representative stepped out from among the men. The representative was dressed in a suit and tie, his white shirt stretched out of shape by his large belly, and his half-bald hair appeared extremely greasy. He approached with a fawning expression, bowing slightly, rubbing his hands together repeatedly, and began to introduce himself. My name is Wang Jianbang. We all work at the same construction site. Wang Jianbang is a contractor, while the others are workers at the construction site. After the apocalypse, they were trapped at the site, but through a unique opportunity, they all survived in the end. Ordinary people? Su Man could tell that Wang Jianbang was not lying. These were all just ordinary people in front of her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a figure stealthily lurking behind the crowd. Long Air made a gesture not far away, ready to strike and kill them at any moment. Sumanman shook her head. There was no need to kill these innocents unless they did something foolish to provoke and anger Master Yang Feng. Do you smoke? The foreman Wang Jianbang took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, politely pulled out one, and tried to get closer to Sumanman. My mistake, girls rarely smoke. Ha! Well, we all heard on the radio that there was a gathering point nearby, so we took the risk to come over. Wang Jianbang looked troubled, glanced at his co-workers behind him, and assured confidently, we absolutely won't cause any trouble, just give us a little space. Su Man observed for a moment longer and told Su Qing to lower the gun. These villas are all still vacant. You can pick one to move into. Also, do not go near villa number 13, or else we will kill you. Su Man spoke in a cold tone, repeating seriously and solemnly, I'm not joking with you. If you go near, you will die. Got it? Wang Jianbang beamed with joy, nodding like a pecking chick. Su Man instructed a few subordinates, in the coming days, there might be a lot of refugees. Stay alert. Rescue point. People who hear the broadcast will come one after another. This group of construction workers is not the first batch of refugees, nor will they be the last. Don't leave yet. How did you survive? Su Man noticed another issue, with over 20 people arriving here, could it be that no monsters had discovered them? Wang Jianbang paused for a moment, then quickly began to explain. A huge monster appeared at our construction site, its entire body glowing purple. It killed everything it could see, and then kept gnawing on steel bars and steel plates. Wang Jianbang explained with lingering fear and continued, when we secretly left, its height was almost as tall as a 3-story building. Variant. And it's an incredibly powerful mutant. This type of mutant has territorial awareness, and lower-level rotting corpse monsters will be driven away. Gnawing on steel bars, gnawing on steel plates, standing nearly as tall as a 3-story building, and glowing purple all over. Isn't that the purple phantom crystal-level mutant that Master Yang Feng often talks about? Su Man's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Wang Jianbang's arm. Describe carefully, what does that monster look like? Corpse tumors. 380 pieces, offerings from the 3 days of the 10th to the 13th. Last night, after slightly relaxing taxing the muscles, combined with the offerings from the Blood Hunt squad, the number reached an astonishing figure. Yang Feng unfolded the ghost mask and devoured them all. Dark gold artifact level abilities require increasingly more spiritual essence as they are upgraded. Ghostface is like a growing child, at the age of needing meat, eggs, and milk, requiring a large amount of nutrition for supplementation. Burning, freezing, six eyes unconsciously opened, one of them absorbing all the energy, continuously nourishing it, radiating a terrifying gaze that captivates the soul. It became hollow. It became profound. It became dim. It seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss of darkness. See, among the six eyes, the one representing C had undergone a complete transformation. A brand new ability seemed to have become an instinct, bringing a new understanding of the six eyes. Six eyes, six senses, six perceptions, six roots, six desires. Yang Feng had a sudden realization: for Ghostface to evolve to the next stage, it must comprehend the essence of six abilities to truly qualify. The first eye completed its transformation, consuming nearly 600 corpse tumors. Yang Feng calculated in his mind that after evolving to the growth stage, Ghostface had devoured quite a number of corpse tumors. Adding today's consumption, the number has reached an astonishing 600 pieces. 6. The growth phase of the Ghostface is entirely linked to the number 6. 6 eyes, 6 types of consciousness, 6 desires. Even the corpse tumor upgrade requires 600 pieces? If calculated this way, completing the transformation of all the eyes would require 3,000 corpse tumors. This is truly a terrifying number. Even in the dark apocalypse 10 years from now, it would still be absolutely shocking. Fortunately, I don't only have the Ghostface ability. Otherwise, the number of corpse tumors it requires would completely overwhelm me, possibly even causing me to lose my position of strength. Yang Feng secretly felt fortunate that, apart from Ghostface, he possessed many other powerful abilities, which were much easier to upgrade. Knock knock. At this moment, Su Manman's knocking came from outside the door. Master, we've received the news. Detected a variant of the purple phantom crystal level. Su Manman said softly, following her master's habit. Those who disturb him are killed without mercy, unless it's important news. The door slowly opened. Finally, a decent hunting target. Yang Feng walked out with a smile, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Although a great battle was imminent, he couldn't let himself relax too much. Hunting this purple phantom crystal level variant would also allow him to test his new abilities. Master, I'll go gather the blood hunt team right away, Su Manman said respectfully, and Yang Feng nodded, casually waving his hand. Go ahead, I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare. Construction site. According to the description of the contractor Wang Jianbang, there is an extremely peculiar mutant in the recently constructed building. That is, the blood hunt squad sneaked in quietly, and without needing to search, immediately located the target. Giant. It was a giant nearly as tall as a 3-story building. It resembled a massive purple mineral, and when sunlight shone on it, it reflected a deep blue metallic sheen. Just observing it with the naked eye made it seem indestructible. Is that its scales? The crowd observed, but felt it didn't look like ordinary scales. Bones. Those are all overgrown, protruding bones. Yang Feng recognized this monster. It was a grotesque giant mutant. Bone armor giant corpse. Stage, mature form. Grade, blue sea pattern. This giant mutant has extremely high bone density and exhibits pathological hyperplasia. The overgrown bones pierce through the skin, covering various parts of the body, eventually forming a hard layer of bone armor. The bone-armored giant corpse has extremely strong defense, making it difficult for heavy firepower to inflict damage. Only tank shells or large amounts of explosives can effectively harm it. Not only that, Yang Feng noticed that the giant skeletal corpse before him had undergone a special mutation. It kept gnawing on steel, picking up steel bars one by one, breaking them and stuffing them into its mouth. Solid steel plates were like chocolate chunks, crushed in just a few bites. The bone density increased once again. The newly grown bone tissue also gradually became metallic. Finally, it has mutated and evolved to the level of the amethyst crystal, with its defense improving by several tiers, and its physique much taller than that of an ordinary bone armor giant corpse. A special mutant. The bone armor giant corpse is quite suitable for modifying my bones. Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with a gleam, calculating in his mind how to distribute the spoils. Good luck. Bone strength is his weak point, causing his strength to be unable to fully manifest. The powerful muscle fibers could even crush his bones. I'll take this ability. Su Manman, you take the blood hunters first and try to attack it. Yang Feng did not rush to make a move but planned to let the blood hunt squad attack first. First, it can test the strength of the bone armor giant corpse. Second, it can verify the capabilities of the blood hunt squad. Yes. Su Manman made a gesture, signaling the warriors to surround and prepare to launch an attack. Remote attack, in position. Close range defense, in position. After numerous battles, everyone gradually became more coordinated. With a single command, gunfire and the sound of something piercing through the air followed, and the other revolvers also rushed forward. The bone-armored giant corpse was sitting on the ground, gnawing on a steel bar, chewing on it. Suddenly,
Finally, the sound of slashing and hacking echoed around, and the steel-like bone armor emitted a series of metallic clanging sounds. Ding 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 ding. Bullets hit the bone-armored giant corpse, only sparking large bursts of fire, but ultimately not even leaving a single white mark. The sharp spikes shot from the hedgehog's body hit the dark purple steel armor, but they all broke off without any effect. Clang! A chopping blade struck the armor, immediately leaving a chipped mark. Looking up again at the bone-armored giant corpse, it showed no reaction at all, completely impervious to the attack. Invalid. All the attacks had no effect on the bone-armored giant corpse.
At this moment, the bone-armored giant corpse slowly stood up and, facing the tiny insects, raised its foot.
You all retreat quickly, I'll hold it off. The beetle shouted loudly, habitually taking the damage for its teammates. Boom, boom, boom. The bone-armored giant corpse stomped down, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly.
Put.
The beetle's body was instantly crushed under the foot, like a large water bag suddenly bursting. Not worth mentioning. The beetle's scales are completely insignificant to the mutated form of the bone-armored giant corpse. What is this power? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't harm the enemy in the slightest, while he could effortlessly kill their people with a single strike. Beetle. The hedgehog usually has the best relationship with the beetle. He roared furiously, his entire body of sharp spikes trembling, shooting toward the bone-armored giant corpse like a torrential rain. Ding 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 ding. The sound of metal clashing echoed once again.
Countless spikes struck the armor, all breaking under their own inertia, unable to leave even a single white mark.
The giant corpse in bone armor moved with slow steps. It picked up a steel bar from the ground, assumed a throwing stance, and then hurled it forcefully in the direction of the porcupine. Swish, swish, swish. Steel bars, under immense inertia, emitted piercing sounds as they tore through the air.
They resembled oversized spikes, fully covering the area where the hedgehog was located. Penetration. Piercing.
The steel bar instantly pierced through the hedgehog's body, pinning him to the spot, his eyes wide open in despair.
Despair. It was utterly hopeless.
This was an irreparable gap in strength. In less than a minute, 2 members of the blood hunt team were already dead.
Damn it.
Sumanman opened her greedy, gaping maw, shooting out a sticky, segmented object toward the ankle of the bone-armored giant corpse, then quickly pulled herself forward. The massive mouth, resembling that of a seven-thought eel, bit and scraped against the shin, its sharp, venomous teeth leaving indented bite marks.
Finally,
Sumanman left a large area covered in teeth marks, but still failed to break through the indestructible defense of the bone-armored giant corpse.
Bang! The bone-armored giant corpse suddenly kicked its leg.
Sumanman was flung away like a football, crashing into the thick wall, with half her body embedded in it, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
Bone-armored giant corpse mutant.
It was completely beyond the capabilities of the blood hunters. Keep fighting, and a total wipeout is only a matter of time.
Stop it.
There's no need for more deaths.
You guys, bring Sumanman back.
Yang Feng showed a slightly disappointed expression. He had thought the blood hunter would perform better.
Roar 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 roar.
The bone-armored giant corpse roared excitedly, the slaughter bringing waves of pleasure. It prepared to wreak havoc, continuing to crush the insects beneath its feet, lifting its foot to stomp on another revolver.
At this moment,
Yang Feng unfolded the ghost mask.
6 eyes. See, 6 twisted, horrifying eyes, one of which quickly shuts.
The moment it shuts, the bone-armored giant corpse suddenly collapses, then crawls around on the ground in confusion, like a blind person groping aimlessly.
It cannot find its target. It disappeared.
Its eyes were filled with nothing but darkness.
What on earth happened? 6 eyes.
Twisted, horrifying, and corrupted eyes. See, having absorbed enough spiritual essence and completed the transformation, Yang Feng also gained new abilities.
6 senses stripped.
6 eyes represent 6 perceptions, 6 falls, and 6 desires. They are sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and spiritual intent.
The new ability Yang Feng acquired is the power to deprive one of their senses.
The twisted, evil eyes close, and from that moment, the target's corresponding 6 senses will be stripped away.
Take away your eyes. Take away your vision. Take away your ability to see.
The true power of the ghostly mask has finally begun to reveal itself. The dark gold artifact level ability, with a mythical flavor, directly strips the target of their perception at its core, turning them into a blind person with open eyes.
Bang, bang, bang.
Rumble, 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 rumble.
The bone-armored giant corpse struggled, using its indestructible fists to smash everything around it.
It shattered the walls of buildings, bent steel plates, and slammed its fists into the ground, leaving large shallow pits.
Could no longer see. It could only attack recklessly like this.
Yang Feng finally made his move, charging toward the bone-armored giant corpse at an incredible speed. His entire body tensed, and his muscle fibers unleashed terrifying power.
Dawn, like the strike of a temple's morning bell.
Like 2 heavy trucks colliding at full speed on the highway.
A solid sense of power spreads layer by layer as sound waves, deafening and resounding. Footprint.
The bone-armored giant corpse was unexpectedly kicked down and slid several meters on the ground, leaving a deep trench.
On its abdomen, there was even a deeply sunken footprint. Power.
Yang Feng's pure strength is actually not inferior to the bone-armored giant corpse, and even slightly has the upper upper hand.
Phantom Steel Fiber Mature Form. Yang Feng's muscle fiber tissue is also at the level of Purple Phantom Crystal, and it has already reached the mature form stage. Competing in strength?
Dominating the scene, however, was Yang Feng.
Roar, 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 roar. The blind-like bone-armored giant corpse struggled to stand up but couldn't locate where its enemy was. It charged into the pile of buildings, knocking down load-bearing pillars, smashing wall after wall, venting hysterically. Yang Feng rushed to the vicinity of the bone-armored giant corpse.
He opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and let out a series of sharp screeches. The frequency of the sound waves oscillated higher and higher, quickly reaching a range beyond human hearing, but the damage to the body gradually intensified.
Iron lung, screeching throat. This is an ability obtained from the Banshee Scream.
An even sharper and more piercing sound. Even the blood hunter teams in the distance found it hard to bear and covered their ears. Thick crimson fluid also flowed out of the ear holes of the bone-armored giant corpse.
It has gone deaf. It is deaf.
After losing its sight, it couldn't hear sounds either. Although this move wasn't as thoroughly effective as stripping away hearing, it was still enough to give it a hard time.
Can't see, can't hear.
The giant corpse in bone armor seemed to have entered a world of dead silence. It continued to smash the ground wildly, sweeping its arms horizontally in all directions.
The entire ground trembled, even causing the unfinished building to collapse.
Rumble, 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 rumble. The building, which had lost a large number of load-bearing walls, began to collapse and shatter, with countless rubble and broken walls tumbling down, crushing the bone-armored giant corpse beneath.
Buried.
Amid the deafening roar, tens of tons of stone repeatedly smashed into the bone-armored giant corpse, pressing dents into its once indestructible armor.
However, the immensely powerful bone-armored giant corpse still struggled madly in resistance.
Its iron fists smashed the rocks again and again, struggling to crawl out of the ruins, crushing everything in its path.
Its defense is truly astonishing. Yang Feng praised, then opened his mouth and spat out a purple poisonous decay orb. Poison Rain Bomb.
The purple poisonous orb exploded upon impact, landing on the bone-armored giant corpse, emitting bursts of sizzle-sizzle sounds. Steel melted accordingly. The bone armor was corroded with countless small holes. The toxic liquid was flowing through those small holes toward its body. The giant corpse in bone armor let out an even more piercing roar, trembling violently in pain. The threat to its life gave rise to the idea of escape, wanting to flee this dark and silent place.
Escape? Can you escape?
Yang Feng revealed a cruel smile, charged forward directly, and engaged in close combat.
Dong, 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 dong.
Yang Feng's fists were incredibly heavy, pounding again and again on the bone-armored giant corpse, leaving deep fist marks with each strike. The immense power generated by the phantom steel fibers made each punch exceed a force of over 10 tons, and when the entire body concentrated all its strength, the explosive force became even more terrifying.
Drink!
Yang Feng shouted loudly. His entire body resembled a giant bow, with all his muscles stretched to the limit, power concentrated at the tip of his fist, striking out like a raging dragon.
Boom! Ka 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 ka.
A punch was thrown, and the air exploded continuously under immense pressure, like a series of dragon roars, tearing apart the chest of the bone-armored giant corpse. The armor radiating indigo-purple light was finally shattered completely by this punch, revealing the flesh and blood within.
Strong, powerful.
This series of fierce attacks left the surrounding Blood Hunter members stunned. The Blood Hunter evolutionary warriors were helpless against the bone-armored giant corpse, with no means to fight back, only powerless despair.
Yang Feng, however, was completely different.
This cold-blooded and murderous tyrant toyed with the bone-armored giant corpse in the palm of his hand, using a dazzling array of abilities to ruthlessly torture and kill it. A super mutant of the purple phantom crystal level was slaughtered as if it were nothing more than a worthless chicken or dog.
This is the leader's strength. Unreasonably powerful. Suffocating strength. Multidimensional information analysis. Weakness exposed.
Yang Feng's ghostly mask collects all the information of the bone-armored giant corpse, with its weaknesses and flaws shining like stars in the night, like lanterns in the darkness.
Boom, boom, boom.
The bone armor was completely shattered, and the giant heart was crushed. The 3-story tall monster gradually lost its life amidst its tragic and piercing screams.
It was over. A special deep purple corpse tumor slowly formed and was finally taken by Yang Feng. Clearly feel that strength is improving. Yang Feng spread his hands, savoring the victory of the battle.
About a week ago, when hunting the shadow leopard, he was seriously injured and on the brink of death.
But now it's different.
Hunting the same level of aberrations has become a one-sided slaughter.
Not only that,
the mutated bone-armored giant corpse with strong defensive power is actually much harder to deal with than the shadow leopard, which clearly shows how fast his strength has been improving recently.
6th sense stripping.
Among the many abilities acquired recently, 6th sense stripping is probably the strongest. The Ghostface artifact level functionality is gradually beginning to manifest, with a special mechanism capable of stripping away others' perception. Just a single look can take away vision, and when the other 5 abilities are combined, they can completely seal a target in darkness.
Nothing can be felt. Nothing can be touched. That That is the true infernal purgatory. Not dead, right? Yang Feng turned around and glanced at Su Man. She clutched an arm with a broken bone and slowly approached the body of the bone-armored giant corpse. Master, you don't need this anymore, do you? Su Man spoke respectfully while wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. No need. Yang Feng showed a curious expression. Could it be that Su Man was preparing to? That's right. A huge fissure opened up on Su Man's abdomen. The gaping maw of the gluttonous abyss opened, exuding an aura of voracious greed, approaching the remains of the colossal bone-armored corpse. Interesting. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, filled with interest in Su Man's performance, as she walked a unique path of her own. This can be considered recycling waste. Purple phantom crystal-level wreckage, that is also a once-in-a-lifetime excellent material. White fruit, evolvable ability. Su Man's greedy abyss giant mouth theoretically possesses infinite potential. The giant mouth, full of sharp teeth like a seven-headed eel, quickly devoured the mutated bone-armored giant corpse from within. The crack in its abdomen slowly closed, and after swallowing such a massive creature, it entered a state of intense digestion once again, briefly beginning to hibernate. Whoosh! At this moment, a flying knife suddenly hurled toward Yang Feng's face. One of the evolved warrior hunters unexpectedly drew a short knife and charged at Yang Feng. Are you crazy? This guy suddenly attacked the leader? Has he lost his mind? Of course. The small throwing knife couldn't harm Yang Feng at all. He slightly tilted his head and dodged the strike. The first to counterattack was Long Air, like a cold-blooded machine operating efficiently. While others were still in shock, he charged at that member. Click! Long Air delivered a ruthless kick, directly shattering the kneecap from the side, then twisted his arm and pressed him hard to the ground, rendering him immobile. The sudden turn of events left the surrounding warriors somewhat at a loss. Why? Yang Feng walked up to the man, staring at him coldly, wanting to know the reason for the attack on him. Leader, we are all loyal and devoted, but you can't just send us to our deaths. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and after struggling a few times, he still couldn't break free from Long Air's grip. Hedgehog, Beetle, even if they didn't achieve great merit, they still worked hard. Are you really that cold, that cruel, with not even a shred of guilt over their deaths? The warrior's face was pressed to the ground, his gaze fixed in the direction of the hedgehog and Beetle's deaths, cursing Yang Feng's brutality. Oh, I understand. This is camaraderie. Yang Feng nodded, understanding what had happened. You fought together for a long time, developed a deep bond of camaraderie, and now you want to seek justice for them? Tears welled up in the man's eyes as he continued speaking through gritted teeth. Why are you making us die first? You're obviously so powerful. Why not just take action and kill the aberration yourself? Why do you still make us go first, sending us to die in vain, crushed like cockroaches by that monster? Human lives are as cheap as grass. Yang Feng's immense strength could have completely crushed the mutated bone-armored giant corpse. None of the Blood Hunt members would have to die. The precious consumables could be saved for future use, achieving a perfect happy ending. However, the reality was far more cruel. Because you are slaves. Because you are expendable. Because you are cannon fodder. Yang Feng explained coldly, the chill in his eyes seemingly capable of freezing someone into an ice sculpture. Your lives, I don't care about. The way to use cannon fodder is just like this. Measure the intensity of the opponent's attack and then get squashed like a cockroach. Yang Feng spoke of the cruelest truth, and every blood hunter present felt a chilling cold penetrate their hearts, as if even the hot blood in their veins was about to freeze. You are all useful tools for me to seize the corpse tumor. Important, but not that important. Consumables are just consumables. If they die, summon another batch. There will always be people who want to survive, and there will always be people willing to risk everything to become stronger. Yang Feng sneered and withdrew his gaze. Don't blame me. Ultimately, it's just because you're not strong enough. What kind of nonsense logic is this? What kind of nonsensical logic is this? Resentment. Rage. The man pinned to the ground looked at Yang Feng with eyes full of venom, completely unable to accept his explanation. Kill him. Yang Feng waved his hand casually. Crack. Lanyar gripped his chin and skull with both hands, forcefully twisting to the side, effortlessly ending his life. 3 men lost. The number of people in the Blood Hunt team was already small, and with the loss of 3 members, only 9 remained. They looked at Yang Feng with varying expressions. There was fear, submission, restraint, as well as anger and murderous intent. Show some backbone. Don't be like him, not even letting me remember his name. Yang Feng took one last look at the traitorous Blood Hunter member. Even at the moment of his death, he didn't know his name, passing away like a nameless nobody. Everyone gradually regained their senses. Leader Yang Feng was neither their guardian angel nor a nanny staying by their side. He is a tyrant. His only purpose in taking people in is to exploit them relentlessly, crazily extracting nutrients from them. Dead is dead. There are plenty of expendables. If one dies, naturally, someone else will take their place. The Blood Hunters all lowered their heads. They had naively thought that joining the Blood Hunters would make them big shots, with the protection and blessing of their leader, allowing them to do whatever they pleased in the future. Now it seems, they were gravely mistaken. If they want dignity, if they want even a shred of respect, the only path is strength gaining power that commands awe. Go back.
Yang Feng retrieved the corpse tumor of the purple phantom crystal level and returned to the villa with the demoralized blood hunt unit. 3 days. There are still 3 days left until the rescue forces arrive. Yang Feng planned to use this gap to devour the purple phantom crystal level corpse tumor and complete the evolution of his bones. These 3 days, rest and recharge. The task of hunting corpse tumors can be postponed for now to avoid any accidents. Yang Feng called Su Man over and generously granted people more time to rest. Additionally, pay more attention to the refugees in the community. Yang Feng seemed to be implying something else, with a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. Refugees. Survivor. The closer it got to the rescue time, the more refugees poured in. Among them were not just ordinary people, but also some mutated evolvers, all of whom were troublesome. Master, I understand. Su Man felt reassured and nodded knowingly. No need for much explanation. Being decisive and avoiding trouble to get through these 3 days peacefully is currently the most important thing for the blood hunt. Very soon, Yang Feng returned to the room, took out the special deep purple corpse tumor, observed it for a moment, and then unfolded the ghost face to swallow it in one gulp. This corpse tumor was somewhat hard. Like its characteristics, it crunches loudly, as if chewing on a piece of branding iron. The residual consciousness of the mutated bone-armored giant corpse turned into spiritual granules, attempting to resist devouring in this way, but it was futile. Shatter. 6 eyes opened, and the branding iron steel melted as if ice and snow met the warm sun. Yang Feng chewed fiercely twice more, instantly transforming into the purest energy flowing into the bones throughout his body. Bones. 6 eyes observed the detailed condition inside the body. The state of Yang Feng's bones was actually very dire, with extensive internal damage and even fine cracks visible on the surface. Hidden injury. His strength is too powerful. Every time he exerts force, it slightly damages the bones. Especially after the upgrade of phantom steel fiber, the recoil force became even more terrifying, causing almost no part of his bones to remain intact. Tempering, forging, reshaping the bones. The spirit quality of the purple phantom crystal level gradually seeped through the cracks in the bones, merging into the bone marrow and triggering a series of changes. Forged into steel through 100 refinements. Yang Feng's bones seemed to be undergoing countless hammerings, fracturing again and again, shattering again, and being reshaped again and again. It was a torment that made one wish for death, vividly feeling the wailing of every bone in the body, constantly removing impurities and making them tougher. Indigo. Like the color of a perfectly refined flame, the gradually deepening purple of the bones reveals a burst of indigo brilliance, making its metallic luster even more vibrant. Purple indigo steel bone juvenile. Although it is only a juvenile, its foundation forged through countless trials is exceptionally solid. Perfect indigo steel frame, without a single flaw, reaching an unimaginable limit of strength. Yang Feng could finally unleash his power freely. Next, let's quietly wait for the army to arrive. This time, I must score big. The apocalypse broke out. Day 16. Time until military rescue. 1 day remaining. Amethyst steel bones. Yang Feng's skeletal structure has also been completely transformed. A large amount of shattered bone residue and impurities formed black scabs on the skin surface, emitting bursts of foul odor. Take a bath. Change into clean clothes. Open the window, and the breeze caresses the cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness, slightly easing Yang Feng's mood. Go downstairs. Why are there only so few of you? Yang Feng's figure was like a ghost, his shadow-like agility making his descent silent. After scanning the group, he asked indifferently, Leader. Inside the villa, only 4 members remained. Several members of the blood hunters heard Yang Feng's voice, immediately stood up from the sofa, bowed their heads respectfully, and knelt on one knee on the ground. Long Air stepped out from the shadows in the corner and assumed the same posture. Patrol. He slowly uttered 2 words, explaining the whereabouts of Su Man and the others, who were apparently patrolling near the villa area. There are more rules now. Since the last rebellion incident, Su Man has established a new rule. Blood hunters must kneel on one knee when they see the leader. Carry on, I'm going out for a walk. Yang Feng raised his finger slightly, signaling them to stand up, then pushed open the villa door. He immediately saw several strip-like objects hanging under the eaves of the villa. People. A total of 7 people, as if executed by hanging, had ropes around their necks, using their corpses as warning signs. Gather at the rescue point. Recently, many refugees have been rushing here. The forest is vast, and all kinds of filth exist. Some people are just born to be cheap, always looking for trouble for themselves. Su Man's actions have become increasingly brutal, eliminating those who don't know their place and hanging them here as an example for everyone. Is it killing the chicken to warn the monkey? Yang Feng immediately guessed it. This method is absolutely the simplest, most straightforward, and also the most effective. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a helicopter flew across the sky. It was flying very low, only a few dozen meters above the ground, with its rotors producing a deafening roar. We're here. Save us, save us. Take us with you, even if it's just a few people. Don't go, don't fly away. The noise of the helicopter attracted a large crowd, shouting and roaring at the aircraft, wildly waving bright brightly colored clothing in their hands. He. Young Feng let out a cold laugh. What a delusional thought. That helicopter was not for rescue but for gathering intelligence.
Which gathering point had the most refugees?
Which road's corpse tide is the hardest to break through? The military must make thorough preparations to launch the real rescue tomorrow.
The helicopter flew away.
Curses echoed from the crowd, mixed with complaints and cries.
Fuck it, there's a plane but it won't come down to save people. They're definitely thinking of saving those high-ranking officials first.
Heh, our lives are obviously not as valuable as theirs.
You two should say less. They're definitely here to carry out a mission.
The military rescue will arrive tomorrow, just wait one more day.
Whimper. What if the rescue doesn't come tomorrow? All kinds of voices, a mix of good and bad. Some predict doom, some sing praises.
Some even misspoke in 2 sentences, starting to fight each other, leaving the other bruised and battered.
Hey, I haven't seen you before. Are you new here today?
At this moment, a man's voice came from nearby. It was a bald man with a big belly, a dragon tattoo on his arm, and a blade wrapped in white cloth in his hand. Yang Feng frowned slightly and looked at the man. Suddenly, he felt a sense of familiarity.
Familiar?
It seemed like he had seen him somewhere before. Yang Feng had rarely interacted with tattooed gangsters in this life. His distant memories likely came from his previous life.
Yes,
the 10 years of the Dark Apocalypse. In the very early stages, he might have encountered him, but what happened had somewhat faded from memory. It was simply too long ago.
What are you staring at? Do you know the rules here? The man shouted, pulling Yang Feng out of his memories. What rules?
Yang Feng asked calmly.
Poof. Take a good look. Ever heard of Brother Dao from Tianxiao?
First, hand over half of your supplies as tribute to our Longhu gang, then we'll talk. The burly and broad-shouldered Brother Dao's gaze turned even fiercer when he mentioned the Longhu gang.
Dragon Tiger Gang. I remember now.
At the very beginning of the apocalypse, while fleeing to the military base shelter, I once encountered an organization called the Dragon Tiger Gang. They specialized in extorting the weak, doing whatever they pleased in the gray areas of the shelter. The former Yang Feng was exploited by them, handing over many valuable resources.
Old friends indeed. Didn't expect to meet here.
If I remember correctly, there's a boss in the Longhu gang named Gao Wenshu, whose strength is quite formidable. In just a short month, he reached the growth phase of the Blue Sea pattern. Although he can't compare to the hidden aces in the sanctuary, he's definitely a dominant figure within the civilian area.
I don't have any supplies.
Yang Feng shrugged, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faintly teasing smile.
Are you trying to fool a ghost? Everyone's here fleeing for their lives. Who wouldn't bring something to keep on hand? Don't force me to search you. Brother Dao's expression became even more ferocious as he stepped closer.
His tall and strong figure could exert greater pressure on the opponent, while he slapped the back of the knife against his palm a few times, warning and threatening Yang Feng.
Ordinary people would immediately back down when intimidated like this. Of course, to Yang Feng, this was nothing more than a joke. How about this? Take me to your boss.
I'm a bit interested in the Longhu gang, Yang Feng said indifferently, completely ignoring Brother Li's question.
What the hell are you? Our boss? Do you think you can meet him just because you want to? Brother Dao was somewhat annoyed.
The young man in front of him completely disregarded him. He raised the cleaver in his hand, pointed it at Yang Feng's nose, and continued viciously, I told you to hand over the supplies.
Hand them over first, then we'll talk about other matters. Yang Feng's eyes turned cold. Crack, 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 crack.
He reached out with his palm, directly grabbing the sharp blade tip, then clenched his palm tightly, continuously kneading forward. The entire blade was crushed into iron paste, and in the end, he grabbed Brother Dao's hand, mixing it with the shattered blade fragments, turning it into a pile of mashed flesh and crushed iron.
Blades, bone fragments, shredded meat.
They were mixed together, growing on Blade Bro's wrist, and just one glance made people feel unbearable pain.
Ah, my hand, my hand.
Blade Bro let out a pig-slaughtering scream, fell to his knees, his face pale, cold sweat pouring down. He looked at his palm in disbelief.
How could a person's strength be so immense, lightly gripping to twist the blade and flesh into a tangled mess? Now, can you take me there?
Yang Feng looked down from above, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a somewhat sinister and mocking smile that sent a deep chill through one's heart.
I'll take you there. I'll take you there right now.
Brother Dao didn't dare to resist. He knew he had run into a tough opponent, someone he couldn't mess with. Clutching his shattered hand, he stumbled toward Villa number 21, all the while plotting his revenge.
Find the boss. The boss will definitely help me get revenge. Brother Dao kicked open the door of Villa number 21.
Inside the room, there were more than a dozen people, all fierce and menacing, counting various supplies to take along when the army's rescue arrived.
Boss, help me, help me. Someone outside is causing trouble.
Brother Dao scrambled and crawled, pleading for help from someone in the room, but before he could finish speaking, a foot stepped on his back.
Crack!
With a heavy stomp, Brother Dao's back caved in, and half of his body was crushed into mush. Yang Feng made a brutal entrance. The guide's mission was complete, so there was no need to keep him alive. He crushed him with a single stomp.
What? The violent methods shocked everyone in the room. Don't panic.
A man's voice came from the living room, calming his men many subordinates. Young. He looks like he's only in his 20s, with a physiological age similar to Yang Feng's, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and appearing refined and cultured.
The leader of the Longhu gang? This person is too young and somewhat different from his memory. Are you Gao Wenxiu? Yang Feng asked with some confusion.
In his impression, Gao Wenxiu should be a tall and burly middle-aged man.
The young man was taken aback.
The eyes beneath the gold-rimmed glasses glimmered with a cold, snake-like chill as he said in a low voice, "Are you here to avenge Gao Wenxiu? His head was cut off by me a long time ago.
The current leader of the Dragon Tiger gang is me, Zhang Xiaohua."
Zhang Xiaohua picked up a glass jar nearby and brewed a whole pot of medicinal wine, but instead of using centipedes or scorpions, he used a human head.
What? Yang Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Gao Wenxiu was already dead.
The evolver who acted arrogantly at the shelter base had unexpectedly died at someone else's hands, and it happened without my involvement.
What's going on?
The course of events has changed.
The memories of the previous life have deviated.
Logically speaking, Gao Wenxiu should have at least survived until entering the shelter, leading the Dragon Tiger gang and committing all kinds of evil and being arrogant for a long time.
Now, however, its head has been severed and placed into medicinal liquor. Is it the butterfly effect?
One mistake can trigger a chain of errors.
A butterfly flapping its wings might stir up a storm thousands of kilometers away. Could it be that his own rebirth caused a butterfly effect, leading to a change in Gao Wenxiu's fate, making him killed by someone else earlier? Or is it that the essence of what happens in this world is entirely different from the previous life, belonging to a non-intersecting parallel universe? Interesting. Now this is interesting.
Different worlds, different experiences, different stories, different sensations. Yang Feng's heart was pounding wildly, unexpectedly giving rise to a feeling of exhilaration. The smile on his face became even more twisted, filled with delight.
Different enemies, different opponents, countless monsters I've never seen before, unknown formidable enemies, super strong aberrant variants with special mutations, anomalous memes tearing through reality.
Whenever Yang Feng thought of these, he felt his whole body heat up, his blood surging uncontrollably, and the frenzy and agitation pushed his body into an excited state.
What are you talking about?
Zhang Xiaohua interrupted the somewhat manic Yang Feng. This man is simply a lunatic. He stormed into the villa, stomped one of his subordinates to death, and then spouted a bunch of inexplicable nonsense.
Friend or foe?
Zhang Xiaohua couldn't determine, but he could confirm that the other party knew Gao Wenxiu.
What a pity. Gao Wenxiu was killed by you. Otherwise, I really would have liked to crush this old friend with my own hands. Yang Feng felt a bit regretful.
Personally avenging the enemy who had once humiliated him would surely bring immense satisfaction and joy.
So you were enemies. Zhang Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Wenxiu is your enemy, and he's my enemy too. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Brother, I'll give you this bottle of wine as a gift, let's be friends. Zhang Xiaohua's attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn, even offering the wine bottle in his hand as a meeting gift.
Friend, brother, he called out so warmly. What a pity. I'm not here to make friends.
Yang Feng's cold gaze swept across the faces of the Dragon Tiger gang members one by one, as killing intent began to rise.
Gao Wenxiu is dead, but the Dragon Tiger gang has not yet been eradicated. Memories from too long ago are somewhat blurry.
However, some of them had slapped him, some had pinned him down in an alley and threatened him, and others had stolen the supplies he had worked so hard to obtain. Who exactly they were and what they looked like, he couldn't remember.
If I can't remember, then I'll just kill them all.
Yang Feng suddenly moved, his thigh turning into a steel whip, sweeping out a perfect arc, instantly slicing through the air and tearing open a massive gash.
Lan Feng, puff, puff, puff.
The bodies of several burly men were immediately cut in half. Crimson liquid gushed wildly, and filthy chunks of organic matter spilled out from the halved bodies, completely staining the ground a different color.
Aha!
Those who were cut in half, some had not died immediately and let out extremely tragic screams.
What happened?
Yang Feng's whip kick just now exceeded the limits of what the naked eye could observe, leaving only a blurry shadow.
How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua himself is an evolver skilled in speed.
He widened his eyes, staring at Yang Feng as if looking at a monster, completely unable to see through that kick just now.
Bang! A loud crash echoed.
Yang Feng swung a punch, like a hydraulic press weighing tens of tons, smashing down fiercely. A member of the Dragon Tiger gang burst apart like a water bag, organic matter and fluids splattering across the room, leaving everyone covered in filth.
Phantom steel fiber, purple indigo steel bone.
The power of dual purple phantom crystal level, with the strength of muscles and bones combined, is terrifying beyond measure.
Absolute strength,
completely powerless to resist. Zhang Xiaohua's gaze gradually changed, replaced by fear, as he looked incredulously at the humanoid monster before him.
Escape! He must escape!
The new leader of the Longhu gang stomped heavily, shattering the floor, and used the recoil to propel himself toward the window, moving at a speed several times faster than an ordinary person. A cracking sound was heard.
Shards of the window fell densely, and Zhang Xiaohua actually abandoned his subordinates and fled alone. Boss! The remaining underlings were all dumbfounded. defeated. If even the strongest boss had run away, wouldn't staying here be courting death? Big brother, boss, we have no grievances or enmity, and we haven't offended you. All the bad things were done by Zhang Xiaohua and Gao Wenshu. We were just their lackeys running errands. Before the pleading lackey could finish speaking, Yang Feng's fist had already landed, smashing the watermelon into pieces, with tofu pudding mixed with brown sugar water splattering everywhere. He, you really have offended me. Yang Feng smiled cruelly, then turned his gaze to the remaining few people. Don't rush, your boss won't escape either. Villa number 21. Inside, it was utterly silent. Yang Feng's white shirt was stained with large patches of crimson, his sleeves slightly rolled up, revealing a pair of blood-soaked hands. Help, there's a madman. Monster, monster, monster. Zhang Xiaohua was already scared out of his wits. Although he himself was an evolver, after witnessing Yang Feng's power, he could only feel as weak and helpless as an ant. Smack! Zhang Xiaohua bumped into someone, but was immediately knocked down and pinned to the ground. He looked up. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed, and instead, he seemed to have encountered a savior. Sister Su, there are monsters over there. You are the boss of this villa area. Someone over there is killing people at will, and the entire Longwu gang has been wiped out by him. Zhang Xiaohua poured out his experiences all at once, pleading for the other party to save him. Su Manman, this is the person in charge of villa number 13. In the Jinjiang Manor Villa community, she has the final say. Whoever she wants to live will live, and whoever she wants to die will die. Look at the few people hanging in front of villa number 13. They were all desperados. What happened to them? This is not even the most terrifying part. It is said, the brutal Sumanman also possesses an even more evil and powerful aberrant ability, with a cruelty that sends shivers down the spine. Sister Su, should we save him? The leader told us not to cause trouble, so let's just leave it alone. Han Meishin and Lin Xueli were conversing, while a dozen jointed limbs trembled chaotically, seemingly as a form of body language. Her incredibly unique appearance attracted the attention of numerous refugees, but they all kept their distance, fearing to be targeted by this monster. He's here. Sister Su, that monster is coming over. Zhang Xiaohua turned his head and looked in the direction of Yang Feng, who was walking step by step toward them. However, something even more unexpected happened. Master, leader. Sumanman knelt on one knee, her face full of respect. The other people did the same, except they addressed him as the leader. Impossible. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were filled with disbelief. That monstrous man turned out to be the Master Su Manman mentioned, the true boss of villa number 13. Who on earth had he offended? What kind of being had he provoked? Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of despair, his eyes filled with confusion, completely clueless about the cause of this sudden disaster. Rise. Yang Feng raised his finger slightly, signaling Su Manman and the others to stand up. He smiled faintly as he looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was completely like fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Why? Gao Wenshu, isn't he your enemy too? If you want to kill me, you should at least have a reason. Zhang Xiaohua was utterly puzzled, wondering what he had done wrong to bring about a fatal disaster. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and answered the question. It's simple, just purely displeased with the Longhu gang. A straightforward explanation. A domineering response. Yang Feng just found the Longhu gang unpleasant. All members of the Longhu gang must die for this reason. Han Meishin, kill him. Yang Feng gave the order, and Han Meishin was somewhat surprised. Meishin, don't just stand there, hurry up and do it. Surely, you can do it too. Alright then, let's do it together. Han Meishin and Lin Shirley, two heads conversing with each other, finally shouted the countdown together. 3, 2, 1. A dozen sharp arthropods fiercely attacked Zhang Xiaohua. Whether it was scalpels, awls, hammers, or wrenches, they all slashed and stabbed violently, quickly leaving Zhang Xiaohua a bloody mess. Destroyed. The Longhu gang was wiped out for this one simple reason. This barely counts as achieving a small revenge goal. Although it's not a deep-seated hatred, it's enough to bring joy. World line shift. The intensity of the strong winds stirred by the butterfly effect remains unclear. There are a few people I want to kill more, but they should be in other cities now. I hope they live well and save the final blow for me. Yang Feng recalled a few unforgettable faces. Most of them were no longer in this city. Later, they met at a large shelter housing refugees from multiple cities, which led to a series of interesting stories. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with murderous intent. In this lifetime, if he were to encounter them again, he would have to properly play with them. Villa. Yang Feng sat in the main seat of the living room. The members of the Blood Hunt all knelt on one knee before him, waiting for his next command. Silence. An overwhelming pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Su Manman, from your perspective, how would you evaluate me? Yang Feng suddenly asked a strange question, his cold gaze fixed on the woman in front of him. I don't dare. Su Manman trembled all over, feeling a chill in her heart. She dared not evaluate her master, whether good or bad. She simply did not have the qualification to do so. Yang Feng nodded and looked at the other person. Long Air, what do you think? Long Air was rather straightforward. He spoke concisely, using his somewhat broken Chinese, and said 4 words: top, elite, expert. Yes, this assassin from Yu Kingdom's evaluation situation will only pertain to strength. What about you? Han Meishin, Lin Xueli, Su Qing, and everyone. Yang Feng encouraged everyone to speak freely, but all of them lowered their heads even further, and no one dared to speak recklessly like Long Air. Fear, fear. They are all afraid of themselves, terrified that saying one wrong word might lead to being beheaded by the tyrant. Yang Feng stood up, walked to the window, and his gaze gradually sharpened. The optimal solution. My strength is the best solution in the apocalypse. Seeking opportunities, before the apocalypse breaks out, find the most incredible dark gold-grade artifact. Steady progress, relying on 10 years of experience in the dark apocalypse, master the types and weaknesses of monsters, plunder a large number of corpse tumors, and become a transcendent powerhouse. Mad slaughter, with 10 years of combat in the dark apocalypse, muscle memory level exquisite killing techniques, and the joy of savoring every kill. Step by step, gradually gathering slaves to become tools for plundering corpse tumors, exploiting all their value, and turning them into the bones and foundation of the path to evolution. Yang Feng is the calmest chess player. He knows where to take the next step. He knows what kind of enemy he is facing. He knows how to use the best pieces to expand his advantage. Breakthrough. The only way to break free from shackles is to gain true power. The turning point of destiny. All the efforts I've made will be validated tomorrow. Yang Feng muttered to himself. The sharp gleam in his eyes grew even more piercing, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a sinister yet excited smile. Come on, come on. Let the storm rage even harder. Day 17 of the apocalypse outbreak. Time until military rescue. 0 days. Ugh. The rotting corpses, with their entire bodies festering, faces twisted and ferocious, unconsciously let out whimpering sounds as they wandered and gathered together. 1 rotting corpse, 1 black dot. 10 rotting corpses, 10 black dots. Countless dense black dots connected into a mass, stretching endlessly beyond sight. They are like an ominous black cloth covering the sky and blocking the sun, or like a filthy river surging forward endlessly. The branching main roads are like blood vessels. The tide formed by rotting corpses is the black, filthy blood flowing within the veins. The entire city seems to have mutated into a gigantic monster, exuding an infinite aura of terror, purging the impurity known as human beings. However, humankind is not completely powerless to fight back. As civilization has continued to this day, humanity's greatest skill is destruction. Tanks, armored vehicles, armed helicopters, firearms, missiles, nuclear weapons. The true power of humanity has yet to be revealed in the apocalypse. Boom 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 boom. The roar of exploding shells was deafening. Shells tore through the air with a ripping sound, landing amidst the endless tide of corpses, stirring up waves of blood. Mire, shredded flesh, fine powder, mixed with bone fragments, blended with the scent of gunpowder, spreading across the battlefield. Looking from afar, one tank after another made a majestic appearance, their dark barrels several meters long, spewing long tongues of fire that shredded the horde of corpses before them. Steel torrent. This is the true steel torrent. The alloy shell of the heavy tank reflected a sharp gleam under the sunlight, and the monster's claws could only leave scratches. The heavy tracks crushed the ground, and any rotting corpses in the way were flattened into mush like pies. 2 rows of tanks cleared the path ahead. Almost forming an invincible force, they turned into a torrent of steel, reaping the lives of countless rotting corpses. Roar 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 roar. The tide of corpses went mad, rushing frantically toward the direction of the steel torrent. Their twisted faces became even more ferocious and terrifying, roaring and howling as they faced the shells and heavy crushing. The armored vehicles appeared. The fully modified armored vehicles, with 2 heavy machine guns mounted on top, were equipped with Vulcan cannons that had been upgraded by Huagua. Its power is even greater than a 6-barrel Gatling gun, with thumb-thick bullet chains connected to the ammunition box, pouring out fury like a massive torrential downpour. No mercy, 3,600 revolutions per breath. With a firing rate of over 3,000 rounds per minute, it forms a dense array with no blind spots. Each bullet, hitting any part of the body, leaves a bull-sized torn hole. Wherever the muzzle is aimed, the rotting corpse monsters are instantly shattered, turning into muddy fragments and transforming into clouds of blood powder drifting in the wind. Furious iron rain. This is the death rain brought by the bullet storm. The fierce wind strikes. More than a dozen armed helicopters were circling in the sky. Missiles were mounted on both sides, and the cabin doors opened as well. Soldiers holding Vulcan cannons began clearing from above. Several snipers crouched on the sides. They specifically targeted the powerful mutants, using anti-material sniper rifles to pierce through their bodies. Inside the cabin, there were also technicians who released drones. Several advanced scanning drones hovered near a nearby building. They circled the building, measuring its orientation and volume, providing incredibly accurate information and geographic positioning. Coordinates have been sent. Please launch missiles from the base to cut off the other wave of corpses. Technicians sent the message and coordinates via satellite communication equipment. Whoosh! Mach 10 hypersonic missiles were launched from the base, 1,000 miles in an instant. With missiles of this speed, by the time you see them, it's already too late. A perfect arc streaks across the sky, striking striking a building. The explosion's flames obscure the view, and the shockwave shatters all the surrounding glass. Collapse. Half of the building was blown apart, while the other half collapsed, crashing heavily onto another street. Countless rotting corpse monsters were buried in the collapsed structures, and the ruins also blocked the gathering of the corpse tide, significantly reducing the pressure on the team. Citizens, survivors, please seize this opportunity, bravely step out of your home, and accept our rescue. Behind the steel torrent, a dozen troop transport vehicles followed, surrounded by a large number of fully armed soldiers, initiating a genuine rescue operation. We're saved! We're saved! Charge! 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 The surrounding residents wept with joy, grabbing weapons, putting on their thickest clothing, and rushing out of their sealed homes. The crowd surged. Many of them were ambushed by monsters halfway, cruelly knocked to the ground, and then spilled a large amount of crimson liquid. There were also some lucky ones who broke through the heavy encirclement. They held up brightly colored clothing to signal that they were human, returned to the military side, and were immediately shielded behind the soldiers. Power. This is the true strength of humanity, the overwhelming force of destruction. How powerful, how reassuring. Half a month. The military base cleared the surrounding troubles and obstacles immediately. The surviving warriors quickly established a new organizational structure, gathered the remaining forces, and finally launched a breathtaking rescue on this day. Women and children, you may board the vehicles. Men, please follow the convoy on foot. The number of refugees kept increasing, and the dozen or so troop transport vehicles were clearly insufficient. Women and children, however, were given priority and were the first to board the trucks. The men had to walk, and most of them had no complaints. Being able to save their own lives was already the luckiest thing. Jinjiang Manor. The thunderous sound of artillery fire also excited the people in the community. Here you are. They're finally here. Yang Feng slowly stood up, feeling the slight tremor caused by the collapse of the building, and every cell in his body couldn't help but tremble along. Excited. This moment has been awaited for so long. Twisted object Mimi statue. Yang Feng took out this special anomalous object from the corner of the room, then turned to look at the blood hunters. The harvest time has arrived. The military is about to arrive. Harvest as many corpse tumors as you can. Be precise with your aim and quick with your hands. Avoid excessive fighting with the monsters. Any trespassers shall be executed without mercy. Yang Feng raised the statue in his hand, with me as the center. Within a 500-meter radius, the number of monsters will decrease. Reap to your heart's content. Pick up the scraps to your heart's content. Yang Feng revealed an excited yet ferocious smile, his cold and murderous eyes sweeping over the crowd. One last warning. Anyone who dares to approach the army and betray me shall die. Help me, help me. A beautiful woman rushed out of the residential area, but the scattered rubble caused her to twist her ankle, and she fell to the ground, spilling all the supplies she was holding. The fleeing survivors around her completely ignored her cries for help. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared, and her former lover hurriedly ran over. The beautiful woman showed a look of joy, thinking she had found a savior, but to her surprise, the man grabbed a few bags of biscuits and immediately got up and rushed toward the direction of the army. The next second, dirty, blood-stained hands grabbed the woman's thigh, pulling her to his side. No, no, don't leave me. The unlucky beautiful woman, desperate and terrified, was knocked down by a rotting corpse, blood spilling from her mouth, her eyes filled with pain and unwillingness. Just a little more. She fell into a pool of blood, with more and more rotting corpses surrounding her, gradually engulfing her. A man was forcefully pushed to the ground. His good brother, with a hint of guilt on his face, along with traces of malice and ruthlessness, lowered his voice and said, "Don't blame me, good brother. Just block the rotting corpses for me." The man who was betrayed fell among the corpse horde, his eyes wide with rage, uttering his final curse. "You won't die a good death. You'll die worse than me." The man was quickly surrounded by monsters, the sounds of tearing and chewing incessant, as crimson fluid flowed freely. In order to survive. What does sibling affection count for? In the face of life and death, the baseness of human nature gradually reveals itself, laid bare before everyone. This is not an isolated case. Similar things are constantly happening. However, a group of anomalies appeared among the crowd. Slaves, collect the corpse tumors. Let's begin. Yang Feng, along with the blood hunters, finally arrived at the battlefield and deliberately positioned themselves at the very end of the ranks. The filthy, muddy road, where the iron torrent had rolled through, there was nothing but shattered mud mixed with bone fragments, exuding a nauseating stench. When stepping on it, lifting your foot would bring up large patches of flesh juice. Slippery, sticky, nauseating. The mission of the blood hunter is to find tumor-like little objects from a large amount of sludge. Corpse tumor. The endless tide of corpses was crushed and torn apart. They also left behind a massive amount of resources, with countless corpse tumors waiting for everyone to harvest. Twisted object Mimi statue. Yang Feng carried it with him, and within a radius of 500 meters, the rotting corpse monsters would experience cognitive errors, wandering in circles as if trapped in a ghostly maze. Although it cannot perfectly shield against all rotting corpses, some frenzied monsters are significantly less affected by the magnetic field. However, the statue statue still plays a crucial role, driving away most of the rotting corpses and providing the blood hunt members with a larger survival space. Harvest, the ghost mask unfolds. Yang Feng's multidimensional information analysis proved to be highly effective. One by one, the corpse tumors in his mind were like glimmering gold. His footsteps were swift, but his hands moved even faster, digging through the muck to pick up each corpse tumor and placing them into the large bottle he had prepared in advance. He couldn't pick them all. There was simply no way to pick them all. The number of corpses killed by the steel torrent is simply too many. The two-headed man is also very efficient. Meishin, over there. Shirley, look over here, there are so many. Han Meishin and Lin Xueli, their two heads carefully observed the ground, searching for traces of the corpse tumor. A dozen spider-like deformed limbs dug through layers of mud, the surgical forceps-like appendages swiftly and precisely pinching, then placing the findings into a large jar. Su Man was even more direct. The gaping maw of the greedy abyss opened, and from its lamprey-like mouth extended a massive, slippery tongue. That gigantic tongue, with its unique structure, licked the sludge clean while leaving behind large patches of corpse tumors. Feast. This is a gluttonous feast. The countless rotting corpse monsters crushed into sludge also became the most delicious food and nutrients for the abyssal devourer's giant maw, accumulating to a certain extent for further evolution. Thrilling, so damn satisfying. The other blood hunters also quickened their pace, resembling farmers planting seedlings as they clawed at something in the muddy ground. Not just rotting corpses, but also mutants. The snipers on those armed helicopters specifically targeted mutants. Anti-material sniper rifle, capable of penetrating even tanks, let alone the flesh and blood of aberrations. Bang! A loud bang. On a certain building, a rapidly climbing giant monster had its skull pierced. Crawler beast. A mature crawler beast fell from the wall, crashing heavily onto the ground and leaving a shallow pit. Hurry! Quickly go grab the bargain. Yang Feng immediately directed the blood hunt members, ordering them to quickly run to the crawler beast and take down the corpse tumor. Several swift runners charged toward the convoy, their speed rivaling that of world-class track champions. Several giant corpses over 3 meters tall smashed through the walls of nearby buildings, charging at the convoy like raging bulls. However, their physical strength was no match for the Vulcan autocannon. Thumb-thick bullets immediately riddled them like sieves, then completely shattered them into sludge. Giant corpse, sprinter. The number of these low-level mutants was also considerable. The convoy kept moving forward, and the mutants began to gather, their numbers increasing. Beautiful. Feeling delighted inside. Hurry! There's a lot of mutant corpses over there, pick them up for me. Yang Feng patted a certain blood hunter member on the shoulder, stopping him from continuing to pick up ordinary corpse tumors, and told him to take the advanced goods of the mutants first. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions. The convoy's speed suddenly slowed down, and 2 armored vehicles were actually overturned. Blistering bloater. Among the horde of corpses, some unusually bloated and massive monsters appeared. They charged at the army recklessly, and when bullets struck their mutated bodies, they caused violent explosions, with large amounts of gas inside them turning into living bombs. The fiery blast flung over a dozen soldiers into the air and overturned 2 armored vehicles. Roar, 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 roar. A roar echoed as a giant mutant over 5 meters tall emerged. Its entire body swelled with bulging muscles, tearing through the skin, resembling steel bars spread across every part of its body, radiating a metallic sheen. Deep iron giant corpse mature form. A steel monster in its mature form, shielding its face with both hands, capable of withstanding the barrage of heavy machine gun fire. Those thumb-thick bullets still inflicted considerable damage. The bullets from the autocannon struck the deep iron muscle fibers, splattering large bursts of blood. Each bullet could tear apart 1 or 2 strands of muscle fiber, but it couldn't kill in a short amount of time. That was enough. At the very least, it could withstand heavy firepower for over 10 seconds, while a horde of rotting corpse monsters followed closely behind, charging toward the dense ranks of warriors. The warriors held their assault rifles, firing a barrage at the charging monsters. The decayed corpses fell in droves, but suddenly a shadow darted into the crowd. Splat! Squelch, squelch, squelch. One by one, the soldiers fell, their throats marked with fine blood traces, their lives inexplicably taken. Hunter. Stage, growth form, grade, blue sea pattern. The monster's body unfolded in a streamlined shape, with 2 reverse-edged blades growing on its arms, forming scimitar-like shapes encircling them. Its speed was several times faster than that of the Swift Walker. That's right, it is an advanced variant evolved from the Swift Walker. Once it absorbs enough spiritual essence, it can complete this transformation. Take it down. No, it's too fast. When aiming at our own people, don't shoot, damn it. Breach. 2 advanced mutants forcibly tore a gap in the army. Over a dozen soldiers died, causing chaos in the rear formation. Many gun barrels turned back, not only failing to kill the hunter mutants but also accidentally injuring their own teammates. It was too fast. The Predator's movement speed was almost impossible to track with the naked eye, even the sniper's optical targeting scope struggled to lock on. Casualties continued to rise, and the
number of dead and injured quickly reached 20.
Damn it, this is really delaying my corpse tumor profits.
Yang Feng watched as the army's pace slowed and the speed of collecting corpse tumors also decreased, feeling extremely displeased.
Isn't it just a hunter? Take it down. Sun Guowei, one of the senior officers of this rescue operation.
He commanded the troops in battle but was suddenly caught off guard. Over 20 soldiers were torn to pieces, and the monster continued its slaughter.
Commander, we can't lock onto it. Please find a way to restrict its movements.
The sniper's voice came through the communicator.
If the anti-material sniper rifle hit directly, it could definitely kill that mutant instantly. However, the speed of the predator was simply too fast. After a few attempts, the shots had no effect at all. Close combat restriction. Captain Xia, do you dare to sacrifice?
Sun Guowei clenched his fists, his resolute gaze shimmering with tears.
I was trained by you, and I am willing to sacrifice. Captain Xia Hai stepped forward.
He had a square-shaped face, full of determination and resolve, with no hesitation in the word sacrifice.
All team members, attack with me. We'll use our bodies to block it, stop that monster, and let the sniper take it down.
Remember, grab its legs, lock its arms, and hold it down even if it costs your life. Captain Xia Hai issued an unquestionable order and led by example, charging at the forefront toward the hunter.
Squelch! Scalding hot blood spurted out.
A young warrior lost his life, clutching his throat as he slowly fell.
We can't let it kill again. All team members, follow me.
Even if it costs our lives, we must hold it down. Captain Natsumi rushed out, trying to use her own body to hold back the predator.
At this moment,
a gust of wind seemed to whistle past her side. A blurred afterimage, vaguely resembling a human figure, sped past her position at an incredible speed.
Die!
A single word, death, carrying an icy, knife-like killing intent, made everyone's hearts tremble.
Put! A sharp gust of wind sliced across the hunter's neck.
The blurry figure stopped in its tracks, clutching a handful of hair, while below was the hunter's entire head.
The head had been taken off. That alien creature's head had been effortlessly removed by Yang Feng. This? What's going on here? Is that also a mutant?
Its speed is much faster than the predator's. Not only is it impossible to capture with the naked eye, but you can only see a blurry afterimage.
That's too exaggerated. Too terrifying.
If it charges into the ranks, who knows how many more people will die.
Bang! The sound of a rough gunshot echoed.
An anti-material sniper rifle, with thumb-thick bullets, was aimed at Yang Feng's position.
Splat!
Yang Feng slightly raised the hunter's head in his hand, and the bullet hit it precisely, completely blasting it apart.
Multidimensional information analysis. Yang Feng's information field can precisely observe every detail from a god's eye view.
The sniper's action of pulling the trigger was, of course, no exception. The moment the shot was fired, he had already shifted his steps.
Don't shoot! Sun Guowei finally reacted and immediately ordered the sniper not to shoot Yang Feng.
He had already realized that the man who killed the hunter was not a monster, at least, not a mindless monster.
Poof!
Yang Feng let out a cold snort, offering no further explanation. He extracted the corpse tumor from the hunter's body, his steps flashing rapidly, and immediately disappeared from everyone's sight.
Crisis resolved.
The predator, a difficult high-level mutant, was dealt with by an unidentified humanoid creature just like that.
Actually, Yang Feng's appearance is no different from that of a normal person. However, the strength he displayed was simply too overwhelming, making it hard to believe he was human. Fill the gap. We keep moving forward.
Sun Guowei continued issuing orders until the steel torrent started rolling again. Only then did he have time to recall what had just happened.
Captain Xia, was that a person?
Officer Sun Guowei hesitantly asked, still somewhat incredulous.
Yes, I was very close.
I saw his face and his eyes. Captain Xia Hai wiped his forehead and was startled to find that he had broken out in a cold sweat. That look, though filled with killing intent.
But, he is indeed human. Captain Xia Hai's response left Sun Guowei even more shocked. How could a human be so powerful? Who exactly is this mysterious man?
Yang Feng quickly returned to the team collecting corpse tumors.
Leader, my jar is full.
The two-headed person, Han Meishin, had astonishingly filled the entire large jar with corpse tumors, amounting to several hundred.
Master, mine is full too. Sumanman also stuffed a 2L-sized large bottle of cola, completely full. There are simply too many corpse tumors. Can't pick them all up. Absolutely can't pick them all up.
Plus what everyone else collected, there must be over 1,000.
Is it full?
Yang Feng came up with an even crazier idea. The ghost mask unfolds. Yang Feng's ghostly face was as black as ink, smooth like a mirror, with only a mouth stretched to the ears visible, and 6 eyes hidden beneath the mirror-like surface.
Gulp, gulp, gulp.
Yang Feng directly poured all the corpse tumors from the jar into his mouth. Su Manman, Han Meishin, Su Qing, Long Air, along with the corpse tumors collected by the blood hunters, were all stuffed into his mouth, chewed in large bites, and swallowed continuously.
Collect! Collect again!
Yang Feng displayed a twisted smile of extreme excitement.
Thousands of corpse tumors transformed into streams of powerful spiritual energy, all devoured by the ghostly face. The pain of thousands, the despair of thousands, the joy
joys, sorrows, and emotions of thousands.
The obsessions and memories of thousands.
Those spiritual grains of sand and the remnants of tainted consciousness also assaulted Yang Feng's mind, waiting to be completely crushed and transformed into nourishment for nurturing the ghostly face.
Good. Just like that. 6 eyes. The 6 eyes on the ghostly face opened. The second eye, the third eye, also underwent a complete transformation. Smell. Listen.
They became hollow, became profound, became dim, as if turning into bottomless abysses of darkness.
Very good. Keep going.
Yang Feng's 6 eyes, at this rate, will fully awaken and transform in just a few more hours.
Today, I will make the 6 eyes a complete form. Time passed by second by second.
The rotting corpses were crushed, slaughtered, and shattered by machine gun fire. Yang Feng and his group collected an increasing number of corpse tumors, filling up their containers twice again.
However,
the situation for the army, however, was far from optimistic. Countless refugee survivors were rescued from various gathering points, and their numbers kept growing. A dozen or so heavy troop carriers were quickly filled with women and children. These troop carriers were originally capable of loosely carrying 70 soldiers and their equipment. Now, each vehicle was packed shoulder to shoulder, crammed with 200 to 300 people, with many children held overhead. The remaining people, exhausted, followed the army on foot, their numbers growing from several thousand to 10,000, 20,000.
The more this happens, the more bloated the army becomes.
They fight while protecting civilians, consuming even greater amounts of ammunition.
Ka. A soldier numbly pulled the trigger. The magazine in his hand was already empty.
Reaching for the spare magazines on his tactical belt, he found all the ammunition was completely used up.
Vulcan cannon.
After prolonged firing, the barrel turned red-hot like a branding iron, even twisting and deforming. Continuing to shoot could very likely lead to dangerous situations such as a barrel explosion.
Those tanks.
Their tracks, filled with all kinds of mud in the crevices, stuck with a large amount of bone fragments, turning with an unpleasant and piercing grinding sound.
Slaughter. Massive slaughter, draining the warriors' physical strength and spirit.
The military rescue team gradually got bogged down in the quagmire, entering a state of fierce battle, and the speed of their advance significantly slowed.
But it's okay.
Yang Feng had already collected enough corpse tumors.
Gulp, gulp, gulp.
In the third round, Yang Feng swallowed a large number of corpse tumors, totaling over 3,000, which were completely devoured and crushed by him.
Taste, touch, meaning.
His 6 eyes opened completely, one after another. They have completely transformed and awakened, resembling the 6 realms of the fallen abyss, exuding an even more terrifying aura, like the 6th heaven demon King Mara, gazing down at the earth with the demonic eyes of desire.
However, Yang Feng's 6 eyes were startled by another kind of terrifying aura. That is,
Yang Feng's 6 eyes turned toward the forefront of the army. Scenes of terrifying visions, impossible for ordinary people to perceive, were reflected within the abyss of the 6 eyes.
Wailing, weeping bitterly, despair, pain,
endless negative emotions, converging like a sea embracing all rivers, surging amidst the endless tide of corpses.
Singing,
they seemed to form a bizarre melody from hell. Rotting corpses wailed, abominations roared, despair and pain transformed into notes, creating an exceptionally unique rhythm that drifted over the entire city.
All beings were in chorus.
The grand chorus of the beings of hell transcends the boundaries of dimensions, shaking the twisted reality.
Death. Countless rotting corpses crushed into sludge.
Their deaths have become the main melody of the grand chorus of the beings of hell.
Breeding death, breeding darkness, breeding evil.
The unimaginable soul granules are gradually taking shape, coalescing into a terrifying entity. As if on the day the apocalypse erupted, the sea of life poured out its essence like grains of sand.
The sea of life cannot bear any more filth. The sea of life cannot bear any more lingering regrets. The sea of life cannot bear any more silt.
The frenzy of the second distortion, with the death of countless decayed corpses, is finally about to begin. Rumble, 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 rumble. Rumble, 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 rumble.
On the land baptized by artillery fire, amidst the mud covered with endless sludge, a massive crack has opened. Here you are. The big one is coming. Yang Feng's 6 eyes gazed at the enormous fissure appearing on the ground. Mad slaughter. Countless deaths.
A twisted hellish chorus. The rift between reality and illusion seemed to be hammered and crushed open, forming a tangible door.
What is that? Everyone was shocked.
The crack emitted an eerie glow, and a distorted song could be faintly heard.
That song, grating and unsettling. That song, corroding the mind. That song, like the murmurs of an ancient god.
The singing was like the wailing and screaming of all living beings in suffering. Many who heard this sound couldn't help but have blood flow from their ears and nostrils. A profound sense of helplessness filled their minds.
A negative emotion tore at their spirits. Bang, 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 bang. Many soldiers fell into severe depression and pulled the trigger to end their lives.
Many humans became dazed and foolish, laughing strangely as they rushed into the horde of corpses, only to be torn apart by the monsters.
Boom, 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 boom. From the massive rift came a deafening roar.
Scarlet tentacles, each with a diameter of 10 meters, are stretching out from the deepest part of the abyss, carrying immense power and malevolence, fiercely striking the surrounding tide of corpses in armies. The earth trembles. The scarlet tentacles extend over 100 meters in length, slamming onto the ground with force, instantly crushing large swaths of the surging corpse tide into rotting, foul sludge. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The massive suction cups on the tentacles, resembling gaping blood-red mouths, open wide, greedily absorbing the nutrients from the decayed sludge on the ground. Bang! The sound of steel being torn apart echoed. Another tentacle, with the force of a mountain crashing down, directly crushed a tank.
The steel beast made entirely of alloy was flattened into an iron pancake under its powerful strike. Sweeping across, several tanks were swatted away like toys. The tip of the tentacle then coiled around one of them, playing with it in its grasp, kneading it, and finally tossing it into the bottomless abyss. What is this? What is this crack? What are these tentacles reaching out from the abyss? Drone positioning. We'll bomb it with missiles, Commander Sun Guowei ordered, and from the armed helicopters, drones flew out one after another, positioning around several tentacles. Coordinates uploaded, requesting missile vehicle unit support. The Dongfeng Express, traveling at 10 times the speed of sound, was launched from a missile vehicle miles away, tracing a perfect arc across the sky before striking the tentacles within the massive fissure. Boom, 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 boom. The ground trembled, flames erupted, and the terrifying shockwave transformed into a surging tide, shattering the surrounding horde of decayed monsters. The glass of nearby buildings shattered instantly, falling like a rain of glittering fragments. The farthest troops, hiding behind tanks and armored vehicles, could still feel the intense impact, with even 2 vehicles being overturned. Thermobaric missile. A terrifying high-yield bomb. This is almost the most powerful bomb aside from nuclear weapons. Everything within a 200-meter radius is blasted apart, nearly incinerating everything. The ground is ablaze. The asphalt road near the massive fissure burned into carbonized glass under the extreme heat. However, those tentacles were not dead. The tentacles, over 10 meters in diameter, were mostly blown apart, charred black and reeking, continuously oozing an unknown slime. However, the damaged parts of the tentacles, were rapidly healing and regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. It only takes a few minutes. The tentacles can recover and heal, returning to their original form. Commander, let's retreat. Captain Xia Hai gritted his teeth and pleaded, under these circumstances, continuing the rescue is impossible. We've only saved half of the gathering points. Sun Guowei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flickering as he assessed the situation before him. The ammunition is running out. The soldiers were almost at their limit. The team was becoming increasingly bloated, and the severely damaged units found it hard to protect the civilians. Not to mention, they still had to eliminate the tentacles from the rift ahead, push through the latter part of the journey, and rescue more refugees. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! Sun Guowei gave the order. The mighty torrent of steel began retreating in the opposite direction, following the path that had been carved out, taking the remaining refugees out of the city. Leader, what about us? The blood hunters saw the army starting to retreat and wondered if they should leave as well. Wait a little longer. There are still opportunities waiting for us. Yang Feng's eyes flickered as he instructed everyone to hide in a concealed spot, quietly waiting for something while watching the departing army in the distance. Opportunity? The tentacles in the massive fissure began to writhe frantically. Their healing speed was increasing, and their growth rate was accelerating. The blood-colored tentacles coiled around the endless tide of corpses, relentlessly pushing them into the depths of the chasm, wave after wave, numbering in the tens of thousands. Those rotten corpses, they've gone mad too, all rushing toward the abyss. The two-headed Han Meishin said, somewhat surprised. Ahead lies a bottomless abyss, yet the surging tide of corpses remains oblivious, as if performing some terrifying ritual, frantically running toward the fissure. The tide of corpses never stopped. They were influenced by something. They were summoned by something. Yang Feng saw it clearly. Under the observation of his 6 eyes, the tide of corpses had nowhere to hide under the demon eye of desire. Innocence. They are like a group of naive little companions. Hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, skipping and jumping, singing nursery rhymes about death, happily leaping into the chasm of the abyss. The grand chorus of the denizens of hell. The murmurs of the ancient god. The whispers of the evil god. The alluring, twisted songs are drawing more decayed corpses to leap into the abyssal fissure. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, over 1 million. A city with a population of nearly 10 million attracted a tide of 1 million corpses as offerings, as if brewing an unimaginable great evil. Crash, 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 crash. A massive crack suddenly spewed out a pillar of blood. Endless filthy crimson liquid shot straight into the clouds, turning into dirty rain that fell over the entire city. Blood tears. That seemingly blood and tears of an evil god carried an even stronger potency. The blood-red filthy rain, after seeping into the skin, will erode the essence of the soul and undergo a complete transformation. A crawling beast roared furiously. The muscles on its body became even more grotesque and twisted, completely enveloping its entire form, turning it into a monstrous aberration composed of muscle fibers. A swift runner, its body constantly twisting. Transformed by the blood-colored filthy rain, its body is covered in barbs, and its thighs have
have swollen to an extreme, resembling the robust legs of a grasshopper.
A monstrous snake emerged from the soil.
Drenched in the filthy blood rain, its body shattered its scales as it kept growing, reaching a diameter of over 5 meters and a length close to 100 meters. A strange fish raised its head, sucking in the filthy rain. It unexpectedly soared with the wind, growing larger amidst the clouds, resembling a floating kuanpun.
Master, quick, let's hide.
Su Man gave a warning, urging everyone to avoid the blood-colored filthy rain.
No, Yang Feng immediately rejected it. Welcome it. Our spirit has already mutated. Then let the distortion come even more fiercely.
Yang Feng faced the filthy blood rain, not only refusing to avoid it but even opening his arms as if to welcome it. He allowed the filth to fall on him, even opening the large mouth of his ghostly face to devour it, feeling the changes in his body.
6 eyes. The 6 eyes of his transformation flickered. The essence of the soul seems to be undergoing yet another transformation.
The ghostly mask gradually merges completely with Yang Feng, forming an even more harmonious connection, not just covering his face, but integrating into his very soul. This mask, once worn on the soul, cannot be removed.
So what? Come on, come on, come on.
Complete fusion, even more madness, become my destiny. Yang Feng screamed hysterically as the ghostly face gradually merged into the essence of the soul, becoming one.
Come on, let the storm come even fiercer. Yang Feng's soul was also undergoing drastic changes.
Its face was as black as ink, smooth and flawless like a mirror, with a deformed mouth full of sharp jagged teeth stretching to the ears, and 6 abyss-like demonic eyes gazing downward.
Good, I obey my master.
Su Man steeled her heart and, imitating Yang Feng, spread her arms wide, opening the gaping maw of greed in her abdomen to embrace the baptism of the blood-red rain.
Long Air remained silent.
He walked onto the clearing, slowly raised his head, and drops of blood rain fell onto his murky eyes.
Meishin, let's go up too. Surely, you will always be my best friend.
The two-headed person, trembling all over with its jointed limbs, imitated everyone else, enduring the torment of the filthy rain.
Madman. A bunch of madmen.
Su Qing looked at the severely deformed individuals. All of them were a bunch of lunatics. The leader, Yang Feng, was definitely the biggest maniac of them all. Su Man, with a mouth so wide open on her abdomen that she could never stop eating, was undoubtedly a monster.
As for the two-headed person, there's no need to even mention it.
That Long Air, even before the apocalypse, didn't seem like a human.
These people have completely turned into monsters. Su Qing is different.
The degree of mutation on his body is very mild, and he has always tried to avoid physical mutations.
Except the baptism of the blood rain? Generate more distortion? Are you kidding me? Do you want to gamble with our lives together?
Su Qing made up his mind and decided not to mess around with this group of crazy monsters any longer.
Damn it, following Yang Feng will lead to ruin sooner or later. These people are all busy getting baptized and have no time to bother with me. Now is the best time to escape. Su Qing hid from the rain while quietly sneaking into a dark corner, attempting to leave the Blood Hunter team. Brother Qing, take me with you. This is the only chance. Take me with you. A few other Blood Hunter members noticed Su Qing trying to escape and quickly followed. Alone, they really didn't dare to run. But if someone took the lead, their courage grew. They simply couldn't bear the fear of being under Yang Feng's control. Every moment, they worried about making a mistake, knowing they could be killed in the next second. Escape! They must flee from that tyrant. Go! Let's go quickly!
Su Qing gritted his teeth, leading 3 or 4 members of the Blood Hunters, and quickly left the nearby area, defecting from the Blood Hunter Brigade. Most of the soldiers and refugees were also drenched in the blood rain. Many people's bodies began to undergo severe mutations, rapidly decaying and turning into twisted corpses.
However,
not only have some people turned into monsters, but others have undergone beneficial mutations. Some people's arms have become much stronger, capable of easily snapping steel pipes. The end of some people's tailbones has extended into a long, strong, and powerful tail.
Some people's bodies exude large amounts of mucus, which is highly toxic.
Someone's entire body is covered in scales, incredibly hard. The blood-colored dirty rain caused their spirit to mutate, leading to changes in their physical body and granting them abilities most suited to themselves.
Put.
A man crushed the monster's head.
Put.
A woman grew Wolverine-like claws and tore the monster's body apart. They are no longer powerless refugees but have leapt to become new humans.
Those humans full of potential even directly became evolvers and gained incredibly powerful special abilities. Luck is off the charts. Citizens, don't panic. Don't rashly fight the monsters. All units, speed up the retreat and return to the shelter base immediately. Commander Sun Guowei issued one order after another. He looked up at the sky filled with bloody rain, a few drops of blood and tears falling onto his face. Gradually, the rain stopped. The filthy, blood-colored rain once again distorted the essence of all things spirit. Yang Feng entered a mysterious and profound special state, as if stepping into an enclosed space surrounded by nothing but void and darkness. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? This seems to be the ultimate question of the world. Ghost face.
It had completely fused with Yang Feng, becoming a face imprinted on his soul.
6
eyes. 6 terrifying, twisted demonic eyes opened, yet they sealed Yang Feng himself into endless darkness, undergoing the final trial.
See, Yang Feng's eyes could not see. Blindness is not terrifying, but everything once seen is being forgotten.
The shapes of all things are gradually becoming blurred.
Is a ping pong ball round? Have I really seen a ping pong ball? Are human fingers square or triangular? No. What is round? What is triangular? And what is square? Listen, Yang Feng's ears cannot hear. Deafness is not frightening. The information heard is being forgotten. The advice from parents by the ear. The tenderness of a lover by the ear. The enemy's insults and curses.
They all gradually fade away with hearing.
Smell. Yang Feng's nose cannot smell.
Not being able to smell is not frightening. The imprint of each unique scent is fading. Beasts mark their territory with bodily fluids, emitting hormones to attract mates.
Humans can also deeply remember each other's body scent and perceive the scope of influence, though it is all hidden in the subconscious. Those marks are gradually erased, and even the most memorable people will be forgotten. Taste. Yang Feng's tongue cannot taste.
Losing the sense of taste is not terrifying, but when everything becomes insipid, life resembles a stagnant pool of dead water.
Tasteless, boring, without desire.
It seems that desire has also been stripped away along with the sense of taste, causing one to gradually lose the motivation to move forward.
Touch. Yang Feng's body has no sense of touch, lost all sense of touch, unable to feel the world anymore.
Cannot touch the earth, cannot touch the flowing water, cannot feel the wind brushing past your fingertips.
Does your body truly exist? You have no sense of pain, no sensation, no awareness, just like a wooden figure, not even feeling pain when your body is cut. Is someone touching you? Are you touching someone else? Meaning, Yang Feng's consciousness seemed to be frozen. Everything has become meaningless. Everything has become vague and elusive.
Consciousness has stagnated, and time seems to have stopped along with it.
Am I still myself? Do I really exist? All my thoughts have disappeared. I can't even manage the most basic thinking. Darkness. Everything is just darkness.
There is no time here, no space, only nothingness.
Who am I? I don't know. Where am I? I don't know. Where am I going? I don't know. Does the world truly exist? Do I truly exist? Is it possible that I am just an intelligent AI? Is it possible that I am a comic character? Is it possible that I am a novel character? Is it possible that I am a butterfly dreaming? Is it possible that I am Zhuang Zhou dreaming? Is there a possibility that I am a brain in a vat? Yang Feng cannot think. Yang Feng cannot find an answer. All questions become meaningless. All answers become void and hollow. The deepest part of the soul, the very bottom of the sea of consciousness, sinking, sinking, sinking further, like a stone, cast into a mirror-like, rippleless endless ocean, completely losing everything, completely unable to perceive anything.
Only in this pure state can one truly feel their own existence.
Do not use your eyes to see. Do not use your ears to listen. Do not use your nose to smell. Do not use your tongue to taste. Do not use your body to touch. Do not use your mind to think. Peel away all perceptions, then feel the deepest part of the void and darkness, hidden at the very bottom of the sea of consciousness. Me. Me. I exist. I am me. Change a name. I am still me. Change a body. I am still me. Finally,
Yang Feng, in the deepest part of that void and darkness, touched the essence of himself.
Immaculate. The soul is pure and flawless. From this moment on, Yang Feng's soul has been elevated. He is no longer just a drop in the sea of life.
He is no longer a soul that, after death, can cleanse the grit and merge into a new body.
I am who I am. Even if I take on the name of ladybug and enter the body of an insect, I am still me. Even if I take on the name of wild boar and enter the body of a sow, I am still me. Even if I take on the name of a human and enter the body of a baby, I am still me. At this point, the soul completes its transformation.
Yang Feng suddenly opened his eyes.
He returned from the endless darkness.
The blood rain had just stopped, and the last drop fell on his cheek, feeling slightly cool.
In an instant,
Yang Feng had been in the endless darkness for an unknown amount of time. In the real world, only a moment had passed, yet it allowed him to achieve enlightenment.
An instant is eternity. He broke through.
Yang Feng's ghost mask had overcome the trial of the six-eyed ghost mask. He found his true self, his soul cleansed of all impurities, reaching a state of purity, neither increasing nor decreasing, with his soul fully formed.
A new realm. Yang Feng was like Gautama Siddhartha attaining enlightenment under the Bodhi tree.
He felt an unprecedented lightness, an indescribable clarity, as if the entire world had become crystal clear, like a precious gem in his hand.
Perfect. My six eyes ability has completely undergone its transformation.
Yang Feng understood why the ghost face was classified as a dark gold artifact.
It is like a key, opening a path to the divine ladder.
The most crucial step is to find the true self deep within the soul.
Mind blade, sixth sense stripping,
seeing true desires and perceiving the truth of the world. These are the basic abilities of the six eyes, and upon perfection, an even more incredible ability is gained: infinite black prison. This is the terrifying ability evolved after the six eyes underwent a complete transformation and broke through the trial of true self, elevated elevating its soul to a state of immaculate. Its effect is beyond words. The tidal bore rises on the Qiantang River. Today I finally realize I am who I am. That kind of sudden enlightenment, with consciousness clear and bright, is no less profound than the realization at Longchang or the awakening under the Bodhi tree. Filthy blood rain. The second wave of mutations. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. It depends on whether you can seize it. Yang Feng stood there, feeling the endless powers surging within his body. He seemed unchanged, yet there was something subtly different about him, exuding a faintly unique aura that set him apart from ordinary people. Someone still defected. Yang Feng had long noticed that Su Qing had defected with a few members, but during the baptism of the blood rain, he had no time to deal with those insignificant troublemakers. Blood hunters, only 5 remain. They are all undergoing special transformations, gradually developing unique abilities most suited to themselves. Long Air. The layer of bio-armor covering his entire body shattered. Mist. Long Air's entire body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, both real and illusory, faintly visible and indistinct. The ability to hide and conceal? No. His physical essence has also changed, truly fascinating. Yang Feng's 6 eyes could see through Long Air's essence. The body concealed within the mist was no longer an ordinary flesh and blood form. Two-headed man. Han Meishin and Lin Xueli. Her transformation is undoubtedly the most drastic. The lower half of her body has directly turned into the form of a spider. The massive base has a diameter exceeding 2 meters, covered with a layer of terrifying fur, with more appendages extending from her body, each as sharp as a scalpel. The upper body is a two-headed human. The lower body is a giant spider. With such an appearance, stepping outside would definitely scare people to death. Su Man. Her abdomen's torn greedy abyssmaw, with several rings of sharp teeth resembling those of a lamprey, had all turned a deep purple, constantly oozing corrosive saliva and mucus. Purple phantom crystal. The greedy abyssmaw devoured a massive amount of mud crushed by tanks, numbering in the thousands. Coupled with the secondary transformation from the filthy blood rain, it broke through its shackles and completed its upgrade. Looking closely, that mouth seemingly from hell was not connected to her stomach at all, but directly led to the bottom of some evil abyss, constantly exuding an even more sinister and terrifying aura. Main force. Yang Feng's eyes flickered. These 3 members would become the main generals under his command. In the apocalyptic disaster, quality matters more than quantity. Those who have survived layer upon layer of brutal battles to reach this point are all highly capable elite soldiers with immense potential. As for those who died and defected, they were merely the losers in the survival of the fittest. Additionally, 2 members of the Blood Hunters chose to stay. One of them was burly and strong, nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging, menacing muscles. His body seemed to have a layer of azure steel plating, reflecting a metallic sheen. The other was even more unique. His spine was severely deformed, breaking through the skin to form a large growth and extending into a pair of broad, feathered wings. His eyes also underwent abnormal changes. Rare ability. This person is able to fly in the sky. In the early stages of the apocalypse, most monsters lacked aerial capabilities, making soaring through the skies an almost invincible advantage. A moment later, the crowd gradually awakened from the transformation brought by the blood rain. Master, leader. They respectfully knelt on the ground, their gazes toward Yang Feng carrying a subtle change. It's different now. This tyrant seemed different in some ways, yet it was hard to pinpoint exactly what had changed, giving off an indescribable special feeling. More carefree, greater, more brutal, more mysterious. These descriptions are all inaccurate, as if there isn't a word that can describe the difference. Can only be replaced with indescribable. You too, why didn't you join the defection? Yang Feng first walked up to the 2 Blood Hunt members, asking with a faint smile. Leader, my family and friends have already passed away. I don't know why I'm still hanging on. I can only take it one step at a time. I can't think of what to do after defecting and leaving. The burly man spoke first, but his eyes were filled with confusion, as if he had lost his direction in life. Living just for the sake of living? Yang Feng didn't find it strange. Most of the survivors after the disaster were in this state, not knowing why they were alive. Take one step at a time, live one day at a time. When life loses its meaning, even if he defected and left Yang Feng's side, he still wouldn't know where to go. Then keep working for me. This is the meaning of your existence. Yang Feng patted his shoulder and continued, from today on, I'll call you King Kong. Yes. King Kong responded in a deep voice, imbued with a slave-like meaning, which was still better than living like a walking corpse. What about you? Yang Feng looked at another man with wings on his back. That man's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, with strong personal opinions. I know my own worth. When disaster strikes, relying solely on my own abilities, survival will be difficult. Relying on a strong individual like you is the best choice. Besides, when you eat meat, we can occasionally drink some soup, and there are plenty of opportunities to grow stronger. This person is highly goal-oriented, quick-thinking, and has his own set of values and ideas. It must be said, his approach does indeed greatly increase the chances of survival. Those who lack strength must cling to a stable and powerful ally. Yes, good eyes. Yang Feng somewhat admired this guy, especially especially his pair of sharp, hawk-like eyes. You have wings on your back, so from now on, I'll call you Flying Eagle. Yang Feng officially took him under his wing, seeing great potential for further development.
Yes, Flying Eagle also spoke with utmost respect. Boom 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 boom. At this moment,
from within the massive fissure came bursts of rumbling sounds. Thick tentacles, each 100 meters long, intertwined with one another, their spiked suckers piercing into each other's bodies, causing filthy ichor to burst forth.
Proliferation, healing, a crazy and twisted fusion.
A massive crack quickly enveloped by a writhing mass of flesh and blood, forming a terrifying, blood-colored pustule-like monstrosity.
What on earth is that? Where did the massive crack originate from? The interdimensional rift has closed.
Yang Feng looked at the massive flesh sac in the distance. Something was gestating within the writhing mass of flesh, as if it were using a special method to seal the rift and fend off the enemy's assault.
Opportunity.
This was also a great opportunity, and only those with immense strength could obtain it.
Master, what exactly is that?
Su Man Man and the blood hunters also sensed the terror of the giant blood-colored flesh sac, while Yang Feng seemed to know some inside information.
Interdimensional rift. Yang Feng uttered those 4 words again.
He possesses the dark experiences of his previous life, so he naturally knows information about the interdimensional rift.
Do you know about superimposed space?
We believe that the universe is a superimposed state, and the space of reality is just one of its states. Scientists think that on the opposite side of the physical world, there exists a completely opposite mirror world, where everything is antimatter.
Yang Feng spoke about some scientific concepts.
The superposition state of space, mirror universe, antimatter energy. All of this is too abstract, making it difficult for ordinary people to understand. It's practically like a book from heaven. A scientist once proposed that space is superimposed with 8 different dimensions, existing at different frequencies.
Actually, it's far more than that.
You turn on the radio, different channels have different programs.
You open the physical space, different channels also have different entities. Yang Feng's words were becoming increasingly incomprehensible. My brain is a bit overwhelmed. Reality is a kind of space. Dreams are also a kind of space. The remnants of consciousness, people's apparent obsessions, resentment, and sorrow, all exist in another space. They overlap in the same place, but you can only touch the physical reality. In one space, different states are superimposed. Your soul exists within a spiritual space. Your body exists within a physical space. The two were not separated but overlapped, merging with each other and even forming some connections. Yang Feng took out a corpse tumor, his expression becoming even more serious. This is a corpse tumor, containing a spiritual essence capable of causing aberrations in all things. Spiritual essence is a kind of antimatter. Yang Feng's words left everyone utterly shocked.
Although most of the content was hard to understand, the renowned name of antimatter was still familiar to them.
Experts often introduce it, boasting and exaggerating. 1 gram of antimatter is worth $1 quadrillion.
1 gram of antimatter can make a train run for millions of years. 1 gram of antimatter has a power many times greater than that of a nuclear bomb. This incomprehensible thing seems to be the ultimate weapon and energy source.
But, a tiny corpse tumor actually contains antimatter energy too?
It does not belong to this world. The filthy lingering thoughts turned into silt, bursting through another dimension. The sea of life broke the barriers of space, leaving no choice but to pour the spiritual grains into the material realm, which is why all things evolved into aberrations. Yang Feng explained in the end. On the first day of the apocalypse, the dazzling ocean and the sky scattered down spirit-like grains, known as antimatter energy. They caused all things to evolve. They caused all things to mutate.
This is the truth of the apocalypse.
The blood hunters were almost dumbfounded. Yang Feng's remarks were practically like those of a scientific expert, and their content would have been groundbreaking even in the age of civilization.
Interdimensional space, dimensional rift, the overlapping world of different frequencies. The sea of life, the spiritual essence scattered like grains of sand, turns out to be the antimatter energy boasted by scientists. Master, how do you know so much? Su Man Man finally couldn't hold back and asked this somewhat presumptuous question.
Yang Feng slowly turned his head. He grabbed Su Man Man's chin, his fingers brushing across her delicate cheek, revealing that signature devilish smile.
Don't ask what you shouldn't ask.
The icy voice made Su Man Man shudder all over. She knelt down respectfully once again, bowing her head deeply.
Dimensional rift still needs some time to grow.
Yang Feng looked again at the massive blood-red flesh sac in the distance. Based on his experience, it would take some more time to nurture a greater opportunity.
Destroying it now would result in an incomplete opportunity.
Although, it will become extremely dangerous by then, but without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one obtain the tiger's cub?
If you want to get truly good things, how can you do it without taking some risks? Let's go. When the time comes, we'll come back to harvest it.
Yang Feng waved his hand, signaling the blood hunt members to leave with him.
Come back? Harvesting? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Tyrant Yang Feng. Could it be that he wants to enter this dimensional rift? Panlong Base.
Concrete poured high walls stretch over 10 miles, forming a massive barrier. The super shelter has begun to take shape, gradually forming a prototype, and it continues to expand outward, as if aiming to build a steel fortress.
The workers are building day and night.
Most of the refugees rescued from nearby cities are required to participate in the labor, joining this grand construction effort.
Sun Guowei.
As a general in the base, after experiencing fierce battles, he also brought back tens of thousands of refugees, adding a large amount of fresh blood to the Panlong base.
Meanwhile, Sun Guowei also brought bad news.
The filthy blood rain triggered a second wave of mutations, making the city even more dangerous, and there was an incident of spatial rift.
This is footage captured by the drone.
Sun Guowei was presenting some photos and videos of battles in the advanced conference hall.
Here, cracks appeared in space.
The ground was torn open into a massive fissure, and numerous twisted tentacles emerged, enormous in size, belonging to no known creature on Earth.
Sun Guowei explained.
In the interdimensional rift, giant tentacles casually swatted away tens of thousands of rotting corpses and crushed armored vehicles and tanks as if they were mere toys.
Not only that, Sun Guowei displayed another scene. A powerful thermobaric bomb engulfed the entire interdimensional rift, and the shockwave from the explosion shattered nearby houses while the ground was carbonized into glass.
The tentacles were severed on a large scale, but their recovery and healing speed was astonishingly fast, returning to their original state within just a few minutes. This kind of space-tearing monster has exceeded our expectations.
Conventional weapons cannot inflict effective damage on them.
Sun Guowei's words sparked discussions among the generals, and the conference room became noisy.
An elderly man, over 60 years old, slowly stood up.
His hair was meticulously combed, exuding an undeniable aura of authority, and his cloudy eyes sparkled with a soul-stirring brilliance.
You mean, you want us to use nuclear weapons? Nuclear bomb?
What a weighty pair of words. Moreover, these two words were unexpectedly spoken by Commander Xing of Long Country, which is an entirely different concept.
Commander Xing of Long Country, once he makes a decision, would truly launch a nuclear bomb. No, it's not a nuclear bomb, but a person.
Sun Guowei shook his head, and then the scene shifted again, revealing a man's photo.
Yang Feng.
In the photo, Yang Feng is holding the head of the predator, captured by a drone.
In the battle, we encountered two high-level mutants, and the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. The male human in the photo actually eliminated the mutant with ease.
He has acquired powerful abilities that we do not understand. Sun Guowei explained. While the people in the conference room looked at each other, it sounded like a superhero story.
At this moment, another senior executive in the conference room also chimed in.
We've been discovering more and more mutants recently.
Many humans have undergone severe mutations, but they haven't completely lost their sanity.
Instead, they've gained various abilities. According to investigations, they likely consumed an item called corpse tumor. Experiments have shown that it can significantly enhance human strength, speed, mental power, and even grant various powerful abilities. That person was clearly the head of the research. In just a short span of over 10 days, they began studying the corpse tumor and have already achieved preliminary results. Commander Longwishing lowered his gaze. His mind was racing, evaluating the feasibility of this path. Increase the research efforts on corpse tumors.
Remember, it must remain within controllable limits.
The commander made a decision, decisively issued the order, and then turned to look at the man in the photo again.
Sun Guowei, I'll give you another task. Find this man.
We need to establish contact with him.
Remember, try to be gentle, establish contact, and make it a good relationship. Yes, Sun Guowei accepted the order, and after the meeting was adjourned, he mobilized all his subordinates to search for any useful information about Yang Feng. Very soon, a contractor named Wang Jianbang was brought before Sun Guowei. He was a refugee from the 7th rescue point and seemed to know something about Yang Feng. Ahem, General, hello, I've seen the man in the photo. People call him the Tyrant.
Bloodhound Squad is fighting against a group of monsters.
Aberrant corpses.
Those decayed corpses that underwent the baptism of the filthy blood rain experienced evolution. Their rotting bodies healed, and beneath their twisted and deformed appearance, their speed and strength were elevated to a new level.
Simply put,
mutated corpses are just upgraded versions of decayed corpses. Although they haven't reached the level of aberrations, their strength far surpasses that of ordinary low-level decayed corpses.
Upon seeing humans, they will sprint toward them at the speed of a track athlete. So fast, groups of deformed corpses were sprinting down the road, resembling the opening of a massive marathon. Leader, they've changed. The pressure is overwhelming.
The blood hunters all felt an unprecedented sense of pressure, but also a hint of excitement, eager to test their evolved strength.
Cracked. Su Manman's abdomen split open into a massive mouth.
The enormous mouth of the greedy abyss shot out numerous tongues, wrapping around the surrounding abominations and swiftly pulling them close to the abdomen. Pure purple fangs began to spin, tearing them into large patches of bloody pulp.
Not only that, Su Manman's speed also increased.
Her overall strength had been greatly enhanced. Her footsteps were swift as the wind, and with two purple venomous daggers in her her hands, she effortlessly tore through the bodies of the abominations.
The fighting style of the two-headed man is more direct.
Han Meishin and Lin Xueli, with their massive spider bodies, possess extraordinary resilience. The claws of the abominations strike against them but fail to penetrate the shell defense beneath the fur. Their sharp, scalpel-like limbs swing swiftly, reaping like the scythe of death, cutting down the surrounding abominations as if harvesting wheat.
Long Air. He is even more unique.
The figure in the mist appeared fatally, the claws of the malformed corpse slashing toward his body always eerily dodged, even passing through the shadowy form. The mist spread thickly. The cold gleam of the short blade flickered, effortlessly severing the heads of several malformed corpses.
Uncanny.
He evolved a unique ability that appeared even more bizarre and unfathomable, making it hard to grasp.
As for King Kong and the eagle, things were much simpler.
King Kong relied on his immense strength and defense to withstand the damage from the mutated corpses, smashing them one by one.
Simple and brutal.
The eagle flapped its wings, gliding through the sky, and its feathers could also serve as weapons, shooting toward monsters like arrows and piercing their bodies.
It just can't be used too often, or it might lead to baldness. 5 Blood Hunter members.
Elites among elites, they charged into the horde of corpses and began a one-sided massacre. Even if there were a few low-level aberrations occasionally, they could be easily dealt with, leaving behind more corpse tumors.
They had grown. They had all grown.
Yang Feng observed from a distance and nodded silently. The Blood Hunters have gradually grown stronger and are now an elite team capable of handling things on their own.
Corpse tumors, their efficiency is about to greatly improve. Jinjiang Manor, Villa number 13.
The neighborhood is like a ghostly realm, and everyone is left with the rescue team. Only the Blood Hunter squad, exhausted from a day of fighting, returned here.
I'm going to cook. Everyone, please wait.
Han Meishin and Lin Xueli, with the massive spider chassis squeezing through the doorframe, picked up a cloth to wipe the bloodstains off the jointed steel blades. Their joy lies in cooking for everyone, their enormous bodies almost occupying the entire kitchen, with countless jointed limbs working simultaneously. Soon, the aroma of dishes wafted over, making one's appetite surge.
Click.
King Kong slumped on the sofa, while Flying Eagle grabbed a can of beer from the fridge and downed it in a few gulps, significantly easing his exhaustion.
Covered in blood.
The group fought their way through a small horde of zombies, completing today's hunting mission, and the amount of loot was equally astonishing.
300 pieces. The efficiency of the Blood Hunters has greatly improved, harvesting over 300 corpse tumors in just one day. First, the strength of the Blood Hunters has significantly increased.
Second, a large number of rotting corpses have successfully advanced, transforming into more powerful abominations, but they also produce corpse tumors more easily, greatly increasing the yield.
Don't be too lax.
Yang Feng looked at the few people sprawled haphazardly in the room, frowning as he issued a warning. Only Long Air remained vigilant, transforming into a faint mist and hiding in the shadows.
Mimi statue. Although there is a cat statue, there won't be interference from low-level monsters nearby.
Yang Feng took out a cute cat statue, placed it in the corner of the room, and continued, but if advanced mutants or other revolvers appear,
ambushing and taking you out would be very easy. The apocalypse is cruel. At any moment, there is no absolute safety.
Always stay vigilant, guard against advanced mutants, and beware of evolved enemies. These are the basic conditions for survival.
Yes, Chief. Yes, Chief.
The members of Blood Hunt dared not relax anymore. Each of them sat upright, keeping their nerves tightly wound.
Gulp, gulp, gulp.
Yang Feng did not shy away from the crowd. Ghostface opened its massive bloody maw, devouring the corpse tumor in large bites, chewing it like candy.
Promotion, breakthrough, evolution.
Yang Feng's 6 eyes cultivation reached perfection, completing the trial of the growth phase. Ghostface has begun to reaccumulate spiritual essence, and after reaching a certain magnitude, it will advance to the next evolutionary stage.
However, the required amount is terrifying.
300 corpse tumors were devoured, and Ghostface felt a slight sense of satisfaction, as if it had only eaten a small appetizer, far from quenching its craving.
10,000 level.
Yang Feng deduced that the number of corpse tumors Ghostface required had likely reached a terrifying 10,000 level.
Dark gold artifact.
While granting the most powerful abilities, its growth difficulty curve is also extremely abnormal, completely escalating exponentially. Fortunately, Yang Feng has other abilities to rely on, otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed by the dark gold artifact.
The abnormal demand is completely beyond what a lone wolf can handle. Master,
our supplies are almost exhausted. Su Man was counting the remaining supplies and discovered a serious problem. Although the group brought a lot of supplies, after excessive consumption, they were gradually running out.
Small problem. Bring the map.
Yang Feng curled his finger, and Flying Eagle immediately brought a map forward and spread it out on the table. Jinjiang Manor and the surrounding area are well-known affluent neighborhoods with comprehensive facilities, including a large Walmart chain supermarket. Our supplies are all here. Yang Feng smiled faintly and pointed to a spot on the map, indicating the location of the Walmart superstore. Our supplies. From the moment Yang Feng pointed to the map, the supplies in the superstore could be considered as having changed ownership. In the apocalypse, while other others stockpile food, I stockpile guns. My neighbors are my food supply. Although the neighbors are gone, this large chain supermarket should also belong to me. Day 18 of the apocalypse outbreak. A heavy truck loaded with construction materials is parked by the roadside. The driver mutated into a rotting corpse monster but was locked in place by the seatbelt, letting out low whimpers and wails. Who can drive? Yang Feng turned to ask the blood hunters. Su Man shook her head, and the two-headed giant spider couldn't even squeeze through the car door. I can. Jean Gang stepped out, hesitated for a moment, and said, I used to drive a small pickup truck, but such a large semi-trailer with heavy cargo, I don't know if I can manage. It's up to you. Yang Feng gave him a look, signaling him to take the driver's seat, while he himself sat in the passenger seat. Put. The driver, who had turned into a rotting corpse, had his head smashed with a single punch and was kicked out of the vehicle. The key was still in the ignition, the fuel tank was half full, and King Kong tried starting the truck, successfully getting it running. Twisted object Mimi statue. Yang Feng placed the mysterious statue by the car window, and the special magnetic field it emitted gradually dispersed the surrounding low-level monsters. Flying Eagle, patrol in the sky. If there's a large-scale corpse tide, alert us immediately. Everyone else, get in the car. At Yang Feng's command, the blood hunters quickly jumped into the rear compartment. Only the two-headed Han Meishin struggled a bit as her spider-like lower body was somewhat too large. Buzzing. The engine of the heavy truck emitted a series of humming sounds, with a puff of black smoke spewing from the exhaust pipe. The commotion attracted quite a few monsters, and many mutated corpses, upon hearing the noise, began rushing madly toward the heavy truck. Drive slower. Yang Feng reminded. The magnetic field emitted by the Mimi statue has a repelling process, and as the truck's speed gradually decreases, the approaching monsters begin to lose their sense of direction. A large number of approaching deformed corpses raised their heads in confusion, clearly sensing the enemy nearby but unable to pinpoint the exact location. Round and round, spinning in place. They were misled, chasing in the completely opposite direction. How convenient. With the Mimi statue in hand, without the obstruction of low-level monsters, everything became simpler. However, although low-level rotting corpses and malformed corpses were repelled by the magnetic field, many powerful variants also heard the commotion here. Crawling beasts moved swiftly along the walls, closely following the truck from the side. Several mature stage sprinters were also lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Roars and growls echoed from not far away, as the towering and muscular giant corpse began charging wildly in this direction. Blood hunters, prepare! Su Man shouted sternly, standing atop the rear compartment, ready to lead her team in eliminating the surrounding aberrations. Suddenly, mutations erupted everywhere. Trembling, the ground began to shake violently, emitting bursts of rumbling sounds, swaying intensely. A dangerous aura was continuously emanating from underground. The surrounding monsters scattered like birds and beasts, sensing a strong threat, fleeing in all directions. Danger! There's something underground. The eagle soaring in the sky suddenly narrowed its sharp gaze and immediately issued an alert. Collapse. Shatter. The asphalt road surface kept cracking, resembling a spider web with dense, sprawling fissures, interwoven like jagged teeth spreading outward. Underground. What more terrifying monster is underground, chasing the heavy truck? There is something underground. Some extremely dangerous giant creature is moving through the soil beneath the asphalt road. A series of dull collision sounds came through. The underground pipes were torn apart, cable lines were severed, fire hydrants were flung dozens of meters away, spewing out large amounts of sewage. Leader, there's something huge under the ground. The Falcon lowered its altitude, gliding above the truck and shouting to alert everyone. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The writhing underground monster caused the entire asphalt road to shatter, and it had already surpassed the heavy truck, surging onto the road ahead. A dull, heavy thud echoed as a colossal creature emerged from beneath the earth. It had a diameter of over 10 meters and a length likely exceeding 100 meters. Its entire body was covered in ring-like folds, coated with a thick layer of viscous liquid. It was unmistakably a gigantic mutated earthworm. Earthworm? It is simply a million times larger than an earthworm. The port of the gigantic monster has a mouth full of sharp, jagged teeth, extending layer by layer from the inside out, almost filling the abyss-like giant maw. I have to say, its enormous mouthpiece bears some resemblance in appearance to Su Man's greedy abyss maw. Earth-devouring giant worm. Stage, mature form. Grade, amethyst crystal. A massive worm mutated from an earthworm, undergoing dozens of transformations to become an enormous and terrifying creature. It can feed on soil, is skilled at sensing ground vibrations, and is attracted to large vehicles, which it devours whole. Earth-swallowing giant worm. Yang Feng was somewhat surprised. For a mutant beast to grow to such a massive size, it must have absorbed an enormous amount of spiritual essence. It typically appears in the later stages of the apocalypse, specifically targeting heavy vehicles on highways, causing significant casualties each time it emerges. Filthy blood rain? The blood rain tainted the soil, and the earth-devouring giant worm can feed on the soil. This second wave of mutation frenzy, it is the most affected exotic beast. Roar, roar, roar,
roar roar. The earth-devouring giant worm let out a deafening roar, opening its massive maw and lunging toward the heavy truck. Jump! Yang Feng shouted a warning, and everyone leapt down one after another to evade the deadly strike. Creak, creak, creak. The hard-earned heavy truck was like a giant piece of chocolate placed into the maw of the earth-devouring giant worm, chewed and crushed into a pile of iron sludge. This monster is just too massive. Not good. Yang Feng frowned. Losing a heavy truck is a minor issue, but Mimi's statue is still on the truck. Twisted objects, all are treasures beyond reality, and the protective effect of the Mimi statue is immensely significant and must not be lost. You want to die? Yang Feng shouted angrily, his gaze becoming extremely sharp. He stomped heavily on the ground, creating a deep footprint pit, and his body, like a cannonball, turned into a streak of light and shadow, charging toward the earth-devouring giant worm. Bang! A whip kick swept through, with the surrounding gusts of wind howling, the immense power continuously crushing the air, producing a series of sonic booms. Violet indigo steel bone, phantom steel fiber. The dual violet phantom crystal level ability unleashed terrifying power, striking the body of the earth-devouring giant worm, instantly causing a large spray of blood. Blood splattered everywhere. Grease sprayed out. A thick, ring-shaped structure of flesh, with internal fatty fibers spraying like oil field wells, mixed with foul-smelling mucus and filthy blood, instantly polluted the entire block. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. The colossal earthworm, struck by this blow, toppled over with the half of its body protruding from the ground, instantly crushing the three-story building on the side and causing a violent earthquake. What immense power! The force unleashed by Yang Feng was like a god descending to earth. Even a massive worm over 100 meters long could be swept to the ground with a single kick. Let's join in too. Su Man immediately rushed forward, opening her enormous greedy mouth. Her sharp fangs rotated and tore, biting into the giant worm's body and refusing to let go, devouring it in large gulps. I'm here. Perform surgery on it. The two-headed spider lady quickly climbed onto the giant earth-devouring worm. Countless steel blade-like limbs stabbed downward, piercing its thick skin, splattering large sprays of blood and grease, and carving out long, thin wounds. Gulyolu. The greasy mucus gushing from those wounds made the surface even more slippery, while the flesh and fibers inside grew even more frantically. Growth, recovery, healing. Large wounds recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed at which everyone harms it is not even faster than its self-healing. An endless stream of flesh and blood tissue continuously surges to replenish it. Perhaps only Su Man can cling to it like a meat-eating leech, relentlessly gnawing away. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth-devouring giant worm moved again. Sensing a threat, it actually tried to burrow underground to escape, its massive body twisting as it headed toward the hole in the ground. Trying to run? Yang Feng's gaze turned fierce as he charged at the earth-devouring giant worm once again. Master, leader. Yang Feng's actions shocked everyone to their core. He actually rushed straight into the gaping maw of the earth-devouring giant worm, shattering one sharp tooth after another, and burrowed into the massive worm's body. The ground shattered. The land cracked open. Su Man and the two-headed spider lady both jumped off its body, watching as it burrowed deeper underground. Earthquake. The ground continued to tremble incessantly. A more winding and jagged crack was extending from beneath the asphalt road. The deafening roar persisted, and the foundation of a building was destroyed. The entire skyscraper began to collapse, crushing the surrounding structures. An underground plaza was destroyed. The massive body of the giant worm twisted madly, destroying all the buildings in its path. Faintly, the sound of a man roaring furiously could be heard. Ha! Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists striking flesh was like a piledriver hammering the ground, sending wave after wave of intense vibrations. The earth-swallowing giant worm writhed in increasing agony. Thick streams of blood and oily fluid seeped continuously from the cracks in the ground, as if a mobile oil geyser were spewing wildly. Flesh and gore flew everywhere. Suddenly, the giant worm burst out of the ground several hundred meters away, unleashing a howl of unbearable pain. It broke into two halves from the middle, filthy crimson pulp mixed with mucus and grease, scattering like rain. A figure fell from the fractured opening. Yang Feng, holding the Mimi statue, was covered in blood and filth, with scorching breath turning into wisps of white smoke, resembling an unparalleled war god. He had truly shattered the earth-devouring giant worm from the inside, splitting it into two halves and inflicting an irreparable fatal wound. What terrifying strength! What terrifying power! However, even if the body was severed in two, the earth-devouring giant worm still hadn't died, and the two halves of its body fled in opposite directions. Its incredibly tenacious and resilient vitality allows it to survive even if cut in half, turning into two independent organisms. Six senses stripped body. Yang Feng's ghostly face unfolded, and the six eyes unleashed their abilities, stripping the tactile sense of the giant burrowing worm split in two. Tactile sense. This kind of giant worm had no eyes and no ears. It could only hunt for prey by sensing vibrations through its body. If its body lost all sensation, it would be completely blind to the world. Smash! Pound! Two massive segments of a giant worm furiously slammed the ground in a frenzy, trying to regain their sense of touch, but all efforts were in vain. No sense of touch. They could not cannot feel their own bodies. No sense of touch. They cannot determine whether the surroundings are air or soil. No sense of touch. They have lost all perception of the outside world, becoming wilder and more brutal. Fish meat on the chopping board. Kill. Yang Feng let out a furious roar and charged forward again, his fist like a raging dragon, striking the body of the earth-devouring giant worm. Su Man also opened her enormous greedy mouth, clinging to the giant worm's body, frantically devouring and absorbing. The others also rushed forward, each using their unique attack methods to slaughter and kill the earth-devouring giant worm. 1 hour later, the two halves of the earth-devouring giant worm ceased their movements. One section was completely smashed into pulp by Yang Feng, while another section was largely devoured by Su Man and torn into shreds by others. The massive spiritual essence in its body turned into filthy blood plasma, gathering at the severed part and gradually forming a special dark purple corpse tumor. Purple phantom crystal. Yang Feng picked up the corpse tumor, claiming this unexpected trophy. Finally, I'm going to die of exhaustion. The two-headed spider woman, Han Meishin and Lin Shueli, were complaining. Her entire sharp arthropod body was covered in filthy blood and mud, and every part of the massive spider base was tainted with grease. So astonishing. The body of the earth-devouring giant worm is as wide as a tunnel, with an actual length of over 200 meters. This colossal creature can directly swallow and crush a heavy truck. In front of it, humans are nothing more than tiny insects. Such an ultra-giant monster was forcibly broken into 2 sections and then crushed into mush. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Is this really something we can do? Even Su Man, who had devoured a large amount of oily sludge, was shocked by the corpse remains of the giant worm in front of her. Don't be surprised. Monsters like this will become more and more common in the future. Yang Feng stood atop the filthy, putrid mountain of fatty flesh, resembling an invincible demon king. Slaying the terrifying colossal beast, the earth-devouring giant worm,